Madman of the Sword Chapter 3604 to Chapter 3688. Humph. You Bieha, don't be arrogant. I will show you my trump card. Di Ling shouted angrily, opening his mouth to spit out the cyan coffin. The moment the coffin came out, it emitted a terrifying aura that shattered the surrounding space. Yu Bieha felt his blood run cold. Ka ka ka, the coffin opened a crack and made an uncomfortable sound. However, nothing came out. In the next moment, Di Ling controlled the cyan coffin and attacked. It was rare to see someone using a coffin as a weapon. Yu Bieha had no choice but to fight with all his strength. At this moment, the decree on Yu Bieha's body turned into a rain of light and surrounded him. At the same time, he released a sky full of laws and bombarded the coffin. On Di Ling's side, a hand came out of the coffin. The hand that looked like a withered corpse broke the sky full of laws and grabbed at Yu Bieha's throat. Not good, Yu Bieha was scared out of his wits. He quickly blocked the decree in front of him. On the decree, the ancient Tao scripture word bloomed with light and blasted the hand away. At the same time, Yu Bieha opened up the distance. Damn it, there is something. The others were fighting while looking at the situation. When they saw a hand coming out of the cyan coffin, they felt like they were facing a great enemy. There was indeed a corpse buried in the coffin. Whoosh, at this moment, another light flashed and a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard suddenly came out. He arrived near the Qilin horn and was about to take the thing. Courting death, Di Ling roared. He slammed his palm forward and the cyan coffin flew forward. Suddenly, the skeletal hand clawed at the middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. This middle-aged man was the one who suspected Lin Xian. He was very strong and it was said that he might be the clone of a saint. It could be said that he was abnormally terrifying. However, the person hidden in the cyan coffin was not simple either. Therefore, when the two collided, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy and laws swept out in all directions. The two collided and there was no chance to snatch more. This is great. Yu Bieha laughed loudly. This was an opportunity and he quickly rushed over. Di Mausoleum was also moving quickly. This was also an opportunity for him. Both of them were extremely fast. It was just a matter of who was faster and could snatch the Qilin horn. Humph, Yubi, he coldly shouted. The Rain Clan's decree rushed towards the mausoleum and blocked the path. The mausoleum crazily roared, but it couldn't be broken in a short time. Yu Bieha was about to get the Qilin horn. However, at this time, countless black fog appeared around the Qilin horn and quickly spread out. Death mist. Yubi, he screamed and quickly retreated. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to stop me? He screamed wildly. In the next moment, he saw the figure that was shrouded in black mist like the Grim Reaper appear in front of him again. He blocked his way. Damn it, you dare to stop me? Yu Bieha roared madly. How could he not be angry when such an excellent opportunity was destroyed by the other party? This person was naturally Lin Xian. He sneered. Why wouldn't he dare? Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yu Bieha called back the decree and crazily attacked. The surrounding death mist was extremely terrifying. Even if the other party had the decree, he couldn't break it in a short time. At this time, the mausoleum was no longer blocked. He rushed to the Qilin horn and quickly attacked the seal on it. He wanted to snatch the Qilin horn completely. This scene caused countless people to become nervous. Yu Bieha screamed. Why didn't you stop him? He was really crazy. In his opinion, shouldn't the guardian in front of him kill Di Ling at this time? Why did you stop him? Lin Xian said indifferently. Why did I stop him? I stopped you because I don't like you. Why, I can't stop you. Hearing this, Yu Bieha was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. What kind of reason was this? Could it be that he stopped him just because he didn't like him and didn't care about others? Wasn't the other party a guardian? Why did he have to go against him? Then, he realized that he was wrong. Not only did the other party go against him, he also went against the Rain Clan. Apart from stopping him, the other party also controlled the death mist to attack the surrounding experts of the Rain Clan. Soon, two of the Rain Clan's experts had withered arms and another person's head turned white. Obviously, they were all deprived of their vitality. Damn it, you Bieha screamed crazily. He couldn't understand when he had provoked the other party. Lin Xian sneered and didn't reply. Just based on the fact that the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't let him have a good time. On the other side, Di Ling was overjoyed. This was great. This Yubieha was so unlucky to be targeted by the Guardian. Now was his chance. The long spear in his hand finally cracked the seal. Then, he reached out his hand to grab the Qilin horn. Not good. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. Their faces were ferocious. Especially Yubieha. Was the Qilin horn going to be taken by Di Ling? Buzz, however, at this moment, Di Ling's hand stopped. Because, above the Qilin horn, there was a black mist that formed a barrier. It completely enveloped the Qilin horn. That black mist was the death mist. The strong death chi made him feel a fatal threat. His body stiffened. He turned his head and stared at the Guardian. You dare to stop me? Just a little bit more. Just a second more and he would have gotten it. However, that 1 second was like the distance between heaven and earth. He couldn't get it at all. He couldn't accept such a huge gap. Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think that I'll let you get the Qilin horn if I'm only targeting the Rain clan? You're too naive. The scene at this moment was very strange. Those experts and minor saints were all restrained. The two people who had the highest chance of getting the Qilin horn, Yu Bieha and Di Ling, were blocked by the same person. It was really hard to believe. Damn it. Damn it. Di Ling retreated and roared crazily. He summoned the green coffin to his side again. Yu Bieha, who was beside him, also roared. Damn it. Let's join hands and get rid of him. Otherwise, no one will get it. Indeed, they found out that this guardian was very strange. He seemed to be able to control the death mist, which was a fatal threat to them. Countless eyes fell on Lin Xian, making Lin Xian feel pressured. However, he sneered and didn't care. If he was in another place, he would have died if he was targeted by so many minor saints. But here, he was not afraid at all. Even if he couldn't defeat these people, he could just hide in the death mist. Who would dare to catch him? Suddenly, the Qilin horn let out a roar, and a Qilin phantom appeared on it. Then, it tore through the void and fled outside. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect the Qilin horn to run away on its own. Chase after it. The others were overjoyed. As long as they left the ancient tower and went to the outside world, their strength would not be restricted. They would not have to worry about the threat of the death mist. They tore through the void and chased after the Qilin horn. At this moment, the numerous powerful beings who had been present had all disappeared without a trace. Only Lin Xian was still here. It had left. Lin Xian frowned. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, he turned his gaze to the small ancient tower in front of him. Although the Qilin horn had flown away, the ancient tower was still there. He wondered what secrets were hidden inside. At that moment, his body trembled because he heard that voice again. Yin and Yang reappear. I want to fight immortals. It was that voice again. Lin Xian was too shocked. In the next moment, he saw the ancient tower suddenly shake. Then, a force enveloped him. He felt the world spinning as he was sucked into the small ancient tower. After entering, Lin Xian found that the interior was very simple. There was only an empty hall, but there was a skeleton inside. The skeleton was very hideous. It was the skeleton of a Qilin. Lin Xian was shocked. It was definitely the skeleton of a Qilin, but it was missing a horn. It should be the one that broke through the void. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the Qilin skeleton made cracking sounds. Lin Xian took 2 steps back as if he was facing a great enemy. It was still alive. It was actually still alive. This was too unbelievable. How many years had it been since the ancient era? It was still alive. I can feel the aura of yin and yang. The Qilin skeleton turned its head and stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, it let out a deafening voice. You are also abandoned by immortals. Abandoned by immortals? What did that mean? Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't get an explanation. The Qilin corpse suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a crimson ball of light. Qilin blood essence. Lin Xian was stupefied. Such a mass of blood essence. How much energy did it contain? I'm giving it to you now. That loud voice sounded again. Lin Xian was stunned. Give it to him? She wanted to give it to him? Why was he not a member of the Qilin clan? Why would the other party give him such a huge treasure? Could it be because he controlled the power of both yin and yang? Or could it be that he was the person with immortal energy that the other party spoke of? He didn't know about any of this. The next moment, he was enveloped by a huge amount of blood essence, and he felt extreme pain all over his body. It was as if he had been burned by a raging flame. This feeling was too shocking. He had a divine body, so what kind of flame could hurt him? Unless it was something as terrifying as the starry sky flame. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xian finally felt the blood around him disappear. The clothes on his body were all burned to ashes. He stood there, incomparably shocked. This power, he felt that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. His physique was even stronger than before. With a wave of his hand, a simple and unadorned mirror appeared. Lin Xian looked at it and gasped. At this moment, there was a black Qilin tattoo on his body. It was as if a black Qilin was lying on his body. It was unbelievable. This physique was definitely not inferior to that of a fourth heaven sage. Lin Xian was really shocked. Moreover, this happened in the blink of an eye. He guessed that this black Qilin totem was definitely not that simple. As he continued to cultivate in the future, it would become stronger. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian looked at the huge Qilin corpse and bowed respectfully. You don't have to thank me. You are my successor. From now on, you have inherited my will. One day, you will walk the same path as me. The soul of the ancient elite of the Qilin clan gradually dissipated. Then, he used the last of his strength to send Lin Xian out of the small ancient building. Buzz, Lin Xian appeared outside again. The small ancient building disappeared into the fog of death. With a thought, a set of clothes appeared in Lin Xian's mind and he draped it over his body. Everything felt like a dream. He had actually obtained the Qilin clan's totem tattoo. He had inherited the other party's will and stepped on the other party's path. What was going on, Lin Xian did not understand, but he had a feeling. His future path would be even more difficult. There was actually someone here. Where was the ancient building? Why did it disappear? Suddenly, two voices could be heard. Lin Xian looked up and saw that two sages had returned. The two sages were shocked. Who are you? It was that kid at the first heaven. They were too surprised. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was no longer covered by the fog of death. Therefore, they naturally recognized him. How is this possible? Weren't you killed by Yubieha? Damn brat. What the hell is going on? Why are you still alive? Tell me your secret. Also, where is the small ancient building? Was it taken away by you? The two of them had killing intent in their eyes. One of them was a fourth heaven saint, while the other was an early stage fifth heaven saint. Their auras were very powerful. Under normal circumstances, a first heaven saint would be an ant in front of them. However, Lin Xian sneered coldly. He didn't know what was good for him. He did not say anything else. He directly mobilized the surrounding fog of death and quickly attacked. Ants, how dare you attack us? The two of them sneered, their eyes filled with disdain. Even if they stood there and let the other party attack, the other party would not be able to break free from their defense. But soon, they screamed. They tore the void apart and wanted to escape. That was because they realized that the surrounding fog of death had sunk down like black clouds. The power of death made their hair stand on end. Damn it, could it be that you can mobilize the power of the fog of death? You're the guardian from before. The two of them instantly had such a thought. Since they had guessed it, they could not let the two of them live. Lin Xian activated the Tai Chi Sutra with all his might. The surrounding fog of death was completely mobilized by him. It formed a cage of death that enveloped the two of them. Break out of the encirclement, the two sages roared crazily and attacked crazily. One of the fifth heaven saints even charged toward Lin Xian. If they captured that kid, all the dangers would be resolved. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Terrifying palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they grabbed toward Lin Xian. However, they were entangled by the fog of death that filled the sky. Let me do it, the fourth heaven sage seized the opportunity and rushed over, landing a punch on Lin Xian's body. What are you doing? Don't kill him. The fifth heaven saint roared as he resisted. The fourth heaven saint said, don't worry, I'm just going to break his body and capture his soul. At that time, he will definitely be our slave. He revealed a ferocious smile, but soon, they were stunned. Because they saw Lin Xian flying back. How was that possible? His eyes almost popped out. That was his punch. The opponent would definitely be torn into pieces. However, the opponent didn't die. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. It was really unbelievable. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, but he was extremely excited. Great! His physique was able to withstand the attack of a level 4 celestial layer sage. It was really incredible. His divine body bloomed like a golden god of war. Moreover, there was a black Qilin tattoo on his golden body. A Qilin tattoo. Are you from the Qilin clan? The two experts' scalps went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his palms, and the death mist was activated to the extreme. The two experts screamed crazily. They couldn't care less anymore and wanted to break out. But in the end, all their vitality was taken away by the death mist. The two corpses fell down, and their souls were completely destroyed. Lin Xian took the storage rings from them. Then, he threw the two corpses into the death mist. The next moment, his figure flashed and rushed out. Not long after, Lin Xian left the heaven-reaching tower and came out. He found that there was a fierce battle outside. Countless experts and little saints were fighting each other. The decree of the Yubiehe and Jiangyu clan was activated to the extreme. The ancient characters of the Taoist scripture emitted light, and a torrential rain swept through the 9 heavens. This was the reign of law. It was extremely terrifying. Under the support of the decree, it could even threaten a minor saint. The other person was Di Ling. He had completely opened the coffin, and a mummified figure walked out. It was very terrifying. There was a pair of dark purple wings on the back of the mummified corpse. It was unusually ferocious, and the world was trembling because of it. The other person was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. His aura had completely changed. He was like the divine king who ruled the world. Every time he raised his hand, a terrifying aura filled the air. These people were all fighting over the Qilin horn. As for the Qilin horn, it was hovering between them. There was an image of a Qilin on it, as well as a roaring sound. After Lin Xian came out, he hid in the void and silently watched the battle. Are they still fighting over it? He had no intention of making a move. This was because he already knew that this Qilin horn was a bait thrown out by the ancient Qilin powerhouse. His purpose was to lure these people away so that he could meet with him and teach him the Qilin totem tattoo. Although the Qilin horn was also precious, compared to his Qilin totem, it appeared not worth mentioning. The battle up ahead was getting more and more terrifying. The roars of the Qilin could be heard from time to time. At this moment, a voice rang out between heaven and earth. It was indeed the voice of the Qilin. It was a Qilin horn. The voice was filled with excitement. 19 Junior brother, your luck is really good. You've just come out and you've already encountered a treasure like the Qilin horn. This time, it was a woman's voice. It was abnormally sweet, causing one's heart to sway. Senior sister, help me get this Qilin horn. It's very useful to me. Alright, I really don't know what to do with you. The conversation between the two resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was puzzled. Who is it? The faces of the minor saints changed. Who dares to covet the Qilin horn? At this moment, a small purple cauldron suddenly appeared and covered the Qilin horn. Countless Dao runes appeared on the surface of the cauldron, forming a seal. It's mine. The woman's voice rang out, causing the faces of the surrounding people to change drastically. What the hell? Who is this person? She sealed the Qilin horn so easily. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. One should know that so many experts had been fighting for such a long time, but none of them had managed to get it. Instead, a woman appeared out of nowhere and got it. damn it, Di Ling roared. The mummy in front of him grabbed the void with both of its hands, and the space within 100,000 miles was shattered instantly. On the other side, the middle-aged man and Yu Bieha had also made their moves, destroying a part of heaven and earth. Who's there? Come out, you sneaky bastard. How dare you snatch the thing that I want, Di Ling roared towards the sky. Yu Bieha and the middle-aged man with a pale face wore a cold expression. Which one of them wasn't an indomitable expert? How could they endure being attacked by someone? Finally, two figures emerged from the shattered void. Everyone's gaze was fixed on them. Even Lin Xian had a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. The two figures were a man and a woman. They wore white robes embroidered with auspicious clouds with golden threads. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Her temperament was excellent, like a fairy. The two of them were knocked out of the void, but they were not injured. There was a red ribbon circling around them, forming a light screen. The two of them were still wearing smiles under the gaze of countless saints. It was as if they did not put the surrounding experts in their eyes. You two don't know what's good for you. How dare you snatch the thing that I want? Di Ling was the first to speak. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. What's wrong with the thing that you want? The young man also looked over, not backing down. The beautiful woman's eyes moved as she looked at Di Ling. Then, she looked at the green coffin and the withered zombie. Suddenly, she revealed a trace of surprise. You should be Di Ling, right? I did not expect you to obtain a demonic corpse. No wonder you are so arrogant. Since you know who I am, you still dare to snatch my thing. I can only say that you are very bold. Di Ling snorted. He did not expect his secret to be seen through by the other party. The mysterious woman smiled and did not pay attention to him. She turned her head and looked. The decree of the Rain Clan. You are a member of the Rain Clan. Yu Bieha also gasped. Who is this person? She knows their identity like the back of her hand. It seems that the world guessed correctly. Then, who is this person? The man beside her asked. The beautiful woman turned her head and stared at the middle-aged man with a pale face. I don't know which senior's clone you are. You actually came to snatch the Qilin horn. Why don't you give it to us? Everyone was in an uproar. This powerful middle-aged man was actually just a clone. Yu Bieha and Di Ling were also stunned. The middle-aged man's pupils shrunk. He did not expect the other party to see through his identity. Who are you? He asked coldly. We are from Wushuang City. The two of them said proudly. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even the minor saints sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that they were from the Saint Realm. No wonder they were so arrogant and did not put them in their eyes. In the void, Lin Xian was also surprised. The people of Peerless City were really strong. The two of them were not afraid of facing so many minor saints and experts. Furthermore, the purple cauldron and the red rainbow were both extremely mysterious. They were both extremely terrifying weapons. Is this the strength of Peerless City? So they are from Peerless City. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. No wonder they could see through his identity. The man from Peerless City said. Since you know our identity, why don't you give us the Qilin horn? Everyone's expression changed as soon as they heard his words. To be honest, they were not willing to give up the Qilin horn. Those who were weaker began to retreat. They did not dare to fight with a disciple of the Saint Realm. But for someone like Di Ling, he was indeed unconvinced. Yu Bieha's face was gloomy. The other minor saints were also dissatisfied. So what if they were from Peerless Saint Realm? They wanted to snatch the treasure from their hands with just their identity. Wasn't that too arrogant? No matter what, they were still experts who dominated a region. If this was spread out, how would they be able to maintain their foothold in the future? If you want the Qilin horn, you have to get through me first. Di Ling stood out. Yu Bieha did not retreat either. The middle-aged man stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He did not have the intention to attack, but he did not retreat either. The other three minor saints also stood in one direction, eyeing covetously. Although you are from Peerless City, so what? This is not Peerless City's territory. That's right. Do you think the two of you can fight against so many of us? Seeing that these experts were not willing to retreat, the crowd was in an uproar. The beautiful woman smiled sweetly. I definitely can't fight against so many of you. Although I can't, my senior brother can, then, she said softly. Senior brother, you should do it. These people are not giving face to Peerless City at all. Is there someone else? The scene shocked everyone. The little saints also frowned and looked around. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. That person was also a man. He wore a white robe, and his appearance was not overly handsome. However, he was unforgettable. When he saw this person, Lin Xian was stunned. It's him, he was incomparably surprised. He didn't expect to meet Yi Shiwen here. However, could Yi Shiwen really contend against so many minor saints? Lin Xian was very worried. You want to fight us with just the three of you? Those little saints sneered. The corner of Di Ling's mouth was also filled with disdain. You're wrong. Not the three of us, but me. That man walked out. His gaze was disdainful and carried with it an unparalleled sense of dominance. Anyone who was not convinced could make a move. What an arrogant attitude. Did he want to fight against 6 masters by himself? I want to see what a young junior like you can be so arrogant about. An old man walked out. He was a true little saint. His strength was very strong, and he was very experienced. Kid, as long as you can block one of my punches, I will acknowledge your strength. The old man punched out with his fist. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding void shook. Endless Dharma soared into the sky. From afar, it looked like a meteor shower was falling from the sky. This was just the beginning. The Dharma wrapped around a fist and directly blasted over. Wherever it passed, everything was turned into ashes. This punch seemed to be able to destroy a world. Everyone felt their scalp tingle and their hair stand on end when they felt this power. This was the attack of a little saint. It was so terrifying that not many people present could block it. Would this newcomer be able to withstand it? Even Lin Xian's heart was in his throat. However, the man was not afraid at all. He said coldly, if you can block one of my punches, I will admit defeat. With a wave of his hand, a leaf appeared in his hand. It was a red leaf that was unusually beautiful. There was a sword drawn on the leaf. It was so sharp that it looked like it was going to pierce the sky. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the red leaf fluttered and streaked forward with light. Wherever it passed, the sky was silently split into 2 halves. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? Facing the attack of a little saint, he only threw out a leaf. Who did he think he was? Many people sneered. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking was heard. The disdainful expression on everyone's face disappeared and was replaced by a touch of horror. Because the fist of the little saint was shattering at an incredible speed. The Dharma that filled the sky was split by the red leaf. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk one of the little saint's arms was chopped off in an instant. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the red leaf had arrived. Blood splattered and a scream was heard. One of the little saint's arms fell to the ground. The little saint was trembling, his face was full of horror. How was this possible? The others were also dumbfounded. They could not believe that the man had injured a little saint with a leaf. It was too unbelievable. That was a little saint, one of the top experts in this place. But now, he was injured by someone so easily. Yu Biehe's face changed drastically. Di Ling's pupils also shrank. The middle-aged man with a pale face seemed to have thought of something and showed a look of surprise. The other little saints screamed, a red leaf? You are Fu Hongye from Wushuang City? What? He is Fu Hongye? Yu Biehe screamed in fear. Di Ling's scalp went numb. The others did not know, but they knew how terrifying Fu Hongye was. That's right. The man was Fu Hongye. Lin Xian had seen him before. So now, Lin Xian was also dumbfounded. When he saw Fu Hongye on Venus, he was only a 4th heavenly layer saint. That was why he was worried that Fu Hongye would not be able to fight against so many little saints. But now, he saw that it was not the case. Fu Hongye was too strong. He was ridiculously strong. Moreover, he found that his cultivation base had become hazy. He could not see through it at all. What was going on? Could it be that he was hiding his cultivation base? At this moment, He Shan transmitted his voice to him. He probably did not go to the first astral realm with his real body, but only sent a clone. What clone? Lin Xian was stunned. How could a clone have the cultivation base of a fourth heavenly layer saint? Wasn't that unbelievable? Then, it should be his real body now. What cultivation base had he reached? Was he a fifth heavenly layer saint or a real little saint? He did not know, but with his strength, he could definitely kill a little saint easily. Do you still want to fight? Fu Hongye stood in the air and asked indifferently. The man and woman behind him smiled. I admit defeat. The injured little saint gritted his teeth and said. He was extremely angry and wanted to fight with his life on the line. But when he knew the identity of his opponent, he gave up the thought. If he fought with his life on the line, he would probably die a horrible death. Let's give up. The other two minor saints shook their heads and retreated. Fu Hongye nodded and looked at Di Ling, Yu Biehe, and the middle-aged man. Do you three still want to fight? Hee, so it's Fu Hongye from Wushuang City. Since that's the case, I'll give you some face. The middle-aged man laughed heartily before turning into a streak of light and leaving. Oh, the old monster's clone finally left. The beautiful lady behind him heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Hongye didn't care at all. He stared at Di Ling and Yu Biehe. What about you two? Do you want to fight with me or give me the Qilin horn? Countless gazes fell on Di Ling and Yu Biehe, making them feel even more pressured. To be honest, they were shocked and frightened. At the same time, they were angry and unwilling. What made them frightened was that they were facing the legendary Fu Hongye. They didn't dare to fight with him at all. Didn't they see that the other minor saints had retreated? However, they were arrogant people. One of them was an expert from the Rain clan who held great power. No one dared to provoke him. The other was a young genius. Who dared to go against him? Now that these two arrogant people had to lower their heads, it was worse than killing them. Looks like you two aren't willing to lower your heads. Then let's fight. Fu Hongye said indifferently. He took out a red leaf. Suddenly, Yu Biehe and Di Ling trembled. They felt a chill down their spines. Fight with him? To be honest, they didn't want to. Young Master Fu misunderstood us. How could we snatch young master's things? Yu Biehe laughed. He was also an old fox, although he was unwilling to accept it. Although he was unwilling to lose, it was his first principle. It seemed like Fu Hongye had to lower his head. The crowd exclaimed. Only Di Ling was left. Di Ling didn't say anything, but he still took 2 steps back. This showed his attitude. Seeing this, Fu Hongye kept the leaf and waved his hand, grabbing the purple cauldron. He formed a few seals and threw it to the man. 19th junior brother, this is for you. Thank you, senior brother. The man was very happy. The 3 of them turned into streams of light, broke through the void, and quickly disappeared. Only when they were completely gone did the surrounding people breathe a sigh of relief. Di Ling was the first to react. Damn it, he turned into a beam of light and quickly returned to the ancient tower. Even though the Qilin horn was gone, there was still a small ancient pavilion. If he went in, he might be able to obtain even more treasures. After him, Yu Biehe also moved quickly. The pale-faced, beardless middle-aged man and the other little saints also pierced through the void and entered the ancient tower. The others followed suit. There was no way they would miss out on the treasures that followed. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head when he saw the scene. He was afraid that these people were destined to be disappointed. Because the greatest treasure in the ancient tower had already been obtained by him, at the same time, what surprised him was that Fu Hongye was really too strong. She was able to suppress so many experts by herself that they didn't dare to raise their heads. Wushuang City? His eyes shone brightly. It seemed that he had to join such a sacred city. Lin Xian shifted his body and continued to hide in the void as he stealthily followed behind. He wanted to see the expressions of these people. Sure enough, when he arrived, he saw that those people were roaring crazily. Their faces turned green. Damn it, how could it be like this? This is impossible. Where is the treasure? Di Ling went crazy. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. Yubihi, who was beside him, also had an extremely ugly expression. The few little saints didn't pay much attention to their surroundings. They were fighting in all directions, causing the void to tremble. They found that the small ancient tower had disappeared. Damn it, did someone take it away from him? They were about to go crazy. Someone took advantage of the time when they were fighting for the Qilin horn and quietly took away the small ancient tower. This made their hearts bleed. Everyone knew that the treasure in the small ancient tower was definitely more precious than the Qilin horn. However, they guessed that it would be even harder to obtain it. That was why they prepared to take the Qilin horn first and then slowly take over the small ancient tower. However, they didn't expect that the Qilin horn would be taken away by someone else. When they returned, the most precious ancient tower had also disappeared. Damn it! Damn it, Di Ling roared. He had never felt so aggrieved before. Don't let me find out who took away the treasure that I set my eyes on. Otherwise, I will go to the 9 heavens and 10 earths and tear that person into pieces. Yubihi's expression was cold. The few little saints' faces were dark. The middle-aged man with a pale face shook his head and left without saying anything. After him, the other little saints also left one after another. There were still some people who didn't give up and quickly searched around. However, they found nothing. There were also some places that they didn't dare to explore, such as the Death Mist. Therefore, when they saw that there were no more treasures around, they didn't want to stay. After all, the Death Mist was a big threat. In the end, Di Ling also left quickly. When Yubihi turned around and left, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. He felt a wave coming from the void. The wave was very familiar to him. However, he couldn't remember where he had sensed it before. Nevertheless, he still paid attention to it. He followed the crowd and left. After about half a day, he came back alone. His gaze rarely traveled in all directions. When he carefully examined his surroundings, he revealed a puzzled expression. I can't sense it. It shouldn't be. I clearly sensed a familiar aura. What is it? Are you looking for me? At this moment, a voice sounded. Yubihi was startled. He quickly turned around and the light of the law burst out. At the same time, the law decree surrounded him as if he was facing a great enemy. At the next moment, he was stunned. Damn it, it's you. He was completely stunned because he saw a person, and it was a very familiar person. However, he couldn't believe it. Isn't he dead? The person in front of me is the first heaven ant. Was he the one who threw him into the death mist? How is that possible? He's still alive? Is he a ghost? Thinking of this, he sneered. Kid, do you think that you can threaten me after turning into a ghost after death? Today, I will destroy your soul. With a wave of his hand, boundless law soared into the sky like a vast ocean, surging towards the sky. Yubihi was really strong. Even a 5th heaven saint wouldn't be able to block this attack. Lin Xian was already prepared. When Yubihi raised his hand, he instantly moved away. He dodged the attack and appeared in another place. You're quite fast, but do you think you can dodge it? Yubihi sneered. He raised his hand and prepared to attack again. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stepped on the ground and stared coldly at the other party. Do you really think that you can kill me? Fine, I'll let you taste the taste of despair today. The Taiji diagram in his body rotated rapidly, and the power of Taiji burst out. His body shone brightly. This was the power of the sun, and at the same time, the power of the moon was activated. The death mist in the surroundings was controlled by him, and it surged towards him. How is this possible? You're not dead yet? Yu Bieha was shocked when he saw his opponent's dazzling physique. The next moment, he was even more shocked. What did he see? The death mist was surging towards him. Damn it, can he control the death mist? He was stunned. What kind of technique is this? Even a minor saint can't do it. How did he do it? This brat is too strange. Moreover, his body contains endless secrets. Humph, I'll definitely ask you once I catch you. He turned into a ray of light and instantly shuttled through the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Brat, go to hell. A huge hand grabbed Lin Xian's head, trying to capture his soul and search it. Buzz. Lin Xian suddenly disappeared, and the void where he was standing was shattered. The next moment, he walked out from another place. I've said that you can't kill me. Today, I'll let you experience despair. Spatial divine ability? Yu Biehe's face turned gloomy. His opponent's movement technique was very strange. It was as if he had teleported. That's right. Lin Xian had used a spatial divine ability, the void escape technique. He was getting more and more familiar with it now. The next moment, the light on his body became even more resplendent, and the death mist shrouded his body. His whole person looked extremely strange. What? You're the guardian? Yu Biehe could no longer remain calm after seeing this. The previous scenes appeared in his mind. Now he finally knew why the previous guardian was targeting him. So it's this brat in front of me. Run. That was Yu Biehe's thought. He couldn't defeat his opponent in the previous battle. He didn't dare to resist the death mist. He had to go back and report to his family so that they could send out many experts to explore this place. He wanted to thoroughly uncover the secrets of this place. Breaking through the void, he took a step inside, wishing to leave. If you want to leave, do you think you can? Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fist. He mobilized his precepts and activated the death fog with all his might. With a single strike, the void was shattered. Yu Biehe was shaken out. His face was pale and full of disbelief. His opponent was simply too strong. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Brat, if you have the ability, don't use the power of the death mist. Haha, you still have the face to say this? Your cultivation level is 4 heavenly layers higher than mine, and you actually dare to say that you're not convinced. If you have the guts to suppress your cultivation and fight me at the same level, I'll beat you into a pulp. Aw, I'm so angry. Yu Biehe was mad with anger. He didn't dare to fight and could only run away. He tried to break out of the encirclement several times but was beaten back by Lin Xian. Damn brat, I'll fight it out with you. Yu Biehe roared and opened the decree. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the decree. Immediately, the ancient Tao scripture character bloomed with dazzling light. A red light pierced through the void like a blood sword, piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a sense of danger. However, he sneered and opened his mouth to spit out a decree. The decree became bigger and opened. The ancient characters on it also bloomed with light, although it was not as good as the one on the other side. However, it was enough. In an instant, the blood-red light was blocked. Then, the remaining power was shattered by Su Cheng's death fog. Rain Clan's decree? It was only SOSO. Damn it, how could it be? You also have a decree. What was going on? Yu Biehe was completely stunned. Because he realized that the thing taken out by his opponent was also a decree. Moreover, it was exactly the same as his. How could his opponent have a decree? Who are you? Who are you? He roared madly. When you go to hell, the king of hell will tell you. Lin Xian did not intend to hold back. The death fog that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rolled over. The entire sky was dyed black. Ah, damn brat, I will tear you into pieces. Yu Biehe roared madly in the fog. However, it soon turned into a frightened scream. Misunderstanding, it was a misunderstanding between us. Spare my life. I will definitely not attack you in the future. I will give you all my treasures. I beg you to spare me. However, it was still useless. In the end, he roared, I am not satisfied. Then, there was no more sound. When the fog dissipated, only a pile of white bones was left behind. Lin Xian took out the decree from the pile of bones and directly threw it into the great sage pagoda to be refined by the starry sky fire. Then, he took away the other party's storage room. With a sneer, he left the sky connecting tower. It seemed that it was time to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Xian thought. After experiencing so much, he needed to properly temper himself. Especially when it came to the Qilin tattoo, he needed to properly ponder over it. Therefore, he was going to find a place. Originally, he planned to leave the Azure Wood Tower and go to other worlds to cultivate. However, not long after he flew out of the sky-connecting tower, he felt a sharp pain on his body. It was as if there was a needle poking him. He tore open his clothes and found that the Qilin tattoo on his body appeared again. A mysterious power was flowing on it. Damn it, this thing is going to be powerful. I need to quickly refine it. Therefore, he could only find a place on the Azure Wood Star to cultivate in seclusion. He found a place far away from the sky-connecting tower. Lin Xian entered the mountain range, built a cave, and then went in. After covering it with a formation, he began to cultivate in seclusion. The next few days were really torture for him. The energy released by the Qilin tattoo was too terrifying. It was as if the starry sky fire was burning him. However, Lin Xian had experienced countless hardships. Therefore, although it was painful, he could still endure it. In the end, he directly used all the resources he had obtained during this period of time. For example, the millions of divine crystals and all kinds of heavenly treasures. These were the things he had obtained from the storage rings of countless experts he had killed. At this moment, he did not hold back and used all of them. At this moment, the news on the Azure Wood Star had also spread. The people of many worlds had learned about it. Originally, they wanted to search for treasures. However, when they asked, they found that the treasures were gone. Moreover, there was the death mist in the ancient tower, so many people gave up on the idea. Of course, there were also some bold experts who were prepared to come and explore again. Buzz, a spirit ship cut through the wind and landed on the Azure Wood Star. A beautiful woman walked out of it. This woman was too beautiful and very cute. Her big eyes were like crescent moons. As soon as she came down, she looked around. She heard that the sky-connecting tower had appeared here. She wondered where it was. Forget it, she'd better look for it in the entire world. She flew quickly. After flying for less than an incense stick's time, he came to a stop. In a mountain range not far away, a violent rumble suddenly sounded, and then the world changed drastically. Countless dark clouds appeared in the sky. Bolts of lightning the size of mountains struck down. It was as if a hole had been torn in the sky. It was a series of explosions. There were even roars that resounded through the 9 heavens. But soon, those sounds disappeared. This made the beautiful girl very puzzled. The roar just now seemed to be from a dragon. There was also another sound. Although it was not a dragon's roar, its power was not weak at all. Heavens, could it be that 2 divine beasts of heaven and earth were fighting here? Right, it sounded a little like a Qilin's voice. It was said that a Qilin horn appeared in the ancient Tower of Heaven. It was possible that a powerhouse of the Qilin race was buried there. The voice of a Qilin appeared here again. Could there be a connection? The girl thought for a moment, then looked in that direction. However, the images and sounds of heaven and earth had disappeared. Something was wrong. It should be an array formation. She went over and found an array formation. She tore a corner of the array formation and saw the violent scene inside. The girl stuck out her tongue and ran into the distance. She would wait for the images to disappear before looking again. She waited. She waited for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, the violent energy disappeared. The girl tore the array formation and rushed in. Lin Xian walked out of the shattered mountain range. He was very depressed and his body was still emitting black smoke. Damn it, this lightning tribulation was too terrifying, right? He almost didn't make it. However, what made him happy was that he had broken through to the 2nd level of the Sage Realm. He had finally advanced to another level. Now, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. His physique was equivalent to a 4th-level sage. He was even confident that he could withstand a few blows from a 5th-level sage. His strength had increased, and his comprehension of the laws had also increased. However, the only thing that made him depressed was his current appearance. At this moment, black Qilin tattoos were all over his body, including his face. Therefore, he looked like a walking Qilin instead of his original appearance. How could he go out like this? Would he be mistaken for a divine beast and be captured to be refined into pills? Lin Xian shook his head. He sensed that it would take some time for these Qilin tattoos to completely return to normal. Therefore, he planned to stay in the deep mountains for the time being. Squeak. The array formation was torn open. Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. Someone had torn open his array formation and entered directly. Who was it? How did they attract an expert so quickly? He wanted to leave, but soon, he saw a beautiful figure streaking across the void and arriving in front of him. Wow, is that a Qilin? And it's a black Qilin, heavens, it's really a divine beast. A very pleasant voice was heard. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this voice, and then he suddenly turned around and revealed an expression of disbelief. He was completely stunned. He saw a young girl. She was wearing an emerald green dress. Her smile was like a flower, and her eyes were bright. She was exceptionally cute. The girl stood in the air like a little fairy, blinking her big eyes. That's not right of the human Qilin kilt, forget it. Qilin Qian, eye of the Qilin Chu, Lin of Lin Qilu Chu, Lin Qilin Chu Yu, Lin Qilin Chu. Lin Qilin walked up to him with an adorable look on her face. Lin Xian was completely stunned. In the next moment, he walked up to her, opened his arms, and ran forward. I missed you so much, little girl. Why are you here? In an instant, he hugged the beautiful girl. The girl was shocked. A terrifying power surged out of her body and bounced Lin Xian away. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The power of law spread, and the great path surged. A terrifying crack appeared in the sky. Lin Xian felt the blood in his body churning. The girl's face darkened. Qilin, you're too dishonest. How dare you take advantage of me? Do you want to die? I only wanted a pair of Qilin horns, but now I'm going to beat you up. You've grown so quickly, little girl. Lin Xian stood up, patted the dirt off his body, and walked over again. Stop right there, what do you want? If you come any closer, I won't be polite to you. Purple light surged out of the girl's body. It was like a purple fog that surrounded her. She was wearing purple armor, and the great path surged around her. Qiao, it's me. You actually know my name? Who are you? I'm not familiar with the Qilin race. The girl was very wary. Lin Xian squinted. This girl was none other than Xianxia. He did not expect to meet her here. Furthermore, it seemed like her abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. She did not recognize him. Lin Xian was stunned at first. After that, he recalled that his entire body was covered in Qilin tattoos. He looked like a mythical beast. Who would recognize me? He suddenly had an idea to tease this little girl. Of course I know you. I've known you for a long time. I've liked you for a long time. Pfft. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I have a husband. My husband is an indomitable genius. If you dare to have any ideas about me, I'll ask my husband to beat you up. Is that so? Is your husband very powerful? Lin Xian was amused. Xianxia snorted coldly. Of course. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're from the Qilin race. Let me tell you, my husband beat up many of the Qilin race's geniuses in the past. Not to mention the Qilin race, he even beat up the geniuses of the dragons and phoenixes. So, hand over the Qilin horn obediently. If you dare to have any ideas about me, you're really dead. If your husband is so powerful, where is he? Lin Xian asked. As she spoke until here, the little girl's expression suddenly darkened. Yes, he should be in the first astral realm. However, he'll be here soon. So, you'd better behave yourself. Seeing the little girl's gloomy expression, Lin Xian could not hold it in any longer. He said, Qiao, it's me. I said, don't call me that. Xianxia snorted coldly. However, she was soon stunned. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Could it be Brother Lin? That's not right. This is a Qilin. She's obviously lying to me. It seems like you've done a thorough investigation on me. You actually dare to imitate my husband's voice. If I don't beat you up today, I'll have to. The little girl snorted coldly. With a wave of her hand, a purple cloud flew over. The laws of heaven and earth surged continuously. Lin Xian sighed. He also knew that he could not return to his normal appearance. If he wanted the little girl to believe him, he could only use some tricks. However, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to test the little girl's recent cultivation progress. He also used his divine ability to fight with his opponent. The two of them exchanged more than 1,000 blows. Lin Xian was very surprised. The current Xianxia could be said to be very powerful. Her cultivation was at the third heaven of the sage realm, and she had all sorts of nomological laws and supernatural powers. Furthermore, it seemed like she still had some trump cards that she hadn't used yet. This made him very surprised. The other party's growth rate really shocked him. At the same time, he was also very happy. Xianxia's improvement was great news to him. He knew that it was time to reunite with her, so he didn't attack again. Instead, he roared into the sky. His aura rose infinitely, and streaks of sword chi shot into the sky. Those were all dragon-shaped sword chi, and they were like thousands of huge dragons roaming between heaven and earth. Oh no, why is this fellow so terrifying? That's not right. Why is his qilin roaring? Is it a mutated breed? That's not right. This is dragon-shaped sword chi. Why does it look so similar to Brother Lin's sword chi? This fellow is too good at imitating. The little girl was very suspicious at first, but she was stunned when she saw the great dragon sword soul. Only Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. She exclaimed, "You are really Brother Lin." "That's right, it's me, Qiao." Lin Xian told her some little secrets that only he and Xianxia knew. Xianxia completely believed him. She immediately jumped into Lin Xian's arms and cried. "Silly girl, why are you crying? Aren't I here now, Brother Lin? I really missed you. It's great that you can come." Lin Xian comforted her. Then, the little girl poked her head out of Lin Xian's arms. She was very surprised. "Brother Lin, what happened to you? Why did you turn into a qilin? Qiao didn't recognize you." "Sigh, it's a long story." Lin Xian simply told her about his experience in the ancient Tower of Heaven. Xianxia was very surprised. "So that's what happened. You obtained the treasure of the ancient qilin. Who would have thought that the treasures of the ancient clear heaven tower that everyone was talking about would actually be obtained by Big Brother Lin?" Xianxia was very surprised. "Oh yes, Qiao, do you know anything about Peerless City?" Lin Xian asked. "I know a little." "Brother Lin, are you also here to join the Holy City?" Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. "That's great. I'm also preparing to take part in the Wushuang City's assessment." Next, the two of them exchanged information. Lin Xian talked about his experiences over the years. Xianxia also shared her experience, and Lin Xian was very surprised. It turned out that because of Xianxia's bloodline, she had joined the Spirit Clan and became a member of the Spirit Clan. Xianxia was a spirit body and could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to obtain great power. This was something that Lin Xian had seen before. There was also a race in the world called the Spirit Race. Her bloodline was very similar to Xianxia's, but not as heaven-defying as Xianxia's. Therefore, Xianxia was equivalent to a saintess in the Spirit Clan. "Now that you're in the Spirit Clan, can you also join Wushuang City?" Lin Xian was surprised. "No problem." Wushuang City did not restrict one's own family or force. Of course, there were restrictions. For example, you had to pass the assessment. Once you joined a holy city, you could not join other holy cities. These holy cities were competing with each other. Lin Xian understood. It turned out that there was not only one holy city. Other than Wushuang City, he also knew of Sky Thunder City. Other than that, there were other holy cities. Each of them was incomparably huge. It could be said that they were the true overlords of the ancient Starry Sky Road. Because each holy city had a sage king overseeing it. Since Xianxia was also going to join Wushuang City, Lin Xian and Xianxia went on their way. They boarded a spirit ship and left Azure Tree Star. Along the way, the two of them did not cultivate. Instead, they poured out their love to each other. One was as beautiful as water, while the other was as gentle as a steel man. They went through thick and thin together. Finally, one day, they came to a world. This world was very unique. The stars were not regular. Instead, they were like swallows. Hence, this world was called Swallow Star. According to Xianxia, this place was very close to Wushuang City. Hence, anyone who wanted to join Wushuang City's assessment would come here. The Flying Swallow Star was considered a subsidiary force of the Peerless City. The entire Peerless City was huge. It was a city built by an unparalleled expert over tens of thousands of years. It was even bigger than an entire world. The city floated in the universe like a gigantic object. Lin Xian stood on the Flying Goose Planet and could feel the terrifying power of the heavens and earth. There were many martial artists on Swallow Star and they were all very powerful. Shen Jingqiu said that Wushuang City did not recruit many disciples. Until now, they had only recruited 2 generations of disciples. This time, they were recruiting the 3rd generation of disciples. As for the other holy cities, they had a long history and had recruited more than 10 generations. It was because Wushuang City was recruiting the 3rd generation of disciples that they attracted so many people. If they could get in, they would definitely become a core member of the holy city. However, it was very difficult to join the holy city. If they were not outstanding and talented, it was not impossible at all. Hence, even though there were so many people in the world, the number of people who could succeed was less than 1 in 10 million. After all, the holy city was recruiting disciples from all over the universe. The entire second astral realm would be in an uproar. How many worlds and geniuses would that be? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was shocked. However, he had absolute confidence in himself. After Shen Jingqiu came down, she asked around and was surprised. Brother Lin Xian, we came at the right time. I heard that the projection of the 9th heaven has been projected. We can go and experience it then. What is the projection of the 9th heaven? Lin Xian asked. Shen Jingqiu said that it was the content of the assessment. It was said that Wushuang City would use the 9th heaven as the assessment. Only by stepping into the 9th heaven would one be qualified to take the next assessment. After hearing this, Lin Xian had a rough understanding. It should be a screening. There were too many people participating in the assessment, so most of them had to be eliminated and the elite geniuses would be kept. Lin Xian was not unfamiliar with this practice, but he was very curious about the 9th heaven. I don't know what it will be like. Why don't we go and take a look? Okay, but it's just a projection now. We should be able to roughly sense it. Next, the 2 of them cut through the void and left the Goose Flying Star. They came to the outer realm and flew east for about half a day. They saw a huge shadow in front of them. It was tens of thousands of miles tall and had a terrifying aura. It was as if it had poked a hole in the sky. This should be the projection of the 9th heaven. The real 9th heaven is above. Let's go and sense it. Lin Xian was surprised. What a terrifying pressure. Ordinary sages would not be able to withstand it. He saw that there were many people around and was ready to sense it in advance. A sage of the 1st heaven would not be able to stand here, let alone move forward. Lin Xian guessed that to enter, one would have to be at least at the 2nd heaven. If one wanted to get a good result, one would need to be at the 3rd or 4th heaven. It was really shocking. In the 1st astral realm, being able to become a saint was already a peerless genius. But in the 2nd astral realm, it was not enough. For example, Di Ling was already a late 4th heavenly layer expert. There should be many other geniuses too. And these were only those who were participating in the assessment. Those who were already disciples of the sacred city, how terrifying were they? He thought of Lei Qianzhong and the others again. Back in the 1st astral realm, he was already shocked. Now it seemed that Lei Qianzhong was probably at the bottom of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred City. The real geniuses of the sacred city should be like Fu Hongya. She alone could suppress a small saint to the point that they did not dare to resist. Thinking of this, Lin Xian clenched his fists excitedly. He must join the Wushuang City. He took a deep breath and said, let's give it a try. The 2 of them flew up quickly. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu felt pressured as soon as they entered the black projection. However, Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu were both strong. This pressure was not much of a threat to them. They flew up for tens of thousands of miles. Lin Xian felt the pressure getting bigger and bigger. Shen Jingqiu, who was beside him, was also sweating. Lin Xian stopped and asked. It's okay. Shen Jingqiu looked at Lin Xian and pouted. Brother Lin, your physique is too strong. It's not affected at all. Lin Xian laughed. You're not simple either. Last time, we fought more than 1,000 moves and we were evenly matched. Moreover, I'm a body cultivator. My physique is strong. You should know this. What you have is a spirit body's specialty, not in defense, but in other aspects. You must have a lot of trump cards that you haven't used yet. Hee, you saw through me. Shen Jingqiu laughed. Indeed, the 9-yang divine body was the type with strong defense. Her spirit body was another type. Brother Lin, why don't we compete and see who can reach the real 9th heavenly layer first? The loser has to agree to a request. Speaking of this, she blinked cutely. Okay. Lin Xian said with a smile. His childlike innocence had been awakened. The two of them turned into streams of light and shuttled back and forth. Lin Xian did not use any laws at all. His physique was extremely powerful. Along the way, the pressure slammed into his body, but it didn't cause any ripples. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu used his nomological divine ability. A purple auspicious cloud appeared on his body and circled around him. He instantly resisted the pressure. The two of them were extremely fast. Lin Xian was surprised. They really did have some tricks up their sleeves. He said, Jiao, I have to speed up. Speaking up to this point, he stomped his foot, and brilliant light burst forth from his body, making him look like a sun. His speed doubled once more. Shen Jingqiu formed a seal with her fingers. Purple chi came from the east. As a spirit body, she could mobilize the power of heaven and earth much more efficiently than others. The surrounding pressure was actually mobilized by him and transformed into his own power. As a result, his speed also doubled. The speed of the two was really too fast. Wherever they passed, some people were extremely surprised. Was it a gust of wind that blew past just now? Finally, the two of them stopped. This place was already very high, and the surroundings were chaotic. Above them were the 9 levels of heaven, superimposed on each other. It made people feel awe at a glance. What a terrifying aura. The two of them stood in front of the 9 levels of heaven. They couldn't go any further. This was the true place of the test. However, they could only watch now. There was basically no one around, except for the two of them. The two of them sensed for a while and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from behind again. Someone was coming. Shen Jingqiu was surprised. She turned her head to look. Was it another expert? In the next moment, she was stunned. The people behind her were also stunned. Fairy Yu. Shen Jingqiu revealed a look of surprise. The person behind her was Xianxia, and there were a few people beside her. Xianxia looked at Shen Jingqiu with a look of surprise. The holy maiden of the spirit clan. She did not expect the other party to be here, and with someone beside her. A man. This holy maiden of the spirit clan was also a peerless beauty. She was very famous in the second astral realm, and her reputation was not inferior to hers. Moreover, it was rumored that she was also incomparably beautiful and had never been close to men. What was going on? Was this man also from the spirit clan? However, when she saw the man turn around, she was stunned. It's you. How was this possible? She was incomparably shocked because she discovered that this person was none other than Lin Xian. She was no stranger to Lin Xian as he had just rescued her not too long ago. And he had left from the Rain clan. Why was he here, and with the holy maiden of the spirit clan? It was really too inconceivable. Xianxia was shocked, but the expressions of the people beside her darkened. Their eyes were filled with biting cold killing intent. Clearly, this killing intent was targeted at Lin Xian. This scene also stunned Shen Jingqiu. What was going on? These people were targeting Brother Lin. Instantly, she furrowed her brows. Lin Xian was also stunned. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He did not expect to meet enemies just by coming to see the 9th heaven. In front of him, besides Xianxia, there was also her younger brother, Xianxia, and a few other young masters. Zhang Yunfei was also among them. At this moment, Zhang Yunfei's expression was incomparably cold. To be honest, he was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He really could not forget that he had been beaten up by this person last time. Of course, he believed that this person had ambushed him. With his true strength, he was not weaker than this person. Damn brat, I was careless last time. This time, you will die without a doubt. Haha, you know that you are a loser, but you still dare to boast like this. Lin Xian shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Cultivate for another 1,000 years, then come find me again, damn it, do you dare to fight me now? Zhang Yunfei stepped forward, his eyes red. However, Lin Xian did not step forward, but Xin Jingqiu did. She said coldly. What, are you going to attack my brother Lin? What, brother Lin? Zhang Yunfei was stunned. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Even Xianxia and Xianxia frowned. Such an intimate address meant that their relationship was not ordinary. But wasn't this too unbelievable? They were very clear about Lin Xian's background. Lin Xian came from the first astral realm and had just arrived. How could he know the holy maiden of the spirit clan, and their relationship was so close that they were about to go crazy? Zhang Yunfei was also stunned. He did not attack, only snorting coldly. After all, this was the holy maiden of the spirit clan. She was of noble status. He did not dare to attack her lightly. But his eyes burned. He was so jealous. Damn it. What was wrong with this brat? Why did he know the holy maiden of the spirit clan? Damn it, too damn it. Why was this brat's luck with women so good? First, it was Xianxia who was very close to him, but fortunately, they became enemies. Who would have thought that the holy maiden of the spirit clan would be with him? What kind of trick did this brat have to make such a beauty fall in love with him? They really wanted to catch him and take his soul. Even if they couldn't take any peerless martial arts, they felt that their lives would be worth it if they could get this method to make a beauty fall in love with him. Don't worry, even if you didn't come, this guy wouldn't be able to beat me. He lost to me. That's right, I knew that brother Lin was the strongest. How could these guys be your opponent? Zhang Yunfei and the others were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, they were slapped in the face just like that, and they couldn't even fight back. Humph, that was a sneak attack. If I fought seriously, he wouldn't be my opponent at all. Zhang Yunfei gritted his teeth. Brat, if you have the ability, don't hide behind a woman. Come out and fight with me. I'll show you how strong I am. That's right, holy maiden, this brat came from the first astral realm. He's a liar. He wanted to trick our Yu clan before, but we saw through him. I didn't expect him to trick you again. You can't be tricked by him. Xianxia also spoke quickly. He looked at Xin Jingqiu with a fiery gaze. This Xin Jingqiu, whether it was appearance or status, didn't lose to his sister. In fact, she was even more outstanding than his sister. This made the Yu clan's young master's heart move. However, Xin Jingqiu was angry. You're the liar. Your whole family are liars. This is my brother Lin. This is my husband. How could he be a liar? With that, Xin Jingqiu hugged Lin Xian's arm. On the other side, Xianxia, Zhang Yunfei, and the others were stunned. Damn, both sides had confirmed their relationship. Such a good fairy was snatched away by a brat. Their hearts were broken. One had to know that in the second astral realm, there were a few famous beauties. Yusiki was one of them, and Xin Jingqiu was also one of them. But now, the peerless beauty's heart actually belonged to someone else. They were about to go crazy from anger. Let's go, brother Lin. Let's not bother with these bad people. Xin Jingqiu pulled Lin Xian's hand, and the two of them left Xianxia's side. This made everyone's faces turn green. Damn it, I don't believe it, no, he had to find a chance to kill him. Zhang Yunfei and the others gritted their teeth. Even Yusiki furrowed her brows. Her expression was extremely displeased. She felt that she was being ignored. No one had ever dared to ignore her beauty, but someone had done it today. Moreover, this person had once saved her life. Don't worry, elder sister, that brat definitely won't live for long. Someone will kill him. Xianxia said from the side. On the other side, Xin Jingqiu and Lin Xian left Ninth Heaven and returned to Fian Planet. They found a valley with mountains, water, and spirit veins and settled down temporarily. Of course, this Sangha cave dwelling wasn't for anyone to live in. Xianxia had spent a lot of money to buy it. At this moment, every inch of land on Fian planet was shockingly expensive. Those who had no money could only live in the cold outer space. In the valley, Lin Xian and Xianxia once again lived their life as husband and wife. It could be said that they lived like gods. However, they didn't know that a piece of news about them was spreading quickly. And the person who spread this news was Xianxia. After Xianxia and the others returned from ninth heaven, they felt that they couldn't be so passive. They had to find a way to create some trouble. It would be best if they could get someone else to do the dirty work. Therefore, they spread all kinds of news. Did you know? The saintess of the spirit tribe already had a husband. What? Impossible? The saintess of the spirit tribe was as pure as ice and as beautiful as jade. She was pursued by countless geniuses but failed. How could she have a husband? Yes, it was true. It was said that someone saw the two of them holding hands. Who was it? Could it be someone from the spirit tribe? No, it was said that someone from the first astral realm came. What? Trash from the first astral realm? Those geniuses from the two astral realms were furious. In their eyes, the people from the first astral realm were trash. They didn't care about them at all. Only those from the two astral realms were worthy of a peerless beauty like Xianxia. But now, there was someone from the first astral realm who didn't know what was good for him. Humph, I want to see which ant dares to be so arrogant. Catch him and kill him. The saintess of the spirit tribe wasn't someone that any toad could get close to. Don't worry, we can definitely kill him. That kid is very weak. It is said that he is only an early second heaven sage. What? An early second heaven sage is qualified? Damn, I thought that those who weren't at the fourth heaven sage wouldn't even be able to see the goddess. How could a second heaven kid get such preferential treatment? Damn it, he must be practicing some evil technique. Yes, he might be using his soul to control the saintess. No, we must catch him and tear him to pieces. Countless crazy roars rang out. These people searched everywhere, wanting to fight to the death with the other party to save the saintess. This matter caused an uproar, so much so that the other members of the spirit tribe also heard it. They were also stunned. Their saintess had a husband. What kind of joke was this? Why didn't they know? Moreover, it was someone from the first astral realm. Could it be that the saintess had an accident outside? They instantly became nervous. But then they thought that something was wrong. Their saintess was very talented and powerful. Moreover, she had many trump cards. If something happened to the saintess, they should be the first to know. But now, they didn't receive any news at all. But what was going on? Who was spreading the rumors? No, quickly find out where Xianxia is. An expert gave the order. The saintess was the hope of the spirit tribe. They couldn't let anything happen to Xianxia. In an instant, these people were tempted. Soon, they locked onto a valley and moved out. The people of the spirit tribe were very beautiful. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. Moreover, they had a spiritual aura about them. The moment they appeared, the power of the heavens and earth would surge. Therefore, the people of the spirit tribe were the focus of attention wherever they went. When these people of the spirit tribe headed out of the valley, they immediately alerted the others. Look, it's the people of the spirit tribe. They're here. Obviously, they've been alerted by the news. They're going to look for the saintess. Follow them quickly. We'll definitely find the saintess. Yes, let's go and see if this rumor is true. These people followed one after another. When the people of the spirit tribe saw this, their faces changed. But it was too late for them to hide it. They could only speed up. Falling Flower Valley. It was exceptionally beautiful. There were all kinds of flower petals in it, like a paradise on earth. Among these flower petals, there was a young girl. She was like a fairy, picking flowers. But suddenly, she raised her head and frowned. In the next moment, she flashed and came to the other side of the valley. Soon, she saw a group of people landing in the valley. Why are you here? Xianxia frowned and asked. She knew these people from the spirit clan. However, she did not have a good relationship with these people. Therefore, she was surprised that they were here. Although she was also a spirit body and an innate spirit body, she was an outsider after all. However, her physique and bloodline were very similar to those of the spirit clan. In fact, she was stronger than most of the people in the spirit clan. Therefore, she was conferred the title of saintess by the spirit clan. In this way, the young women in the clan were very jealous. They often played tricks. However, Xianxia was very smart and powerful. Moreover, she was favored by many elders of the spirit clan. Therefore, nothing happened. Now that such a big thing had happened, they naturally came to gloat. If they were lucky, they might be able to ruin Xianxia's reputation and make her fall from the position of saintess. Sister, do you know that you are in big trouble? A woman with an enchanting figure said in a delicate voice. She was called Ling Lianhua. She was the person who was most against Xianxia in private. Because she felt that if Xianxia did not come, she would be the saintess. Therefore, she felt that Xianxia had stolen her position. Trouble? What trouble did I get into? Xianxia was also curious. Did this woman take the wrong medicine today? Usually, she did not dare to provoke her. Why did she dare to come today? My good sister, you are too slow to get the news. Don't you know that these two are born together? Ling Lianhua was also stunned. She thought that Xianxia had made up countless excuses. She did not expect that she did not know at all. Thinking of this, she sneered in her heart. Let's see how you are going to die this time. She laughed. Do you know that there are rumors outside that you are with a man? Why are you still calling him your husband? Tell me, this is a big slander to the reputation of the spirit clan. That's right, you don't know how exaggerated the clothes outside were, saying that the person was only at the second layer of heaven and was a piece of trash. They even said that this person came from the first star realm. Just listen to what they said. How could such a person be a genius? As the Holy Maiden, you represent the spirit race, so you have to think twice before you act. Most of the people who came were women from the spirit race. Of course, there were a few men as well. They were all the younger brothers or older brothers of these people. They were here to cheer. At this moment, they were all waiting for Xianxia to give an answer. The valley was crowded with people. Many people's eyes glowed as they used various eye techniques, formations, and weapons to observe the battle. What was going on? Was there really a man hiding inside? However, with the arrival of the spirit race, the truth would soon be revealed. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She thought something big had happened. Wasn't it just these rumors? That day when she was with Lin Xian, she didn't hide anything. Moreover, they met Yusiki and the others near the ninth heaven. With the relationship between both parties, how could the Yu clan not make an issue out of this? Therefore, without a doubt, the news was released by the Yu clan. It was to target Lin Xian. I know what you said. Sisters, is there anything else? If there isn't, please leave. I still have to cultivate. I still have to participate in the Sacred City's examination in 2 days. Xianxia didn't have any emotional fluctuations, causing the crowd to be in an uproar. However, Ling Lianhua and the others were gritting their teeth. Damn it, why are you pretending? Let's see how you're going to be the Holy Maiden when the truth is revealed. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. They found that Xianxia turned around and left. She walked into the valley, ignoring them. Damn it, he had actually ignored them. Damn it, if it wasn't for the old ancestor protecting you, you wouldn't be where you are today. These people were furious. The men beside them also sneered and walked out. Holy Maiden, what kind of attitude is this? We care so much about the reputation of the spirit race, don't you care? Don't forget how we, the spirit race, have treated you. As the Holy Maiden, shouldn't you pay some price? That's right, or are you really hiding a man in this valley? If you really do, then let him come out. I want to see what methods he used to confuse you, Holy Maiden. That's right, that person has committed a crime. We will tear him into pieces. Holy Maiden, don't be afraid. With us here, you won't be threatened. Shut up. Xianxia was furious. These people kept calling her trash. Who did they think she was? In her eyes, these people couldn't even compare to a strand of Lin Xian's hair. On the opposite side, Ling Lianhua and the others were shocked. They hadn't seen Xianxia being angry. They didn't expect her to scold them for a man. Suddenly, their faces darkened. On the other side, Xianxia said coldly, "Since you know that I'm the holy maiden of the spirit race, then you'd better behave yourselves in front of me. As the holy maiden, I can represent the entire spirit race and punish you, so don't go overboard. I don't want to fight you, but if you push me too far, don't blame me for being rude." Xianxia knew that she was an outsider. So even though she was the holy maiden, she didn't get angry with anyone. Her goal was simple. She wanted to cultivate and follow in Lin Xian's footsteps to reach the peak of martial arts. But now, these people were insulting Lin Xian. She couldn't take it anymore. Even if the old ancestor wanted to punish her, she would teach these people a lesson today. On the opposite side, Ling Lianhua and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Xianxia to be angry. Moreover, it seemed like she was going to fight. For a moment, they were nervous. They had never seen the holy maiden like this. "Qiu'er, why aren't the petals you plucked here? I've already brewed the spiritual wine. I'm just waiting for you to drink it." Suddenly, a voice came from the valley. When the voice came out, Ling Lianhua was stunned. The people in the surrounding valley were also stunned. There's someone in the valley, and it's a man's voice. After digging up the heavens, there really was a man hidden in this valley. The news spread like wildfire. Ling Lianhua and the others' minds went blank. To be honest, they thought it was just a rumor. They were prepared to suppress Xianxia. But they didn't expect to see it with their own eyes. Xianxia was really with another man. Who is it? Is it a piece of trash like the rumors said? They looked into the valley carefully. Soon, they saw a man walking over. It was a man in red. He was tall and handsome, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. People would be lost in his eyes at first glance. What a handsome man. Everyone was shocked. Even Ling Lianhua and the rest were tempted. His appearance and temperament could indeed make countless women fall in love with him. But in the next moment, they were stunned when they saw his cultivation level. He was at the second heaven of the sage realm, and he was at the initial stage. They showed a look of disdain. Such a cultivation level was considered good outside, but it was nothing in front of the geniuses of the spirit tribe. The weakest among them was at the second heaven of the sage realm, and many of them were at the third heaven of the sage realm. The people outside the valley were also stunned. Who is this man? Is he the legendary person from the first astral realm? Brother Lin. Xianxia looked at Lin Xian and called out softly. Lin Xian came to her side and rubbed her hair. Then, he asked, "What are you doing? Why are you so slow?" "The wine is cold." He looked at the people in front of him and showed a look of surprise. "The people of the spirit tribe, they are here to look for you. You are the husband of the saintess? Kid, what despicable means did you use to bewitch our saintess? Kneel down and accept your death. Today, I will destroy your soul." A few men of the spirit tribe walked out, emitting a strong aura. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that they did not come with good intentions. He wanted to treat them to a drink, but it seemed that there was no need for that. Xianxia also transmitted her voice to Lin Xian. "Brother Lin, be careful. These guys are targeting you, but I will help you deal with them." Lin Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that Xianxia did not have a good life. After all, she was an outsider. Some people of the spirit tribe were unwilling to accept that she was the saintess of the spirit tribe. "It seems that you are not friends. In that case, you should leave quickly. You are not welcome here," Lin Xian said coldly. He did not attack immediately. After all, these people were Xianxia's people. So, he did not want to attack the spirit tribe unless it was a last resort. "Kid, you want to chase us away? Do you have the qualifications to do so?" A man walked out and sneered. His body emitted a powerful aura. He was a level 3 heaven saint and had a cold smile on his face. In his opinion, if he were to display his holy aura of the third heaven, his opponent would definitely be scared to the ground. He had to give the other party a show of strength and humiliate them. He wanted to see what Xianxia would do. However, very soon, he was stunned. That was because he discovered that showing off his strength was completely useless. Lin Xian coldly stood there with a sneer on his face. Why didn't he want to leave? Do you want me to send you off personally? If that's the case, I'm afraid your spiritual race's reputation won't look too good. How could this be? He actually ignored my saint aura. The man was stunned. One must know that there was a difference of an entire cultivation realm between the two of them. Just by using his saint's might, he could easily force the other party to kneel on the ground. However, this move didn't succeed at all. Damn it, isn't this brat too strange? Kid, don't be arrogant in front of me. If it wasn't for the saintess, you would be a dead man now. You should be the lucky ones. Lin Xian sneered. If Qiao wasn't your saintess, all of you would be in hell now. You're all alive now because of Qiao. Indeed, Lin Xian was giving face to Xianxia. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of him. Damn it, Ling Lian and the others were so angry that their faces turned pale. A small ant dared to be so arrogant in front of them. Hee, even if I have to offend the saintess today, I will kill you personally. The man walked out with a powerful aura around him. How dare you, Xianxia shouted angrily. He was also angry. He had already given these people a lot of face. I'm warning you, don't go overboard. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sister Qiao, are you really going to ignore the spirit tribe's reputation and be together with such a person? Ling Lian said coldly. Xianxia said that it's my freedom to be with whoever I want. I think even the spirit tribe won't restrict me on this point. Furthermore, aren't you embarrassing the spirit tribe by doing this? It seems like Sister Ling has grown up. Otherwise, the spirit tribe wouldn't even care about you. Alright, let's let the elders decide on this matter. I hope that you can still be as persistent as you are now. Evidently, Ling Lian wanted to expose this matter to the spirit tribe and let the elders make the decision. When the time came, he wanted to see how Xianxia would deal with it. Those elders doted on her. They wouldn't let the spirit tribe's reputation be tarnished. Xianxia ignored him, but his face turned cold. Lin Xian also frowned. These people dared to threaten Qiao. They deserved to die. He said in a deep voice, I'll give you 2 seconds to disappear from my sight. Hey, kid, you dare to release your killing intent in front of me? Do you believe that The level 3 sage sneered again. A level 2 ant dared to release his killing intent. Wasn't he courting death, but before he could finish his sentence, he screamed. In the next moment, his arm was broken. Lin Xian finally couldn't help but take action. He broke the other party's arm and threw it back. The surrounding people were all stunned. The spirit tribe people were also stunned. Their pupils constricted. How could this be? Wasn't the other party a level 2 sage? How could he injure a level 3 sage? This went against common sense. How dare you injure me? Cracking sounds came from the spirit race clansman's body as his broken arm healed once again. He wanted to rush over, but Lin Xian drew a line on the ground with his finger. Those who crossed the line would die. This time, the voice was merciless. The entire world shook violently. Unknowingly, the level 3 sage stopped. His face was filled with fear. Ling Lian and the others also felt their souls trembling. What was going on? They actually showed fear. This shouldn't be. Was this person really only at the second celestial layer? Was he really trash? But how could he release such an aura? The spirit race's people were stunned by the ravine. The spectators around the valley were also shocked. This kid didn't seem to be as simple as he looked. I don't know. There's something strange. I have to investigate. But there were also people who sneered. An ant will always be an ant. No matter how strong he is, he can't do anything. Alright, I already know what you want to say. If you want to complain to the elders, feel free to do so. This is my valley. I don't welcome you. You should leave quickly. Xianxia walked out and said coldly. Alright, Sister Ling see you in our family. Ling Lian snorted. She brought her people and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. Brother Lin, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Shen Jingqiu smiled bitterly. Lin Xian rubbed her little head. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. If it's not convenient for you to do anything, I'll help you. Murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Shen Jingqiu shook her head. Forget it. No matter what, they're from the spirit tribe. I've received a lot of care from the spirit tribe over the years, so I don't want to do anything to them. Seeing Lin Xian's loving gaze, Shen Jingqiu smiled. Don't worry. When we join Wushuang City, they won't dare to say anything. Don't worry, Qiu. I'll definitely be able to make a name for myself in the second astral realm. When the time comes, the elders of the spirit tribe won't reject us. That's for sure. Qiu believes in Brother Lin. Shen Jingqiu smiled. Oh right, I heard that there's still some time before Wushuang City's assessment. I'm preparing to go into seclusion for the final push. Brother Lin, are you also going into seclusion? I've just broken through and it's not easy for me to go into seclusion. I'm going to walk around Azure Tree Star and understand the situation here. Alright. Shen Jingqiu nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something. Oh right, Brother Lin, you can go to this gathering. Gathering? What gathering? Lin Xian was surprised. Shen Jingqiu said that it's a small martial arts gathering for the top geniuses. I've also received an invitation. However, I'm going into seclusion and don't have time. Brother Lin, why don't you go on my behalf? It's a good opportunity to see what kind of geniuses are participating in this assessment. A martial arts gathering? Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Alright, I'll go and take a look. He received the invitation. Shen Jingqiu was preparing to go into seclusion. Lin Xian also set up a few arrays for Shen Jingqiu. Then, he left behind an array formation for transmitting messages and left. Presumably, no one would be able to break through his array formation. Even if it was broken, he could teleport back in an instant. After doing all this, Lin Xian left Falling Flower Valley. He began to walk along the Valley of Falling Flowers, passing through one city after another. Due to the Peerless Cities test, the number of geniuses on the Flying Sparrow Star was way too high. It was a rare event. It was estimated that the experts of the countless worlds nearby had all gathered here. Some people even created a golden distinction roll based on these people's talent and strength. It was said that the people on the roll had a high chance of joining Wushuang City. On the gold roll, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that someone was trying to create momentum for the top geniuses. He easily got his hands on a list. There were dozens of geniuses on the golden distinction roll, but the most dazzling ones were the top 8. They were the 8 geniuses. The 8 geniuses were favored by countless people. They were all famous geniuses from the 2-star realms. Lin Xian immediately recognized Di Ling, who was ranked first among the 8 great geniuses. This imperial mausoleum was indeed incredible. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He had seen Di Mausoleum's battle before. Di Mausoleum was evenly matched with the older generation experts. Di Mausoleum's cultivation was at the late stage of the 4th heaven of the Sage Realm. In addition, there was an extremely terrifying coffin in his body that could greatly increase his strength. However, Lin Xian felt that the coffin was too cold. It was probably a trump card that could not be used easily. Below Di Mausoleum was a person called Guili. Lin Xian looked at the introduction. This Guili came from the Demon Star. He still remembered the Demon Star clearly. It was a place where countless ruthless people gathered. People who came from such a place would definitely have extremely ruthless means. Ghostly should be one of the best among them. Next, there were some people like Shirbufan, Shui Tianchen, and others. They were all geniuses from different worlds. Different clans. However, without exception, their names were known throughout the starry sky. Lin Xian also saw Shen Jingqiu's name. She was ranked 6th. It seemed that this little girl was also very famous. Other than Shen Jingqiu, he also saw a familiar face. That was Xianxia, the young master of the Yu clan. He was ranked below Shen Jingqiu. The 8 geniuses? He wondered how many people would be able to attend this martial arts competition. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. According to Xianxia, the martial arts competition would be held at Broken Cloud Mountain. Lin Xian identified the direction and sped up towards Broken Cloud Mountain. Broken Cloud Mountain towered into the clouds and had an extraordinary aura. There were many geniuses nearby. However, ordinary people could only wander around at the foot of the mountain. Without an invitation, they could not enter. When they arrived near Broken Cloud Mountain, flying was already prohibited. Therefore, when Lin Xian landed, he found many people waiting around. There was a beast pulling a chariot that brought them in. It was a 100-legged centipede. It was very large, like a mountain range. One could not see the end of it. There were countless chariots on its back. Lin Xian paid some divine crystals and boarded a chariot. There were a few other people in the chariot with her. One of them was a beautiful girl with fair skin. Beside her was a young master in luxurious clothes. He was waving a folding fan with an arrogant expression. There were a few other people, both men and women. However, their expressions were very cold and unapproachable. The girl with fair skin was very cute. When she got on the chariot, she looked at Lin Xian and said, "Hello, I'm Xianxia. Are you here for the martial arts competition too?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded slightly. At this moment, the arrogant young man beside her said, "Xiaoyu, don't waste your breath on this guy. He's not dressed well. He probably doesn't even have the right to enter. He can only wander around at the foot of the mountain." Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Another arrogant young master. That Xiaoyu was the same. To be honest, she was very unhappy with Hua Yuk. However, she had no choice. This was the arrangement of her family. Her family wanted to matchmake her with Hua Yuk. She could only follow him helplessly. However, Xiaoyu did not like the other party's overbearing attitude. "I'm sorry," Xiaoyu said apologetically to Lin Xian. "He's very rude." Lin Xian was surprised. Looking at this girl, she should be a saint. He did not expect her to be so well educated. It seemed that people's personalities were indeed different. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I won't mind." "Hee, do you dare to mind?" Hua Yuk sneered. He was the young master of the Hua family. He was very strong and had a high status. How dare this guy go against him? Was he tired of living? Lin Xian simply ignored young master Hua's mysterious self-confidence. Closing his eyes, he sat in the war chariot, waiting for something to happen. After about an hour, the 100-legged centipede stopped. They had arrived at their destination. "Let's go, Xiaoyu." Hua Yuk took the lead and got off the chariot. Xiaoyu followed behind him and the others got off as well. Lin Xian followed suit. There were even more people here. However, most of them did not have the right to enter. They could only wander around and wait. From time to time, they would ask for some information. After all, even if they could not enter, they would have something to brag about in the future. "Young master, let's go together." Xiaoyu looked at Lin Xian and smiled. For some reason, she felt that Lin Xian's aura made her feel comfortable. She couldn't explain it. Maybe it was because of the Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Xian cultivated the 5 elements law and had the yin-yang image. These were the most original powers of heaven and earth. Therefore, he could make people feel at ease. Perhaps even he didn't realize it. Seeing this, Hua Yuk laughed coldly. He did not say anything and continued walking forward. This Xiaoyu was too naive. How could a poor man like him be qualified to enter? The group of people walked forward. Hua Yuk took out his invitation card. After the guard checked, he smiled and said, "So it's the young master of the flower tribe. Please come in." Hua Yuk nodded and was satisfied. He said, "This is the little princess of the Jiang tribe. She came with me. So it's Fairy Jiang. Please come in," the guard said respectfully again. Hua Yuk said, "Oh right, the kid behind us is not with us. You have to check carefully." This was a small martial arts competition. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could enter. Hearing this, the guard's eyes lit up and he stared at Lin Xian. The two of them crossed swords and blocked the way. "Young master, do you have an invitation?" When Jiang Xiaoyu saw this, she quickly said. Why don't we bring this young master in too? Anyway, you have an invitation, right? Bring him in? Hua Yuke smiled in disdain. What a joke. Lin Xian said, no need. I have my own invitation. He took out his invitation and passed it to the guard. He has one. Hua Yuke was stunned. He then laughed coldly. Look carefully. Don't let anyone fake it. The others were also whispering to each other. The guard carefully checked the invitation card 3 times and found that it was real. He said respectfully, young master, there was a misunderstanding. I hope you don't blame me. After all, those who could have love invitations were either rich or respectable. They all had frightening backgrounds. These guards did not dare to offend them easily. How could it be? Did you see it clearly? Is the invitation real? Hua Yuke could not believe what he was seeing. How could this poor and destitute brat have an invitation? One had to know that this was a small martial arts gathering. Experts from families from many worlds had gathered. Ordinary families were not qualified to enter at all. Which clan was this kid from? Young Master Hua, this invitation card is real. We can be sure of that. After that, they looked towards Lin Xian. They did not know his name. Lin Wudi. Lin Xian wrote down his name on the list of flowers in a carefree manner. When this name came out, quite a few people turned their heads one after another. Daring to call himself unrivaled, who was this? Wasn't this too arrogant, this fellow's cultivation? Holy shit, he's only a second heaven sage. A second heaven sage dared to call himself invincible. Where did his confidence come from? Whispers could be heard all around. Hua Yuke sneered again. What an ignorant brat. He didn't pay any more attention to it. In his opinion, even if the other party had an invitation, it was probably stolen from somewhere. As for the name Lin Wudi, he was even more disdainful. Perhaps it just meant invincible king. This brat probably became a sage by chance. The others were also discussing. They did not think that a second heaven sage dared to call himself invincible. Lin Xian did not care about these people's discussions. He wanted to walk the path of martial arts. How could these ordinary people know about it? Boom boom boom, the heavens and the earth rumbled. A ray of light descended from the sky, attracting the attention of everyone. Gasps could be heard. Heavens, how could this be? Someone actually flew here, that was too unbelievable. That's right, who was he? How could he fly? Wasn't it forbidden to fly here? These people were all stunned. They had to stop when they were 10,000 miles away. They could only ride on chariots. But now, someone actually flew over. Was this a provocation? Boom, the ray of light had already descended. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone's blood boiled. Someone fell to the ground and spat out blood. What a terrifying power. Who was this person? Even Hua Wuke, Xianxia, and the others were swaying. Lin Xian could feel a tremendous power coming toward him. However, he slightly urged his god body to counteract that power. However, he was also surprised. This power was indeed shocking. Who was it? He turned his head and looked. In the distance, a very tall man walked over. He was about 5 meters tall, and his body was bronze in color. There were terrifying engravings on his body. Was this a giant? Lin Xian was shocked. The surrounding people exclaimed. It was the Stone Tribe's genius. The Stone Clan was an extremely terrifying clan. Their strength was boundless, and their defense was astonishing. Their name resounded throughout the heavens. The guards were also stunned. Who dared to fly here? They did not expect that someone would dare to break the rules. So what if you are strong? In front, the Stone Tribe's expert said coldly. I am Shirbufan, Shirbufan. When these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, he was Shirbufan. These people did not dare to believe that Shirbufan was one of the 8 geniuses. As expected, the guards were also stunned. So it was young Master Shi who had arrived. We had eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us, young Master Shi. They did not dare to pursue the matter of flying in the air. Shirbufan's identity was frighteningly high. At the same time, a guard took up a horn and blew it. At the same time, another person shouted to the sky. Shirbufan, one of the 8 geniuses, has arrived. Inside the broken cloud mountain, 8 beautiful women suddenly walked out. Each of them was holding flowers, and those were all rare spirit flowers. At this moment, the petals danced in the air. All sorts of heaven and earth techniques intertwined. These people invited Shirbufan in with the highest treatment. These were the 8 geniuses? They were too strong. Yes, they were completely different from us. Those who had love cards could only look up to the sky and sigh. They could only be checked by the guards and then let in. However, Shirbufan descended from the sky and was invited in respectfully. The gap between them was simply too great. Even the prideful Hua Yuke had to retract his pride in front of Shirbufan. Instead, his face was filled with envy. Only Lin Xin was calm. Although Shirbufan was strong, he was extremely confident in himself. He believed that given time, he would soar into the sky. In fact, it would not be long before his name was known throughout the world. In the broken cloud mountain, there were pavilions and buildings. The birds were chirping and the flowers were fragrant. It was a celestial scene. In the midst of the crowd, a voice rang out. Shirbufan, one of the 8 geniuses, has arrived. This voice caused the entire cloud segment mountain to seethe with excitement. Was it the 8 geniuses? Heavens, it was Shirbufan. He was ranked 3rd among the 8 geniuses. They did not expect him to come this time. These people were too excited. Shirbufan was one of the most popular candidates for the Wushuang City assessment. Countless beautiful girls screamed, looking as if they wanted to jump into Shirbufan's arms. In a mountain range, a man stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a pavilion that seemed to be made of celestial jade. His eyes were glowing as he looked into the distance. There were a few people beside him. One of them laughed. Shirbufan's reputation is really great. Look at those girls, this scene is even more spectacular than when you came. Another person laughed. The others also looked at the person standing at the front. Standing at the front was a man in golden silk robes. His expression was cold and his eyes were bright. The light in his eyes was like a star array, shining with a strange light. This person was called Shui Tianchen. He was extremely powerful and was one of the 8 great sky prides. It's nothing. These are all fleeting clouds. Only strength is the real deal. Shui Tianchen said indifferently. He did not seem to care about the spectacular scene below. I think the person who made the golden distinction board must have a problem with his eyes. How could he rank you lower than Shirbufan? The voice was ice cold, but there was a hint of coquettishness in it. It came from a woman. The girl was wearing a blue robe, even her hair was blue. She was emitting a cold aura. If she was from the Ice Goddess Class 1, her name was Wang Xiaofeng, the Icely clan's genius. She was also one of the 8 great sky prides. She looked at the man in the golden robe with admiration in her eyes. In her heart, no one could be compared to Shui Tianchen. Shui Tianchen turned around and looked at Wang Xiaofeng with a smile. You can't say that. Shirbufan is indeed unique. He is from the Stone Clan and his defense is strong. Moreover, he has the rare demon rock body. Not many people are his match. I have never fought with him before. So it's hard to say who will win. Shui Tianchen was not afraid of Shirbufan at all. However, there was a cold light in his eyes. But if we really fight, I am confident that I can defeat him. Furthermore, I only have one enemy in the Wushuang City assessment, and that is Di Ling. When he said that, the light in his eyes became even more dazzling. It seemed like Shui Tianchen was extremely conceited. Di Ling was his only opponent. Imperial Mausoleum? At the mention of this name, the others also frowned slightly. Because this person was also incomparably terrifying. He was a legend and his strength and reputation were above Shirbufan's. What was the origin of this Imperial Mausoleum? I still haven't figured it out. One of them shook his head. Another person said. It was said that he came from the first astral realm, but no one knew if that was true or not. Wang Xiaofeng said that he was indeed from the first astral realm. It was hard to imagine that the first astral realm could produce such a legendary figure. Moreover, he was chosen by the spirit sealing star. The reason why he was so powerful and was chosen by the spirit sealing star was because he had the legendary sky burial body. Sure, Sui Tianqian said. The others were confused. What's the celestial star body? Why haven't I heard of it? Yes, even Wang Xiaofeng had a puzzled look on her face. It was a very rare body constitution. Moreover, it was a double-edged sword. The so-called sky burial body, you can see it as a very suitable graveyard for burying people. What? Everyone gasped. Burial ground? Are you saying that the imperial mausoleum itself is a burial ground? That's unbelievable. However, Shui Tianqian said that there's nothing unbelievable about it. Haven't you heard that there's a strange coffin inside Di Ling's body? That means that he has the sky burial body. The moment these words came out, the few of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all top-notch geniuses with extraordinary backgrounds. They had studied Di Ling's mausoleum countless times. Therefore, they knew that there was a strange coffin inside Di Ling's body. When that coffin came out, Di Ling's combat strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Moreover, the thing inside the coffin could also attack people. It was said that Di Ling had shown it in the heaven-reaching tower. Damn it, he actually has such a body constitution. Then, wouldn't he be invincible? Someone exclaimed. During the battle in the heaven-reaching tower, it was said that Di Ling could even fight against a minor saint. Although he has the sky burial body, it's impossible for him to use the coffin without limit. His body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, there's no need to worry. Sure, Sui Tianqian said again. Moreover, Wushuang City wouldn't allow Di Ling to use such a thing in the assessment. Moreover, who doesn't have a trump card? He harumphed coldly after saying that. The other's eyes flickered. That being said, Di Ling's mausoleum was really terrifying. No one knew when the coffin in his body would explode. Brother Shui, how confident are you in defeating Di Ling's mausoleum? Wang Xiaofeng asked. The others also pricked up their ears. They wanted to know too. Sure, Sui Tianqian shook his head. It's hard to say. If my Sure Sui technique can subdue Di Ling, then I'm 100% confident. But if I make a mistake and Di Ling is on guard, then I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. But I've been practicing that technique recently. If I can master that technique, then defeating Di Ling won't be a problem. Could it be that technique? Wang Xiaofeng exclaimed. Sure, Sui Tianqian's lips curled up. That's right. It's that technique. I've almost mastered it. I hope I can master it before Wushuang City's assessment. Then, I'll be more confident. The palace was filled with shock. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others walked into the broken Cloud Mountain range. Screams and shouts were still echoing in their ears. Of course, they were not for them, nor were they for Hua Yuke. It was for sure Bufan. From this, one could see how famous the 8 great skyprides were. Lin Xian heard many people whispering along the way. This time, they had invited many geniuses, including a few of the 8 great skyprides. I wonder if Di Ling will come. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. But after listening for a while, he didn't think Di Ling would come. He was disappointed. To be honest, he was quite interested in Di Ling's mausoleum, especially the coffin in his body. But it seemed like he could only meet Di Ling at Wushuang City's assessment. Xianxia seemed to be very friendly towards Lin Xian. This made Hua Yuke very unhappy. Just as he was about to say something, his body suddenly trembled. It seemed like something was missing from his soul. When he tried to sense it, he couldn't find it. Jiang Xiaoyu, who was at the side, was also puzzled, but she could not find anything. The others exclaimed, but the feeling disappeared in an instant. Lin Xian frowned slightly. A trace of golden light flashed in his eyes and circled around him. Soon, he locked onto a mountain range. On the mountain range, there was a pavilion that looked like a heavenly palace. The gaze just now came from there. It seemed that there was an expert looking at them. An eye technique expert. Interesting. Lin Xian was interested. Although they had entered Broken Cloud Mountain, there were still 3 days before the real enlightenment session began. Everyone used this time to start making friends and asking around. Lin Xian found a place and sat down. He was ready to spend these 3 days in enlightenment. However, on the second day, the surroundings suddenly became lively. It turned out that there were 8 geniuses nearby, and they were extremely terrifying eye technique geniuses, Shui Tianchen. Shui Tianchen was a very powerful genius, ranked 4th among the geniuses. Of course, there were also people who said that Shui Tianchen was definitely in the top 3, but he had been hiding his strength. After all, his eye technique was extremely strange. It could injure the soul and kill instantly. His appearance was no less lively than Buffon's. Countless people followed him. There was a place called Luotian Mountain Stream in front. It was very strange and contained the will of heaven and earth, allowing people to comprehend heaven and earth there. Everyone walked forward. It turned out that this was a very suitable place for cultivation, but ordinary people didn't know about it. Shui Tianchen had a strange eye technique that could discover such a good place. The surrounding people were amazed. As expected of a terrifying eye technique genius. They didn't know that there was such a good place in Broken Cloud Mountain. These people followed one after another, wanting to see what the Luotian mountain stream was like. However, when they came close, they found that there was someone nearby. There was a young man sitting cross-legged there, seemingly cultivating. Someone had actually beaten him to it. How could it be? Could it be that someone had discovered the wonders of this place? Many people were surprised. However, there were also people who sneered. How could it be? In the entire Yunduan mountain, other than Shui, who else could discover the wonders of this place? One had to know that not many people knew about the Luotian mountain stream. The great Tao of heaven and earth contained in it was not so easy to comprehend. Otherwise, this place would have been occupied by countless people. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Since they were able to come here, their status, talent, and strength were all extraordinary. However, they had never heard of it before. If it weren't for the fact that Water Sky City had brought them here, they would have never heard of it. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have known that there was such a good place. Who is this guy? Should I tell him to scram? His cultivation doesn't seem to be much. How can such a good place be occupied by an ant like him? Someone sneered. Gongzi Stillwater, do you need us to help you? Someone dared to occupy the place that young Master Shui fancied. Wasn't that courting death? No need, just tell him and let him take the initiative to leave. I don't think he will refuse. Shui Tiancheng said indifferently. The others all agreed. Brother Shui was indeed magnanimous. With young Master Shui's magnanimity, how could he lower himself to the level of these people? The group of people quickly walked forward. Soon, they arrived in front of the Luotian mountain stream. At this moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed. It was him. The person who exclaimed was Xianxia. She naturally came to see Water Sky City. After all, the 8 great geniuses were all admired. However, she didn't expect to meet Lin Xian here. Beside her, Hua Yuke was also there. When he saw Lin Xian sitting cross-legged there, he immediately sneered. This guy was really courting death. He actually dared to occupy the place that Water Sky City fancied. Someone beside him snorted coldly. It was like thunder exploding between heaven and earth. Lin Xian opened his eyes and furrowed his brows. Who was disturbing his cultivation? He turned his head and looked into the distance. His eyes flashed with a trace of light. There were actually so many people here. He glanced around and found Jiang Xiaoyu and Hua Wuk in the crowd. However, the two of them weren't the main characters. The one who made people's eyes shine was a man standing in the center. His figure was slender and his face was expressionless. His eyes were like the vast stars, incomparably deep. When Lin Xian saw the other party's eyes, his soul shook and he revealed a trace of surprise. It was him. Previously, it was this person who used his soul to investigate them. It seemed that this was the eye technique expert. Why are you here? Lin Xian asked coldly. Kid, this is Water Sky City, one of the 8 great geniuses. Now, he wants to come to the Luotian mountain stream to comprehend. Hurry up and leave. This isn't a place for you to stay. You'd better leave. Otherwise, you'll make a mistake. Another person said coldly. Luotian mountain stream wants to comprehend here? Lin Xian frowned. Were they trying to snatch his place? He laughed. Why did they have to choose this place? What do you know? This place is extraordinary. Only our young Master Water can discover the mysteries of this place. If it's occupied by someone like you, it'll only be a waste. Those who spoke had thick arrogance and disdain in their eyes. It was obvious that they were Water Sky City's followers. Just now, they had already investigated Xianxia's cultivation. An early second heavenly layer sage was not worth mentioning in their eyes. Not to mention Shui Heaven City. You want me to leave? It's not impossible, but is this the attitude to negotiate? Xian sneered. Little treasure, what do you mean? You don't want to leave, or you want to take advantage of the situation? Could it be that you want us to beg you? The other people's faces darkened. However, Water Sky City waved his hand, not letting them continue to say anything. Now that everyone was watching, he couldn't appear to be too bullying. After all, as one of the 8 great geniuses, what he wanted was reputation. So he walked out and said indifferently, "Brother, I really need this place. Can you make it convenient for me? In addition, the peak of Linyan's broken mountain is not bad. You can cultivate there." This place? It's not impossible to give it to you. Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone was expressionless. In their opinion, no one dared to compete with Shui Heaven City. In the crowd, Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief. Great, she was really afraid that Xian would have a conflict with the other party. Very good. The corner of Water Sky City's mouth raised into a smile, but in the next moment, he was stunned. Because Xian continued to say, "I heard that you are one of the 8 great geniuses. Why don't you have a match with me? If you win, I will give this place to you." What? These words were like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone around to be stunned. What did he say? He wanted to spar with Water Sky City? God, this kid's brain must be flooded with water. Many people looked at Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Did he know what the 8 great geniuses represented? Immediately, some followers disdained. "Kid, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of sparring with our young master Shui? That's right, the early stage of the second heaven is like an ant in front of us. Which ignorant boy did you come from? Hurry up and leave, lest you get killed." These people looked impatient, and even Water Sky City's face darkened. He wanted to fight with an early stage second heaven saint? What a joke. He wasn't interested at all. Xianxia was also shocked. Heavens, the thing she didn't want to see the most had really happened. This young Master Lin was really, she didn't know what to say. Beside her, Hua Yuke also sneered. What a reckless brat. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. What, was it disdain or fear? Xian asked again. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, did this brat really want to fight? They thought that Xian was just saying it to show off, but they didn't expect him to really want to fight. Aqua Sky City didn't say anything and directly ignored Xian. His followers were furious. Courting death. At this time, someone walked out from the crowd. Everyone, calm down. It's just a second heaven ant. Let me help you deal with it. The one who said this was a man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks. However, he was also a second heaven saint, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of the second heaven. From the looks of it, he wasn't a follower. Instead, he was looking for an opportunity to latch onto Pillar Water Sky City's thigh and join the group of followers. That's good too. The followers of Aqua Sky City nodded. They didn't want to fight. Even though they were followers, they were still proud geniuses of their own regions. Now that a second heaven person had taken the initiative to help them, it was the best thing for them. Brat, I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Shui and apologize, then leave quickly. Otherwise, when I attack, your end will be very miserable. The man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks walked out with a cold smile. Xian sat there cross-legged and glanced at him. There was a trace of disdain in his expression. To be honest, he wasn't interested in a second heaven late-stage cultivator. Courting death. The man with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks roared. The terrifying Tao of heaven and earth rumbled, and the entire sky trembled as if it was about to fall. The surrounding people's expressions also changed. It seemed that this guy was also a powerhouse. Since he dared to come out, he naturally had to be strong. The follower smiled with satisfaction. This person's strength was not bad. The others felt that it was a pity. Damn it, why didn't they think of such an opportunity to suck up to him? Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, grabbing toward the front. It was a giant hand of thunder that wanted to envelop Lin Xian. Lin Xian was still sitting there cross-legged, motionless, allowing the thunder hand to descend. When the others saw this scene, they all sneered. This brat must have been scared silly. That's for sure. Can't you see that he can't even move? How dare they challenge Water Sky City? They really don't know what death is. Hua Yuke sneered. Let's see how you'll die. Xianxia, on the other hand, was extremely nervous. Young Master Lin quickly made a move. If he really couldn't do it, he could just admit his mistake. She was afraid that Lin Xian's life would be in danger. Lin Xian glanced at Uncle Thunder's hand above his head and coldly shouted, "Scram!" With a furious roar, it was as if 10,000 thunderbolts had exploded, and the huge hand of thunder was shattered. The man who attacked also seemed to have been struck by lightning. He suddenly vomited blood and was sent flying. Several large cracks appeared on his body, and even his internal organs could be seen. It was extremely shocking. How is this possible? The surrounding people screamed, and their eyes widened in disbelief. What did they see? The monkey-faced man was injured by a sound wave. This was too inconceivable. The followers were also stunned. This brat actually had such strength. In the crowd, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. This is great. Hua Yuke gritted her teeth. How is this possible? How could this brat defeat a late-stage second heavenly layer saint? Furthermore, he defeated him with a sound wave. Could it be that his strength had already entered the third heavenly layer saint? The surrounding onlookers were also whispering. It seemed that this was a genius. They didn't expect that they had misjudged him. Hee, what's the big deal? The follower sneered. Brat, I admit that you have some strength, but that's all. You can fight above your level. You are indeed a genius. Now, I'll give you a chance. Apologize to our young master Xianxia, and we'll allow you to become his follower. Hearing this, many people's eyes turned red. They looked at Lin Xian with envy. One had to know that not everyone could become a follower. One had to be a genius. Becoming a follower was the greatest honor. Let me become a follower. Does he have the qualifications? Lin Xian shook his head. These people were really short-sighted. They were actually willing to be a follower. You dare to look down on young Master Xianxia? Some of the followers couldn't stand it anymore. They didn't want to attack you, but you provoked us again and again. It seemed that they had to teach you a lesson. A mere second heavenly layer ant was provoking them. They couldn't tolerate it. Immediately, an extraordinarily mighty man in battle armor walked out. He raised his hand and shot out a sword chi. It directly rushed towards Lin Xian's forehead. The terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, causing everyone to be frightened. This sage had the strength of a third heavenly layer. However, Lin Xian sneered. How could this be called sword chi? He stretched out a large golden hand and slapped forward. In an instant, he caught the terrifying sword chi and crushed it. Endless brilliance scattered on the ground. The man who attacked took 2 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of disbelief. His whole body trembled and he couldn't speak. Lin Xian was still sitting there and said indifferently. You can't do it. Let your young master Xianxia do it. The surrounding onlookers gasped and their eyes widened. Who was this person? This brat was actually so strong. Where did this freak come from? Who knew who he was? Now, these people were very curious about Lin Xian's identity. Because Lin Xian's performance was really too shocking. First, he injured a late second heavenly layer sage with a sound wave. Now, he crushed the sword chi of a third heavenly layer sage with a single hand. All of this showed that the other party was extraordinary. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to the person who attacked. Instead, he looked at Xianxia Sky City. What, you still don't want to make a move? Do you care so much about your reputation? Or do you not dare to stand? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a biting cold light. Xirshui Sky City frowned slightly, but still didn't make a move. The other party's performance was beyond his expectations. But in his opinion, that was all. The other party was not bad, but he still didn't take him seriously. If you want to fight with young Master Xirshui, you have to get through me first. Another person walked out. This was a burly man. His body was emitting extremely terrifying flames, like a fire god. As soon as he walked out, he brought with him huge waves. Oh, defeating you will make that guy make a move, are you sure? That's right, I am the third follower of young Master Xirshui. If you defeat me, you will have the qualifications to challenge young Master Xirshui. What? He was the third follower? It was the lava sage. Heavens, his strength was very terrifying. That was for sure. He was the third follower. There were very few people who could defeat him. Everyone was discussing animatedly. It was obvious that they were terrified of this fire godlike character. The lava saint roared and spat out a terrifying flame that turned into a flame law that flew towards Lin Fan. He wanted to refine Lin Xian completely. This was the fire of 10,000 rivers, which could burn everything. Even a level 3 sage would die in it. The surrounding people retreated frantically, not daring to get close to it. However, Lin Xian did not move at all, allowing the flames to engulf him. Ha 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 ha. The lava saint laughed out loud. You're just a mere ant, and you dare to go against us? The other followers also sneered, while the surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. Was it going to end like this? The difference was too great. That was natural. After all, he was the third follower. How could that kid fight against him, young Master Lin? Xianxia was so nervous that her face turned pale. Hua Yuke snorted coldly. What a fool. In front of them, in the flames, the law spread, but at this moment, a voice sounded. It was a comfortable feeling. The power of your flames was not bad, but it would not affect me much. Don't you have any more powerful flames? Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice. Young Master Lin was not dead. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. How was that possible? Hua Yuke's eyes almost popped out. The expressions of the followers changed drastically. How was it possible that Yi Futian was still alive? One had to know that the lava saint was the third follower. Apart from the 8 supreme geniuses, only the other 2 followers dared to fight against the flames of Rongjiang. The other followers did not dare to fight back at all. How could such a terrifying flame not burn Lin Fan to death? Damn it, I don't believe it. The giant of Rongjiang roared, and the law surrounded his body. Terrifying flames filled the sky. He immediately struck out a powerful blow. A streak of fiery red divine thought flew out like a bolt of lightning. Boom, the law of fire in front of him was even more terrifying. This time, Lin Fan's soul should be destroyed. The lava saint thought so, and so did the others. Haha, that's not enough. Lin Xian laughed and sucked hard. The flames of the 9 heavens and 10 earths turned into a torrent and were sucked into his mouth. In an instant, the terrifying flames in front of him completely disappeared. Lin Xian was still standing there, without the slightest injury. There wasn't even a speck of dust on him. Those people trembled and stuttered. They were unable to describe their current feelings. What did they see? Damn it, is this kid a monster? Such a terrifying flame was actually eaten by the other party. Not only that, there were no injuries on his body. What kind of physique was this? Was he wearing a saint artifact armor? How could this be? The molten lava saint also shrieked, revealing an extremely terrified expression. What was going on with the other party? Damn it, this kid is too strange. Now, have a taste of my flames. Lin Xian opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying golden flame. This is the 9 yang divine flame. As soon as it appeared, it burned fiercely in the sky like the sun. It emitted a scorching light. This flame scared everyone out of their wits and they almost knelt on the ground. They kept retreating, and the lava saint's expression changed drastically. Block it for me. The flame laws on his body were even more monstrous, but in an instant, he screamed in pain. After being enveloped by the golden flame, his skin was burnt and his flesh was torn apart. He screamed continuously. He broke through the void and completely escaped from the sea of flames. Only then did he preserve his life. The lava saint was incomparably miserable at this moment. His body was charred black, and there were cracks and blood everywhere. There was a burning smell. He looked extremely miserable. The surroundings were completely silent. They were truly stunned. This scene was completely different from what they had imagined. Xianxia was excited. This is great, young Master Lin is actually so powerful. Hua Yuk's hand that was holding the fan trembled. Monster, this is a monster. Previously, he was still disdainful of Lin Xian, thinking that Lin Xian was courting death. But now, he was terrified. The reason for that was because the power that Lin Xian had displayed was simply too powerful. He actually defeated the third follower. One had to know that he was no match for the third follower at all. In other words, the other party's strength surpassed his. How could he not be terrified in the face of an expert? Damn it, those followers' faces were also incomparably ugly. Why did they meet such a ruthless person today? Damn it, who the hell are you? Rongjiang Giant gritted his teeth and asked. Today, he had really lost all his face. Lin Xian finally stood up. He stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. I am Lin Wudi. It's not embarrassing for you to lose to me. Lin Wudi, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. This guy actually dared to call himself invincible. Wasn't he too arrogant? Yes, the 8 great geniuses did not dare to call themselves invincible. Even Aqua Sky City did not dare to call themselves invincible. But now, an unfamiliar young man actually dared to call himself invincible. Where did his confidence come from? You dare to call yourself invincible? I'll fight you. The first follower could not hold it in anymore and walked out. However, at this moment, Aqua Sky City did indeed speak. You guys can leave. I'll deal with this kid personally. What? Everyone was stunned. Aqua Sky City was going to do it personally? Heavens, this was too unbelievable. Aqua Sky City was one of the 8 great geniuses, and he was ranked 4th. It was said that he could even be ranked in the top. How terrifying was a genius like him, Lin Wudi, right? You're not bad. You actually defeated my follower. You're worthy of me taking action. Aqua Sky City said indifferently. However, you're too arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You can't call yourself invincible. So, change your name as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't know when you'll die in the wilderness. You're wrong. Lin Xian's expression was also serious. Invincible is not my name, but my title. My heart is invincible. It's not something you can imagine. Lin Xian's body was very light at this moment and he was incomparably serious. For some reason, everyone had an illusion at this moment. It was as if they were not facing a second heaven sage, but a supreme emperor. The invincible aura of the other party suppressed them to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. Hua Yuke felt that his pants were wet. He was about to pee his pants. Xianxia, who was beside him, had a look of infatuation. This was a true powerhouse, a peerless hero, a title. Aqua Sky City's face sank. He naturally knew what the other party meant. If the other party's name was Lin Wudi, then it could only be said that the other party's parents and elders wished for him to be invincible. However, if it was a title, then it was completely different. It meant that the other party gave it to himself. The other party wanted to walk the path of invincibility. What a joke. He didn't even dare to walk this path. How could the other party, who was in a lower realm than him, chase him away? Aqua Sky City felt humiliated and humiliated. I'll let you know that not everyone deserves to be invincible. Today, you've made a fatal mistake. Aqua Sky City's expression was incomparably cold. Make your move. You only have one chance. Heavens, Shui Tianchen was serious. That kid was dead for sure. Once Shui Tianchen was serious, not many of the 8 great Skyprides were his match. This should be the result of a one-hit kill. This kid was strong, definitely a Skypride. But unfortunately, he met Shui Tianchen. Yes, he was too arrogant. He challenged Shui Tianchen time and time again, and he even dared to use the title of invincible. The 8 great Skyprides would not allow such a person to exist. Whispers could be heard from the surroundings. Those followers were pushed to the back, their eyes filled with excitement. Shui Tianchen could definitely kill his opponent instantly. Hua Yuke sneered again. Great, this kid was courting death. It would be best if he was killed by his eye technique. Xianxia was also worried because Shui Tianchen's reputation was too strong. This was especially true when the other party cultivated eye techniques. The eye techniques of the Zishui clan had always been famous in the heavens. Shui Tianchen was the most outstanding disciple of the Zishui clan. His eye technique was terrifying. His opponent would usually be killed by his soul without knowing what happened. Indeed, there were stars in Shui Tianchen's eyes. It formed a starry sky, shining with a terrifying light. As his eyes flashed, the surrounding sages were shocked. Their souls were beating, as if they were going to be extinguished. This was only the eye of Shui. These sages could not take it anymore. If he used his full strength, no one would be able to resist him. Nearby, there were a few stalwart figures. They were also shocked. One of them was. He was tall. Like a giant. He was Sherbufan. At this moment, he could feel the power of the eyes, and his face changed. What a powerful eye technique. This guy had become stronger again. Sherbufan was the third strongest among the 8 great skyprides. Especially his terrifying demon rock body. But facing the eye technique attack, he was still shocked. The other person was Wang Xiafeng. She was also one of the 8 great skyprides, but her face was filled with surprise. Great, Shui Tianchen was closer to that step. He should be able to succeed soon. There were also some veteran experts and even eye technique experts who believed themselves to be extraordinary. They had been cultivating eye techniques for thousands of years. But in front of this young man, they felt a strong sense of powerlessness. They had no chance of winning against Shui Tianchen. Eye technique, among the people present, the calmest one was Lin Xian. He even felt excited when he sensed the ancient saint aura coming from the other party's eyes. It just so happens that I've also cultivated a type of eye technique. Why don't we have a competition, what? This brat wanted to compete with Shui Tianchen in eye techniques. The surrounding people were all scared silly. They were all saints and had experienced countless things, but they had never been as thrilling as today. Was this kid retarded? He actually dared to compete with Shui Tianchen in eye techniques. One had to know that Shui Tianchen had an eye technique bloodline. In the eye technique, he was a saint of the older generation. They were no match for him either. As for the kid on the other side, based on the previous battle, he should be the type with a strong physique, similar to Sherbufan. But now, the other party wanted to give up his advantage and compete with eye techniques. Wasn't he courting death? Shui Tianchen was stunned, then his eyes were filled with disdain. Seems like I've overestimated you. Ant, you're just an ant. The reason why the 8 great geniuses were so outstanding was not only because of their talent and bloodline, but also because they knew how to make use of their advantages. For example, when he fought with Sherbufan would definitely not compete with him in eye techniques. Sherbufan would use his strong physique to suppress him. His opponent obviously had a strong physique, but he didn't use it. How stupid. Is that so? You'll know soon enough. My strength is not just my physique. Lin Xian smiled. A golden light appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, everyone's heart almost stopped. Their faces turned pale and they looked terrified. Damn it, what's going on? At that moment, I felt like I was killed instantly. That's impossible. Screams rang out. Those who followed him started to tremble. Shui Tianchen's eyes also shrank. This aura, this threat, it's an eye technique. He was too familiar with it. He knew that his eyes could make others feel suffocated, but he had never thought that he would feel the same way from someone else. He raised his head and the starry sky diagram in his eyes shone brightly as he stared at his opponent. He saw that Lin Xian's eyes had turned golden. It was pure gold. As the golden light flowed, there was a terrifying aura that was hard to suppress. Lin Xian was an eye technique expert. He had been fooled. Shui Tianchen's face was solemn. He had never thought that he would meet an eye technique expert here. What a surprise. The others were also in an uproar. It was unbelievable that this kid was an eye technique sage. Where did he come from, Lin Wudi? Why had they never heard of him before? It was normal. The universe was so vast and the second astral boundary was so vast. There were a few hidden monsters in the universe. It was normal that no one knew about them. This time, Lin Xian must be here for Wushuang City's test. Indeed, everyone knew that the 8 great sky prides were extremely dazzling, but they were not the strongest in the second astral boundary. After all, there were some people who hid themselves and no one knew about them. For example, the young man in front of him. They had thought that he was a weakling, but now it seemed that he was a hidden dragon. Once he got serious, his power would be shocking, interesting. The 8 great sky prides had finally met their match. This person's eye technique was too powerful. The older generation was also shocked. They felt their hearts pounding. Wang Xiaofeng was shocked. Unbelievable. What was wrong with this guy? Where did his golden eyes come from? No matter how hard she thought about it, she had never thought of any ocular technique that was golden in color. Shi Bufan stood in the distance. Lin Xian's image was reflected in his eyes. This guy was not ordinary. Where did this genius come from? He was already interested in Lin Xian's physique previously. He did not expect Lin Xian to use an eye technique. This made him even more shocked. Now, I'm going to attack. Watch carefully. Lin Xian said coldly. In the next moment, the golden light in his eyes spun rapidly and formed a strange golden pattern. Suddenly, a golden flame flew out from his eyes and floated forward. There was not much flame. It was pathetically little compared to the 9 suns divine fire that he had used previously. However, its power was even more terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the entire world was distorted. The others retreated frantically. If they did not retreat, their souls would be completely ignited and turned into ashes. Terrifying, this kid's eye technique is so violent. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was truly one to shock the heavens the moment he moved. The flame shocked everyone, even Shi Tianchen's expression changed. His soul was under great threat, and he was almost injured. He gritted his teeth and his face turned pale. The stars in his eyes were flickering as he fought back. Too strong, so strong that it was beyond his expectations. To be honest, he had never taken Lin Xian seriously. When he heard that Lin Xian wanted to compete with his eye technique, he did not care. But now, Lin Xian's eye technique shocked him. Lin Xian's eye technique was not weaker than his. Wang, not good, retreat. Because of his carelessness, he was at a disadvantage and he could only retreat. What? Shi Tianchen retreated. The surrounding people were shocked and they could not believe it. That was Shi Tianchen, a top expert in the eye technique world. But now, he was actually forced to retreat. Furthermore, he was forced to retreat by an eye technique. Could it be that this kid was really invincible? How is this possible? Those followers also screamed crazily. They couldn't accept this fact at all. Wang, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes shone with golden light again. It pierced through the void and shrouded the area. Although Shi Tianchen had retreated, he was still shrouded by the golden light. In the next moment, a monstrous flame bloomed with terrifying power. Shi Tianchen's body shook as his soul was impacted. Damn it, Shi realm, the stars in his eyes shone. Countless rays of starlight burst out. It shrouded him like a mirror to ward off the terrible flames. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, Shi Tianchen's body was pushed back by the earth-shattering sound. He managed to block it in the end. The stars in his body dimmed as if they would be extinguished at any moment. The space between him and Lin Xian was shattered and turned into chaos. The surrounding people were shocked. What kind of eye technique was that? It was too terrifying to be able to make Shi Tianchen suffer. Damn kid, how dare you hurt me? Shi Tianchen stood up, gritting his teeth. His eyes glinted coldly. He was truly enraged. No one had ever been able to put him in such a difficult position. Moreover, it was in the eye technique that he was so proud of. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Not bad, you have some strength. You were actually able to escape from my eye technique. I have to admit, you do have the right to be called a heaven's favorite. What kind of tone was that? It sounded like an expert commenting on a junior. Shui Tianchen almost coughed up blood. Kill, with a furious roar, the light in his eyes began to change, turning into a deep blue color. A terrifying aura spread out, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a starry sky. Everyone felt dizzy. They felt as if their souls were about to fall into endless darkness. At this moment, the light in the other party's eyes suddenly burst out, turning into shooting stars one after another. Eye technique, starlight. In an instant, everyone felt as if their souls had fallen. That feeling of loneliness and helplessness almost made them collapse. Although it wasn't as violent as the eye technique flame, it was still extremely terrifying. The slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Interesting. Lin Xian was also shocked. His eyelids twitched as he felt a sense of danger coming from his soul. Shui Tianchen's eye technique was indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes were not something that ordinary people could imagine. Hence, he attacked again. The golden light in his eyes once again formed a strange rune. Eye technique, spring and autumn lock. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with golden light once again. This time, he used an illusion technique, spring and autumn lock. It was a new eye technique that he had unlocked after his cultivation had increased. It was truly incomparably terrifying, and its might was much stronger than the floating light from before. This eye technique could create an illusion world. People could spend countless years in there, as if they had lived for an entire lifetime. If one's soul was weak, they would be lost in there, unable to come out. Living for hundreds or even thousands of years inside could very well be just a second outside. It was truly terrifying. Hence, when this eye technique was used, the surrounding people screamed. Not good, retreat. Damn it, what was this? They screamed crazily. Some of them were hit and fell to the ground, unconscious. The others closed their eyes, not daring to look. Spring and autumn lock versus starlight. Both of them belonged to the category of illusions. Even though there was a silent annihilation when they intertwined, the terrifying collision of lightning was even more frightening. The two eye techniques persisted in the air. Gradually, Shui Tianchen's body trembled and he kept retreating. His soul was attacked by the illusion and he was almost lost in it. Fortunately, he was also an expert in eye techniques. With the help of starlight, most of the power of the spring and autumn lock was neutralized. Otherwise, the previous attack would have locked his soul and he would never be able to come out. It was too terrifying. This person's eye technique was not inferior to his. Shui Tianchen's Heart Sutra was unparalleled. Where did this monster come from? Why hadn't he heard of him before? On the other side, Lin Xian was also surprised. The Shui clan really surprised him. This eye technique was the strongest one he had ever seen. You are worthy of my full strength. His body swayed and he quickly attacked. At the same time, he used his eye technique again. The golden light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it except for Shui Tianchen. The two kept colliding. Suddenly, Lin Xian formed a seal and the blue tide appeared. Suddenly, a green light appeared in his golden eyes. It was like a green tide, and a terrifying energy surged out. The energy was so terrifying that Shui Tianchen kept retreating and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this eye technique. He realized that this eye technique was completely different from the spring and autumn lock. It was also different from the golden flames. This was another eye technique attack. It was too strong. It used the stacking of the soul to hurt the opponent. How many eye techniques did the opponent have? He was horrified. In the next moment, his body stiffened because his soul was hurt by the blue tide. Therefore, he did not hold on. He was pulled into the illusion by the spring and autumn lock. Buzz, he realized that the scene around him had changed. He appeared in a strange space. A small village appeared around him. Smoke rose from kitchen chimneys, and birds sang and flowers bloomed. His body actually shrank and became younger. In the end, he became a baby in the arms of a woman. No. This can't be real, everything is an illusion. Shui Tianchen struggled frantically. I don't believe it. Destroy, however, this illusion world was too real. Although Shui Tianchen did not believe it. But in his subconscious, it had been corroded. Therefore, he was still a baby. Gradually, he was raised bit by bit. Then, he really lost himself. Shui Tianchen turned into a young man, learning from the teachers of the village, very happy. Then, one day, a group of bandits rushed into their village and started a massacre. Everyone was killed, except for him. He roared madly, his heart filled with despair, then he was forced to join the bandits, enduring hardships. 5 years later, he became a young man and learned a lot of martial arts. Finally, he killed all the bandits. Then, he traveled the world with his sword, met another young girl, and made her fall in love, marry, and have a child. Then, the child grew up, and he grew older day by day, his wife also passed away, and finally, he had one foot in the grave, a candle in the wind. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. I am Shui Tianchen, I will not die. With a roar, his head once again turned from white to black, and his shriveled face also became rosy. In the next moment, he turned into a handsome young man, roaring at the sky. This is an illusion, I will not die, is that so? A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Do you really think this is an illusion? This is your first spring and autumn, next, the second spring and autumn. Wang, Shui Tianchen found himself shrinking again, turning into a baby, but this time, he was not in a village. He was born in a rich family. I will not accept this. Shui Tianchen wanted to go crazy, but he was guided by a mysterious force, and he gradually lost himself again. Again, and again, after an unknown number of lifetimes, Shui Tianchen was completely lost. He could not remember who he was, and he was reincarnated like this for life after life. The people outside were completely stunned. They saw Shui Tianchen standing there, crying, laughing, and going crazy. It was as if he had become a class of idiots. What happened? They widened their eyes in disbelief. Did Shui Tianchen become crazy, or was he hit by an eye technique? Thinking of this possibility, they all gasped. Was Shui Tianchen also hit by an eye technique? That was unbelievable. Shui, wake up. Finally, Wang Xiaofeng could not take it anymore. She jumped out, no longer caring about winning or losing. His body exuded a terrifying aura of ice as he directly slapped towards Shui Tianchen. A terrifying frost spread out, covering Shui Tianchen's body. The terrifying frost laws penetrated deep into his bones. Shui Tianchen fell to the ground. In the next moment, he regained his senses. Ah! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Shui, are you all right? Wang Xiaofeng was extremely nervous. His followers also surrounded him. Shui Tianchen was lying on the ground with blood flowing from his body. His eyes were empty, and the star formation in his eyes dimmed. 73 cycles of reincarnation, 73 spring and autumn cycles. I've actually sunk into oblivion. I've completely lost. Shui Tianchen's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. He is a member of the Stillwater clan and has received a lot of attention since he was a child because of his extraordinary bloodline. His eye techniques had been outstanding since he was young, and he was considered by the clan to be the one who had the highest chance of surpassing the old ancestor. In the end, reality proved that he was indeed very strong. He advanced by leaps and bounds all the way until he finally stood at his current position. He was one of the 8 geniuses. But now, he had lost in the hands of a stranger. His opponent's eye technique had completely sunk him into oblivion. If Wang Xiaofeng had not used the law of ice to awaken him, he would have continued to reincarnate. Who are you? Who are you? Wang Xiaofeng raised her head and screamed. She had never seen Shui Tianchen in such a sorry state. Me? I've already said that I'm Lin Wudi. Lin Xian stood up, his expression was unprecedentedly serious. You're already considered a top soul expert to be able to withstand my attacks for 73 cycles without dying. Lin Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging Shui Tianchen's strength. But Shui Tianchen could not accept it. Why would he need the approval of someone younger than him? What a joke. But he could not refute it, because his opponent had the strength to look down on him. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. This was something that they had never imagined in their entire lives. Lin Wudi. They kept repeating this name. Previously, their faces were full of disdain, but now, their faces were full of fear. It wouldn't be long before this name would resound throughout the world, and it would even resound throughout the myriad realms. It seemed like the 8 geniuses had finally found their match. They had thought that Wushuang City was the most likely candidate to win the championship. They thought that it would be one of the 8 geniuses. But now, it seemed like there would be new geniuses coming in from the outside. And this was just the beginning. Who knew if there would be other experts coming across the world? Carry Shui down to rest. Wang Xiaofeng said coldly. Her followers quickly carried Shui Tianchen down and took good care of him. The scene was eerily silent. No one dared to say anything. Lin Xian stood in front of Luotian Mountain with his hands behind his back, looking lonely. He looked like a lonely expert. At this moment, Wang Xiaofeng stood up. That move just now, was it called locking spring and autumn? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Why? You want to avenge him and try the power of locking spring and autumn? You can't block it. After saying that, he shook his head again. Wang Xiaofeng snorted. I naturally know that I can't block your eye technique. But do you dare to compete with me in other aspects? For example, without using eye techniques, let's compete in laws. When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect Wang Xiaofeng to actually make a move. Someone said that it was rumored that Wang Xiaofeng had always been secretly in love with Shui Tianchen. In the past, they thought it was just a rumor. Now, it seemed like it was possible. This kid defeated Shui Tianchen and also angered Wang Xiaofeng. Wang Xiaofeng was also one of the 8 geniuses. If they didn't compete in eye techniques, would that kid dare to accept the challenge? He probably wouldn't. He should be an expert in eye techniques. His laws shouldn't be strong. After all, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to be strong in every aspect. This was the consensus of everyone. For example, if Shui Tianchen's eye technique was strong, then his physique wouldn't be too strong. As for Wang Xiaofeng, she didn't know eye techniques, but her laws were extremely terrifying. Now that she wanted to compete in laws with him, wasn't this a little bullying? They guessed that Lin Xian wouldn't agree. However, what surprised them was that Lin Xian actually nodded slightly. Compete in laws? Sure, I accept your challenge. Heavens, he actually agreed. How was this possible? Those people felt that they had gone crazy. This was too unbelievable. It was completely out of their expectations. Was he really going to compete in laws? Everyone felt like they were going crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really fight. Wasn't this kid too arrogant? Yes, if he used his eye technique to deal with Wang Xiaofeng, he would definitely win. But now, he really didn't have much of a chance of winning. Sure enough, Wang Xiaofeng's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that he still didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Did he think that just because his eye technique was strong, everything else was strong? Today, I'll show you who's the king in the domain of laws. At this point, she released a terrifying aura. Water blue frost quickly spread, and the entire world turned into a world of ice. Everyone was shivering from the cold. Even if they were saints, they couldn't withstand Wang Xiaofeng's ice laws. They wondered what kind of laws that kid was using. Everyone retreated and used their sacred domains to defend. At the same time, they were puzzled. They had already seen Lin Xian's eye technique and his strong physique, but they hadn't seen Lin Xian's laws. Therefore, they were very curious about what kind of law Lin Xian's law was. Facing such a terrifying ice law, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably calm. To be honest, this law could be blocked by his divine body. But he said that this time, they wouldn't compete in anything else but laws. So, with a wave of his hand, boundless laws flew out and jumped between heaven and earth. Flame fragments danced and bloomed, blocking the ice in front of them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was the law of fire. This kid was a fire elemental saint. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge. Ice and fire were two completely opposite laws. It was just a matter of whose was stronger. Fire laws? You think you can restrain me? Wang Xiaofeng snorted coldly, and the laws on her body became even brighter. There were even blue lines all over her body. It was like a dream, causing the power of the laws to skyrocket. Not good, it's bloodline power. This Wang Xiaofeng was really angry. He used his bloodline power right from the start. He was going to take revenge on Water Sky City. That's right. As a prodigy of the Ice Beauty race, Wang Xiaofeng's bloodline naturally contained the aura of ice. Hence, at this moment, the power of her bloodline combined with the law of ice caused the power of her ice to multiply. The surrounding sages trembled as if they were about to be frozen. Even their souls had become numb. Whoosh, the frightening law of ice, combined with the power of his bloodline, turned into a storm that swept forward. In an instant, those flames were completely frozen into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaofeng shouted, "Let's see how you're going to fight this time. It's over. That brat can't block it at all." That's right, how could the power of his flames withstand the frost laws? Did the power of the ice increase? Lin Xian's face was filled with astonishment as he looked at the countless layers of frost surrounding him. That was interesting. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Immediately, the flames began to flicker once more. This time, it wasn't a simple flame. Instead, it turned into a five-colored light. The law of five elements had completely come out. As soon as the law of five elements appeared, it carried the power of mutual promotion and suppression. It formed a five-colored circle that surrounded Lin Xian. The surrounding ice could no longer move forward. What's going on? Why did the ice stop? What did that brat use? Five-colored light. Could it be that he used a Dharma treasure? No way. Isn't that equivalent to breaking the rules? Everyone was discussing animatedly. However, one of the sages exclaimed, "That wasn't a Dharma treasure of the five elements, but the law of five elements." This brat actually comprehended the law of five elements. What? He comprehended the law of five elements? The surrounding people were all stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian actually comprehended this kind of mixed law. One had to know that this was really unbelievable. In the case of Class 1, it was very normal to comprehend multiple laws. There were very few people like Wang Xiaofeng who only comprehended the law of ice. However, once they cultivated it, they would be very powerful. Other ordinary saints would comprehend a few types of laws, but these few types of laws existed independently. For Lin Xian, the law of five elements was a mixed law because it could combine the five elements into one. In addition, there were also the law of yin and yang, and so on. All of them complemented each other, and their combined might was definitely much more terrifying than the other individual laws combined. However, it was also much more difficult to cultivate it. Very few people could cultivate it. They didn't expect that the other party would actually cultivate this kind of mixed law. This was really too unbelievable. This brat first had a strong eye technique, but he also had the law of five elements. How did he do it? Could it be that he wasn't a young man, but an old monster who had lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years? Wang Xiaofeng was also stunned. The law of five elements? Her expression became incomparably ugly. If the other party had the law of fire, then she was 100% confident of winning. However, the law of five elements was not necessarily so. Wang Xiaofeng made a certain decision. So what if it was the law of five elements? This time I will definitely defeat you and take revenge for Shi Shui. There was a hint of coldness on her white jade-like face. In the next moment, the ice in her body exploded again. Xianming Ice Domain. These ice laws formed a small world, directly enveloping Lin Xian completely. Moreover, a cold voice sounded. "This is my world. In my domain, I can control everything at will. Today, I will freeze you." As her voice fell, a monstrous wave of ice swept over. Was this Wang Xiaofeng's sacred domain? It seemed like she was really going to go all out. The people outside were extremely shocked. In the sacred domain, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. She had already taken out her sacred domain? Then, he would fight with all his strength. Buzz. Buzz, he stretched out his palm, and the law of five elements quickly revolved in his hand, forming a law sword. A terrifying aura emanated from the sword of laws. Not good. Wang Xiaofeng's expression changed instantly. This aura was too threatening to her, so she roared and pushed with her jade-like hand. A storm, with the law, rushed over like an ice phoenix. This attack was really too terrifying. The surrounding sages were about to faint from fright. They couldn't resist at all. This kind of ice power would probably freeze them to death in an instant. Even Shirbufan in the distance was shocked. This Wang Xiaofeng was even more powerful than he had imagined. It seemed that during this period of time, her strength should have increased. I wonder how that kid is going to fight against her. This was also the thought of the others. They all wanted to see if Lin Xian would be frozen, or was he going to prepare for a desperate counterattack. Suddenly, their souls trembled, and a sword cry sounded. Then, a five-colored light exploded, and the Xianming ice domain instantly shook violently. Boom, between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of thunder roared, followed by a terrifying explosion of light. Everyone couldn't open their eyes at all. Damn it, what happened? They couldn't look directly at that light at all, and could only retreat quickly while roaring repeatedly. In the next moment, there was a loud sound, and the light that filled the sky disappeared. They suddenly raised their heads and looked forward. They were dumbfounded. The Xianming ice domain in front of them was actually split into two, and the huge crack carried a terrifying power. It danced in the sky. It made their scalps tingle. What did that kid use just now? He actually split the sacred domain. Wang Xiaofeng's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face became incomparably pale without a trace of blood. In the end, she sighed with an incomparably desolate expression. I've lost. Although it was only 3 words, it was like a huge mountain that pressed down on her heart. She had never thought that she would lose to him in a contest of laws. The other party's 5 elemental laws were really too strong. What? Wang Xiaofeng actually took the initiative to admit defeat. It seemed that the other party's 5 elemental laws were really powerful to the extreme. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Wuyi was really too heaven-defying. No wonder he dared to use the title of invincible. The surrounding people were incomparably excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They originally came to see the 8 great geniuses, but they didn't expect to see another peerless genius who was slowly rising. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Who else is going to make a move? He looked around in all directions. Everyone was silent. Shui Tiancheng had bowed, and Wang Xiaofeng had also bowed. 2 of the 8 great geniuses had lost to him. Who else dared to make a move? I'll do it. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Then, the sky began to tremble in all directions. A demon-like figure stood out. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Shirbufan. Heavens, is he going to make a move too? He was the 3rd existence among the 8 great geniuses. The fact that he could suppress Shui Tiancheng was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Shirbufan's physique is strong and his strength is boundless. He has the demonic rock body. I wonder what he's going to compete with the other party. Lin Xian also looked up. Shirbufan? He narrowed his eyes. It seems that you're going to compete with me in terms of physique. That's right. Shirbufan nodded. I saw that your physique is not bad just now. Do you dare to compete with me once? Let's not use techniques, laws, or weapons. We'll fight with pure physical strength. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. Competing with physical strength? Isn't that bullying? Everyone knew that Shirbufan had the demonic rock body. Who could resist such a famous physique? Even if this kid has an extraordinary physique, he probably won't be able to resist. However, Lin Xian nodded. Let's compete in physique then. Damn, this world is too crazy. Everyone was speechless. Could it be that this guy was also incomparably confident in his own physique? If that was really the case, then this person was really too heaven-defying. Powerful techniques, terrifying laws, and a heaven-defying physique. Who could contend against such a person? Shirbufan laughed heartily at Lin Xian's boldness. Kid, I won't bully you. Let's exchange 3 moves. 3 moves to determine the victor, how about that? Very good, I also like decisive battles. Lin Xian revealed a smile. You make the first move. Let me see if your physique is worthy of me making a move. Shirbufan released a terrifying light. With a loud shout, he stomped his foot, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. Terrifying devil rock patterns appeared on his body. What kind of pressure was this? It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles it had spread. Everyone's breathing became irregular. Those saints could not resist at all. That was merely the power of his physical body. If they were to be hit by such a physique, they would instantly turn into a bloody mist. Then I won't hold back. Lin Xian's eyes also burst with a piercing cold light. In the next moment, countless golden patterns appeared on his body, densely packed. At this moment, he had transformed into a golden god of war. He clenched his right fist and swept it out. Boom, his fist seemed to have transformed into a sun, bringing with it unparalleled power. He pushed it out towards Shirbufan. Wherever it passed, the heavens collapsed. Boom, the fist landed on Shirbufan's body, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Countless large cracks spread, and Shirbufan was instantly sent flying, crashing into the mountain range in the distance. He smashed hundreds of mountains in a row before he stopped and fell into a pile of ruins. The surrounding sages all opened their mouths and eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. After a long time, someone screamed in a trembling voice. The others were in an uproar. Did this punch directly send Shirbufan flying? His physique was a little too ridiculously strong. It was nothing if he was only sent flying, but if he could be injured, that would be heaven-defying. Ah! There was a crazy roar, and millions of mountain ranges trembled as the mountains collapsed. Shirbufan rushed out and stood in the void. Demonic patterns flashed on his body, and his killing intent was monstrous. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he seemed to have gone mad. Look at his arm. The saints below looked at the sky and screamed. They saw that Shirbufan's arm had been blown up, and there were many cracks on it that had yet to heal. He had really hurt Bufan. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Shirbufan was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect that it would be such a scene. Previously, he saw that Lin Xian's physique was not bad, and he was interested, so he wanted to test it out. However, he did not think that Lin Xian could compete with his physique, because Lin Xian had already displayed his eye techniques and laws. Lin Xian's physique was definitely not the best. Therefore, he did not care about it before. In terms of physique, he did not think that he would lose to anyone. However, that punch just now had made him feel despair. His confidence had been shattered. He could not believe what kind of punch it was, and he had never seen it before. What kind of physique do you have? Shirbufan asked in a deep voice. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Beat me and I'll tell you. Shirbufan tried his best to take a deep breath, but his hands were still trembling slightly. That punch just now had injured him, and he could no longer use his peak strength. Therefore, he said, I was careless. I was careless this time, and your move just now injured me. I can't use 100% of my strength now, so I won't fight again. What? Did Shirbufan admit defeat? Oh my god, did he defeat Shirbufan with one punch? Everyone was going crazy. What kind of monster is he? Is he going to defeat the 8 great sky prides directly? Although I lost to you this time, I will definitely win at the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment. I'll prove my strength to you. Shirbufan said in a deep voice. I'll be waiting for you at the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment. Buzz, Shirbufan turned around and strode away, disappearing in an instant. In addition, Wang Xiaofeng, Shui Tiancheng, and the others had also left. They had all been injured in this competition, and they had to hurry up and recover. After all, the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment was very close, and they had to face it in their peak state. Next, Lin Xian meditated in the God-slaying mountain. He set up an array formation and isolated everyone. The surrounding people did not disperse, but waited there excitedly. They naturally had to pay their respects to a peerless genius who had risen to prominence. However, after waiting for a few days and nights, the array formation disappeared, and so did Lin Xian. Did he leave? Everyone was disappointed. They did not expect him to leave directly. He's called Lin Wudi, but what's his real name? Which world is he from? Which sector family is he from? They all felt that they were going crazy. Because other than the name Lin Wudi, they knew nothing about him. However, some people said that he would probably participate in the Wushuang Sacred City's assessment, and they would be able to see him again. The martial arts meet was still going on, but everyone felt that it was meaningless because the other geniuses who came had all been defeated by Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already left. However, the news spread like wildfire and soon swept across the entire Fian planet. For a moment, countless people were talking about it. Have you heard? At the martial arts meet, a ruthless person appeared and defeated 3 geniuses. Defeating 3 geniuses was nothing as long as he wasn't one of the 8 geniuses. Some people were disdainful. There were too many geniuses these days and only the top geniuses would attract people's attention. However, someone said that it was 3 of the 8 geniuses. Shi Bufan, Wang Xiaofeng, Shi Sui, and Tian Chen were all defeated by the same person. What? That's impossible. Who is it? I know, it must be the second-ranked Ghostly, or the first-ranked Di Ling. You guessed wrong, this person is a newcomer who has never appeared before. A newcomer? How is that possible? How can there be such a heaven-defying genius in the world? Who did you say his name was? His name is Lin Wudi. What? He's so arrogant that he dares to call himself invincible. He does have the ability to do so. Discussions quickly spread all over the world. For a moment, the legend of Lin Xian was everywhere. In just one day, the name Lin Wudi had spread all over the Fian planet. Almost everyone knew about it, but very few people had seen Lin Xian before. They only knew that he was one of them. However, that didn't stop them from admiring him. Previously, the 8 geniuses were on par with the world and countless people looked up to them. Now that someone could challenge the 8 geniuses, it was definitely the most shocking thing for them. The other geniuses of the 8 geniuses were also surprised when they heard the news. They didn't believe it at all. Some even went to the martial arts meet personally to ask about it. In a hall, a tall and sturdy man was sitting. He was Di Ling. After hearing the news, he sneered. Lin Wudi? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Even I don't dare to call myself invincible. Who does he think he is? Also, Shi Sui and the others are too useless. They actually lost to a newcomer. They don't deserve to be ranked alongside me as the 8 great prodigies. Because in this world, I am the only one who is the most favored one. Di Ling was extremely confident in himself. He didn't put Lin Wudi in his eyes at all. In his opinion, Lin Wudi hadn't met him yet. Otherwise, Lin Wudi would have gone to hell long ago. On the other side, Xianxia and the others frowned when they heard the news. Xianxia, in particular, had a serious look in her eyes. Sister, what's wrong with you? Xianxia, who was at the side, did not understand. He had never seen his sister with such an expression before. Xianxia muttered. Lin Wudi? Impossible. How could this be? How could he possess such strength? Could it be that you know Lin Wudi? Xianxia was surprised as well. He was also paying special attention to this newly risen peak-level genius. Do you still remember the person who sent me back? I know. You're talking about that kid. Why? Did he approach you again recently? He better not let me meet him, otherwise, I will definitely tear him to pieces. A cold killing intent appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia shook her head. He didn't come. I mean, his nickname is also Lin Wudi. Do you think the two of them are the same person? What? That kid also dares to call himself Lin Wudi? Xianxia was stunned. Then, he laughed loudly, his eyes full of disdain. How could it be the same person? What qualifications does that kid have to call me Lin Wudi? But he is really strong, especially in the first astral realm. Almost no one in the younger generation was a match for him. Elder sister, you're worrying too much. You also said that when she was in the first astral realm, he could flaunt his prowess. But this is the second astral realm. It is not comparable to the first astral realm at all. Any one of the geniuses here could sweep through the first astral realm. So, that kid can't make any waves here at all. Not to mention defeating the 8 great geniuses. He and that Lin Wudi are not the same person at all. Perhaps, Xianxia took a deep breath. Indeed, she didn't believe it either. But she didn't know why. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Maybe it is because Wushuang City's test is getting closer and closer that I have this pressure. She shook her head and tried hard to get rid of the distracting thoughts in her heart. The world was full of legends about Lin Wudi. And Lin Xian had already returned to Luohua Valley. At this moment, Xianxia was still in seclusion. Lin Xian was also beginning to adjust his state, preparing to face this test in his best state. Spirit Tribe. In the universe, there was a very special tribe. Their use of the power of heaven and earth far surpassed other tribes. At this moment, a group of people flew over from a spirit ship. After they alighted, they couldn't wait to fly to the core of the spirit tribe. These people were Ling Lianhua and the others. They rushed back from Fian Star to report Xianxia. 13th Elder, where is the old ancestor? I have something to ask the old ancestor. Ling Lianhua and the others quickly rushed to the core area. In front, an elder said, Lianhua, why are you back, what happened? It was about the saintess. She had gotten into big trouble and this matter had to be reported to the old ancestor. What happened to Chou'er? Could it be that she was in danger? The 13th elder was nervous. Xianxia was the saintess of the spirit tribe and they couldn't allow anything to happen to her. What could happen to her? But now that she is strong and her wings have hardened, she doesn't care about the spirit tribe anymore. Ling Lianhua snorted coldly. The 13th elder frowned. Lianhua, you can't have this attitude. Chou'er is our saintess and also a member of the spirit tribe. You can't say such things in the future. 13th elder, you're still thinking about her even now. Do you know that she found a trash of a husband outside? Everyone already knows about it. The entire Fian Star knows about it. Isn't this ruining the reputation of the spirit tribe, what? There was such a thing? The 13th elder's face changed. If that was the case, then the matter was serious. Follow me. As he spoke, he turned around and led these people towards the core area. After about half a day, many people gathered beside a lake in the core area. These were all elders with high authority. They were all gathered around a woman. That lady looked to be in her 30s and she had a unique aura. She was like a high and mighty goddess. She wasn't a young person but an old monster who had fallen for countless years. She was the old ancestor of the spirit tribe and the current old clan leader of the spirit tribe. At this moment, when she heard the news reported by Ling Lianhua and the others, she raised her eyebrows. Is what you said true? The lady asked in a deep voice. Clan leader, it is true. The entire Fian Star knows about it and we saw it with our own eyes. You said that the lad is useless? The elders beside her asked impatiently. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Ling Lianhua and the others added fuel to the fire. Yes, he is indeed useless. He is only a second heaven saint. And he is from the first astral realm. How is he different from a country bumpkin? How can he be worthy of our saintess? Indeed, these elders' faces were gloomy. They didn't think that the lad was worthy of their saintess. They all agreed with Ling Lianhua. Leader, Chou'er is too naive. Perhaps she has been deceived. Yes, we have to send someone to bring Chou'er back quickly. Otherwise, there will be even more trouble. The few elders spoke quickly. The spirit tribe was huge, and it was divided into many factions. Hence, the factions were very complicated. For example, these few elders were from the Spirit Lotus faction. They were definitely not convinced that Xianxia was the Holy Lady. However, they did not dare to say anything because of the leader's suppression. Now that something like this had happened, they could naturally do something in secret. The girl's eyes flickered. Chou'er might be naive, but she was not stupid. This little girl is very smart. She has never disappointed us in anything she has done. Do you think she would make a mistake in her judgment? Although that was the case, Chou'er was still too inexperienced. Perhaps someone had cast an eye technique on her, or perhaps she had lost her mind. In any case, we have to bring Chou'er back. The few elders insisted. Some elders objected. You all know that Chou'er also came from the ancient path in the starry sky. She also came from the first star realm. She must have some friends in the first star realm. Maybe this person was her former friend. Even if he is a friend, he should not be her husband. A friend and a husband are two different concepts. That's right. So what if she has friends? She is already a member of the spirit tribe. She should draw a clear line with the past. Not everyone can be friends with the holy lady of the spirit tribe. Alright, stop making wild guesses. Send someone to bring Choer back. Let her explain herself. However, you all have to be careful. Choer is going to take part in Peerless City's test. Nothing can happen to her. I will send someone to bring the holy lady back. The 13th elder spoke quickly before he went to make preparations. Oh yes, there has been a lot of talk outside recently. Have you heard about the invincible person? Is the family leader talking about Lin Wudi? We have heard that he is a young genius. It is said that the first time he showed his talent was at the martial way competition. He defeated 3 outstanding geniuses consecutively. That shocked all the saints. It is not just that. It is said that he used an eye technique to defeat Water Sky City and Wang Xiafeng. He used his physique to defeat Shibu Fan. This was simply the strongest domain of the 3 great geniuses. He had defeated them. This could no longer be described as a genius. He was a monster, a rare monster in the world. This person would also participate in Wushuang City's assessment. He would be the Holy Maiden's greatest enemy. If the Saintess wasn't going to win the championship, there shouldn't be too much conflict between them. Another elder said. Beside him, Lianhua and the others were also shocked. After they came out of the Falling Flower Valley, they immediately returned. They didn't know what happened during that time. Who would have thought that after they left, such a huge incident would happen on the Flying Sparrow planet? A peerless genius would appear out of nowhere. This Lin Wudi was definitely a peerless hero. Between him and Di Ling, who was stronger and who was weaker, if she could marry such a person, then her life would be worth it. These people's faces were filled with envy. The leader of the spirit clan snorted. It was normal for 1 or 2 geniuses to be hidden in the universe. You don't have to be so surprised. Moreover, I'm guessing that there might be other geniuses in Wushuang City's assessment. Let's just wait and see. But no matter what, we must ensure that Choer joins Wushuang City successfully. Hearing this, the rest of them were also serious. Indeed, although the spirit clan was strong, compared to Wushuang City, they were still lacking. If they wanted to develop further, they had to borrow the strength of the holy city. The rest of you should leave too. The leader of the spirit clan said. The elders left one after another. Ling Lianhua and the others also left the core area. At this moment, a lady said, Sister Lianhua, do you think the clan will punish Shen Jingqiu? That's right. What if she refuses to acknowledge us? Ling Lianhua sneered. She looked around and didn't say anything. She just waved her hand. The group of people flew quickly. After flying for about an hour, they stopped and arrived at a palace. Ling Lianhua cast a defensive array and said softly, What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, we are telling the truth. The clan can easily investigate this matter. Moreover, do you think they will be so safe, Sister Lianhua? Are you thinking of attacking the Saintess? We can't beat her. The surrounding disciples of the spirit clan frowned. Ling Lianhua sneered, I'm not that stupid. I won't do it myself. However, I heard that the Gigolo has enmity with the Rain clan. It seems that the Gigolo wanted to get close to Xianxia. Later, he was discovered by the Rain clan and was chased out. That guy is too hateful. He is a toad that wants to eat swan meat. First, he wanted to get close to Xianxia. Now, he wants to get close to our Saintess. These people are also gnashing their teeth. Ling Lianhua smiled, so, I secretly told the Rain clan's young master that the kid is in Falling Flower Valley. As for what happens next, it's none of our business. However, I think the Rain clan's young master won't let that kid go. Hearing this, the surrounding people also laughed. It seemed that the Gigolo was going to die. If he died, Shen Jingqiu and the Rain clan's young master would have a conflict. It would be best if both sides died together. Anyway, when the time comes, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. Ling Lianhua sneered. Falling Flower Valley. After Lin Xian returned, he began to adjust his state. However, on this day, he frowned. The entire surroundings of Falling Flower Valley changed. A lot of fog appeared. It was not the fog of death, but another kind of fog. It seemed to separate the entire Falling Flower Valley. There was a problem. Lin Xian instantly became cautious. It seemed that someone was going to attack him. Sure enough, when the fog separated the Falling Flower Valley, several figures appeared in the sky. One of them glanced at Lin Xian and said, "Yes, it's this kid. Do it." A cold voice sounded. In the sky, there was a muffled thunder. Then, the void split open and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed. All the hair on his body stood up. This attack made him feel a huge threat. Therefore, he did not hesitate and directly used his spatial magic to tear open the void and escape. Boom, a terrifying sound rang out. The place where Lin Xian was originally standing was shattered and turned into chaos. He actually dodged. This kid's movement technique. It was really strange. The three figures in the sky descended. They frowned. Today, I will update 4 times. Tomorrow, I will update 5 times. Thank you for your support. Who are you? Who sent you here? Lin Xian asked coldly. You won't have the chance to know. If you want to know, go to hell and ask the king of hell. The middle-aged man in the lead sneered. Behind him were 2 old men. An old man and an old woman, both of them had murderous intent in their eyes. The 3 of them were very powerful. At this moment, they were dealing with a second heaven sage together. It was a situation where death was certain. Buzz, Lin Xian suddenly used his spatial ability and came in front of the old man, punching out. The terrifying fist carried an unparalleled aura. You're courting death. The old man was furious. How dare the other party take the initiative to attack him? He roared and smashed out the dragon-headed cane in his hand with monstrous laws. Boom, the two collided and the mountain collapsed. The old man was sent flying. The dragon-headed cane in his hand was smashed and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. This shocking scene made the other 2 people's expressions change drastically. Wasn't this kid too evil? Let's attack together and kill him. The middle-aged man in the lead shouted angrily. The old woman beside him also had a piercing light in her eyes. He held a golden hairpin in his hand that transformed into monstrous flames. A killing sword appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Powerful murderous intent filled the entire world. The last old man roared and his shattered body reassembled. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Lin Xian. When the 3 sages attacked together, the power was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian did not resist but kept dodging. He tore the void and shuttled between heaven and earth. If our intelligence is correct, there is a woman in the Luohua Valley who is cultivating. Capture that woman and this kid will definitely be captured. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. Suddenly, the old man turned into a meteor and flew into the depths of the valley like a dragon. How dare you? Lin Xian was furious. He roared and a golden hand descended from the sky, cutting off the heavenly road. Humph, it seems that there is someone inside. After the old man was stopped, he laughed instead of being angry. The old woman and middle-aged man also prepared to break out of the encirclement. As long as they could capture the person inside, the other side would definitely hold back. Lin Xian executed the Kuanpeng movement technique and leaped past the 3 of them, arriving opposite of them. With a swipe of his palm, a sword chi shattered the void. Those who cross the line will die. Kid, you think you can threaten us? He really overestimated himself. We came here this time to kill you, Weng. After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and took out a dazzling bead. The moment the bead appeared, the entire world froze. Lin Xian also felt his body stiffen. The surrounding void seemed to have solidified, giving him a strong pressure. What was that? His face was filled with shock. Kid, aren't you good at running? Why don't you try running again? The 3 people opposite him laughed heartily. With the mind-fixing pearl, it could fix the universe. No matter how fast you were, what could you do? Mind fixation pearl. Lin Xian's face turned cold. Black Mountain said, it should be a sage artifact that is used to seal the void. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. It seemed like these people didn't suddenly come up with this idea. They had been planning this for a long time to kill him. He didn't know where these people had come from. Capture the woman inside. I want to see this kid's expression of despair. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. The old man with the dragon-headed walking stick laughed and walked into the valley. When he came to Lin Xian's side, he mocked him. Kid, aren't you very powerful? In a moment, I'll let you watch your woman die in our hands. I'll let you have a taste of a life worse than death. Damn it! Lin Xian roared furiously, and his eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Black Mountain, do you have a way to teleport all of us to the outer region? Fighting here is too much of a threat to Qiu'er. His opponents were 3 very powerful sages, and they even had sage artifacts. If he fought against them, the valley would be destroyed. In this way, Qiu'er would definitely be affected during her cultivation. Black Mountain said, no problem. I've already set up a formation in this valley. Watch me. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm, and the entire valley shone brightly. The sky and earth spun, and everyone was teleported out. In the blink of an eye, they were in outer space. What's going on? The old man was stunned. He had almost reached the depths of the valley, but he didn't expect to be teleported away. The middle-aged man and the old woman were also astonished. After that, they thought of the formation, and it was a teleportation formation. Damn it, I was too careless. I didn't expect there to be such a thing in the valley. Let's kill our way back. The old man suggested. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed coldly. No, our main target is this kid. Let's get rid of him first. Kid, do you think you can move freely just because you're in outer space? The soul-fixing pearl was useful no matter where it was. He waved his hand, and the pearl started to spin and float in the sky again. Suddenly, the void froze again. Lin Xian felt as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him, and he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even use his spatial abilities. When they saw Lin Xian in this state, the 3 of them laughed and walked forward again. Come on, each of you can think of 100 ways to torture him. We can't let him die so easily. The 3 of them laughed sinisterly as they walked forward. Lin Xian's expression was cold. When the 3 of them came closer, he laughed coldly. Are you going to kill me just like that? Do you really think I can't resist? Do you think you can resist? The 3 of them were stunned. After that, they smiled coldly. Kid, to be honest, even a 4th heaven sage can't do anything to the concentration pearl. A 5th heaven sage might not even be able to escape completely. You're just a 2nd heaven sage? Dream on, their faces were full of disdain. However, after that, their expressions changed. Lin Xian's body suddenly burst out with an extremely terrifying light. A pagoda rushed out, and the sound of heaven and earth shattering could be heard. Countless cracks appeared in the space. The space sealed by the concentration pearl was directly shattered. How was that possible? The 3 of them were stunned as if they had seen a ghost. The other party actually broke the concentration pearl. That was too unbelievable. What, is the concentration pearl very powerful? You want to kill me with just the 3 of you? Do you have the strength? Lin Xian sneered. He took out the great sage pagoda and swept it in all directions. The 3 great sage people vomited blood and flew backward. Their bodies were blasted apart. Their faces were filled with fear. Run, the other party also had a sacred artifact in his hand. It was an extremely terrifying sacred artifact. They couldn't fight against it at all. Damn it, they cursed in their hearts. Their intelligence was wrong. They didn't know that the other party had such a trump card. Otherwise, they wouldn't have accepted this assassination mission. Retreat, the 3 of them quickly retreated. How could Lin Xian allow them to leave? He immediately swung the great sage pagoda at the old man. With a boom, the old man exploded. His miserable cries rang out, and the other 2 felt their scalps go numb. It's too strong. What level is this sage weapon? They can't resist it at all. The old man's miserable body tried to heal, but the great sage pagoda exploded again. Lin Xian reached out with one hand and grabbed the old man's soul. Didn't you want to kill me? You want to attack Qiu'er? You're good. Now, try to kill me. I've already said that anyone who crosses the line will die. Did you take my words for granted? I deserve to die. Spare my life. The old man screamed in horror. Spare your life? Do you think it's possible? I actually said that anyone who crosses the line will die. Now, die. I technique, locking spring and autumn. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden light. He immediately used his eye technique and said 1,000 cycles. He wanted the old man to suffer the torture of fate 1,000 times. In the next moment, the old man's soul screamed miserably in the sky. Go quickly. The other two companions didn't dare to stay any longer. They fled in opposite directions. Black Mountain, go and capture one. I'll capture the other. Lin Xian said coldly. Black Mountain flew towards the old woman. Lin Xian directed his killing intent at the middle-aged man. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Xian still cared about him, the middle-aged man roared. He activated the composure pearl again and attacked. The composure pearl spun in the sky. It could seal off space. It was a sage weapon, and its power was terrifying. When it appeared, the sky fell and the earth cracked. However, no matter how powerful a sage weapon was, it was useless in front of the Great Sage Pagoda. Lin Xian directly swung the Great Sage Pagoda. It smashed down like a huge mountain. With a clang, it collided with the composure pearl. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the void within thousands of miles shattered. The middle-aged man kept retreating, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His face was full of shock. Lin Xian was too strong. He couldn't believe it. At this moment, his scalp was numb, and he was filled with regret. Damn it, the rain clan actually gave him false information. If he could return alive, he definitely wouldn't let that young master of the Rain clan off. However, would he be able to return alive? He didn't know, but now it seemed like he could only fight to the death. He looked at the mind fixation pearl in his hand and felt a pang of pain. He could only sacrifice this saint artifact in exchange for his life. Thinking up to this point, his palms continued to form seals, striking out strands of the laws of heaven and earth, guiding them into the mind fixation pearl. The mental fixation pearl spun rapidly, emitting a dangerous aura. Not good. Lin Xian frowned. The other party wanted to use a saint tool to stop him. He would not let the other party succeed. With a wave of his hand, the Great Sage Pagoda soared into the air and froze the mind-fixing pearl. The mind-fixing pearl could no longer be used. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was stunned. In the next moment, he turned around and left. Lin Xian charged forward once more, scaring his opponent so much that his scalp went numb. However, when he saw that Lin Xian was charging at him, he started laughing. Kid, without that pagoda, do you think you're a match for me? He was too excited. He did not expect to use the mind fixation tribe to restrain the other party's pagoda. This way, he would not be afraid of the other party at all. Next, the middle-aged man attacked. Laws that filled the sky surged out, wanting to kill Lin Xian. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out strands of divine light. They were all the great Tao of heaven and earth, and they were definitely killing moves. Kid, go to hell. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. He was a third heaven sage, one heaven higher than the other party. How could he not kill the other party? However, Lin Xian did not care at all. Without the mind fixation pearl, the other party was no threat to him at all. In the next moment, he pulled out the great spear of destruction and charged forward. One terrifying sword chi after another slashed out in all directions, slicing apart all the laws. Lin Xian descended forcefully and kicked out. His golden divine body was covered in black qilin tattoos. They were densely packed and lifelike. As soon as he appeared, a loud qilin monkey appeared. With a kick, the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The middle-aged man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Saint blood spurted out from every pore on his body. His bones shattered in an instant, and his entire body turned into a pile of mud. Horror. Infinite panic, fear. He did not expect that the other party would still be so strong without a saint artifact. The other party's physique was too strong, so strong that it made him despair. Run. He did not dare to say anything else. He wanted to escape, but Lin Xian's attack pierced through his heart and nailed him to death in the void. He screamed. His soul wanted to escape, but at this time, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Eye technique, spring and autumn lock. Another miserable scream sounded. The middle-aged man also experienced endless torture. This was even more miserable than the torture of being naked. After 999 cycles of spring and autumn, Lin Xian searched the other party's soul and found out their origins. It turned out that the three of them were assassins. They had received a bounty from the Rain Clan's young master, Xianxia, and came to assassinate him. Rain Clan, Xianxia. Lin Xian's face was cold. Brat, how was it? At this time, the distant He Shan also flew back. Behind him was an old woman, but she had already turned into a dried corpse. Most likely, all the energy in her body had been sucked dry by He Shan. Did you kill her directly? Did you not search her soul? Lin Xian asked. What kind of existence is this saint? Do I need you to teach me this kind of thing? This guy was a member of the Rain Clan. Someone from the Rain Clan? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed like there were two assassins and an expert from the Rain Clan. Did you obtain any useful information? Lin Xian asked coldly. For example, where was the Rain Clan's young master? He did not mind assassinating the other party. There is indeed a useful piece of information. Do you know who leaked this information to the Rain Clan? Oh, who? Lin Xian was stunned. He Shan said that it was the clansman of that girl, the Spirit Clan. After saying that, he waved his hand and shot out an illusion. Seeing this illusion, Lin Xian frowned. Spirit Lotus, damn it, it was actually this woman who leaked the information. Then, the other party wanted to use the Rain Clan to kill him. At the same time, they might kill Xianxia as well. Thinking of this possibility, his face became incomparably gloomy. He did not immediately take action because he felt that it was better to tell Qiu about this matter first. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to subdue the mind fixation pearl and put it away. After taking a deep breath, he returned to the Fian planet and went to the Falling Flower Valley. At this moment, Xianxia had already woken up in the Falling Flower Valley. Lin Xian told her about what had happened. After hearing it, Xianxia's face immediately changed. Damn it, they actually dared to be so despicable. Brother Lin, just you wait, I will get an explanation for you. After saying that, he flew into the sky. It seemed like he wanted to go to the Spirit Clan. Spirit Clan. The 13th Elder sent people to the Fian planet to bring Xianxia back. Not long after they flew out, they were stunned. Because they saw a stream of light flying over. It was the Saintess spirit boat. The Saintess had returned. They were all stunned. In the next moment, they saw Xianxia walking out of the spirit boat. Saintess, you're back. That's great, we still have to go and pick you up. Those martial artists were overjoyed. Xianxia's face was cold. She asked, where is the lotus? Lianhua, why are you looking for her? Is it because Lianhua snitched? What? She snitched on me? Xianxia did not care about those people and rushed straight into the family. Although she did not know where Lianhua was, there were only 3 or 4 places that she frequented. She just had to check them one by one. Sure enough, when she went to 2 places, she did not find Lianhua. But at the 3rd place, which was called Fairy Water Platform, she found her. Fairy Water Platform. It was a very famous place in the Spirit Clan because the water here contained the power of heaven and earth. It was very magical. Some sages liked to stay here. Lianhua was also a sage, so she naturally liked to cultivate here. Sure enough, she saw many people around Lianhua. There were both men and women, and they were talking and laughing about something. They looked very happy. Boom, Xianxia's sudden appearance caused the atmosphere to become oppressive. The Spirit Clan warriors below all looked up. In the next moment, they were stunned. Even Lianhua was stunned. Xianxia was back? So fast, this was too unbelievable. Even if the clan took action, it would not be so fast. She laughed. Sister is back. What's the matter? Do you have something to tell me? Xianxia descended from the sky. She looked at Lianhua and said coldly. You know what you did. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, you are talking about your matter. I have no choice. Since the old ancestor asked, I can only tell the truth. Moreover, even if I don't say it, the clan will send an elder to ask around and they will know. You can't blame me for this. You can only blame yourself for being willing to be with that brat. Humph, I am not talking about this matter. Xianxia snorted. Not this matter. Then what is it? Lianhua was stunned. The others were also stunned. Xianxia said, I am talking about the assassination. What? Assassination? Many people cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. However, Lianhua's pupils shrank. Damn it. What was going on? Did she know? Or did the assassination fail? Impossible. With the methods of the Rain clan's young master, how could the assassination fail? Her expression was a little unnatural, but she quickly squeezed out a smile. Little sister, why can't I understand what you're saying? As soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped on the face and fell to the ground. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ling Lianhua was stunned. The other party actually dared to hit her. Damn it! She screamed and jumped up. Xianxia, you dare to hit me? Pa! As soon as she finished speaking, she received another slap on her face, which directly knocked her to the ground. Her originally beautiful face was now incomparably red. Her face had been beaten to a pulp. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Spirit Lotus Flower was also a proud daughter of the clan. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Therefore, she jumped up and directly rushed towards Xianxia. Humph, Xianxia snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura appeared on her body. A purple cloud, combined with the power of heaven and earth, spread out. Between heaven and earth, the great Tao rumbled, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they kept regretting. Even Spirit Lotus Flower was trembling, and her face was filled with fear. Damn it. The other party's aura and strength had increased, and it really made her jealous. She knew that she couldn't defeat the other party, so she could only stand there trembling. You actually dared to hit me. Even my father couldn't bear to hit me. Indeed, she was the most outstanding girl in their clan. No one had ever dared to hit her, and now she was slapped twice in public. How could she endure it? Who dares to bully my daughter? In the sky, a cold voice rang out, and then a middle-aged man came down. Father. When Spirit Lotus Flower saw this person, she immediately cried out in alarm. The others also felt their scalps go numb. A saint expert had come. This was Spirit Lotus Flower's father. As expected, after the middle-aged man landed, he saw the red handprint on Spirit Lotus Flower's face and immediately became angry. Damn it, you dare to hit me, he stared at Xianxia, and a biting cold killing intent burst out in his eyes. Xianxia sneered without fear. What? You dare to hit me? If you have the ability, try to hit me. The middle-aged man was so angry that his body trembled, but he didn't do anything. Xianxia was the saintess, and her position in the clan was extremely unusual. Even he couldn't casually hit her. However, he still said coldly, although you are the saintess, you have gone too far by hitting Lotus Flower, right? Do you really think there's no one in our clan? I've gone too far? Xianxia sneered, ask your daughter, what did she do? Your daughter secretly colluded with the Rain clan and sent assassins to assassinate me, how dare she? Now, do you still think that I've gone too far by slapping her twice? Why don't we go to the old ancestor to judge and see how the old ancestor will deal with it? What, hire assassins to assassinate her? The surrounding people were completely stunned, and they didn't dare to believe it. The middle-aged man's pupils also shrank. Impossible. Although Lotus Flower was a bit capricious, she knew her limits and wouldn't do such a thing. As he spoke, he looked at Spirit Lotus Flower, hoping that she would stand out and defend herself. However, when he saw Spirit Lotus Flower's pale face, his heart fell. Could it be that Lotus Flower was really muddle-headed and did such a thing? If that was really the case, then the situation would be different. Not to mention the saintess slapping her twice, even if she killed Lotus Flower directly, he couldn't say anything. Because the saintess was going to take over the spirit clan in the future, and it was needless to say how important it was. Now, Lotus Flower actually did such a thing, which was already a capital crime. No, I didn't, Spirit Lotus Flower screamed in horror. Xianxia sneered, why, do you want me to show evidence? Not good. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that the other party even had evidence. However, if she really showed it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to save his daughter. Therefore, at the next moment, he said, Saintess, this matter is a misunderstanding. Calm down first, I'll help you to ask around. Misunderstanding? That's not what you said just now. Xianxia sneered. She was completely angry now. She didn't care what the other party thought. These people dared to kill her brother Lin. They had already touched her reverse scale. No, I didn't want to kill her. I really didn't want to kill her. I just wanted to kill the pretty boy next to her. When she said that, everyone was in an uproar. The middle-aged man also cursed in his heart. Oh no, he didn't expect Spirit Lotus Flower to be so easily frightened and blurt out everything. However, at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Spirit Lotus Flower still knew her limits, and her target wasn't Xianxia directly. In this case, there was still room for negotiation. Xianxia said coldly, killing my brother Lin is equivalent to killing me. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. It seemed like Xianxia was determined to get Spiritual Lotus. Ling Lianhua's face was filled with despair as he looked at his father. The middle-aged man also frowned. He said, Holy Maiden, this matter might be a misunderstanding. I hope that the Holy Maiden won't hold it against me. I just got a sacred weapon and some cultivation resources. I'll send them to Holy Lady. I hope Holy Lady can forget about this. I don't need any sacred weapon or cultivation resources. I only need to punish Spiritual Lotus. Don't go overboard. The middle-aged man was furious. After all, Spiritual Lotus was his daughter. Xianxia sneered. You can choose to stop me, but I'll report this to the old ancestor. When the law enforcement hall comes, you won't be able to stop them. What do you want? Hearing the words law enforcement hall, the middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. He didn't want this matter to be blown out of proportion. It's simple. She dares to assassinate my brother Lin. I'll break her arms. I'll make her swear that she'll never be brother Lin's enemy. Break her arms. Swear. Everyone gasped when they heard that. They had never seen Xianxia with such a serious expression. Spiritual Lotus's face turned pale. If this matter was spread out, she would be too ashamed to face anyone. She wanted to resist, but the middle-aged man's eyes flickered. Although the punishment was severe, at least she could keep her life. He nodded and said, okay. Father. Spiritual Lotus wanted to say something, but the middle-aged man roared, shut up. After saying that, he waved his hand. His palm was like a heavenly knife, cutting off Spiritual Lotus's arms. A miserable cry rang out. The Spirit Lotus Flower was in so much pain that it hovered between life and death. The middle-aged man said again. Swear that I'll never be Holy Lady's enemy. I swear that I'm wrong. I'll never be Holy Lady's enemy. If I break my oath, I'll be struck by lightning and be destroyed. Hearing this, Xianxia snorted. I hope you know what you're doing. If there's a next time, I'll kill you with my own hands. After saying that, she turned and left. Only the middle-aged man with a gloomy face and the shocked people around him were left. The news spread quickly. The entire spirit race knew about it. Everyone was in an uproar. The Holy Maiden had finally shown her strength. He wondered how the Spirit Lotus faction was going to retaliate. However, this matter was suppressed as soon as it was discussed. It turned out that it was the clan leader who reprimanded Ling Lianhua, and forbade her from taking a single step out of the Spirit clan for 10 years. Obviously, the patriarch was on Xianxia's side. For a moment, no one dared to say anything. After Xianxia finished punishing the Spiritual Lotus Flower, she went to the patriarch's place, explained the situation, and then left. Fian Planet, outer space. In the projection of the 9 levels of heaven, more and more people gathered. Everyone could feel the powerful aura of the 9 levels of heaven. In order to deal with the final test. At this moment, there were a few people who were extremely eye-catching. One of them was Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and Xianxia also came to experience the projection of the 9 heavens. There were many people gathered around them. Most of them were here to follow Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was one of the 8 great sky brides. In addition, his sister was as beautiful as a flower. She was a famous beauty in the universe. In a short period of time, there were countless suitors. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia had a noble look on her face. The two of them were like gods, arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Young Master Xianxia was indeed powerful. There was no problem for him to become a disciple of Peerless City. That was for sure. Young Master Yu was one of the 8 great sky brides. There was no doubt that he would join Peerless City. What young Master Yu wanted to do was to fight for the position of the head disciple of the 3rd generation. This time, Peerless City was recruiting the 3rd generation disciples. Whoever could win the competition would become the head disciple of the 3rd generation. Whoever could become the head disciple of the 3rd generation would be dazzling. Countless people would look up to him. He might even become the personal disciple of the Sage King. Hearing the compliments from the people around him, Xianxia's lips curled up. The feeling of being the center of attention was great. The head disciple? He whispered. His eyes shone with a cold light. To be honest, as one of the 8 great sky brides, he had a high chance of succeeding. Moreover, his goal this time was to become the head disciple. One had to know that he was very ambitious. He must become the Sage King's personal disciple. Humph, you want to become the Sage King's personal disciple? At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Hearing this, everyone felt numb. Who was it? Who dared to mock Xianxia? Did he want to die? They turned their heads to look, but at this moment, they were blinded by the light. In the sky, a ball of light descended. It was like a peerless divine light, descending from the sky with a powerful aura. Damn, run. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Who dared to provoke Xianxia and even attack him? Did he want to die? Everyone retreated. Xianxia's face also changed. He snorted coldly and stretched out his palm. Like a small universe, he slapped towards the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Intense explosions sounded. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The powerful laws of heaven and earth swept in all directions. The surrounding people's blood boiled. The weaker ones vomited blood. Their faces were full of fear. Who was it? Xianxia's face also darkened. Come out. He saw a figure walking over from afar. It's you. When he saw the figure, he frowned. Beside him, Yusiki was also stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. Xianxia, the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. They gasped. She was also one of the 8 great sky brides. But why was she fighting with Xianxia? Could it be that there was a grudge between them? So it was the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Xianxia frowned. Holy maiden, you want to spar with me? You want to sneak attack me? You know that sneak attacks are dangerous. Then when you sent assassins to assassinate me and Brother Lin, did you think that you would be punished? What? His words were like thunder. The surrounding people were stunned. The young master of the Rain clan assassinated the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Heavens, this is really a shocking piece of news. Are they trying to make a big deal out of it? If the assassination was successful, the Rain clan and the spirit tribe would not rest until one of them was dead. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Damn it, it seemed that the assassination failed. Moreover, he had been exposed. However, he would never admit it. He sneered. Assassination? I think you misunderstood, holy maiden. I have no fate with you. Why would I assassinate you? Xianxia snorted coldly. She disdained to argue with the other party. Because she already had concrete evidence. So she decisively attacked. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Xianxia was also angry. Both of them were one of the 8 geniuses. How could he be afraid of the other party? For a time, the two of them fought. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding onlookers all retreated. At the same time, they were extremely puzzled. What was going on? Why did Xianxia want to assassinate Xianxia? Finally, they found a clue. You're saying that Xianxia's husband is related to the Rain clan? Yes, it was that kid. It was said that he came from the first astral realm and saved you Xianxia when he came. Some time ago, the benefactor of the Rain clan was that kid? They finally understood the complicated relationship between the two parties. It seemed that the Rain clan did not plan to let that person go and sent someone to assassinate him again. And that person had an extraordinary relationship with Xianxia. That was why the battle between Xianxia and Xianxia had arisen. Everyone was in an uproar. Among them, there was one person whose face was gloomy. He was Lin Xian. Previously, Xianxia had left here to return to her family. He had also come to ninth heaven again. He prepared to sense it. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. With a cold snort, his face changed into the appearance of a middle-aged man. His expression was abnormally cold. He did this naturally to prevent others from recognizing him. His eyes flickered as he looked at the battlefield ahead. Suddenly, his brows furrowed because he discovered that someone had made a move. It turned out that in the battle between Xianxia and Xianxia was suppressed. Xianxia's ranking among the 8 geniuses was originally below Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had been in seclusion for a period of time, her strength had increased, so she was gradually suppressing Xianxia. And at this time, Xianxia made a move. She definitely wanted to stand on her brother's side, so the moment she attacked, a terrifying law flew towards Xianxia. It forced Xianxia back. Everyone was in an uproar. Was this a group attack? Xianxia also sneered. What a Rain clan, they were truly despicable and shameless. Previously, I only heard that you assassinated your own benefactor. At first, I had my suspicions, but now, it seems that your despicable and shameless acts have reached the peak. What? Do you think that you and your brother are a match for me if you join forces? Come, let me see just how powerful your Rain clan's 2 heavenly prides are. Xianxia coldly snorted and waved her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the power of heaven and earth surged, and the void collapsed. Everyone was shocked. No wonder she was the holy maiden of the spirit tribe. Her use of the power of heaven and earth was much better than that of other sages. Although Xianxia wasn't one of the 8 great prodigies, she was still very strong. The two of them together were terrifying. For a moment, Xianxia was at a disadvantage. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. There was nothing they could do. 2 against 1 was still too much. That's right. If they were just 2 ordinary saints, it wouldn't be a problem. But, these 2 people. One of them was from one of the 8 great heavenly sects. Even if the other wasn't, he wasn't far off. If they worked together, it would be difficult for Xianxia to contend against them. Defeat was only a matter of time. Xianxia felt an enormous pressure. Her small face was ice cold, but she wouldn't back down. 2 against 1. How could they have the face to be called one of the 8 great prodigies? A mocking voice rang out. I think some people should be removed from the 8 great prodigies. Once the voice rang out, everyone's scalps went numb. It seemed that someone was going to interfere. But who was it? Although they disdained the Rain clan's methods, no one dared to interfere. The Rain clan was a top clan. Who dared to offend them, unless it was someone from the spirit tribe? Could it be that an expert from the spirit tribe had come? They all turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Because they saw a middle-aged man walk out. Who was this person? They were all stunned. Xianxia and the others also turned their heads. Their expressions were incomparably cold. Someone actually dared to interfere in their affairs. Did they want to die? In the next moment, they were all stunned. Xianxia even screamed. It's you, that's right, it's me. It seems that young master you still remembers me. The middle-aged man sneered. He was Lin Xian in disguise. Lin Xian had changed his appearance. And the person he was impersonating was the middle-aged man who had tried to assassinate him. That was why Xianxia was incomparably shocked when he saw him. Boom, who are you? Xianxia asked with a frown. After 2 palm strikes, she pulled away from him. Qiu'er, it's me. Don't recognize me yet. Lin Xian quickly transmitted his voice. Xianxia was first happy when she heard that. It was Brother Lin. Then, she was stunned. Not recognizing him? What was going on? It seemed that Brother Lin had his own plans. Xianxia didn't say anything else. Lin Xian laughed. Hee, holy maiden of the spirit tribe, I'm afraid that you still don't know. I'm the one who tried to assassinate you. Once these words were spoken, it caused a huge commotion. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. What? The assassin? Damn it, was there really such a person? They had previously thought that assassinations didn't necessarily exist. Perhaps it was just an excuse. But now, it seemed that things weren't so simple. Xianxia frowned. Xianxia's expression was grim. Damn it, why did the other party run out at this time? Didn't this group of assassins not want to be exposed? Young master, you've caused us a lot of trouble. You hid the information. That brat was very strong and caused us to suffer heavy losses. The three of us went to assassinate him. Now, only I came back alive. How do you think we should settle the score? What? Was it really Xianxia who had sent people to assassinate him? Everyone went crazy. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. Xianxia, who was beside him, even shouted. Nonsense. How could my brother know an assassin like you, really? If he didn't know me, then why was he so shocked when I appeared? He even said that it was you. Did you really think that everyone in the world was an idiot? Lin Xian sneered. He had thought that this Xianxia wasn't bad before. She was just a little cold. Now, it seemed that she wasn't a good person. Therefore, he wouldn't have any soft-heartedness. The surrounding people were also whispering. Indeed, if they didn't know each other before, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. From Xianxia's previous performance, they really did know each other. Xianxia said coldly. I don't know you. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? It's useless. You killed my companion. Today, I'm here for revenge. Of course, if you're willing to increase the price by 5 times, I can consider sparing your life. I don't know what you're talking about. Men, kill him for me. Xianxia shouted angrily. He wouldn't admit it. Young master, let me help you. A few ninjas stood out from behind. Zhang Yunfei was among them. After they walked out, they sneered. I don't know who you are, but you dare to slander young master you. Now kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt. Including Zhang Yunfei, a total of 4 young masters walked out, their auras extremely terrifying. Lin Xian saw this scene and laughed out loud. Zhang Yunfei, you guys really don't know what's good for you. Why do you still want to stand up for Haoshu at this time? Is it just to get you Xianxia's heart? But this heart, you have to be alive to enjoy it. Now, kneel down and kowtow, beg me for mercy, and I can consider sparing your dog lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for attacking you. Lin Xian's voice was cold. These people kept making things difficult for him. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to kill them? Zhang Yunfei and the others couldn't recognize Lin Xian at all, so they laughed coldly. You're asking for death. With a roar, they attacked quickly. Every one of them was a genius, the 4 of them working together, their powerful law made the sky fall and the earth crack. Everyone's scalps went numb, the 4 of them working together was really too strong, even Xianxia might not be able to fight them. Could this middle-aged man in front of them really fight them? He would probably be killed in an instant. Looking at the 4 people coming at him, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they didn't know what was good for them, then don't blame him. He didn't dodge at all. When the 4 of them came in front of him, his hand shook, and a bead shot out. That bead was dazzling, spinning in the air. Instantly the entire space was completely frozen. Zhang Yunfei and the other 3 seemed to be nailed in the air, they couldn't move. Damn it, what's going on? I can't move. Break for me, they gritted their teeth. But they really couldn't move at all. The surrounding people were also stunned, they also felt their bodies freeze, unable to move. What was that thing? Sacred weapon, that was the mind-settling bead. Heavens, he was from the 7th floor. What, that terrifying assassin organization, the 7th floor? Countless people exclaimed. The seventh floor, an extremely terrifying assassin organization, they had a powerful sacred weapon, the mind-settling bead. Although no one had seen it before, they knew the effects of the mind-settling bead. It sealed the space, directly freezing any powerful saints, allowing them to be slaughtered. At this moment, the scene was exactly the same as the rumors. If this was a mind fixation pearl, then this person must be an assassin. You don't know the difference between life and death. You don't even know my identity, and you want to force your way out. You bunch of cannon fodder, do you really think Xianxia will put you in her eyes? Lin Xian sneered again and again. He raised his hand and swung his blade down. He directly came in front of a young master and cut him in half. Ah, a miserable voice sounded, making everyone's scalp go numb. That young master's broken body couldn't heal at all. His soul was also distorted in the air. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He stretched out his hand, and like a millstone of destruction, he shattered the other party's soul. A young master of a big family was killed just like that. The others felt their scalps go numb. Zhang Yanfei's expression turned ugly. Young master, you, save me. He asked Xianxia for help. However, Xianxia's expression was incomparably gloomy and cold. Not only did he not advance, he even retreated a few steps, completely widening the distance between them. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. As for Zhang Yanfei and the others, their hearts sank. Damn it, Xianxia, I've helped you so much, but you don't save me. He finally roared. Xianxia sneered. Brother Zhang, you can't blame me. That's a mind fixation pearl. Even if I go in, I'll be frozen. So, I'm powerless. You can go in peace. Every year on the anniversary of your death, I'll burn more paper for you. These words made everyone's heart go cold. The young master of the Rain clan was truly despicable and shameless, vicious and merciless. He didn't even save his former companions. Xianxia, you animal. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Zhang Yanfei crazily roared. The other two young masters also roared and cursed. They finally realized how stupid they were. It turned out that the young master of the Rain clan that they had always wanted to curry favor with had never treated them as friends. He had only treated them as chess pieces. Now, they were useless. The other party wouldn't even look at them. As expected, Xianxia's gaze was looking into the distance. She turned her head and ignored them. Did you see that? The goddess in your heart doesn't care about your life and death. Lin Xian walked in front of them again. Damn it, I admit my mistake, I've misjudged you. Let me go, but I won't let them go. Zhang Yanfei and the others begged for mercy. Indeed, they wanted to fight Xianxia and the others to the death. However, Lin Xian shook his head. It's too late to regret now. Not everyone in this world can forgive your mistakes. I can't. So, today, you will die without a doubt. But don't worry, one day, that Xianxia will also go to hell to accompany you. After saying that, Lin Xian raised his blade and beheaded Zhang Yanfei and the others. Zhang Yanfei and the others died. They died with incomparable despair. The others were completely stunned. This person was too vicious and merciless. However, when they thought that he was an assassin from the 7th floor, they couldn't help but drool. They were afraid that this was in line with his character. Buzz, Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyelids twitched violently. Xianxia's face had also turned pale. The Rain clan's disciples beside her had all drawn their swords and sabers. They looked as if they were about to face something big. However, at this time, Xianxia said something in a low voice. Suddenly, a stream of light flashed past. A powerful aura suppressed the surroundings. A figure charged towards Xianxia with a strong momentum. What a terrifying aura. It was a small saint. The Rain clan actually brought a small saint here, countless people screamed. Xianxia felt her hair stand on end. She shouted and activated her heaven and earth phenomenon to block the attack. Even though she was a peerless genius, the gap between her and a small saint was too big. In an instant, all the heaven and earth phenomena she created were shattered. An old man appeared in front of Xianxia and was about to capture Xianxia. Damn it. Lin Xian's expression also changed. He immediately threw out the mind fixation pearl and flew toward Xianxia. The mind fixation pearl floated above Xianxia's head and formed a strong resistance force, blocking the small saint. At the same time, he roared and rushed forward. Since the other party was despicable, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He turned into a stream of light and shot toward Xianxia. Humph, you dare to kill me? Xianxia sneered. Without the mind fixation pearl, he was not afraid of the other party. Therefore, he struck out with his palm. The sun, moon, and stars were on it. His palm was like a small universe, sweeping forward. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Xianxia was indeed one of the 8 great geniuses. His strength was really too strong. Without the mind fixation pearl, could this assassin from the 7th floor really be a match for the young master of the Rain Clan? Boom, Lin Xian made his move. All kinds of roars and thunder resounded. A terrifying light annihilated everything. He couldn't let others see what he was doing, so the light he released was extremely dazzling. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Then, he used his powerful divine body to sweep the surroundings. He shattered the small world with a single punch and then arrived in front of Xianxia. Damn it, he was actually so strong. Xianxia was completely stunned. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he crazily roared, "Men, stop him." The martial artists beside him felt their scalps go numb, but for their young master, they had to go crazy. Scram, Lin Xian shot out a beam of sword energy, using the great dragon sword soul to form a terrifying killing intent. Shocking killing intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In an instant, 7 or 8 Rain Clan martial artists were split in half by his sword. At this moment, Lin Xian was really too strong. No one could resist him. Stepping on these corpses, he once again attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's scalp went numb and his face turned pale. He never thought that his opponent would be so strong. He was unwilling to accept this. As one of the 8 geniuses, he wanted to fight back, however, Lin Xian was even more terrifying. His palm carried a monstrous law, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth as he directly grabbed Xianxia. Xianxia resisted, but his arms were broken and he screamed miserably. In the next moment, his neck was grabbed, and then endless sword energy poured into his body. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura of death poured in. As long as he made the slightest movement, his meridians would be instantly severed and his vitality would be taken away. While Lin Xian was attacking Xianxia, on the other side, the Rain Clan's small saint was crazily attacking Xianxia. Although she had the mind-settling pearl, the small saint's power was too strong. The mind-settling pearl trembled and was quickly sent flying. Seeing that Xianxia was about to be in danger, Lin Xian roared, "If anyone dares to move, I'll kill Xianxia." His voice was like thunder. Everyone was stunned. The Rain Clan's small saint also straightened his body and stood there. He naturally sensed it with his soul, so he didn't act rashly. Xianxia used this opportunity to quickly retreat and increase the distance between them. "Damn it, let go of my brother," Xianxia crazily screamed. The Rain Clan's people felt their scalps go numb. Their young master was being held hostage? Wang. At this moment, the little saint made his move. His speed was so fast that he tore open the void and appeared behind Lin Xian. The law in his hand formed a long saber and slashed at Lin Xian, wanting to split him in half. However, Xianxian had long been on guard. He used his spatial divine ability, Void Escape. Along the way, he brought Xianxia and disappeared. The void shattered, and he had already appeared in another world. "Don't you want Xianxia's life anymore?" At this point, Lin Xian grabbed Xianxia's neck with one hand and his other hand grabbed Xianxia's arm and tore it off. Saintly blood sprayed out as Xianxia's severed arm was thrown to the ground. Xianxia let out a miserable shriek as his body was attacked by the sword chi and death chi. He could only scream in pain, unable to resist. "How dare you!" the Rain Clan's little saint roared madly. Xianxia screamed as well. "You dare hurt my little brother?" They were all crazy. Lin Xian sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare? He broke one of Xianxia's legs." Xianxia's face turned pale. At the same time, he roared madly. "Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? You're dead." My Rain clan will never let you off. How dare you threaten me? Lin Xian sneered. A flame appeared on his palm and enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia let out a miserable shriek as his body was ignited. The smell of barbecued meat instantly filled the air. This was no ordinary flame. Xianxia, one of the 8 great geniuses, couldn't withstand it. Damn it! Stop! He roared madly. The little saint in the distance wanted to attack again, but Lin Xian said, as long as you move, I'll immediately kill you and destroy your soul. The Rain clan's little saint didn't dare to move. He knew that his sneak attack was useless. His opponent's movement technique was very strange. It seemed to be related to space. He didn't dare to be careless. If his sneak attack failed and his opponent really killed Xianxia, then his responsibility would be great. Xianxia was the young master of the Rain clan. Moreover, he was the most powerful genius of the Rain clan's younger generation. He could be said to be the hope of the clan's future. If such a person died, it would be a great blow to the Rain clan. Therefore, he didn't dare to take the risk. Damn brat, what do you want? What conditions do you have? Just say it. The Rain clan's little saint said coldly. Very good, you're very smart. Lin Xian waved his hand and the flame disappeared. Xianxia's body was burnt black and he was on the verge of death. However, his eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Xian saw his eyes and directly gave him a slap, smashing half of his face. If you dare to look at me with killing intent again, I'll make you wish you were dead. Xianxia was so angry that his body twitched. As the young master of the Rain clan, when had he ever been tortured like this? However, he was really scared. The person in front of him was an assassin. If he really went crazy, he might kill him. Therefore, he could only lower his head, not daring to look at his opponent again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes emitted a cold light. He secretly transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Xiao, it's too dangerous here. Leave first and wait for me at a safe place. Xianxia didn't hesitate. She had an inexplicable trust in Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had the absolute advantage now. Therefore, she took the lead and left. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. The Rain clan's little saint's face was gloomy. He wanted to stop Xianxia, but at this time, Lin Xian sneered. Don't even think about capturing her to threaten me. I have no relationship with the Spirit clan's holy maiden. If you kill her, you'll only incur the wrath of the Spirit clan. Therefore, I advise you not to act rashly. Humph. The Rain clan's little saint snorted coldly. He didn't say anything, but he didn't move either. He said again, what do you want? That's right, damn it, hurry up and let go of my brother. Otherwise, my Rain clan won't let you off. Xianxia walked out. She was most anxious about her brother's safety. Therefore, she couldn't tolerate others threatening her brother. What? You can't stand it? When your brother killed others, did you think about their feelings? Or is it that as the Rain clan's young miss, you don't need to consider their feelings? That's right. Today, I'll let you experience it. It'll be a special experience for your life. Lin Xian stared at Xianxia, his eyes cold. He didn't have any good impression of this woman. Therefore, his lips curled into a smile. Don't you want to save your brother? I'll give you a chance. As long as you do as I say, I won't kill you. What do you want me to do? Tell me. Cultivation methods, secret manuals, divine abilities, treasures. As long as you have a request, the Rain clan will satisfy it. Satisfy all of them? Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. When Xianxia saw this smile, her heart beat wildly. Damn it, she felt uneasy. This guy wouldn't want to possess her, right? However, she knew that he wouldn't be so bold. Moreover, she wouldn't agree even if she died. Lin Xian said. Since you've already said such words, then fine. I'll see how deep the love between you siblings is. You want to save him? Sure, take off the clothes you're wearing. What? Xianxia was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. What kind of request was that? In the next moment, many people's eyes lit up. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. F***ck, wasn't this guy too ruthless? For a moment, the crowd stopped moving. After Xianxia's initial surprise, she understood. Her expression became incomparably ugly. Damn guy, you actually dare to make such a request. Why, you don't dare, or are you unwilling? It seems that your relationship with your brother isn't that good either. Since that's the case, stop pretending. Let me send your brother on his way. Lin Xian sneered. He grabbed Xianxia's hand and exerted more force. Xianxia screamed in pain. Sister, save me, Xianxia screamed. Xianxia's expression was cold. She took off the cloak she was wearing and threw it on the ground. Is this enough? Lin Xian laughed coldly. Who are you trying to fool? I said take it all off. Don't you understand me? Damn it, don't go too far. Xianxia screamed. What kind of joke was that to take off all her clothes in public? This was even worse than killing her. Lin Xian sneered. I'm going too far. So what? When he thought of the various things the Rain clan had done to him, Lin Xian could not help but release killing intent. He had saved Xianxia out of kindness, but what did he get in return? He was chased down by the Rain clan, and it was one after another. Did the Rain clan think that they could suppress him just because they were a top family with many saints? Today, he would take back some interest and let the Rain clan know what pain was. When the surrounding people heard Lin Xian's words, they were terrified. He wanted the Rain clan's princess to take off all her clothes in front of everyone, digging up the heavens. This was really a very exciting thing. For a moment, many people's eyes lit up. They had to admit that Xianxia was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. If they could really see her pure and flawless appearance, then their lives would be worth it. Thinking of this, their blood boiled. Feeling the burning gazes of the surrounding people, Xianxia's face turned terrifyingly red. She felt her entire body burning. At this moment, the Rain clan's small saint moved again. He could not help but prepare for an assassination. Lin Xian once again used his spatial ability to dodge. Then his face sank. You tried to assassinate me twice. Just you wait, I'll remember this. I'll make you pay for this later. He ignored the little saint and looked at Xianxia again. What? Are you going to drag this out or not? Xianxia was trembling with anger. She stood there motionless. Lin Xian sneered when he saw this scene. Young Master Xianxia, your sister is about to give up on you. Since that's the case, go to hell. As he spoke, he exerted force in his palm and all of Xianxia's bones were broken. Xianxia was like a pile of mud. The pain caused him to scream crazily once again. The holy sound pierced Xianxia's heart like a needle. Xianxia wavered, but she still did not make a move. She could not bear such humiliation. Lin Xian didn't say anything. With a cold smile, he waved his other hand and grabbed Xianxia's soul. Then, he gently lit a fire. As the soul burned, Xianxia's mournful cries were 100 times louder than before. If this soul were to be incinerated, Xianxia would be done for. Sister, save me. You must save me. Xianxia begged for mercy again. Xianxia could not bear it anymore. She said, stop. Lin Xian looked at her coldly. Xianxia's hands trembled as she undid another piece of clothing and threw it on the ground. It wasn't enough. Lin Xian said coldly. Xianxia made a move again. In the end, she stood there wearing only a tutu. At this moment, Xianxia had closed her eyes. Looking at her beautiful body, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with the joy of revenge. Xianxia, you asked for this. The people around them were so excited that they were about to go crazy. They were lucky enough to see this scene. Their lives were worth it. The sight of Xianxia standing in front of them made their blood boil. Many of them swallowed their saliva. There were even people who had secretly recorded this beautiful scene using an array formation. It wouldn't be long before this scene would spread throughout the star realms. Let young Master Xianxia go now, the little saint roared through gritted teeth. Lin Xian smiled. Let him go. I said I wouldn't kill him if Xianxia agreed to my request. But when did I say I'd let him go? Xianxia's eyes flew open and she spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, she fainted and fell to the ground. Sister! The Rain clan's people screamed madly. The Rain Clan's little saint shot out a beam of light that enveloped Xianxia. At the same time, he looked around. The little saint said, "If anyone dares to spread word of what happened today, I will destroy his soul and his entire clan." Their little princess was only wearing a doo-doo, swaying in the wind. If word of this got out, the Rain Clan would have no face left. So, he could only threaten them. The surrounding people were so scared that their scalps went numb. However, they sneered inwardly. This threat was useless against them. That was because there were simply too many people around. It was simply impossible to conceal this news. "Brat, what do you want?" The Rain Clan's little saint looked at Xianxia again. "You'd better let the Rain Clan's young master go. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. Now, it's your turn." Xianxia turned to look at the little saint. "You tried to assassinate me twice just now. Do you think I'll let you go? If you want your young master's life, kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times. The Rain Clan's little saint was fuming. With his status, how could he kowtow to someone? What a joke. However, Xianxia ignited Xianxia's soul, causing him to scream madly. "Damn it! Listen to him. Listen to him. As long as he can let me live." Xianxia was very afraid of death. Now, he didn't care about anything else. Even if he was asked to kowtow, he would kowtow without hesitation. The Rain Clan's little saint gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kneel down and kowtow 100 times. The void trembled as if it was struck by 100 lightning bolts. Terrifying cracks appeared in all directions. At the same time, he roared in his heart. He would remember this grudge. As long as his young master was saved, he would definitely capture the culprit and torture him for 1,000 years, no, 10,000 years. He wanted the culprit to live in fear forever. Very good. Then, slap yourself 1,000 times. Xianxia ordered again. Since he had kowtowed 100 times, the little saint simply let loose and slapped himself 1,000 times. His face was smashed a few hundred times. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Damn it. They had really opened their eyes in this lifetime. To be honest, some of them had lived for thousands of years, but they had never seen such an exciting scene. For a moment, they were using formations to record the scene. He was a minor saint, a high and mighty existence. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly when they saw him. But now, he was kowtowing and slapping his face. Is almost equal to "What else do you want me to do?" He gritted his teeth and roared. Xianxia thought about it and decided to cripple his own cultivation. Asterisk puff. Asterisk the surrounding people spat out saliva. The minor saint was so angry that his lungs exploded, and his body was smashed apart. His saint blood floated in the air. He finally couldn't take it anymore. Cripple his own cultivation? What kind of joke was this? Was he going to cripple him completely? What? You don't want to? You've attacked me twice. Then, you can self-detonate twice. You want me, a minor saint, to self-detonate twice, but there was no other way. Xianxia's soul was getting weaker and weaker, and it could be burned away at any time. So, the minor saint could only self-detonate twice. After recovering, his face was extremely pale. This time, he was also injured. Moreover, he was the one who crippled himself. Alright, it's about time. Now, hand over all your storage rings and magical treasures. Xianxia began the final harvest. The people of the Rain Clan did as they were told. Even the minor saint of the Rain Clan took out everything he had. Xianxia even took Xianxia's storage rings and held them in his hand. He asked Xianxia to scan them with his soul, erasing all the soul imprints on them. Xianxia was the remnant soul of the great sage. Even the soul imprints of a minor saint could be easily erased. So, Xianxia accepted them without worry. He wasn't worried that Xianxia could find him through the soul imprints. Alright, I'm leaving now. None of you are allowed to follow me. I'll bring you Xianxia 10,000 miles away. When I'm 10,000 miles away, I'll let him go. If you dare to follow me, I'll kill you without mercy. Kid, I hope you'll keep your word. If you dare to kill young Master Xianxia, there'll be no way for you to live. Xianxia sneered at such a threat. He didn't plan to kill Xianxia this time because he still had a use for him. He wanted to take his revenge slowly. He wanted to torture and destroy the other party bit by bit, and then kill the other party. Lin Xian soared into the air and quickly left the projection of the 9 heavens. When he was 1,000,000 kilometers away, he released the other party. However, he secretly left a strand of sword qi in the other party's body. The Rain clan's little saint had been using his soul to spread out over millions of li. Therefore, when Xianxia was released, he immediately took action. When he was 1,000,000 miles away in the void, he struck out a law to protect Xianxia. At the same time, he quickly chased after him. Lin Xian used the void escape technique. In a flash, he appeared several million miles away. At the same time, he activated the sword qi he had left in the other party's body. With a loud boom, Xianxia's body exploded, and he let out a miserable shriek. The minor saint who was still chasing after him was scared out of his wits. Damn it, he no longer dared to chase after Lin Xian. He turned around to check on Xianxia's situation. They had sacrificed so much to save young Master Xianxia. If young Master Xianxia was killed at this time, then the humiliation they had suffered before would all be in vain. When he returned, he saw Xianxia being torn apart by a strand of sword qi. When he saw Xianxia on the verge of death, he roared crazily. Although he was heavily injured, he was not dead yet. He quickly used his law to protect Xianxia. At the same time, he roared at the sky. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you and tear you to pieces. And the 7th floor, from now on, my Rain clan will fight you to the death. The terrifying roar spread over millions of li, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The minor saint quickly brought Xianxia back to the projection of the 9 heavens. He wanted to threaten the onlookers not to leak out what happened today. However, when he returned, more than half of the onlookers had already run away. The remaining people were also fleeing one after another. Moreover, Xianxia's situation was very serious. The sword qi just now had severely injured his body. Coupled with the fact that his soul had been ignited, he was incomparably weak. He needed to be treated immediately. He soared into the sky, bringing Xianxia, and the people of the Rain clan away. The news still spread. Furthermore, it was spread at the first possible moment. In an instant, the entire Fian planet knew about it. Have you heard? Xianxia dragged herself in front of everyone. The Rain clan's minor saint kowtowed. Slapped himself in the face, and even self-detonated twice. Damn, when did this happen? Just a moment ago, under the projection of the 9 heavens. It's impossible, right? How could the Rain clan be bullied to such an extent? And who is Xianxia? Damn, if you don't believe me, I'll record it with a formation. What? Record it? Let me see. Is Xianxia white or not? Do you want to see? Come and pay me 50,000 divine crystals, I'll show you. In an instant, such things happened everywhere. Some people paid the divine crystals, and after seeing it, they immediately gasped. No, I can't take it anymore. My blood is boiling. As expected of a peerless beauty, her figure is so good. Who is it that is so heaven-defying? Damn, this guy is a kindred spirit. It's just that he's missing the last doo-doo. If he can take it off, it'll be perfect. It wasn't just the flying swallow planet. These array formation illusions quickly spread to other worlds. In some remote worlds, they even started to bid directly through auctions. The entire second astral realm was in an uproar. After the Rain clan received the news, they went mad with anger. They frantically sent out experts, sweeping in all directions. Anyone who spread this kind of formation would be killed without hesitation. However, no matter how strong the Rain clan was, they couldn't control so many worlds. Moreover, these people had seen it countless times. They didn't know how many formations they used to duplicate it, so it couldn't be removed. After Xianxia received the news, she vomited 3 liters of blood and fainted again. Master, you must capture that middle-aged man and attack the 7th floor at the same time. Xianxia was on the verge of collapse. She was on the verge of despair. Xianxia was seriously injured, and the clan was trying their best to save him. After all, the Saint Realm examination was imminent. They had to let Xianxia fully recover in a short time. The price for this was extremely high. On the other side, they sent out saint experts to attack the 7th floor. In an instant, after the 7th floor was attacked from all directions, it started to retaliate crazily. Both sides were fighting with real fire. As for the reason, no one could say for sure. How could they know that this was all a trap set up by Lin Xian? At this moment, Lin Xian had already returned to Luohua Valley to accompany Xianxia. After Xianxia returned, she waited nervously. However, before Lin Xian arrived, she received a piece of news. The Rain clan was beaten to the ground. The young master of the Rain clan was kidnapped and almost crippled. The fairy of the Rain clan undressed on the spot, causing countless wolves to howl. The saints of the Rain clan even kowtowed and slapped their faces. Xianxingqiu's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. What the hell? Even Xianxingqiu spent divine crystals to buy the formation and brought it back to view. Of course, when Lin Xian returned, Xianxingqiu looked at it enthusiastically. Lin Xian smiled. What is this little girl looking at? Why is she so happy? Xianxingqiu cheered. Brother Lin, you're back. Qiu'er is looking at your masterpiece. Lin Xian glanced at it and was speechless. Damn, these guys really recorded it. Not only that, Xianxingqiu laughed. The whole world already knows about it. I reckon that in a few days, the whole Heaven Punisher world will know about it. This time, let's see what the Rain clan will do. Are they still arrogant? Lin Xian coldly snorted. They brought this upon themselves. They repaid kindness with enmity and even wanted to kill me. I didn't kill them. I've already shown them mercy. He glanced at the formation again and nodded slightly. This Xianxia's figure was not bad, but unfortunately, her character was not good. Humph, Xianxingqiu said as she turned off the array and lifted her head. Is my figure better or is it mine? Well, I'll take a closer look. Lin Xian carried Xianxingqiu and walked towards the depths of the valley. The two of them flirted. In the following days, Lin Xian and Xianxingqiu were very leisurely. They were already making the final preparations. The battle between the Rain clan and the 7th tower had also ended. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Although the Rain clan was powerful, the deficient Earth tower had so many saint slayers, giving them a headache. In the end, both sides could only stop fighting. The Rain clan's faces were gloomy. They gritted their teeth. This time, they had suffered a great loss. The two geniuses of the clan, Xianxia, had not recovered completely because of the previous incident. She probably did not have the chance to participate in the Saint City's examination and had to rest. On the other side, Xianxia had recovered. His clan had paid a great price for Xianxia to recover completely. His cultivation had even reached a new level. This time, Xianxia had reached the beginning of the 4th level Saint realm. Of course, this kind of price was huge. Xianxia recovered, and his face. He quickly understood the situation and found out that the 7th floor was heavily damaged. However, the middle-aged man was still nowhere to be found. Thinking of the previous incident, he was so angry that his body was trembling. He could not bear it. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Go and find him. Even if it takes 100 years or 1,000 years, you have to find him." Only. This matter was handed over to his clan, and he returned to Xianstar. The examination of Wushuang City had finally arrived. The people of Xianstar had gradually calmed down after watching Xianxia's phantom. But soon, they became excited again. Because the 9th heaven was about to open. The examination of Wushuang City was about to begin. Once these people could join, they would have a meteoric rise. At that time, they would not be afraid of the Rain clan. The disciples of the Saint City were the top geniuses. Boom, on this day, thunder rumbled, and heaven and earth rumbled. The 9th heaven was completely opened, and a terrifying sound came from the outer realm. The entire Xianstar was in an uproar. One figure after another rose into the sky and flew towards the outer region. Those who were waiting in the outer region also started to head towards the 9th heaven. Today's 9th heaven was exceptionally dreamy. Multicolored light surrounded it, and it was incomparably holy. At the same time, an even more terrifying aura was emitted. In addition to those who participated in the examination, there were many powerful figures. Among them, there were some old men, living fossils, and some small saints. They were the representatives of various clans. They wanted to watch and see if their disciples could succeed. A huge flying sword descended from the ninth heaven. There were a few figures standing on the flying sword. They wore white clothes embroidered with golden threads and auspicious clouds. These were the people of Wushuang City, and they were the special envoys of Wushuang City. One of them was an old man. He had the aura of an immortal. He came down and said loudly. Without further ado, he first explained the rules of the examination. As long as they were not disciples of the Saint City, regardless of their family background or age, they could participate in the examination. The first examination was the ninth heaven. Stepping into the ninth heaven meant passing the examination. Those who were strong could do as much as possible. This would be beneficial to their future results. The third generation of disciples recruited this time were divided into ordinary disciples and core disciples. Among them, the personal disciples of the Saint King would be selected from the core disciples. If one could become the eldest disciple of the third generation, there would be additional rewards. Now, the examination began. The old man's voice was extremely loud and clear, and it spread throughout the universe. Hearing this, many experts were excited. Those who could participate this time were all saints. Even the saints of the first heaven were not qualified. This was because they probably could not even reach the first heaven. Among them, there were 8 figures standing in 8 different directions. Each of them had outstanding talents. They were the 8 great prodigies. However, the 8 great prodigies attracted the attention of countless experts. Look, that person is Di Ling. They saw a man in a yellow robe with his hands behind his back. He stood in the void and stepped on heaven and earth with a disdainful expression. It was as if he did not put the world in his eyes. He was Di Ling. The first of the 8 great prodigies, the other person was in a black robe. His face was pale and his body was full of ghostly aura. He was Gui Li. He was a very famous genius expert on the Fiend planet. There was another person who was as tall as a giant. He was Shi Bufan. The other stalwart man had stars in his eyes. He was Shi Shui Tianchen. There was a beautiful woman beside him. She wore a blue dress and was extremely beautiful. She was Wang Xiaofeng of the Isley clan. There was also a woman who was as beautiful as a flower. She was very cute and had a pair of big eyes. She was Xianxia from the spirit tribe. Beside Xianxia was a handsome young man in a red robe. Countless people were surprised because this person was not one of the 8 great prodigies. The fact that he could follow beside Xianxia attracted countless attention. Many people whispered. Could this be the rumored husband of Xianxia? His cultivation was really only at the 2nd heavenly layer. It was likely that he could not even reach the 1st heaven of the 9 heavens. Lin Xian paid no attention to these discussions. Soon, these people would know that his strength could not be measured by his cultivation level. In another direction, there was another person standing. This person was also very handsome, but his face was extremely gloomy and filled with monstrous killing intent. When many people saw this young man, their expressions were very strange. They wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to. This person was Xianxia. At this moment, his killing intent was awe-inspiring, like a killing god. His powerful eyes looked in all directions. No one dared to look in his direction. Thank you for your monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Rewards, please recommend, monthly vote, subscribe, collect, and reward, please support. Everyone felt this aura and was shocked. Damn it, this Xianxia's strength had increased. No way, he could still break through and rebuild. It was really surprising. Everyone went crazy. They thought that after the previous incident, they would not be able to recover. For example, Xianxia did not come. But not only did Xianxia come, but he was also full of killing intent and his strength had increased greatly. It was really unexpected. Finally, one of the 8 geniuses was called Yang Hao. His body was covered in flames and there was an illusion of a sun behind him. It carried him. He was like a sun god, extremely dazzling. Other than the 8 geniuses, there were also some strong cultivators with terrifying auras. It seemed that they were not inferior to the 8 geniuses. Among these people, there were even some with deep faces. It seemed that they were geniuses from other places. These people might not be famous now, but after today, they would definitely be famous. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these people and he nodded slightly. One had to say that these 8 geniuses were indeed extraordinary. Their vitality was like a dragon, and the laws on their bodies were even more terrifying. Each one of them was an earth-shattering figure. The 8 geniuses did not care about Lin Xian's gaze. There were too many people looking at them. Lin Xian's gaze didn't attract any attention at all. Of course, 2 of them still turned their heads away. One of them was Shui Tianchen. Stars flickered in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. He revealed a look of confusion, but he quickly retracted his gaze. The other person was Xianxia. Xianxia also turned his head and saw Lin Xian. At first, he was stunned, then a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he said coldly. I didn't expect you to come to participate in the Holy City's examination. You really don't know what's good for you. Kid, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Xianxia's killing intent was very cold, causing the surrounding geniuses to go into an uproar. Heavens, who was Xianxia talking to? They all looked over. The next moment, they looked at Xianxia. No way, Xianxia actually had a conflict with the spirit race's saintess. However, they were soon stunned. That was because the person who responded was not Xianxia. Instead, it was the man beside her. Lin Xian also sneered. Why can't I come? However, I am very curious as to why you dared to come. Weren't you threatened by someone not long ago? Weren't you beaten up on the ground? Your reputation has long since gone down the drain. Logically speaking, you should be obediently holed up at home. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned and dare to come out. I really admire your courage. If we're talking about shamelessness, I think you're qualified to be one of the top geniuses. A faint mocking voice rang out. The surrounding people went crazy. Did this guy not want to live anymore? How dare he provoke Xianxia? Moreover, the other party was obviously rubbing salt in his wound. Who didn't know that Xianxia had suffered a huge blow a few days ago? He had indeed become a laughingstock. However, that was only in private. Who would dare to laugh at Xianxia in front of him? The other party was a 4th-layer saint. How powerful was his strength? However, they discovered that there was actually someone who didn't know what was good for him. You're courting death, Xianxia was furious. He took a step forward, and his killing intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was so terrifying. Many people were sent flying, and their faces were filled with fear. When a genius was angry, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. Oh, you want to attack me? Lin Xian glanced at the other party. He had actually advanced a level and became a 4th-layer saint. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant here. However, I advise you to retract your killing intent. Otherwise, you may be pressed to the ground and beaten again. Crazy, crazy. This kid was completely crazy. They could sense that Lin Xian was only a 2nd heaven sage, yet he dared to challenge a 4th heaven sage. Wasn't he courting death? Sure enough, Xianxia's killing intent was awe-inspiring. He raised his hand, and a terrifying law filled the air. It seemed that he was about to attack. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. It was like thunder, and a large crack appeared in the void. The law on Xianxia's body instantly disappeared. Who dared to stop him? He looked over angrily, and in the next moment, he was stunned. Everyone else was stunned too. It turned out that it was the elder from Peerless City. Soon, everyone's scalp went numb. This was the special envoy of Peerless City. Xianxia also stopped and did not attack. The elder said, if the 2 of you want to fight, you can leave this place. If you want to participate in Peerless City's assessment, you have to abide by the rules. Senior, you're right. I don't want to fight, but some people are too overbearing. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He still had a good impression of Peerless City. Yes, the old man also nodded slightly. On the other side, Xianxia snorted and did not attack again. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. Kid, I'll let you know what despair is later. I'll show you my strength. Although he could not attack now, Xianxia had already decided that he would completely crush the other party during the assessment. He would make the other party feel despair. Then, when he succeeded in joining Peerless City, he would kill the other party. He had wanted to kill Lin Xian before. Not long ago, he was beaten up and threatened because he could not find the culprit. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Now that he met Lin Xian, he naturally wanted to vent it all. The others seemed to know this as well, so they looked over. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. This kid was too unlucky. Yes, everyone knew that Xianxia was angry and needed someone to vent his anger. Everyone was avoiding him. However, this kid did not know what was good for him. They were afraid that Xianxia would vent all his anger on him. Everyone was not optimistic about Lin Xian. However, they did not know that the person who beat up Xianxia and threatened him was Lin Xian. Even Xianxia himself didn't know. If he knew, he would probably be angered to death. The other Skyprides also looked at Lin Xian. They did not know where this guy got his confidence from. Was it because he had Xianxia's backing? In an instant, many people thought that Lin Xian was a gigolo, a guy who lived off a woman. Alright, let's begin. In the sky, the elder of Peerless City gave the order. All the contestants were ready to move. Di Ling took the lead. His body swayed, and he rushed directly to the ninth heaven. Behind him were Ghostly, Shirbufan, and the rest of the 8 geniuses. Further behind them were the various experts and saints. They were like a torrential flood as they charged upwards. Let's go too. Lin Xian and Xianxia also rose into the sky and flew up. They first entered the projection of the ninth heaven. The pressure was also very strong. Ordinary saints could not withstand it. However, Lin Xian and Guili had been here a few times. They were already used to the pressure, so their speed was very fast. Like lightning, they cut through the crowd and flew up quickly. During this time, many experts and saints who were participating in the competition saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Damn, who was so fast? Damn it, it was that gigolo. What? It's him. He's a level 2 sage, and his cultivation is lower than mine. How can he be so fast? Xianxia is with him. It must be Xianxia who brought him to fly. Everyone thought that it was Xianxia's credit for Lin Xian's speed, and they were indignant. Lin Xian did not care about such discussions, because these people would soon know his true strength. The two of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to reach the real 9 heavens. The pressure here was very high, so there were only a few dozen people around. Most of them were still fighting in the projection of the 9 heavens. When they arrived, a few dozen people turned their heads to look at them. It was Xianxia. Many people exclaimed. They were still wondering why they did not see Xianxia, but they did not expect her to be behind them. When they saw that there was someone beside Xianxia, they were stunned. In the next moment, their expressions became disdainful. So it's this gigolo. Maybe Xianxia came later because she wanted to take care of this gigolo. You trash, how could you come here without relying on women? Xianxia was the first to speak, his eyes filled with disdain. The others also had ridicule in their eyes. Xianxia's face turned cold. She wanted to act, but was stopped by Lin Xian, who shook his head slightly. He did not let Xianxia say anything, but he said it himself. Do you know what it means to court death? If you provoke me now, you will die a horrible death later. This kid is crazy. Even now, he still dares to provoke Xianxia. Xianxia sneered. He did not make a move himself, but looked around. Everyone, no matter what, we are the most powerful sages, and we are all people who have hopes of entering Wushuang City. But now, there's an ant among us. Don't you all feel uncomfortable? Why don't we work together and get rid of this trash first? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with coldness. Indeed, to be honest, although they were not allowed to fight, their combined might of saints was not something that the other party could withstand. I agreed. A few saints nodded with cold smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they wanted to attack as well. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Xianxia, you're still trash after all. You want to join forces with the others to get rid of me, a second heaven sage. So, you can't get rid of me yourself? Someone like you is worthy of being called one of the 8 heavens favorites? I really feel ashamed for the other 7. You're courting death, Xianxia was enraged. His holy aura surged towards Lin Xian. The sage's aura caused many people's expressions to change. Some of the sages who had just arrived were even sent flying. Outside the 9th heaven, countless people were watching. Their eyes were shining. Those people were really strong. They had arrived below the 9 heavens so quickly. Soon, they would step into the real 9 heavens. That was for sure. As for the others, it would be good if even 1% of them could enter. That pretty boy also went. He must have come with Xianxia's help. Look, Xianxia is attacking that guy. What? Didn't they say that fighting was prohibited? He was using his holy aura. He wanted to use his holy aura and the surrounding pressure to make that kid scram. Haha, that's great. I told you, that kid is just an ant. He definitely won't be allowed to enter the 9 heavens. The surrounding onlookers started to discuss when they saw this scene. Lin Xian was indeed attacked by the sage's aura. However, he did not care. He stood there with his hands behind his back. No matter how much Renping attacked, he still had a smile on his face. You want to chase me away with this little bit of holy aura? Looks like you really need to join forces. If you can join forces with the 8 heavens favorites and exert pressure on me, it might work a little. Lin Xian smiled. The surrounding people went crazy. How was it possible? Nothing happened to Renping. It was unbelievable. One had to know that there was a difference of 2 realms between them. Even if he could not kill Renping with his aura, it would be easy to make him scram. However, he did not succeed. Could it be that Xianxia made a move? However, they did not find Xianxia making a move. Xianxia's face turned ugly when he saw that he did not succeed. Damn it, what kind of treasure did this kid have to be able to block his aura, or was it the spirit race's saintess? His face was cold. However, he was determined not to let Lin Xian reach the 9 heavens. Hence, he looked around again. Are you really going to let a 2nd heaven ant jump in front of us? He has no right to stand with us. Yes, I think it's necessary to get rid of the trash. A few figures walked out with cold smiles on their faces. However, one of the 8 heavens favorites, Ghostly, snorted. Join forces with you? Not interested. Maybe this kid is right. Xianxia, you're too useless. You can't even deal with a 2nd heaven cultivator. You don't deserve to be one of the 8 heavens favorites. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. Xianxia's face turned ugly. Damn it, someone dared to refute him, and it was Ghostly. Ghostly was from the Demon Star. He once wanted to capture his sister. Hence, both sides were enemies. It was normal that Ghostly did not listen to him. He snorted coldly with a gloomy expression, and then looked at the others. I'm not interested. Shirbufan retracted his gaze and looked at Di Ling and the 9 heavens. I'm not interested either. Shui Tianchen also shook his head. Wang Xiaofeng was on Shui Tianchen's side. Hence, she also turned around and ignored him. Among the 8 heavens favorites, 4 of them ignored him. Xianxia stood beside Lin Xian. Hence, there were only 3 people left. Xianxia was completely against it. Hence, only the 1st-ranked Di Ling and the 8th-ranked Yang Hao were left. Yang Hao shrugged. To be honest, it didn't matter if Lin Xian went up or not. Because Lin Xian was not a threat to him. His target was the other members of the 8 great prodigies. Hence, only Di Ling was left. If Di Ling did not support him, then Xianxia's face would be completely lost. The atmosphere became awkward. Lin Xian chuckled as well. Seems like your character isn't all that great. Didn't you see how much the 8 geniuses despise you? That's why I'm advising you to go home and be a coward. Damn it. I'm so angry. Xianxia was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His teeth were about to shatter. His body was trembling, and his killing intent was monstrous. At this time, Di Ling spoke. Xianxia is right. I also think that ants have no right to stand with us. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. Di Ling actually stood on Xianxia's side. This was out of everyone's expectations. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. Xianxia's eyes were filled with joy. Ling actually helped him. This was great. With Ling's help, so what if the others did not agree? Kid, looks like your luck is really bad. Today, you will die. Idiot. Lin Xian sneered. Why would Ling help you? Do you really think your character is good? Isn't it all because of your sister? Don't forget, your Rain clan's bloodline used your sister as a cultivation vessel. Your cultivation realm should rise very quickly. He hit the nail on the head. Everyone suddenly understood. So Ling had this idea. Indeed, the Rain clan's bloodline was very helpful for cultivation. Especially Xianxia, who was the Rain clan's genius. If someone could dual cultivate with her, then their cultivation would rise very quickly. Ling had obviously taken a fancy to this point. Although the news of Xianxia being stripped down to her undergarment had spread throughout the universe, so what? Compared to great strength, Ling didn't care about this at all. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Ling's face sank. He looked at Lin Xian, a trace of coldness in his eyes. In truth, Lin Xian's guess was exactly what he had planned in his heart. Xianxia was incomparably arrogant. Her bloodline was abnormal, and she probably had many suitors before. Even if he went to pursue her, he might not have been able to succeed. After all, the Rain clan's ambitions were great. Perhaps they wanted to marry a disciple of the Holy City. But now, the situation had changed. Peerless City's examination would begin now. He would become a disciple of the Holy City without any accidents. Second, Xianxia's reputation had taken a great hit. Not everyone would be willing to accept it. At worst, after he accepted her, he would treat her as a concubine or a cultivation vessel. This way, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. When he finished using her, he would just throw her away. Originally, all of this was done in secret. Even if others knew, they wouldn't say it. But Lin Xian actually said it out loud in front of everyone. This made him lose all face. Thinking of this, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Reckless idiot, it seems you really don't need to live in this world. On Xianxia's side, his face was also gloomy. To be honest, he didn't resist Ling having designs on his sister. Ling's talent was very strong. As one of the 8 geniuses, he was completely worthy of his sister. And if the two sides could form a marriage alliance, their clan's strength would greatly increase. More importantly, this brat had angered Ling. He really didn't know what was good for him. Xianxia also had a trace of worry. If she faced Xianxia alone, she wouldn't be afraid. But against Ling, she didn't have much confidence. This person was terrifying, and he had many trump cards. Therefore, she said, "Be careful, Brother Lin. This guy is very strong." "Don't worry, I'm confident." Lin Xian smiled. Ling had his trump card. Of. The next moment, he directly met Ling's gaze and said, "You've been standing here for so long. What? Do you have the confidence to reach the 9th heaven?" "Let me." Ling of. Was he provoking Zero? No one dared to believe their eyes. They didn't think that the other party would first provoke Xianxia, and now provoke the Imperial Mausoleum. Was he tired of living? "How dare you speak to me like that?" Ling's voice was cold. "No one has ever dared to talk to me like that." "Is that so?" Lin Xian took 2 more steps forward. He was closer to Ling, and at the same time, closer to the 9 levels of heaven. His eyes shone with a strange light. "No one has ever dared to talk to you like that? What a joke. Didn't your elders teach you a lesson? Even if they weren't from the older generation, no one in the same generation said that to you. I remember that during the Battle of Tongtian Tower, there was someone who took the Qilin horn in front of you. You didn't even dare to fart at that time." The crowd was in an uproar. They really didn't know that. Although the Battle of Tongtian Tower was a big deal, it only happened in one world. No one else went. In the end, they only knew that the Qilin horn was taken by a mysterious expert, but they didn't know who it was. At the same time, they didn't think that there was such a thing. Ling's face darkened. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This matter was the biggest humiliation of his life. But luckily, this matter didn't spread widely. Not many people knew about it. But now, the other party actually knew about it, and even said it out loud. There were so few geniuses here. Once the news was said, it would immediately spread throughout the world. Nonsense. Di Ling was one of the 8 geniuses. Who would dare to threaten him? Xianxia snorted. Kid, don't spread rumors. I spread rumors? I can only say that you're an idiot. Look at his expression. Does it look like he's spreading rumors? Xianxia looked at Di Ling. Di Ling's face was terrifyingly dark. The murderous intent in his eyes was even more terrifying than his own. This made his heart skip a beat. It's over. It seems that such a thing really happened. I didn't think that you would know about this. Di Ling's voice was cold. Humph, at that time, it was a senior from Wushuang City who wanted the Qilin horn. I naturally gave it to him. What? In the end, the Qilin horn was taken by someone from Wushuang City? The crowd was in an uproar. If that was the case, then the matter could be explained. If Di Ling wanted to participate in Wushuang City's test, she would have to curry favor with Wushuang City. So maybe Ling didn't fight for the Qilin horn at that time. So that was the case. They heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, how could Di Ling be beaten to the point that he didn't even dare to fart? Lin Xian laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke. Di Ling's face was ashen. He roared crazily. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. You're really disappointing. I didn't think that the first place of the 8 geniuses would be trash like you. You're courting death. Di Ling walked out with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Did I say something wrong? You let me out, are you sure? You can lie to others, but can you lie to yourself? You keep calling the people from Wushuang City your senior. Do you really think you can successfully enter Wushuang City? At the end of the day, you did back off because you met someone stronger than you. When you meet a strong person, you either fight to the death and die honorably, or you retreat. There's nothing shameful about it. After all, you only have one life. But you obviously retreated, yet you still put gold on your face. I look down on you because of this. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of light, and a wave of arrogance appeared on his body. This arrogance was something that no one else had. Previously, I was on the same level as you on a certain ranking list. At that time, I also treated you as a top genius. I even treated you as an opponent. But now, I see you. Lin Xian shook his head. I really feel that my previous understanding is laughable. You're not worthy to be my opponent. Lin Xian's voice clearly spread in all directions. At this moment, everyone heard it and went crazy. What did he say? Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent, Song. Who dared to go against Di Ling? Even the top 8 geniuses did not dare to. But now, a second heaven sage dared to say that Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. Such arrogant words. What was he if not an idiot? Sure enough, Di Ling laughed, Xianxia also laughed, the surrounding experts also had a disdainful sneer. It seemed that the opponent was indeed an ant, he did not know how strong Di Ling was. Shirbufan, Zhishui Sky City, Wang Xiaofeng and the others were puzzled. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Was it just because of Shen Jingqiu's thigh? But even Shen Jingqiu herself did not dare to go against Di Ling, especially Zhishui Sky City. He cultivated eye techniques, his observation was very sharp. Although he felt that Lin Xian's face was unfamiliar, his temperament made him feel incomparably familiar. He had definitely seen him before, and it was very deep, but who was he? Everyone was disdainful, but Shen Jingqiu's eyes were shining. This was her brother Lin, the hero in her heart. Even in the face of Di Ling, he did not shrink back. Moreover, she believed that brother Lin would be the ultimate champion. Only Lin Xian was qualified to be the eldest disciple. Lin Xian's expression was calm, he was not affected by the surrounding people. He said indifferently, "You can laugh at me. But this only means that you are short-sighted, soon you will know that Di Ling is indeed not qualified to be my opponent." After he finished saying those words, he ignored those people and walked forward with large strides. Everyone went crazy. Does this kid want to be the first to reach the 9th heaven, courting death? Di Ling also had some followers. When they saw this scene, their faces turned cold and they wanted to scold him. However, Di Ling stopped them and smiled coldly. It didn't matter, he would let one of them go. I want to see how a second heaven ant can reach the ninth heaven. If he can't even reach the first heaven, I really want to know, how will he face the words he said before? Xianxia laughed coldly as well. That's right, he wanted to humiliate Qin Wendian in front of everyone. He wanted to let everyone in the world know that Qin Wendian was just a braggart trash. His strength was simply not enough. The spectators below were also stunned. Heavens, what was going on? The first person to reach the ninth layer of heaven was not Di Ling, but a second layer saint. It was that gigolo. Everyone was going crazy. Could this guy ascend to the 9 heavens? It was very difficult. The pressure of the 9 heavens was extremely great. Even the first level of heaven was not something that anyone could ascend. Those below the 3rd level of heaven had no hope at all. That brat was only a second heaven sage, and he was only in the early stage. He would probably be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. Under countless gazes, Lin Xian finally took a step forward and stepped into the first layer of heaven. Instantly, the first layer of heaven began to tremble. An endless amount of pressure pressed down on them. It was as though an entire world was pressing down on them. That berserk power had increased exponentially. It was simply too berserk, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light bloomed from his body and suppressed the huge pressure. In the next moment, his other foot also stepped up. He stood on the first heaven of the 9 heavens, then turned around and looked down. Like a god, he looked down at the people below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a long time, Lin Xian was still standing there with his hands behind his back. He was not injured at all. Not to mention that his body was cracked. How was that possible? The others were going crazy. They could not believe it. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? He actually ascended to the 9th layer of heaven. Damn it, it was too strange. The crowd was in an uproar. Because this was completely different from what they had guessed before. They had guessed that when Qin Wendian stepped onto the 9th layer of heaven, he would turn into a bloody mist. But now, Qin Wendian was standing there perfectly fine. This was a slap to everyone's face. Could it be that the pressure of the 9th layer of heaven was not as terrifying as they had imagined? That was possible. After all, the first layer of heaven might not be that strong. Moreover, that kid was a body refinement martial artist. That was why he could ascend to the first layer of heaven. However, some people shook their heads. It was impossible. This was not an ordinary assessment. This was the assessment of Wushuang City. They were recruiting disciples. How could they allow an ordinary person to ascend? One had to know that if he ascended to the first layer of heaven, he would be qualified to participate in the next level. Wushuang City would never do such a thing. This made sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Could it be that the other party was wearing a battle armor? Moreover, it was a sage-tier battle armor. That was why it was able to withstand such a terrifying pressure. Yes, that must be it. Everyone's eyes lit up. Damn it, this kid actually had a sacred weapon. Moreover, it was a defensive sacred weapon. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Many people's eyes turned red. If they had such a sacred weapon, they could also successfully become a disciple of Wushuang City. What was this kid's identity? He actually had a sacred weapon in his hand. Countless envious voices rang out again. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. However, at the next moment, the voice of the Wushuang City's messenger rang out. The 9th layer of heaven is very strange. You can't use any weapons to help you when you step onto the 9th layer of heaven. You can only rely on your own strength, talent, and bloodline. What? You can't use sacred weapons after stepping onto the 9th layer of heaven? Everyone was in an uproar. Then, the second possibility was not valid. Then what was going on? They had just thought of a reasonable explanation, but it was immediately rejected. Could it be that it was the first possibility? Only the first layer of heaven was not that dangerous. Let me try. The eyes of a 3rd heaven saint above were bloodshot. He rushed up in an instant. At the next moment, he stepped onto the 9th layer of heaven. Everyone's heart was also nervous. If he could also ascend, then there was hope for the others. Everyone was extremely excited. However, at the next moment, they were dumbfounded. That third layer saint instantly screamed and exploded, turning into a mist of blood. What? He actually failed? How was that possible? That person was an early-stage third-layer saint. He couldn't even last a second. Everyone's heart turned cold. They knew that the 9th layer of heaven was not a place that anyone could ascend. It was estimated that ordinary third-layer saints would not be able to ascend. However, what was going on? How did that second-layer saint get up there? He couldn't rely on sacred weapons. Could it be that he relied on himself? Thank you for your support, recommendations, monthly votes, and rewards. Everyone was shocked at the thought of this possibility. Was this still the ant that they despised? I think we've all misjudged him. An elder said. This kid is obviously one of them. He's really strong. Even without Xianxia's help, he could still stand at the first layer of heaven. This showed that he was a genius. At least, most people had to look up to him. Too cool. This kid can actually fight above his level. This is really too cool. Some people were excited. Their strength was not high. They were all saints at the first or second layer of heaven. They had no hope of participating in the holy city's assessment. But now, there was someone with the same cultivation as them who could step into the 9th layer of heaven. This made them excited. Gigolo, I support you. Freeloader bro, we support you. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone's mouth twitched. But they were speechless. Indeed, other than those two titles, they really did not know who he was. Where did this genius come from? Up above, the 8 geniuses were also stunned, and so were the other experts. This kid really went up and succeeded. This was a slap in everyone's face. Some people's faces darkened. Among them, Di Ling and Yu Qianya's faces were scarily dark. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Great, she knew that Brother Lin would be fine. Interesting. In Stillwater Sky City, Sherbufan and the others narrowed their eyes. Ghostly also smiled. Looks like it's time for us to act. The others took a deep breath. Their eyes shone with a cold light. Indeed, it was time for them to act. Di Ling took the lead and walked out. He sneered. So what if he can step into the first layer of heaven? He can't be compared to me. He let out a long roar. His body shone brightly as he rushed into the sky. In an instant, he entered the first layer of heaven. But he did not stop. He continued to go up. The second layer of heaven, the third layer of heaven. Then, he landed. He crossed the third layer of heaven in one step. Everyone went crazy. What kind of pressure was this? The elder screamed. He's too strong. Is this the strength of the 8 geniuses? It's really terrifying. Even the surrounding strong cultivators were astonished. This imperial mausoleum was indeed terrifying. Haha, I'm going too. Ghostly sneered. His body and mind flickered, and he also crossed the 3 heavens in one step to search for the imperial mausoleum. At this moment, Di Ling had already disappeared from the third layer of heaven. He was probably charging towards a higher level. Sherbufan let out a roar and chased after Qin Nan. On the other side, Shui Tianchen, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others made their moves too. Yu Qianya had also arrived at the first layer of heavens. He gazed at Lin Xian with a smile on his face. Brat, you've exceeded my expectations, but that's all. You can only stay in the first heaven for the rest of your life, but I'm different. Don't worry, you can still live now. After I become a disciple of Peerless City, I will kill you. As he spoke, he also rushed towards the second heaven. The others started to move. Those who were strong enough were able to reach the first layer of heaven and were rushing to the second layer of heaven. This was because it had been said before that the higher one charged, the higher one's ranking would be, and the greater the benefits would be. No one would give up on this opportunity. However, not everyone could reach the first layer of heaven. The first layer of heaven seemed to be the most basic, but it had stumped countless experts. Many people were already struggling to reach the first layer of heaven, not to mention reaching the second layer of heaven. Some of them tried to force their way up, but their bodies were torn apart, and those who tried hard exploded into a bloody mist, screaming as they ran away. Everyone was alarmed. Sure enough, the first heavenly layer of the 9 heavens was not so easy to cross. The surrounding onlookers were all excited. This was a rare scene. Xianxia also arrived at the first layer of heaven and came to Lin Xian's side. "Brother Lin, let's go quickly. Don't be left behind by them. Don't worry, the higher you go, the harder it will be. They won't be able to reach the 9th layer of heaven so easily." Lin Xian felt the pressure of the first layer of heaven and he could make a preliminary judgment. He was now a veteran who had gone through hundreds of battles. Hence, he was able to analyze the 9th layer of heaven and the strength of those people. Although it wasn't 100% accurate, it was basically the same. Moreover, he said, "Qiu'er, don't be anxious. The 9th layer of heaven seems to have some special characteristics. Is there something else?" Xianxia was shocked. She carefully sensed it, then frowned. "Now that you mention it, it is indeed a little unusual. However, it is too ethereal to grasp." Lin Xian nodded slightly and carefully sensed it. Wang, he suddenly raised his hand and punched towards the void. With a clang, the sound of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. It was like the sound of a yellow bell, resounding through heaven and earth. Not only did the people in the 9th layer of heaven hear it, but the onlookers outside the 9th layer of heaven also heard it. What's going on? Did someone use a sacred weapon? Everyone was shocked. Didn't they say that they couldn't use it? Everyone was puzzled. The few envoys from Peerless City curled up their lips into a smile. "Someone was able to ring the bell so soon," the elder said loudly. "The 9th layer of heaven has the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Let's see if you can sound it." Everyone was in an uproar. So that's what it means. Every layer of heaven has the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Although they didn't know what it was, it must be extraordinary to be able to sound the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Sure enough, after that, more and more voices rang out, coming from different places. It was obvious that the other elites had also started to sound the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Lin Xian retracted his palm. When he heard the elder's words, he squinted his eyes. So that's how it is. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Everyone should be able to sound at most 9 sounds on each layer of heaven. This sound contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every sound was a baptism of the Tao. "Qiu'er, let's act quickly. This is extremely beneficial for our comprehension of the laws." As he spoke, Lin Xian roared and punched in all directions. 1, 2, 3 terrifying sounds of thunder rang out one after another. Instantly, 9 sounds of thunder circled around heaven and earth. "Damn, who is it?" The heavenly thunder 9 sounds was in an uproar, everyone was in an uproar. Even the few people from Wushuang City had a piercing look in their eyes. The elder soared into the sky, releasing a powerful aura. It was too unbelievable. Someone could sound 9 sounds in an instant. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the heavenly thunder sound, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. It was actually very difficult. Even the first level of heaven found it difficult to do. But now, someone actually did it. It was really too unbelievable. Who was it? Who was it? Everyone was discussing, but the few envoys from Peerless City could clearly see it. They saw that in the first level of heaven, there was a young man in red who punched in all directions, hitting out 9 levels of heaven. It was this kid. Their faces were full of surprise. To be honest, they thought it was Di Ling or Ghostly, but they did not expect it to be neither. It was actually Lin Xian, the 2nd level saint. He hit out the heavenly thunder 9 sounds from the start, the 9 sounds rumbled, and the great Tao Law surrounded Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian to instantly sit down cross-legged and quickly comprehend. Beside him, Xianxia also quickly made a move, but he only hit out 7 sounds, but this was already very impressive, so she also quickly sat down to comprehend. After a while, Xianxia opened her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. It was indeed useful. She felt that her use of laws had become stronger, and her laws had actually improved. This heavenly thunder 9 sounds was really too amazing. She really wanted to try it again. Lin Xian beside her also opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Let's quickly go to the 2nd level of heaven. He also stood up, and at the same time a piercing light burst out from his eyes. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds were all hit out by him, and his comprehension was even more profound. At the same time, he had a thought in his mind. Just the first level of heaven was already able to comprehend to such an extent. If all 9 levels of heaven were hit, what kind of realm would it be? He might be able to break through in an instant. Thinking of this possibility, he was incomparably excited. One had to know that unless there was some heaven-defying opportunity, it was very difficult to break through. Some people could be stuck in a small realm for thousands of years, and it was possible. For example, Xianxia's cultivation breakthrough, that was something that the Rain clan had paid a huge price for, and probably would not be able to do a second time. It could be said that those who could come were all world-class geniuses. They had experienced hundreds and thousands of years of fortuitous encounters before they could achieve what they had today. Lin Xian was much younger than those people. He was not even 100 years old. There was only a difference of 2 celestial layers. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be heaven-defying. But this time, Lin Xian decided to use the 9 heavens to break through again. Thinking of this, he and Xianxia quickly went to the second heaven. The pressure of the second heaven was much greater than that of the first heaven. However, this was not a problem for the 2 of them. Thus, the 2 of them quickly arrived at the second layer. When those people saw this scene, they were incomparably frightened. They did not doubt Xianxia's strength, but for Lin Xian, it was really inconceivable that he could reach the second layer of heaven. This brat's strength was a little ridiculously strong. Lin Xian did not pay attention to the others. Instead, he said to Xianxia, "Let's begin. Try your best." After saying that, he also moved his fists and began to attack in all directions. The sound of the great Tao resounded again. For a moment, everyone was amazed. At the same time, in the 5th heaven of the 9 heavens, Ling's expression was cold. He attacked in all directions in the 5th heaven, except for the 6 heavenly thunder sounds. Then, he began to comprehend. Currently, he was the highest. The others, like Guili, had reached the 4th heaven. The others, like Shibufan and Shui Tiancheng, had also reached the 4th heaven. The others, like Wang Xiafeng and Yu Qianya, were at the 3rd heaven. They were all trying their best to find a way to hit as many heavenly thunder sounds as possible. Shibufan roared and punched in all directions. In the 4th heaven, he hit 6 heavenly thunder sounds. Then, he began to comprehend. Guili sneered. His body was full of ghost qi, and he hit 7 heavenly thunder sounds. Shui Tiancheng did not make a move, but the stars in his eyes disappeared. His gaze pierced through the void, and he also hit 7 heavenly thunder sounds. On the other side, in the 3rd heaven, Yu Qianya roared and used the Rain clan's great ability. He actually hit 8 heavenly thunder sounds, which made him wild with joy. This is great. He was too excited. He almost hit all of the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. He thought that other than him, no one else could do it. However, when he was about to comprehend, he suddenly heard 9 sounds at the same time, shaking heaven and earth. 9 heavenly thunder sounds, damn it, it was the 9 heavenly thunder sounds again. How was this possible? Yu Qianya could not believe it. He had just heard the 9 heavenly thunder sounds, and now he heard it again. Who was it? In an instant, he thought of Ling. Damn it, this imperial mausoleum was really too terrifying. But soon, he calmed down. Ling was strong, but he was not weak either. He hit 8 heavenly thunder sounds, so he was second only to Ling. Thinking of this, he smiled. Even if he could not be the first disciple, it was not bad to be the second disciple. So, he sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend quickly. The others were also shocked. For example, in the 4th heaven, Shibufan, Guili, and Shui Tiancheng's expressions were cold. Damn it, was Ling already this strong? This was unbelievable. The people outside were also discussing. In their opinion, there was only one person who could hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds, and that was Ling. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else. However, the people from Wushuang City did not think so. They could clearly see the scene of the 9 heavens. At this moment, their faces were full of shock. Even the old man was dumbfounded. It was this kid again. How was this possible? he saw that the one who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds was a young man in red, a second heaven's sage. That's right, the one who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was too powerful. After Xianxia hit the 7 heavenly thunder sounds, her face was full of envy. Lin Xian smiled. Qiu'er, quickly comprehend it. You might be able to break through next time. Xianxia nodded and quickly sat down to comprehend. On the other side, Lin Xian did the same. In the 5th heaven, Ling opened his eyes. His expression was first filled with joy. This allowed him to have a new understanding and improvement in his laws. However, soon, he frowned slightly. Who was the one who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds? Could it be that guy, Guili? Everyone outside was guessing that it was him who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. However, he knew that he had never hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. At most, he had only hit the 8 heavenly thunder sounds. That was in the 3rd heaven. Hence, he guessed that it was Guili. Guili was the one whose strength was closest to his, and he was from the Fiend Star. The Fiend Star was a place where countless ruthless people gathered. There were galactic pirates, and the laws of martial arts were very complicated. Perhaps, Ghostly had learned some special abilities. This Guili should be in the 3rd heaven now. If that was the case, it was nothing. He was already in the 5th heaven. Hitting the 9 heavenly thunder sounds in the 3rd heaven would be easier. Hence, he did not mind. Taking a deep breath, he struck out with his palm again, and actually struck out a new one. My previous comprehension of the laws had a new improvement, so I can strike out again. Thinking of this, he hurried to comprehend again. Ling's strategy was simple. He did not care whether he could strike out the 9 sounds, but whether he could ascend to the 9 heavens. Therefore, he had to move forward as much as possible to distance himself from the others. If he could ascend to the 9th or 8th heaven, even if he only struck out 1 heavenly thunder sound, it would be much more powerful than striking out 9 heavenly thunder sounds at the same heaven. On this point, Ling was right. However, he was too fixated on the results and forgot about the process of comprehension. Lin Xian was different in this regard. He did not care about how many heavens he could ascend. What he cared about was whether he could comprehend the 9 heavenly thunder sounds at each heaven and strengthen his own laws. At this moment, Lin Xian woke up from his comprehension again. He said to Xianxia, "Qiu'er, is that enough?" Xianxia nodded, "I want to strike again." As she spoke, she struck out again and struck out the 8 heavenly thunder sounds. There was an additional thunder sound. This was due to Xianxia's new comprehension. This scene made Lin Xian happy. "That's great, hurry up and comprehend." Xianxia quickly sat down to comprehend. Finally, the two of them rose into the air again. They headed towards the 3rd heaven. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd heaven. There were much fewer people in the 3rd heaven, because those who could come here were all extraordinary. Even Wang Xiaofeng and Yu Qianxia were here. Yu Qianxia had just finished comprehending. He was full of confidence and wanted to leave. However, he was stunned by the next person. Damn it, how could it be? He was stunned because he saw Lin Xian. But why was he here? This was unbelievable. Wasn't he at the 1st heaven? What was going on? Lin Xian and Xianxia naturally saw Yu Qianxia and squinted their eyes. A trash like you is still able to reach the 3rd layer of heaven. You really surprised me. Lin Xian said faintly. Damn it. That's what I want to say. Yu Qianxia roared madly. Damned brat, I didn't expect you to be able to come up here. To be honest, he was really shocked. In his opinion, Lin Xian would only be able to reach the 1st layer of heaven in his lifetime. He couldn't even ascend to the 2nd heaven. But now, he actually saw him in the 3rd heaven. How could this be, Xianxia? It must be because of this woman that this brat was able to come up. Yes, that's right, that must be it. Yu Qianxia kept consoling himself. Lin Xian saw through the other party's thoughts and sneered. What an idiot. Was it fun to deceive oneself? Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough that I'll surpass you completely because I've never treated you as an opponent. What a sharp-tongued brat. Keep being stubborn. Xianxia can only help you to the 3rd heaven. That's already the limit. I don't believe that you can ascend to the 4th heaven. I'll trample you under my feet for the rest of my life. Xianxia roared madly and then rushed towards the fourth heaven. The pressure of the fourth heaven was very strong. Xianxia felt a strong force that wanted to crush him. His body trembled and he almost fell from the sky. Trample me under your feet? Dream on. Seems like you can't even break through the fourth heaven. How dare you talk big in front of me? Lin Xian raised his head to look at the scene and sneered. Courting death, open for me. Wind and rain 9 transformations, Xianxia roared madly. Rain poured down from his body and the wind howled. It turned into a torrent of lava and slashed towards the sky. Finally, he tore a crack in the fourth heaven and rushed in. This brat could actually go up. Xianxia was surprised. Lin Xian was very calm. He said that it was nothing. The fourth heaven should not be a problem for him. But it seemed like this was his limit, unless he had a new comprehension. But even if he had a new comprehension, it would be the fifth heaven at most. It was impossible for him to go any higher. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light. He directly gave Xianxia a conclusion. At the same time, he said, don't worry about that brat. He's nothing to be afraid of. Let's hurry up and comprehend the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his fist again. The golden fist was incomparable. It carried the power of the 5 elemental law. It seemed like it could destroy everything. With one punch, the entire third heaven shook violently. It was as if the sky and the earth had been turned upside down. The surrounding third heaven cultivators were all stunned. Who was this? How could he be so fierce? Was he trying to destroy the heavens? They all turned their heads and looked around. In the next moment, they saw Lin Xian. Damn. It's this brat. Damn it, how is it possible? How did this brat come up? These people were crazy. Wang Xiafeng naturally saw Lin Xian as well. She had just awoken from her meditation and was preparing to leave. But in the next moment, she discovered that Lin Xian was attacking the third heavenly layer. And the commotion was extremely shocking. It's him. He could actually come up here. Lin Xian's appearance shocked Wang Xiafeng. But that was not the most shocking thing. Soon, Wang Xiafeng's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. That was because she heard 9 voices. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds surrounded Lin Xian, making him look like a god. He actually hit 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. How is this possible, honestly? She was really too shocked. One had to know that she had only hit 7 sounds here. Although it was only a difference of 2 sounds, it was like heaven and earth. It was impossible for her to go any further. 9 sounds were simply a legend to her. Damn it, 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds, and it was a punch. This brat was a monster. After the Imperial Mausoleum, was there someone else who could hit the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? No, she had to tell Shui that a peerless enemy had appeared. In Wang Xiafeng's opinion, the first 2 heavenly thunder 9 sounds must have been hit by the Imperial Mausoleum. But Lin Xian could also hit it successfully. He was a genius on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. She rushed into the sky, shocked. She wanted to tear the fourth heaven apart because she had to tell Shui Tianchen this news. At this moment, Xianxia clapped and cheered. Big brother Lin was really too powerful. This was already the 3rd heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Qiaoer was really envious. The sound was not loud, but Wang Xiafeng heard it clearly. She almost fell from the sky. She floated in the air, trembling slightly. Her face was full of shock. What? The 3rd heavenly thunder 9 sounds? Could it be that the first 2 were also hit by him? Heavens! How could this be? Wang Xiafeng felt that her knowledge had collapsed. Because she had always thought that the first 2 heavenly thunder 9 sounds were hit by the Imperial Mausoleum. And she felt that only the Imperial Mausoleum could do it. But now, it was not Di Ling, but the kid in front of him. Just what kind of monster was this kid? 3 strikes. This guy really had such strength. Previously, Lin Xian had said that Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Xian was crazy. But now, Wang Xiafeng felt that he was really qualified to say such words. Wait, she suddenly froze. What did Xianxia call him? Brother Lin, is his surname Lin? Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Could it be that Lin Wudi? Thinking of this possibility, she felt that she was going crazy. Damn it, this discovery, I must tell Shui Tianqin. They had to prepare quickly. Wang Xiaofeng, at this moment, used all her strength to attack the fourth layer of heaven. Finally, she tore a crack in the fourth layer of heaven and went in. Wang Xiaofeng finally arrived at the fourth layer of heaven, but she found that Shui Tianqin had already gone to the fifth layer of heaven. Wang Xiaofeng could only suppress the shock in her heart. It was better to cultivate in the fourth layer of heaven first, and wait until the fifth layer of heaven. On the other side, Xianxia also arrived at the fourth layer of heaven. He took a deep breath and began to comfort himself. It's okay, I'm already ahead of that kid, I will definitely trample him under my feet. Boom boom boom. Next, he bombarded all directions, but in the end, he only released 6 heavenly thunder roars. He was not satisfied, he gritted his teeth and attacked many times, and in the end, he could only release 5 heavenly thunder roars. This made him break out in cold sweat. Calm down, I have to calm down. Xianxia began to sit cross-legged and began to comprehend the heavenly thunder roars. On the other side, which was the third layer of heaven, Lin Xian and Xianxia were also in the midst of comprehending. Finally, they opened their eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. Let's go, Lin Xian said. Xianxia nodded, and the two looked up. Above, which was the fourth layer of heaven, the surrounding third layer of heaven, saw this scene, and all became nervous. Were these two finally going to appear again? Especially this Lin Xian. It was really unbelievable that he could make it here. Previously, everyone was very curious as to why Lin Xian could come here. Was it because of Xianxia's help? Now, perhaps they would be able to see it with their own eyes. Xiaoer, you can go up first. Lin Xian said. Xianxia nodded. She soared into the air and headed upwards. Very soon, she felt an immense pressure. With a shout, she drew a line in the air with her finger. Violet light swirled in the air, forming an arc of moonlight that collided with the pressure of the fourth heaven. Clang! Clang! Heaven fell and earth cracked. The fourth heaven tumbled, but it still didn't shatter. Upon seeing this, Xianxia flicked her fingers continuously, firing one terrifying dharma after another, which finally tore the fourth layer apart. Then, she entered. Big Brother Lin, come in quickly. A surprised voice sounded. Could it be that the crack could allow many people to pass through? Many people's eyes lit up. Could it be that Lin Xian came to the third heaven in this way previously? Thinking of this, someone's figure flashed. He wanted to use the crack opened by Xianxia to enter the fourth heaven. But as soon as he got close, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, no way. He could only open it himself. He couldn't use anyone else. Those people's faces turned pale. Some people didn't believe it and wanted to try again, but they were sent flying while vomiting blood. The crack in the sky disappeared once again. This method wouldn't work. But how did Lin Xian come up? Damn it, they had to see it clearly. Lin Xian sneered at the actions of the people around him. They really knew how to take advantage of loopholes. However, these opportunists wouldn't be allowed to enter the test this time. As for him, he didn't need anyone's help. In the next moment, he roared. His fist emitted a golden light and blasted towards the sky. With a boom, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. A big hole was poked in the fourth heaven. Lin Xian skyrocketed and directly stepped into the fourth heaven. The people around him were stunned. Many of them were so scared that they knelt on the ground and trembled. Oh God, is this really a sage of the second heaven? This power seemed to be even stronger than when he leveled up. That was Xianxia, one of the 8 great prodigies. Could it be that this kid's strength was also at the level of the 8 great prodigies? Thinking of this possibility, their scalps tingled. This time, they finally knew how Lin Xian had managed to get here. He relied on his own strength to force his way up. There were even fewer people in the fourth heaven. There were only about 10 people in total. Xianxia was surprised. There were so few people in the fourth heaven. She wondered if anyone in the 9th heaven could go up. It was difficult. The higher one went, the greater the pressure. The fifth heaven would be much more difficult than the fourth heaven. Lin Xian looked around. He saw Xianxia and Wang Xiaofeng. There were also some people, but their faces were unfamiliar. This guy actually came up. Among the 8 great prodigies, there was a person called Yang Hao, who was ranked 8th. When he saw Lin Xian come up, he was also surprised. One had to know that those who could come here were at least at the level of the 8 great prodigies. The remaining people were some hidden monsters or experts who were slightly older. For example, the 2,000-year-old sage. But without exception, these people's cultivation were all around the 4th heaven. The weakest was at the 3rd heaven late stage. Lin Xian, who was at the 3rd heaven late stage, was rare. It could be said that there was no such person. Boom, he was still wondering what was going on. Suddenly, he heard a sound. No, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. There was a roar between heaven and earth, damn it. Yang Hao immediately knelt down. He saw Lin Xian punch out the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. This was too unbelievable. It was like a dream. Not only that, but everyone on the 4th level was shocked. Even those who were meditating opened their eyes. Their faces were full of shock. The 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Who sounded the 9 heavenly thunder sounds, and it was on their 1st heaven? It was definitely not Di Ling, because Di Ling was far ahead of them. In other words, a newcomer came from below and sounded the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Who was it? They all turned their heads and saw a person surrounded by 9 lightning bolts. Who was it? That gigolo, damn it. Wasn't he a gigolo? How could he be so powerful? The surrounding people were also frightened to the point where their scalps went numb. Wang Xiaofeng also opened her eyes. It was that familiar figure again. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian's figure. It was him. It was really him. He could really make the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Xianxia was also awakened by the sound. He opened his eyes and looked. Could it be that Di Ling had returned? When he saw Lin Xian in the distance, he was stunned. Damn it, what's wrong with that kid? How did he get up here? It took him a lot of effort to enter the 4th heaven. How did he do it? When he saw the 9 thunderous sounds revolving around Lin Xian, he was even more stunned. Heavenly thunder 9 sounds, impossible, he stood up and screamed. Did he just use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? What a joke, he could only use the heavenly thunder 6 sounds here. It was unbelievable that Lin Xian had 3 more sounds than him. I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the 4th heaven. Xianxia screamed crazily. He started to attack in all directions. If he could use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds, it would mean that there was something wrong here. However, he could only use the heavenly thunder 6 sounds at most. He felt hopeless and hopeless. He roared, damn kid, go to hell. Xianxia jumped up and charged towards Lin Xian. He would never allow such a person to exist. Oh no, Xianxia attacked. The surrounding people exclaimed. Xianxingqiu's expression changed. She wanted to attack too. However, before she could, Xianxia was attacked. It turned out that the heavenly thunder 9 sounds had drawn 9 mysterious ancient runes. They attacked in all directions and sent Xianxia flying. Xianxia flew backward and vomited blood. His body was pierced through and he looked miserable. In the 9th heaven, no one was allowed to attack others. This was a warning. If there was a next time, he would be killed immediately. A cold voice rang out. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Xianxingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sneered. He had already guessed that this would happen. It was ridiculous that Xianxia was such an idiot. He even dared to challenge the rules of Wushuang City. Qiu'er, go and cultivate. No one will disturb us. Lin Xian said. Then, he started to comprehend. Xianxingqiu used the heavenly thunder 8 sounds to comprehend as well. This scene shocked everyone once again. The 8 sounds of heavenly thunder was really too powerful. This was already the 4th layer of heaven. They didn't expect that Xianxingqiu would become more and more courageous as the battle progressed. She had already completely surpassed them by using the 8 heavenly thunder sounds. Impossible, this is impossible. Damn it, why is he so strong? Xianxia crawled up from the ground and quickly recovered from his injuries. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with madness. To be honest, the strength of these two people had exceeded his expectations, especially Lin Xian, who had actually used the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Damn it, what kind of luck did he have? I don't believe it. I have to see what's wrong with this kid. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Xian. The others also did not leave, because the heavenly thunder 9 sounds was too inconceivable. At the same time, there were even fewer people in the 5th layer of heaven. There were only a few people left, and their faces were filled with astonishment. He thought of the heavenly thunder 9 sounds again. This was already the 4th time. The imperial mausoleum had already defied the heavens to such an extent, every time he ascended a heaven, he would have to strike the 9 sounds of thunder. Until now, they still thought that it was from imperial mausoleum. At the 6th layer of heaven, imperial mausoleum's face was also solemn. Damn that ghostly, how could he be so powerful? Everyone thought that it was from imperial mausoleum, and imperial mausoleum thought that it was from his opponent, ghostly. The people outside were also guessing, their faces filled with madness. Only the people from Peerless City were twitching their mouths. Damn it, it's that kid again. This kid was incredible, and he had already been listed as a key person to be observed. They did not expect that after senior brother Fu, there would be another person who was so heaven-defying, striking the heavenly thunder 9 sounds 4 times in a row. They wondered if he could break senior brother Fu's record. Impossible, senior brother Fu had struck the heavenly thunder 9 sounds 7 times. He had created a record. No matter how strong that kid was, it was impossible to strike 7 times. A few of the Peerless City's messengers were discussing quickly. The senior brother Fu they were talking about was naturally Fu Hongya. Fu Hongya was a legendary figure in Peerless City, and he had created many records. The old man's eyes were also shining, wondering what kind of miracle this kid could create. As for Lin Xian, he was also looking forward to it. At the 4th heaven, Lin Xian opened his eyes. On the other side, Xianxia had also finished comprehending. Both of their laws had increased again. You trash still haven't left. Lin Xian was the first to see Xianxia, and then the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. What? Could it be that you have stopped at the 4th heaven and can't ascend to the 5th heaven? Thinking about it, your potential should have been used up. Damn kid, how dare you look down on me? Xianxia instantly stood up and roared crazily. He was about to go crazy from anger. He was actually being looked down on. I'm here to expose you. I don't believe that you can ascend to the 4th heaven with your own strength. Lin Xian laughed loudly after hearing that. So it was because of this. Xianxia, do you really think that you are very powerful? Do you really think that you can ignore everything just because you are one of the 8 great prodigies? Do you think that because my cultivation is lower than yours, my strength should be lower than yours? You are really too self-righteous. In this world, there are millions of possibilities. Some people's strength can't be measured by their cultivation. I am one of them. So put away your pride. In front of me, you are nothing. You sharp-tongued kid, you are not qualified to teach me a lesson. Xianxia snorted coldly. Why can't I look down on you? I am only 900 years old this year. I am very young, and I am already a 4th heaven sage. As for you, you are only at the 2nd heaven. You are 2 realms lower than me, you might not be able to reach my realm in this lifetime. Why can't I look down on you? Xianxia roared crazily, and the others were also shocked. Xianxia is so young, only 900 years old. Lin Xian was disdainful after hearing that. You have lived for nearly 1,000 years. What a surprise. I thought you were only 100 years old. It seems that you are not my opponent at all. Lin Xian shook his head, looking like a lonely expert. This scene angered Xianxia so much that he vomited blood. Kid, you are so arrogant. I will see how you die when you go out later. If it wasn't for the rules that forbid fighting, do you think you are qualified to speak in front of me? A gigolo who relies on women is not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Relying on women? Lin Xian sneered. Fine, it seems that you will not give up until you see the coffin. Today, I will let you see my true strength. Xianxia, I will let you see that your pride is not worth mentioning in front of me. Lin Xian's eyes were serious. His body shone brightly, and the whole world's Tao was resonating with him. In the next moment, he stepped on the void and walked toward the sky. The remaining people saw this scene, and their eyes focused. Heavens, is he going to break through to the fifth heaven? These people were too shocked. Because they could sense that the fifth heaven was not so easy to break through. It might be a watershed. You dare to break through to the fifth heaven? What an idiot. I will see how you die. Below, Xianxia sneered. Please recommend me. Monthly votes. Collection. Subscribe. Tip. He did not think that with Lin Xian's strength, he would be able to break through the fifth heaven. Perhaps in an instant, the opponent would be blasted into a bloody mist by the pressure. Lin Xian's expression was dignified, his body was shining brightly, like a golden god of war, standing in the void. His laws were constantly rising, and his divine body was completely activated. The void trembled, and the violent power illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He threw out a punch that was like a vast ocean. Endless power of law blasted out towards the sky. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. This was because this power was simply too strong. They simply could not believe that this was something that a second heaven sage could produce. Boom, the 4th heaven was constantly rumbling. The 5th heaven was also constantly trembling, and in an instant, a hole was punched out. Lin Xian let out a long roar and directly stepped onto the 5th heaven. One punch pierced through the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The people of the 4th heaven were stunned, and directly knelt down. The people of the 5th heaven were even more alarmed, and their eyes shone with a piercing light. Who was it? Had he entered the 5th heaven again? In the 5th heaven, there were only a few people, and those who could enter were all peerless experts and top evildoers. Was it the other few of the 8 great geniuses? They all turned their heads to look. At the next moment, their eyelids twitched wildly, because they felt that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, and a big hole appeared near them. Then, a figure walked out. What, it was actually this kid. The few people of the 5th heaven were completely stunned, and they realized that the person who came up was not the person they imagined. It was a person who surprised them. It was that gigolo. How could it be him? How could he come here? In Stillwater Sky City, Sherbuffon and the others were surprised. They had an impression of this person, and he was one of Xianxia's people. But in their opinion, he should be one of Xianxia's male pets, and his strength should not be too strong. But now, he could actually come to the 5th heaven. It was really unbelievable. For a moment, they were all stunned, and their minds were a little blank. Below, the people of the 4th heaven were even more shocked. Lin Xian stood on the 5th layer of heaven and looked at the 4th layer of heaven through the crack. He coldly said, Xianxia, how is it? Where is your pride? Do you still think you can look down on me? Xianxia's mind was blank, and he was dumbstruck. Only when Lin Xian asked him did he regain his senses. The next moment, he felt like he was about to pee his pants. Impossible, he was really too shocked. The other party had broken the sky with a single punch. What kind of strength was this? No, this was not his true strength. This place was very strange, and it should have something to do with the laws. But if it was the laws, then it was even more inconceivable. The other party's comprehension of laws was already so profound? This was completely beyond him. For a moment, he was unable to accept this. Damn brat, don't be so arrogant. If you can do it, so can I. Xianxia roared and soared into the sky. His heart was filled with shock, but he believed in himself. Perhaps the barrier here wasn't as strong as before, and that was why the other party had been able to enter. Boom, Xianxia exerted all of his strength and blasted it towards the sky. This attack was extremely domineering, as if the entire sky was about to shatter. However, when the palm landed, heaven and earth trembled, and there were no cracks. Instead, Xianxia was sent flying. What? Xianxia did not succeed. The people of the 4th layer of heaven were shocked. It seemed that the gap between the two parties was too big. Damn it, I don't believe it. Xianxia roared and attacked crazily. However, the 5th layer of heaven was like a Milky Way hanging above his head, making it impossible for Xianxia to come over. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Is this what you have to be proud of? Is this what you use to look down on me? What a joke. Hearing this, Xianxia was so angry that he vomited blood. As one of the 8 geniuses, his strength was strong, and he had just broken through to the 4th layer of heaven, so he was proud and arrogant. But now, he was being looked down on. Damn it, I can't accept this. He roared crazily, and a terrifying law rushed out and attacked above. Boom, boom. Boom, the fluctuations between heaven and earth were even more terrifying, but the 5th layer of heaven still did not crack. Humph, trash. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He ignored Xianxia and looked at Xianxia. Qiu'er, come up quickly, I will wait for you at the 5th layer of heaven. As he spoke, the crack under Lin Xian's feet slowly healed. After it had completely healed, the people of the 4th layer of heaven were still in a daze. Lin Xian's previous actions were too spectacular, and coupled with Xianxia's miserable state, it formed a sharp contrast. They felt that Lin Xian was the real genius, and Xianxia was just an ant. No. I don't believe it. Xianxia roared crazily. If he attacked quickly, he would definitely break through and enter the 5th layer of heaven. At this moment, he was extremely crazy. On the other side, Xianxia also attacked. She took a deep breath and shouted. She waved her hand, bringing along a powerful law. This attack was naturally unable to break through the 5th layer of heaven, but she was not discouraged. Her mentality was very stable now. Therefore, after a period of time, she coaxed the 5th layer of heaven to open and stepped in. Xianxia also went in? Many people were envious. Seeing this, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he went mad. How could it be? How could I not be able to enter? He was mad. To be honest, he was suppressed by Xianxia before, but after his cultivation had broken through, he did not put Xianxia in his eyes. In his opinion, his current strength was enough to compete for the top 3 of the 8 geniuses. But now, Xianxia also went in, and he still could not break through. He could not accept it. Wang Xiafeng saw this scene and shook her head slightly. Xianxia's mentality had collapsed, and he probably could not use his full strength. Thinking of this, she shook her head. If he continued to be crazy, he would be a pitiful worm. She did not care about him anymore and started to break through the 5th layer of heaven. The 5th layer of heaven. Everyone was also in shock. They had not recovered from their shock. Lin Xian had entered, how could it be, but until now, they found that it was really a fact. They had no choice but to accept it. Soon, they found the 5th layer of heaven, and another person came up. It was Xianxia. They were shocked. After Xianxia came up, she looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, I'm here. Lin Xian nodded. Qiu'er, recover your strength first, then attack. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and began to recover her strength. Lin Xian attacked. When he stepped into the 5th layer of heaven, he only used one punch and did not use much strength. So now, he was ready to break through the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. The 5th layer of heaven was much more difficult than the previous ones. Lin Xian only used the 5 sounds of heavenly thunder in one punch. Wow, this kid is so strong. Shirbufan and the others exclaimed. But soon, they screamed in fright. That was because Lin Xian had thrown out another punch. This time, the 9 sounds of heavenly thunder were all heard. Shirbufan, Shui Tiancheng and the others were scared to death. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he be so strong? Is this kid still human? Under everyone's surprised gaze, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. What did you see? Shirbufan's mouth twitched. The stars in Shui Tiancheng's eyes faded. He used the 9 sounds of heavenly thunder. Heavens! He can be compared with Di Ling. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Ghostly also gritted his teeth. Between heaven and earth, the voice of the messenger sounded again. In the 9 layers of heaven, do not waste time, because time is also part of your assessment. If you feel that you can no longer move forward, then it is wise to give up. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They originally thought that they could stay here for a little longer, and maybe there will be a chance. But now it seemed that it was not possible. Time was also part of the assessment, So if they stayed here for too long and were unable to move forward, then their ranking would fall. So thinking of this, they no longer cared about being shocked. Let's break through to the 6th layer of heaven first, then think about what is going on with this kid. There were only 6 people here in the 5th layer of heaven. At this moment, except for Xianxia and Lin Xian, the other 4 people were attacking like crazy. However, the 6th layer of heaven was not a place you can go up as you wish. Even if Bufan, Shui Tiancheng, Ghostly, and the others attacked for a long time, they still could not break through. This made them feel despair for a while. No. I can't accept it. They were all peerless geniuses, and were incomparably confident in themselves. How could they shrink back because of such a small matter? However, 3 days later, they were completely desperate. In these 3 days, they never stopped attacking, and each time they used their strongest attack, but still could not break through. Bufan sighed and said, "It seems like I can't do it anymore. I'm going to leave." Indeed, it would be futile to stay any longer. The 5th layer of heaven was probably his limit. Furthermore, there was also the factor of time. He could not stay here indefinitely. Therefore, he was prepared to leave. Shui Tianchen sighed. Could it be that he really couldn't do it? He didn't leave, but another person did. This person wasn't one of the 8 great geniuses. He was a new genius. However, they also chose to leave. The only ones left to attack were Ghost Force and Stillwater Sky City. Finally, Ghostly tore open a crack and successfully entered the 6th layer of heaven. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, Shui Tiancheng, I'm leaving first, you have fun." Had Ghostly entered? Damn it. The water of heaven had unleashed the strongest eye technique, but it still didn't succeed. In desperation, he could only choose to withdraw. His figure disappeared in the 5th heaven. Only Lin Xian and Xianxia were left on the 5th floor. The 2 of them were still comprehending and had not woken up. The 6th layer of heaven. A figure appeared. It was Ghostly. As soon as he appeared, he looked up to the sky and laughed. It was really too good. He finally reached the 6th layer of heaven. Presumably, only he and Di Ling could reach this level. Stopping laughing, he looked around. Suddenly, he revealed a puzzled look. Why didn't he see Di Ling's figure? Could it be that guy went to the 7th layer of heaven? He was surprised. In fact, he didn't know that just when he entered the 6th layer of heaven, Di Ling also chose to withdraw. Di Ling was the first to reach the 6th layer. Compared to the others, he was much earlier. Therefore, he had enough time to comprehend and even attack the 7th layer of heaven. But in the end, he despaired. He couldn't open the 7th layer of heaven. Coupled with the factor of time, Di Ling very decisively chose to withdraw. In his view, even if he was in the 6th layer of heaven, he was still the first. He even felt that no one could set foot on the 6th layer of heaven. Ghostly didn't know where Di Ling went, but he didn't care. He was now going to attack the heavenly thunder sound with all his strength. In the 6th layer of heaven, he only attacked 3 heavenly thunder sound. And in the end, he didn't break through the 7th layer of heaven, so he could only choose to withdraw. The 5th layer of heaven. Lin Xian and Xianxia opened their eyes. They began to attack the 6th layer of heaven. Lin Xian attacked first. His body emitted a bright light, like a sun. His eyes were like lightning, and he attacked aggressively. At this moment, he attacked with sword energy. The 5 elements sword moved in the sky, slashing the heavens and destroying the earth. It directly tore a big crack in the 6th layer of heaven. Then, Lin Xian walked up. "Qiu'er, it's up to you," Xianxia nodded. She used her spiritual body, which caused her realm to increase greatly. Naturally, she also broke through the barrier of the 6th layer of heaven. The 2 of them finally arrived at the 6th layer of heaven. When they arrived, there was no one around. Xianxia said in surprise. Could it be that they went to the 7th layer of heaven? Lin Xian said, not necessarily. They might have already withdrawn. Don't worry about them. Let's continue. Lin Xian attacked with sword energy in all directions. Finally, he attacked with the heavenly thunder 9 sounds again. Then, he sat down with his legs crossed. Xianxia attacked with the heavenly thunder 7 sounds. When the heavenly thunder 9 sounds echoed in the 9th layer of heaven, the people below went crazy. The 6th heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Damn it. How far did the imperial mausoleum go? At the 4th layer of heaven, there were still more than 10 people. Among them, Wang Xiaofeng and Xianxia were there. Wang Xiaofeng's face sank. She also did not break through the barrier of the 5th layer of heaven. Now that she heard the 6th heavenly thunder 9 sounds, she was filled with shock. Under such fear, she chose to give up. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that she would collapse. When she disappeared into the 4th layer of heaven, she glanced at Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. He looked like a madman. He had completely collapsed. Indeed, Xianxia's strong attacks these days were still unable to break through the 5th layer of heaven. This made him feel hopeless. The others were also shocked. Especially those from Peerless City, they were even more shocked. 6 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Heavens! Is this kid really going to challenge senior brother Fu's record? If he could reach the 7th layer of heaven and attack with the 7th heavenly thunder 9 sounds, then he would be able to tie the record. It was too shocking. After so many years, there was finally another peerless monster. This kid is not ordinary. The elder's eyes lit up. His physique is definitely not ordinary. It should be one of the strongest physiques in the world. Moreover, his sword energy is terrifying. That sharp aura shocked me. I wondered what kind of swordsmanship he practiced. This is getting more and more interesting. He felt that Lin Xian was too interesting. He wanted to see if Lin Xian could break the record of Peerless City. Outside the 9th heaven, figures appeared one after another. Many of them were disappointed because most of them did not even reach the 1st heaven. These people were naturally eliminated. They could only return to the crowd, their faces full of disappointment. If they wanted to participate in the Holy City's assessment, they could only wait for the next time, and the next time, they did not know if it would be hundreds or even thousands of years later, so how could they not feel despair? Most of the people who reached the 9th heaven only reached the 1st heaven and could not advance any further. Those who could reach the 2nd heaven or above were few and far between. Although they could only reach the 1st heaven, these people were also incomparably excited because they had finally obtained the qualifications to enter the next round. To them, it was a great honor. Those who had successfully ascended to the 9th heaven were standing in another void. Moreover, it was distributed according to their results. Above them, figures appeared one after another. They were all from the 9th heaven. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's the Imperial Mausoleum." Above the 9th heaven, a figure appeared. His expression was cold, his gaze was cold, and there was a trace of dominance. It was the first of the 8 great geniuses. Heavens, look! His position was far above those people, and he was surrounded by the 5 heavenly thunders. Everyone looked carefully. Indeed, the position where the Imperial Mausoleum was standing was very special. It could be said to be the highest one. However, some people also noticed that something was wrong. Why did he only have 5 heavenly thunder sounds around him? It shouldn't be. Didn't he use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? Indeed, they just heard the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Was it not from the Imperial Mausoleum? Heavens, how was that possible? Everyone was in an uproar and discussed spiritedly. At this time, a few more figures appeared. It was Bufan and the others. It was the 8 great geniuses. They also saw the people from Water Sky City. These people were at the 5th heaven. They found Bufan, Water Sky City, and a few others below the Imperial Mausoleum. Obviously, they were at the 5th heaven. It seemed that the highest one was the Imperial Mausoleum. However, even Imperial Mausoleum had only reached the 6th heaven. There were still 3 levels to go from the 9th heaven. It was estimated that no one could surpass him. Just as he finished speaking, another figure appeared beside the Imperial Mausoleum, standing at the same height as everyone else. Heaven, there was actually someone who had ascended to the 6th layer of heaven. Who was it? Everyone screamed in shock. At this moment, the universe was boiling. Even Shui Tiancheng, Bufan, and the others glanced over too. Di Ling was also astonished. Someone had actually reached the same height as him? who was it? He narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he saw a familiar figure and snorted coldly. It was Ghostly. Thinking about it, only the other party could be compared to him. He took a closer look and realized that Ghostly only had these 3 heavenly thunder roars circling around him. This made him laugh. 3 heavenly thunder roars of the 6th layer of heaven were much weaker than his. Feeling Di Ling's mocking gaze, Ghostly's face darkened. Damn it, he was short of 2 heavenly thunder roars. He was really unwilling to accept it. If he had enough time, he would definitely continue to try, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Although this outcome made him unhappy, it was still within his expectations. Originally, among the 8 geniuses, he was ranked second only to Di Ling. Now, his results were also second to Di Ling. To him, it was still acceptable. Anyway, this was just the first round. At most, he would just have to wait for the next round. He would just have to go against the other party. You think that you can surpass me just because you hit a few heavenly thunder roars? You're too naive. Even if you hit a few heavenly thunder roars of the 9th layer of heaven, you're still not my opponent. Di Ling's voice rang out. He had already guessed that this would be the outcome. However, Ghostly was stunned. What did you say? What heavenly thunder roars? Weren't you the one who hit them? Below, Shui Tiancheng, Bufan, and the others were also stunned. Damn it, what was going on? It wasn't Di Ling, then who was it? Was it Ghostly? Di Ling was also stunned. What did you say? I hit them? I didn't hit the heavenly thunder roars. Wasn't it you who did it? He had always thought that it was Ghostly, but looking at Ghostly's expression, it wasn't him. This scene caused an uproar. Heaven, what was going on? It wasn't Di Ling who hit the heavenly thunder roars. It wasn't Ghostly who hit the heavenly thunder roars. Then who was it? Heavens! Who was it? To hit 6 heavenly thunder roars, could it be that there were several monsters in the 9th layer of heaven? For a moment, the crowd was discussing. In Shui Sky City, Bufan and the others were incomparably shocked. Ghostly and Di Ling, besides the initial shock, also sucked in a breath of cold air, then their faces sank. They had always thought that it was the other party who hit the heavenly thunder roars, but now they realized that it wasn't. It wasn't the 2 of them, it was someone else, and this person was still in the 9th layer of heaven. Damn it, who was it? Who was it? Could it be that there was a hidden peerless expert? Their eyes emitted a biting cold light, looking at the 9th layer of heaven, wanting to see through it. What was going on? Who was this expert? At this time, a few more figures flashed out. Among them, Yang Hao, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others also appeared. Their position was below Shui Sky City, the position of the 4th layer of heaven. You came out. When Shui Sky City saw Wang Xiaofeng, they also breathed a sigh of relief. But Wang Xiaofeng's face was incomparably dignified. She said, Shui, something big happened. Someone hit the heavenly thunder roars. And it was several heavenly thunder roars. You don't need to say this, we know. Bufan said in a deep voice. Shui Tiancheng also nodded, we know, and now we know that it's not Di Mausoleum, it's not Guili who made it. Damn it, who was it? I know who it was. Wang Xiaofeng said. What? You know, Shui Sky City was stunned. Even Di Ling and Ghostly cast their gaze over. This gaze caused the illusory technique around Wang Xiaofeng to constantly shatter. Wang Xiaofeng felt a great pressure. Without others asking, he said that it was Lin Wudi who hit it. Lin Wudi, who was this? What an unfamiliar name. Those people were completely stunned, and the surrounding onlookers also stared with their eyes wide open. Wow, who dared to use the invincible name? Was he crazy? Could it be that there was an existence more terrifying than Di Ling? At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar, and heated discussions once again. But Bufan and Shui Sky City's pupils shrank, and their faces became extremely frightened. Others did not know this name, but he knew that Lin Wudi had appeared in the small martial arts competition and easily defeated the 2 of them. At that time, the other party said that he would come to participate in Wushuang City's assessment, but until now, they had not seen him. However, the other party really appeared. Then who was the other party? Why did they not recognize him? The others were also puzzled. Who was so bold to use the name Invincible? He was too reckless. But soon, the news of the martial arts conference spread. It turned out that Lin Wuti had once sent Shirbufan flying with a punch. And he had easily defeated Shirshui Sky City, which shocked everyone. They knew how terrifying Shirshui Tianchen and Shirbufan were. There was actually someone who could win so easily. He was definitely a peerless genius. And it was said that he had won in the two strongest areas. If that was really the case, the other party was definitely not an arrogant person, but a heaven-defying expert. They were completely curious. Who was it? Who was this Lin Wuti? The people of Wushuang City also had strange expressions. That kid dared to use the name Invincible. He was really arrogant. Their expressions were incomparably strange. Only they knew who had struck out the Nine Shades Sky Thunder. Guili and Di Ling were also stunned. There was actually such a terrifying person here. Previously, they had heard of Lin Wuti, but they did not care at that time. In their opinion, the matter was just exaggerated. In this world, who dared to call himself invincible? If Di Ling did not dare, who else would dare? But now, this person had appeared again, and he was extremely powerful. Who was it? Who was that Lin Wuti? Tell me quickly. Di Ling's voice was loud, and his eyes were like the sun. It made Wang Xiaofeng uncomfortable. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but at that moment, everyone was stunned. Di Ling did not care anymore. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the nine heavens. Because the seventh nine heavenly thunder had sounded, the world was filled with a roar, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone was completely shocked. God, the seventh heavenly thunder, could it be that Lin Wuti had struck it out? Everyone went crazy. There was silence between heaven and earth. Only the nine heavenly thunder was circling. The people of Wushuang City were also stunned. Damn it, he had actually struck out 7, he had tied senior brother Fu's record. The elder from Wushuang City also sucked in a breath of cold air. Something big was about to happen. Forming a series of hand seals, Xianxia swiftly sent a message back to the headquarters of Wushuang City. Lin Wuti, it was Lin Wuti who did it. Heavens, he was too heaven-defying. Was he going to sweep through everything? 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. This meant that he had already reached the 7th layer of heaven. He had already passed the mausoleum and ghostly screams rang out one after another. Everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, someone had actually managed to surpass the imperial mausoleum. This was truly too inconceivable. Di Ling's face was incomparably gloomy. Damn it, damn it. He had never thought that someone would be able to surpass him. Even though Ghostly was on the same level as him, he still had 2 less heavenly thunder roars than him. But now, someone had boasted of reaching the 7th layer of heaven. This had completely surpassed him. Damn it, Lin Wuti. Di Ling gritted his teeth. He had never hated someone so much. His limelight had been completely stolen by the other party at this moment. He couldn't stand it. Could it be that guy? Ghostly frowned as he thought of someone. Not only him, Shirbufan and Shui Tiancheng also thought of a figure in their minds. This was because they had personally witnessed someone unleashing the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. But at that time, they thought it was just a coincidence. But now, it seemed that it might not be the case. That person might be Lin Wuti. But how could it be? Lin Wuti? How could it be him? These people couldn't believe it at all. Now, they could only wait for the final result. Look at the person who had finally walked out. Who exactly was it? While the outside world was in an uproar, in the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Xian and Xianxia woke up again. They had attacked from the 6th layer of heaven. Among them, Lin Xian had easily broken through the 7th layer of heaven. Xianxia, on the other hand, had some difficulty. But in the end, with the help of her spiritual body of heaven and earth and her strong cultivation realm, she still managed to reach the 7th layer of heaven. In the 7th layer of heaven, Lin Xian unleashed the heavenly thunder 9 sounds again. He had only unleashed the heavenly thunder 6 sounds. A few days later, the two of them opened their eyes. Sure, let's go. Lin Xian said. Xianxia shook her head. Brother Lin, I can already feel that I have reached my limit. I probably can't go any further. As a genius, her intuition was very accurate. Xianxia, on the other hand, was very spiritual. Hence, she knew that her limit should be the 7th layer of heaven. She didn't force it. She said, "Brother Lin, you are different from me. You should still be able to move forward. So go ahead and don't worry about me. Sure, I will wait outside for you to come back victorious." Alright. Lin Xian nodded. He could also see that Xianxia was already having a hard time reaching the 7th layer of heaven. Thinking about the 8th layer of heaven. Sure, go outside and wait for me. Sure wants to see Brother Lin reach the 8th layer of heaven with her own eyes. Xianxia lifted her small face. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. His expression was very serious. The 8th layer of heaven wasn't a game. He had to use all his strength to deal with it. The aura on his body was rising. He had already used his 9-yang divine body to the extreme. The aura of the 8th layer of heaven was too strong. Even with his divine body, he couldn't withstand it. Boom, the black Qilin tattoo on his body was activated. It covered his entire body. Only then did he manage to withstand the terrifying aura of the 8th layer of heaven. It was just the aura. He hadn't attacked yet. Once the battle started, the aura would be even more terrifying. The heavens and earth trembled. A terrifying aura spread out. Everyone in the entire star region felt a sense of oppression. They were terrified. Damn it. What's going on? Someone gasped. It seemed like someone was going to reach the 8th layer of heaven. What? Are you saying that Lin Wudi can still reach the 8th layer of heaven? That's unbelievable. At this moment, everyone looked towards the 9th layer of heaven. They were all waiting. Can he succeed? The people of Wushuang City were also very nervous. Is this kid still going to try? Isn't this too heaven-defying? Is he going to break Senior Fu's record? No. Even if he reached the 8th layer of heaven, he wouldn't be able to break Senior Fu's record. Unless he could hit the 8th heavenly thunder 9 sounds. However, if he reached the 8th layer of heaven, he would be tied with 2 records. These people were too shocked. Wushuang City had 2 records in the 9th layer of heaven. The first one was Fu Hongya's record of reaching the 7th layer of heaven. Moreover, he hit all 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. The second record was set by another person. This person was the first-generation disciple of Wushuang City. Linghu Chuishue. This person had reached the 8th layer of heaven and hit the 8th heavenly thunder 8 sounds. Fu Hongxue was the record holder of the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. As for Linghu Chuishue, he had reached the highest 8th layer of heaven. These 2 people were the strongest in their respective fields. Now, Lin Xian had tied with Fu Hongya's 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. If he could reach the 8th layer of heaven, then he might tie the record of the highest layer of heaven. How could the people of Wushuang City not be excited? Buzz buzz buzz, within the void, a formation appeared. Following which, a figure walked out of it. The appearance of the figure made many people confused. Did someone teleport here? Who is it? The few people from Peerless City were shocked. Senior Brother Fu, you're here personally. The person who had come was none other than Fu Hongya. He had also come. I heard that someone tied my record and is trying to break through to the 8th heaven. He was really surprised. It was already incredible to be able to produce the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. It's that kid. The people from Peerless City pointed at the array. Only they could see the array formation. Fu Hongya looked through the array formation, and in the next moment, he was stunned. It's him. He was surprised and said, "Interesting. I didn't misjudge him." Senior brother, do you know this kid? The few people from Peerless City were shocked. Even the elder said, "Hongya, what's going on?" Elder, do you remember that I said I met an interesting kid in the first astral realm? It's him. You're talking about that kid? The elder from Peerless City was shocked. He had heard that there was a strong person in the first astral realm who fought with the Skyprites from Sky Thunder City and was not at a disadvantage. They were shocked. Therefore, they were curious. If such a person could join Peerless City, it would be great for them. They did not expect it to be this kid in front of him. This kid is called Lin Wudi. Isn't he too arrogant? The people from Peerless City were shocked. Hearing this, Fu Hongya laughed. Lin Wudi? That's right. It's him. You guys don't know that this name is famous in the first astral realm. Just wait and see. He will cause a storm in the second astral realm. A smile appeared on Fu Hongya's face, as Lin Xian was someone he had high hopes for. But could he enter the 8th heaven? He was not confident. Because he did not even manage to enter the 8th heaven back then. The 7th heaven. Lin Xian's aura was getting stronger and the energy from the 8th heaven was getting more and more terrifying. Xianxia had already retreated to the edge of the 7th heaven. The force in the sky was too much for her to bear. At this time, Lin Xian made his move. He raised his hand and a sword energy shot out like a divine sword, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom, the pressure of the 8th heaven also poured down. It was as if a real sky was pressing down. The two collided, releasing an incomparable aura. The sword chi was sent flying, but Lin Xian did not stop at all. Instead, he continued to attack. The sword chi flew out and turned into a huge dragon. It roared at the sky with an extremely powerful roar. The black Qilin tattoo on his body let out a roar. The battle erupted. Lin Xian made a powerful move, and he felt an immense pressure. This pressure was even more terrifying than that of the 7th heaven clans. Outside, energy filled the air and the 9 heavens trembled. Everyone knew that the people inside were starting to attack. They held their breath. He waited nervously. Do you think that Lin Wudi will succeed? It shouldn't be possible. Yes, it was already heaven-defying for him to hit 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. It was said that he had tied a record. Moreover, it was said that in the entire Wushuang city, only one of the 2 generations of disciples had successfully stepped into the 8th heaven. That was the first generation's eldest disciple, Linghu Chuishue. Other than him, no one else could do it. Everyone was excited. They felt that it was really worth it to be able to come this time. They did not expect to see such an amazing feat. It was estimated that they would not see it even once in a few thousand years. Di Ling and the others looked gloomy, especially Di Ling. He was clenching his teeth. Damn it, he can't succeed. He can't succeed. He really could not bear it. Someone had surpassed him. And now, he was going to step into the 8th heaven. He prayed in his heart that he could not succeed. At the 7th heaven, Xianxia was also extremely nervous. Because at this moment, the battle was white-hot, but Lin Xian still had not broken through the 8th heaven. It was really unbelievable. One should know that before this, Lin Xian could break through the 8th heaven with a single punch. Now, after fighting for so long, he still could not break through. It was really unbelievable. Boom, Lin Xian waved his palm, and the 5 elements law transformed into a giant dragon that rushed into the sky. The 8th heaven kept shaking, but it did not break. Instead, a divine chain hung down, wanting to pierce through Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed, and the Kuanping movement technique was displayed to the extreme. Damn it, if this is the case, I can only use that thing. His expression was incomparably solemn. It would be difficult to tear through the 8th heaven with ordinary means. Then, he could only use the Emperor weapon to attack. In the 9th heaven, the use of sacred weapons was not allowed, so he could not use the Great Destruction Spear or the Great Sage Tower. He could only rely on his own strength. He had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which could evolve everything. He immediately prepared to evolve the Emperor weapon. He had seen a few Emperor weapons, such as the Dragon's Thousand Dragons diagram, Jade Lake's Desolate Tower, and even the Hongwu Emperor's Hidden Immortal Tower. Lin Xian was ready to evolve the Hidden Immortal Tower. He waved his palm, and with a long roar, the 9 yang divine body exploded, and the Qilin tattoo kept roaring. The 5 elements law rushed out. The Great Dragon Sword Soul in his body kept circulating. He waved his palm, and wanted to form the Hidden Immortal Tower in the 8th heaven, and then break through the barrier from the 8th heaven. The Great Dragon Sword Soul could evolve everything. At this moment, it really formed an ancient pagoda in the 8th heaven, which could kill immortals and gods. The pagoda was too terrifying, and once it appeared, the entire 9th heaven shook again. The people outside were completely stunned. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that someone really used a sacred weapon? The aura was too terrifying, and the eyes of the Wushuang city's envoys were filled with cold light. Fu Hongya was shocked, and the old man was even more shocked. Through the formation, they could naturally see that there was no one in the eighth heaven. But a pagoda appeared, and the aura made their hair stand on end. Was that a sacred weapon? Damn it, why would a sacred weapon appear? The disciples of Wushuang City screamed. However, the old man and Fu Hongya looked solemn. Fu Hongya said that it was not a sacred weapon. It should be a sacred ability, right? That's right, the old man also nodded. It was something created by a sacred ability, and it did not violate our rules. No way, his sacred ability could produce such a terrifying aura. What kind of sacred ability was that? The disciples could not believe what they had just heard. They were disciples of the sacred city, and they had seen everything, but they had never heard of someone with such a heaven-defying skill. However, the old man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He said, if I'm not wrong, he should be creating an imperial weapon. Imperial weapon. An extreme weapon. This kid could actually create an extreme weapon. Could it be that he had seen it before? These people were crazy. 5th update, please recommend. Monthly votes. Subscribe. Bookmark. Tip. That was an apex weapon. They had never seen one before. Not to mention them, even the second astral realm did not have one. How could someone from the first astral realm have seen such a thing? Don't underestimate the first astral realm. Fu Hongya said in a deep voice. Haven't you heard of the origin star? Are you saying that the origin star really exists? Everyone was shocked. It definitely exists, and it should be in the first astral realm. Not everyone could go there as it was very dangerous. The elder's expression was also solemn. They were from the sacred city and were knowledgeable. Although the first astral realm was not as powerful as their second astral realm, some places were like forbidden lands. Even a sage king would not dare to go there easily. Other than some forbidden lands, there were 2 places that were the most mysterious and terrifying in the universe. One was the origin star, and the other was the buried emperor star. One was the starting point, and the other was the end. These 2 worlds also had the most monarch clans, and they also had the most extreme Dao weapons. The monarch races gasped when they heard that. It seemed that the first astral realm was much more mysterious than they had imagined. They wondered if Lin Wudi had anything to do with the origin star. In the 8th heaven, the hidden immortal pagoda suddenly fell and attacked fiercely after it appeared. The 8th heaven rolled and trembled. Once, twice. On the 19th time, it finally blasted open the 8th heaven, and a crack appeared. That's great. Lin Xian roared and shot into the sky, entering the fissure. Big brother Lin, you can do it. I'll wait for you outside. Xianxia called out to him, and then her figure disappeared from the 7th heaven. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The people of Wushuang City were stunned. That kid actually went in. Oh God, is he going to tie the record again? At this moment, even Fu Hongya was surprised. That kid really had many tricks up his sleeve. The surrounding onlookers were even more shocked. Did Lin Wudi really go in? Or did he fail? Impossible, he definitely could not succeed. The Imperial Mausoleum roared crazily. In the next moment, he felt a fluctuation in the void above his head, and then a figure appeared. He came out. Someone had come out. And from the looks of it, it was above the Imperial Mausoleum. It should be that Lin Wudi. He should have failed. Screams rang out one after another. They looked over carefully. Di Ling and the others looked up into the sky. In the next moment, they saw a figure appear above them. The other party was standing on an auspicious cloud and had an extremely beautiful appearance. A woman. It was Xianxia, the saintess of the spirit clan. Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew Xianxia. Had he already ascended to the 7th layer of heaven? Could it be that he was Lin Wudi? No, the other party was definitely not Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi was still inside and had not come out. Heavens, everyone screamed. Di Ling's face darkened. Someone had stepped on his head, and it wasn't just one person. Not to mention Lin Wudi, just Xianxia's ascension to the 7th layer of heaven was enough to make him explode. As one of the 8 heavenly prides, he had never put Xianxia in his eyes. But now, the other party had surpassed him. Guili, Shui, Tianchen and the others were also stunned. After Xianxia came out, she was also speechless. She was now the highest. Di Ling had only ascended to the 6th layer of heaven. This made her extremely surprised. Then, she smiled happily. Humph, what Di Ling, he was completely incomparable to Brother Lin. Dang, at this moment, a sound attracted everyone's attention. Listen, there was a sound. Lin Wudi really did not come out. He had ascended to the 8th layer of heaven. Screams rang out one after another. Di Ling and the others' heads were about to explode. The 8th layer of heaven, the other party had ascended to the 8th layer of heaven, damn it. Damn it. 1, 2, 3. Did the other party only make 3 sounds? It seemed that the 8th layer of heaven was indeed too difficult. Even someone as strong as Lin Wudi could only make 3 sounds. It seemed that he was still lacking compared to senior brother Linghu Chuishue. The people from Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Hongya's eyes lit up. Don't worry, this was just the beginning. That kid would not give up so easily. Sure enough, after the 3rd sound, it was the 5th sound, followed by the 7th sound. At this moment, everyone was nervous. Could the other party make the perfect 9 heavenly thunder sounds again? After the 7th sound, there was no sound, which made everyone stunned. Could it be that this was the end? The elder from Wushuang City sighed. It was a pity. He was only 1 sound away from tying with Linghu Chuishua's record. He should have reached his limit. Fu Hongya sighed. However, at this moment, there were continuous rumbles between heaven and earth. Thunder struck the 9th layer of heaven as if it was going to shatter the 9th layer of heaven. What's going on? Where did the thunder come from? It was a lightning tribulation, some of the older experts screamed. Someone had broken through in the 9th layer of heaven. What? Did he break through? Who could be so monstrous? They were extremely surprised. Di Ling and the others were also envious. Although comprehending the heavenly thunder sounds had improved their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and gave them a new understanding. Their current strength had also improved compared to when they first entered. However, none of them had broken through. That was because it was not that easy to break through at this point. But now, someone had broken through. That was too heaven-defying. It was Lin Wudi. He had broken through. The people from Wushuang City looked at the array formation and were dumbfounded. Indeed, in the 8th layer of heaven, countless thunder fell, striking Lin Xian's body until his skin was charred black and his flesh was torn. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked up to the sky and laughed. That was great. He had broken through the 9 heavenly thunder sounds all the way and finally broke through at this moment. Come on, Lin Xian fought a bloody battle. In the end, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 2nd layer of heaven. The process lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Everyone waited patiently. The lightning tribulation in the sky disappeared. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was the breakthrough over? They wondered who it was. Was it Lin Wudi? What realm was he at now? Everyone was curious. Boom, between heaven and earth, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. 9 heavenly thunder sounds, the 8th 9 heavenly thunder sounds was struck. Everyone was going crazy. At that moment, they witnessed a miracle. The people from Wushuang City were even more dumbfounded. Someone had broken Linghu Chuishua's record. At the same time, he had also broken Fu Hongya's record. That was because Lin Wudi continuously reached the 8th layer and struck 8-9 heavenly thunder sounds in the sky. That was equivalent to a new record for Wushuang City. At that moment, everyone was in an uproar. They sent the news back to Wushuang City. Wushuang City was also in a state of shock. Yet another figure had arrived. It was a man in snow-white robes. He had a small mustache and gave off a mature feeling. He was the eldest disciple of the 1st generation. His name was Linghu Chuishue. Senior brother. When the people of Peerless City saw him, they all bowed. Even Fu Hongya bowed. Did someone break our record? Linghu Chuishue was shocked as he looked at the 9th heaven. The next moment, he took a deep breath. This kid is so strong. It seems that this time, Peerless City will welcome a new monster. Lin Xian's breakthrough and the 8 heavenly thunder 9 sounds he unleashed had completely shocked everyone. They all knew that a new monster was about to appear, but they were very curious about who it was. That kid should be coming out soon. Yes, he has already reached the 8th heaven. He probably won't be able to break through the 9th heaven. Legend has it that no one can break through it. Even the eldest disciple of Peerless City couldn't break through it. He shouldn't be able to reach the 9th heaven either. Everyone was discussing intensely. They felt that it was about time for him to appear. The people of Peerless City also said, "Senior brother, do you think he can reach the 9th heaven?" When they asked this, their faces were full of anticipation. Fu Hongya's eyes flickered. Ling Huchuishue also frowned slightly and said, "It's not certain. I've never seen anyone who can break my and junior brother Fu's record. Now that such a person has appeared, he might really be able to break it." Break the legend? Does senior brother Ling Hu think he can reach the 9th heaven? The people of Peerless City were really shocked. Fu Hongya also nodded. It's possible that the 9th heaven isn't just a competition of strength, but more of the comprehension of the laws. This kid can produce 8 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. His comprehension of the laws is far beyond others. Therefore, he's really hopeful. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the 9th heaven. At the 8th heaven, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and began to thoroughly comprehend. After 49 days, he opened his eyes. Then, he raised his head and looked at the 9th heaven. There was only one last heaven left. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't shrink back. No matter what, he would give it his all. In the 8th layer of heaven, he felt that his laws had become stronger, and the speed of this increase was very fast. It was much faster than the previous few heavens. Therefore, he thought that if he could step onto the last layer of heaven, then he might be able to break through again. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by for him. If he missed this opportunity, there would be too many men for him to break through in other places. His figure exploded as he charged into the 9 heavens. It collided with the 9 heavens. Sword chi rumbled all over his body, and the roar of the Qilin also appeared. Countless divine chains of laws hung down from the 9th heaven, releasing billions of rays of light. It was dazzling. The two collided, releasing a sonorous sound. A terrifying explosion of power shook the 9 heavens. The people outside all held their breaths. They knew that Lin Wudi was trying to break through to the final heavenly layer. At this moment, the vast majority of people hoped that Lin Wudi would succeed, because they wanted to witness a legend. However, there were also a portion of people who were gnashing their teeth and praying in their hearts. Damn it, no, he must not succeed. Among them were Gui Li, Di Ling, and the others. They did not want him to succeed even if they were beaten to death. Because if he succeeded, then he would be a legend of that time. In the 9th heaven, Lin Xian was sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The impact here was too strong. Even he couldn't bear it. However, he wouldn't let go. With a furious roar, the dragon sword soul in his body surged crazily, and the dragon-shaped sword chi slashed in all directions. He rushed up again. The laws of the 9 heavens became even more resplendent. It was as if immortal light was constantly sweeping across. The two collided. Every strike was earth-shattering. The people of Peerless City felt their scalps go numb. This kid was really too terrifying. He could actually reach such a level. Fu Hongya and Ling Huchuishue also had solemn expressions. It was too forced. With Lin Xian's current state, he might not be able to break through. However, Lin Xian still had a trump card. With a wave of his hand, the phantom of the hidden immortal pagoda appeared and began to bombard from above. He also condensed the 10,000 dragons picture and attacked from below. The phantoms of the two extreme weapons bloomed with billions of rays of light, and a powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! Boom! This battle was earth-shattering. It had been 4 days and 4 nights, but Lin Xian still had not broken through. His body was covered in wounds, and his body was already broken. However, his eyes were shining brighter. Kill, Lin Xian roared crazily. The sword chi on his body rushed out, completely enveloping the entire eighth heaven. At this moment, nothing could be seen. Even the people of Peerless City could not see through the array. They could only see a golden light, and they could not see Lin Xian's figure at all. It seemed that it was really too forced. Those people shook their heads. It had been 4 days and 4 nights, and he still had not broken through. This was probably that kid's limit. The spectators further away were also discussing. He was still 1 step away. There was no other way. The 9th heaven was a mythical existence. There was definitely no one who could reach it. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, it was impossible for him to reach it. Yes, he was already very heaven-defying now. He had broken 2 of Peerless City's records. Everyone felt that Lin Xian had stopped here. Di Ling, Guili, and the others snorted coldly. Although they were still very unhappy, they knew that the other party had stopped and could not enter the last heaven. A sense of schadenfreude appeared in their hearts. Buzz, at the 8th heaven, Lin Xian used sword chi to envelop the entire space. Then, he summoned the great dragon sword soul. On his hands, the laws of the 5 elements revolved. He held the great dragon sword soul, and an incomparable light burst out from his eyes. Explode, at this moment, he did not hold back at all. The great dragon sword soul kept rumbling, absorbing the power of heaven and earth and began to explode. The green sword shadow rumbled between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out. Damn it, what was that? Everyone went crazy. The people of Peerless City were also terrified. That kid, did he summon another extreme weapon? Why was it so terrifying this time? Damn it, a golden light was sent flying. They could not see what he was doing at all. He probably did it on purpose. Linghu Chuishua took a deep breath. This aura? Impossible, that kid actually had a trump card? Guili and the others' faces changed drastically. Shui, Tian Chen, Bufan, and the others were shocked. This power was really too strong. Previously, they were still unconvinced. They thought that they were careless last time and wanted to compete with Lin Wudi again. But now it seemed they did not lose unjustly. The other party's methods were too shocking. Even if they fought with the other party again, they were afraid that they would not be his opponent. At this moment, the people who stayed in the 9th heaven were even more terrified. They trembled, kneeled on the ground, and kept worshipping, thinking that a god had come out. Xianxia was still in the 4th layer. His face was filled with despair as he was awakened by the sudden surge of energy. Damn it, why is this energy so strong? Who is this person? Xianxia was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword spirit in his hand and split the sky open. At this moment, an unparalleled power exploded. At this moment, everyone thought that the end of the world had arrived. The rumbling between heaven and earth lasted for a few days before it gradually subsided. At the same time, they were all excited. Did Lin Wudi succeed? Did he enter the last layer of heaven? Peerless City's people stared at the array. In the next moment, someone screamed. He really went in. In the 9th layer of heaven, in the originally empty space, a figure suddenly appeared. This person's body was covered in cracks and blood flowed out, but his eyes were incomparably cold and bright. It was Lin Xian. He went in, he actually went in. Peerless City's people were stunned. He's really an unbelievable kid. Fu Hongye was also shocked. Although he thought highly of Lin Xian, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such potential. This was completely out of his expectations. On the other side, Linghu Chuishua sucked in a breath of cold air. He was the only one who reached the 8th layer of heaven. He also tried to break through to the 9th layer. However, he failed. He naturally knew how terrifying the 9th layer of heaven was. It was not only a matter of strength, it also represented something else. Therefore, no one could enter it. But now, someone had actually succeeded. Looks like I won't be lonely in the future. A top monster has finally appeared on the ancient path of the stars. On the other side, Di Ling, Guili, and the others were going crazy. He succeeded. How is this possible? They could not believe it, they could not accept it. They did not expect that there would be such a heaven-defying person by their side. In Stillwater Sky City, Shibufan, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were also shocked. Now, they no longer had any hostility. Instead, it was replaced by fear. Isn't it courting death to make an enemy out of such a person? Xianxia narrowed his crescent-shaped eyes. He was really happy. Big Brother Lin is really awesome. So this is the 9 heavens. I'm really curious. In the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Xian appeared. He felt the aura around him and was incomparably shocked. This kind of aura was very strange, and it couldn't be described with words. Lin Xian felt very comfortable here. It was as if the world had just been born. For a moment, he fell into an epiphany. Half a month later, he opened his eyes. So this was what he looked like. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he now completely understood some parts of the laws that he didn't understand. He had undergone a sublimation. Then, he began to walk in the void. Every time he landed, a golden lotus would rise from under his feet. This was the golden lotus of the Great Path. It was a manifestation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If anyone else was here and saw this scene, they would definitely be so shocked that they would piss their pants. Lin Xian's comprehension of laws had actually reached such a level, every step he took was accompanied by the sound of heavenly thunder. After 9 steps, 9 to 10 sounds of heavenly thunder rang out, circling the world. At the same time, a leaf floated over from the sky and landed in front of Lin Xian. The aura on the leaf was really too mysterious. It made Lin Xian feel all the pores on his body open. This was the leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea. He was stunned. Tao Comprehension Tea was said to be a divine tree between heaven and earth. The leaves of Tao Comprehension Tea contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. If one could obtain it, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Rumor had it that only great emperors could find the true Tao Comprehension Tea. It was very difficult to find the rest. They could only obtain 1 or 2 leaves of Tao Comprehension Tea from ancient ruins or some forbidden grounds. He didn't expect that he would actually obtain a leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea in the 9 heavens. This was great. He placed the leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea between his eyebrows, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend. The people outside were also crazy. The sound of heavenly thunder rang out again, and there were 9 sounds. Not only did the other party enter the 9th layer of heaven, but he also struck out the 9th heavenly thunder 9 sounds. This was a kind of perfection. No one could do better than the other party. This was already a kind of extreme. Everyone was amazed. What kind of monster was this? Even the great emperors of ancient times were not like this when they were young. Everyone was extremely surprised by this. They didn't expect that this time, they would actually see such a heaven-defying youth. They were afraid that when the other party grew up in the future, it was very likely that he would become a great emperor. All kinds of envious voices rang out. After the other geniuses heard it, their scalps went numb, and their faces were full of envy. The charm of the great emperors of ancient times? It was really too enviable. At the same time, they also had a kind of despair. It was the greatest misfortune to be born in the same era as such a monster. They were afraid that they would be suppressed by the other party for the rest of their lives. Damn it, how could it be? Ghostly gritted his teeth, and his eyes were about to pop out. On the other side, Di Ling's face was also incomparably pale. The quality of the great emperors of ancient times? The other party was not qualified at all. His eyes burst with a biting cold-killing intent. Kill the other party. He must take advantage of this opportunity to kill the other party. No one could surpass him. The fire of jealousy in his heart burned fiercely. On the other side, the people of Peerless City were also stunned. They really didn't expect that the other party not only broke 2 records, but also a new record. This record was probably the ultimate record. No one in the future could surpass it. At most, it would be a tie. This guy was too monstrous. The corners of the mouths of the disciples of Peerless City twitched. The elder's face was also full of shock. Junior brother, what do you think? Ling Hu Chuishua asked. Fu Hongya's eyes burst with an incomparably shocking light. His current strength might not be as good as ours, but his talent is really too strong. He's so strong that I've never seen it before. That's right. Ling Huchuishue also sighed. I've never admired anyone in the younger generation, but now, I actually have a trace of admiration for him. What kind of storm do you think he can stir up if he goes to the Three Lives Temple? The second astral realm has been peaceful for too long. Even if some geniuses rise up, they can't threaten those people. However, this time, I think this Lin Wudi can disrupt the balance. Perhaps there will be a big reshuffle among the holy cities. The two brilliant powerhouses were also shocked by Lin Xian's performance. Next, everyone waited patiently. They originally thought that the other party would come out soon, but they didn't expect that they would wait for half a year. It was unbelievable. Did the other party meditate for so long? However, they could still afford to wait for half a year. The onlookers all wanted to know who Lin Wudi was. So, they waited patiently. The geniuses who had already succeeded couldn't leave. They were still waiting to enter the next stage. During this time, everyone in ninth heaven came out. When they learned that there was still one person who hadn't come out, their faces were full of shock. After Xianxia came out, his face was gloomy and cold. At this moment, he had recovered from his mental breakdown. He also knew that his mentality had collapsed, so now he was working hard to regain his self-confidence. Otherwise, he was afraid that in the future, he would be even worse. When he looked up, he saw Di Ling and the others, standing far above him. Sixth heaven, this Di Ling was really too strong. Wait, why was there someone above Di Ling? Xianxia went crazy again. He had collapsed before and did not know what happened. In his opinion, Di Ling should be the strongest. But now, there was someone above Di Ling. Who was it? Damn it, it was the holy maiden of the spirit clan, Xianxia. How was this possible? He knew Xianxia's strength should be on par with him, or even worse. But now, Xianxia was actually standing in the seventh heaven. Damn it, what happened? His face was full of shock. Where's that pretty boy? Where's that damned guy beside Xianxia? He looked carefully and found that there was only Xianxia in the seventh heaven. He breathed a sigh of relief. He knew it, that pretty boy, how could he be so powerful? However, the other party had entered the fifth heaven, which was also unbearable. Under Xianxia's gaze, he subconsciously looked towards the fifth layer of heaven. He saw Shui, Tiancheng, Bufan and a few others, but there was no sign of Lin Xian. How was it possible? Could it be that kid? He was shocked, but he found that there were only two people in the sixth heaven, Di Ling and Gui Li. Where was that kid? Could it be that he died in there? He was really too surprised. He looked around and still did not find any trace of the other party. Could it be that the kid was eliminated? Thinking of this, he was so excited that he was about to cry. That's great. That brat was still showing off. Now he's finally eliminated, right? At this time, the person next to him said, "Oh, that Lin Wudi is still not out. What is he doing inside? He should still be comprehending, really enviable." What, there is still someone not out? Xianxia instantly became nervous. It seemed that there was still someone in the ninth heaven. Who was it? Could it be that brat? For some reason, Lin Xian's figure appeared in his mind. Impossible. He roared madly in his heart. It was definitely not that kid. According to the discussions of the people around, the one who stayed inside was a top genius, someone who had surpassed the imperial mausoleum. Now, he had stepped into the ninth heavenly layer. Such a person was truly dazzling. He had the bearing of an ancient great emperor. How could such a person be that gigolo? However, Lin Xian was no longer around, which made him uneasy. Just like that, he waited for several months. Finally, on this day, the world changed once again. Thunder once again poured down from the nine heavens. This time, it was even more violent than before. Did he break through again? Everyone was in an uproar. They had already seen this kind of appearance once before. Damn it, this Lin Wudi, in half a year, he still wanted to break through. Everyone went crazy. The mouths of the people from Peerless City twitched. Imperial Mausoleum's people were so jealous that they almost fainted. Damn it, this was not a cabbage breaking through. This was a breakthrough in the sage realm. How difficult was it to break through a small realm? Everyone here had a deep understanding of it. Previously, Lin Xian had broken through once inside, which made them extremely envious, but now, he had broken through again. It had only been half a year, they had never heard of a sage who could break through twice in half a year. It was simply amazing. Even Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuishui had strange looks in their eyes. Wasn't he too monstrous? This time, the lightning tribulation was very violent, and it lasted for more than 10 days. Just when everyone thought that it was about to subside, the lightning tribulation suddenly exploded even more violently, making everyone's scalp tingle. What was Lin Wudi doing inside? He was going to be struck by lightning twice. Imperial Mausoleum gritted his teeth in his heart. Damn it, it would be best if you were struck to death. After another half a month, the sky full of thunder finally disappeared, and a figure walked out of the ninth heaven. He's out, someone shouted. At that moment, countless sages turned their gazes towards the sky. The surrounding powerhouses, the sky prides who had already passed, Imperial Mausoleum, Gili, Shirbufan, and the others, as well as the people from Peerless City, all had their eyes on a single person. It was him. Everyone was stunned. Was he Lin Wudi? Impossible. Wasn't he a gigolo who lived off a woman? Damn it, how could he be Lin Wudi? Screams of terror rang out one after another. At this moment, other than the people from Peerless City, everyone else was screaming. Because they finally saw Lin Wudi's figure. Lin Wudi was actually the person next to Xianxia. He was actually Xianxia's husband. This was too unbelievable. Wasn't Xianxia's husband a gigolo, an early-stage second heaven sage? It was said that he was an ant from the first astral realm. How could he be such a monstrous genius? They couldn't believe it. But now, he was standing above the ninth heaven, looking down on them. They had no choice but to accept this fact. It was him. It was actually him. Shirbufan, Shui, Tian Chen, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that the person who defeated them was actually Xianxia's husband. It was actually this kid. Gili and Imperial Mausoleum were stunned too. Previously, they looked at Lin Xian with disdain. They thought that he was an ant. But now, he was standing on top of their heads, looking down on them like a god. They couldn't accept this kind of psychological difference. Damn it, they vomited blood. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the other party was a second heaven sage. A second heaven sage was actually able to break the legend. They were going crazy with jealousy. Xianxia was even more scared. How could it be this person? He was most familiar with Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was someone their Yu clan wanted to kill. Previously, when Lin Xian escorted Yusiki back, their Yu clan didn't put him in their eyes at all. They even wanted to kill him mercilessly. Now, not only was he still alive, he had become a monstrous genius that attracted the attention of the world. Could it be that the previous 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds were all from him? Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He was so angry. He was really going to die from anger. If he wasn't a sage, he would have been angered to the 18th level of hell. Brother Lin really succeeded. Xianxia was filled with endless joy. Brother Lin actually broke through to the third heaven sage. Suddenly, Xianxia exclaimed. She realized that Lin Xian wasn't a second heaven sage, but a third heaven sage. It was too unbelievable. The others also noticed this point and were dumbfounded. Why do I remember that when this kid just entered the ninth heaven, he was a second heaven sage? Yes, and a third heaven sage. After half a year, he came out and was a third heaven sage. Damn it, in less than a year, he broke through a big realm. Everyone was going crazy. Thinking of this, the sage's eyes turned red. One had to know that they might not even be able to break through a small realm in a few hundred years. Some were even stuck for thousands of years. To break through a realm, it might not even be possible in a few thousand years. But now, Lin Fan had done it in a year. It was unbelievable. Even the top 8 geniuses could not believe it. As the top 8 geniuses, they had strong bloodlines and were supported by big families. But even so, it was impossible for them to break through a realm in a year. Like Xianxia, he had spent a lot of effort and resources to achieve it, and he had only broken through a small realm. But now, Lin Fan had broken through a realm in a year. Even the geniuses of the Holy City wouldn't be able to do that. Some of the older generation were also amazed. Lin Fan had broken through 2 realms in the 9th heaven. No wonder the lightning tribulation suddenly went berserk when it was about to disappear. That's right, Lin Xian had broken through 2 realms in a row, and finally became a 3rd heaven sage. He had a confident smile on his face as he looked around. This was great. This time, not to mention whether he could become a disciple of the holy city, just this breakthrough alone was enough to make him ecstatic. After becoming a 3rd heaven sage, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He looked down, and when he saw Di Ling and Guili, his lips curled into a disdainful smile. If these 2 people made him wary before, he would have to deal with them with all his might. But now, he did not take them to heart. Damn it. Di Ling and Guili saw Lin Xian's expression, and their faces darkened. They were actually looked down on by him. This was infuriating. At this time, the elder from Wushuang City stood up and said loudly, "All right, the first round of the test is over. Everyone who has successfully reached the 9th heaven, follow me. You will proceed to the next round of the test." After saying that, those who had succeeded rose into the air and flew forward quickly. Xianxia was the first to come to Lin Xian's side, and her eyes were sparkling. "Big brother Lin, you're so cool." Di Ling, Guili, and the rest also came over. They looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes were filled with cold light. "Brat, don't be complacent, don't be too arrogant. The 9 heavens is not all about strength. Otherwise, do you think you can reach the top? That's right, that's what I wanted to say as well. Your good days are over. Because you have already angered me, and no one can step on my head. You can't do it either." Di Ling looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. "In the 2nd stage, I will let you know what true strength is. Don't think that just because you've comprehended some laws, you can compare to me. You're still far from it." The onlookers in the distance were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Heaven, Ghostly, and Di Ling were all eyeing this kid. The 2nd stage would be even more intense. That was for sure. The 1st stage tested one's talent, bloodline, and comprehension of the Great Tao. He let that kid take the lead. But if they really fought, that brat was absolutely not Di Ling's match. Di Ling had many trump cards in his hands. Not to mention the sacred weapon, he had a bronze coffin hidden in his body. Once that thing came out, how could that brat block it? Indeed, if it was a duel, no one thought that Lin Xian could defeat Di Ling. Ji Lian could not even defeat Ghostly. After all, Ghostly also had a sacred weapon. At this time, Xianxia also jumped out. He also laughed sinisterly. "Brat, I won't let you off either. In a real fight, you're also not my match." He was really mad. Previously, the other party made him collapse and despair. Only now did he recover. He swore that as long as there was a chance, he would not hesitate to kill the other party. The other party was now a 3rd heaven saint, but he was still a realm lower than him. It seemed that this brat had offended many people. Fu Hongya narrowed his eyes. Ling Hu Chuishua laughed. "No matter, competition is a good thing. Bring them to the next stage." As he said that, the surrounding Wushuang City disciples quickly came to the void and each took a side. Their palms formed a seal and they formed a teleportation array. They brought these people and disappeared into the sky. Did they leave? The onlookers below were in an uproar. It seemed that the 2nd stage was not held here. It was held somewhere else. They could not watch anymore. However, these people did not leave. They all set up camp. They wanted to wait. Wait until the final result was out. After all, the result was very important to every force and family. After the array flickered and the light disappeared, Lin Xian and the others found that they had already arrived at another place. There were buildings and streets all around. It seemed that they had arrived at a city. Someone screamed. Could it be that they had already arrived at Wushuang City? That's right. A Wushuang City disciple said that they had indeed arrived at Wushuang City. Then, he briefly explained Wushuang City. After hearing that, the others were shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. A holy city was as big as 2 worlds. It was really shocking. Not only that, there were countless subsidiary worlds under Wushuang City. It was very enviable. In this assessment, we will accept 3 types of disciples. The best are the core disciples. There are not many of them, a total of 72 people. The quota is fixed. Therefore, you can only become a core disciple if you fight for the top 72. The treatment of the core disciples is very good. It is definitely not inferior to the patriarchs and sect masters of the outside world. Moreover, it is the most central power of Wushuang City. The direct disciples of the Holy King will be selected from the core disciples. This time, the first place will be taken by the eldest disciple. He is the one with the highest status among the third-generation disciples. He is also the one who is most likely to become a direct disciple. If you have the strength, try your best. Don't miss this opportunity. Below the core disciples are the ordinary disciples. Their treatment is not as good as the core disciples, but it is better than the elders of the outside world. Don't worry. Hearing that, countless people's eyes lit up. The forces of the outside world, such as the Rain Clan, were all big families. However, it was still not comparable to the treatment of the Rain Clan's elders in Wushuang City. One could imagine how terrifying Wushuang City's strength was. It was no wonder that so many big families wanted to send their disciples in. Of course, not everyone could become an ordinary disciple. If they failed the second assessment, they could only become a nominal disciple. Nominal disciples were not real disciples of the Holy City. They had to be assessed again in a few months. As long as they passed the assessment, they could be promoted to an ordinary disciple. If they failed the assessment 3 times, they would completely lose their qualification and leave the Holy City. Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, there was the danger of being eliminated. They thought that after passing the first assessment and ascending to the first layer of heaven, they could become an ordinary disciple. Who would have thought that it was not so simple? This time, Wushuang City's assessment had gathered the elites of countless worlds. There were about a few 100 million people participating. And only about 10,000 people could step into the first heaven. Among these 10,000 people, only 72 of them were core disciples. It was uncertain how many ordinary disciples there would be left. Moreover, there could be vacancies among the core disciples. For example, if only 30 people met the requirement, then there would only be 30 core disciples. The remaining positions would all be empty and would not be inherited by the weak. It was that cruel. I wonder what the second round is about. Shirbufan asked. Everyone else was curious as well. After saying so much, they were most concerned about what the second round was about. Wushuang City doesn't care about your current cultivation level or strength. What we care about is your talent. This includes innate talent, such as bloodline and physique. There are also some acquired talents such as strong will, comprehension of special laws, and comprehension of the Great Tao. As long as you are a genius, we will accept you. Therefore, the second round is still about you. We will bring you to a place called the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. It is a very special place. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion is a world of laws created by the Sage King. Inside, your cultivation level will be suppressed and you will be suppressed to the first heaven. Everyone will be suppressed to the first heaven of the Sage King to ensure fairness. Moreover, you will not be able to use your own divine powers. You can only use the martial arts in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. This way, we will test your talent and see who can cultivate the divine powers the best in the same amount of time. The second round is actually like this. Everyone gasped. They originally thought that they would have to fight in the arena. They didn't expect that it would be so special that they would go to the small world created by the Sage King. There were a total of 12 heavenly steels, 36 earthly steels, and 108 Xian steels. Then what is the basis? Is it the ranking of the first round? Someone asked. As soon as this was said, everyone became nervous. If it was really based on the ranking, then the people who fell behind would suffer. The elder shook his head. It's not based on the ranking. Don't worry, Wushuang City will give you the greatest fairness. Everyone can freely choose the divine powers on these steels to cultivate and the time is the same. However, don't think that the ranking is not important. There were a total of 3 rounds. The total ranking of the 3 stages would be the final ranking, and each stage would have a specific reward. The first place of each stage will be given a leaf of Tao Comprehension tea. As for the others, they were all ranked according to their rankings. These rewards would be given out at the end of the 3 tests. The leaf of the Tao Comprehending tea, heavens! He was actually so generous. Many people's eyes turned red. These people were all young masters in their respective families, but they didn't have the chance to obtain the Tao Comprehension tea leaves. Not to mention them, even their family heads didn't have the chance to obtain it. That was because this item was simply too precious. The amount was very small, and it would be divided among countless holy cities. Each holy city would not get much. These 3 might have been left behind after thousands of years of accumulation. Now, they actually wanted to use such treasures as rewards. It really provoked these people. Lin Xian was equally surprised. How could there be such a good thing? He had already experienced the enlightenment tea leaves once before. That time, he had directly advanced by 2 small realms, reaching the 3rd heavenly layer. Unexpectedly, there was still more. These 3 leaves of Tao Comprehension tea must be mine. Lin Xian's eyes burst with an extremely cold light. The others were also incomparably excited. Di Ling was ambitious. Although I fell behind in the first round, I must obtain the second and third round. Hee, Tao Comprehension tea leaves? How surprising. I'll accept such a good thing. The corner of Ghost Li's mouth raised into a smile. In addition, although Shi Fan, Shi Sui Tiancheng, and the others did not say anything, it was obvious that they were also determined to obtain it. Soon, everyone arrived at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion was as tall as an ancient building. Everyone knew that it was a world of its own. Sure enough, after entering, they found that it was much wider inside, as if it was a world of its own. Indeed, their cultivation was completely suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth here, and they couldn't use their other divine abilities. Damn, they couldn't even use their bloodline power. The laws of heaven and earth here were really amazing. It seemed that they could only use their newly learned divine abilities. Everyone was surprised. This was indeed fair enough. Hee, in terms of talent, none of you are my opponent. Di Ling snorted coldly. His cultivation was the highest, and he was the strongest. It was enough to show that his talent was strong. Ghostly sneered. Is that so? That might not be the case. Don't be trampled under my feet when the time comes. The others also clenched their fists, especially those who were ranked at the bottom. If they really fought according to actual combat, they had no hope. But now, everyone was at the same starting line, they might have a chance. They heard that there were 12 divine steels. Go quickly, they must learn the divine abilities on the divine steels. The divine abilities there were the strongest. Many people ran forward. With more than 10,000 people, it didn't seem crowded at all. Instead, it was a little spacious. Sure enough, there were many stone steels around. There were 12 shining with golden light. They were divine steels. 36 shining with purple light. They were earthly steels. 108 shining with blue light. They were mystic steels. There were indeed martial divine abilities on these stone steels, but they were all different. Some were very detailed, some were just a few strokes, as if they could only be understood but not explained. There were all kinds of strange divine abilities. You have 3 months to comprehend it. After 3 months, you will begin the battle. Those who succeed will advance to the next stage of the test. Those who fail will be disqualified, they will be classified as honorary disciples. After half a year, you will be tested again. The voice rang between heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What? Failure means disqualification, how could it be like this? Everyone went crazy. Previously, they were full of confidence and wanted to become core disciples. But now, there was a problem. That was, the person who failed would immediately become an unnamed disciple. This was really too unbelievable. One must know that with more than 10,000 people, at least half of them would be eliminated. It was really too cruel. Alright, as for the specific rules of the battle, we will talk about it after 3 months. Now, you should hurry up and think about how to cultivate your divine abilities in these 3 months. For Wushuang City martial artists also followed in. They were fighting on one side, and it seemed like they were guarding the order. Hurry up and comprehend. Everyone was in a hurry. Because from this moment on, time had already started counting down. They only had 3 months. Everyone definitely rushed towards the 12 divine steels. Because the divine steels were the least, martial divine abilities were the most precious. Guili, Di Ling, and the others were also very fast. They rushed to the front like flowing light. They each occupied a divine steels and observed. Get lost, Di Ling roared. The aura on his body exploded, causing the surrounding people to be unable to breathe. Although everyone's cultivation was suppressed, Di Ling's name was deeply imprinted in their minds. Hence, they could not help but take a step back. Trash, like you think you have the right to comprehend the sky steel with me? Get lost. Or I'll kill you. Di Ling's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. It's over. What they were most worried about had happened. If the 8 sky prides joined forces to seal the sky steel, no one else would have the right to comprehend it. Indeed, the other sky prides also rushed towards the sky steel and occupied one of the sky steels. Xianxia let out a sinister laugh as he abruptly turned around and shot Lin Xian a glance. That's great. If he could join forces with Di Ling and the others to suppress Lin Xian, he would not be able to cultivate the sky steel. Then, they would definitely win the second round. Countless people were shocked by the scene. They looked at Lin Xian and wanted to see what Lin Xian would do. Because Lin Xian was not one of the 8 sky prides. Instead, he was enemies with some of the 8 sky prides. If Lin Xian were to take action, they could help him. At least, they could not let the 8 sky prides be so arrogant. Xianxia said the same thing. Damn it, these guys are too evil. They actually joined forces to seal the sky steel. Brother Lin, let's do it together. Lin Xian smiled. Xiaoer, don't be anxious. Didn't I say it before? The second round is absolutely fair. Do you think they can do it without breaking the rules? Indeed, a Wushuang city martial artist shouted coldly from afar. Anyone can comprehend the sky steel, no one is allowed to occupy it. Those who dare to violate the rules will be expelled and disqualified. Once he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people were excited. Great. As for the 8 sky prides, such as Xianxia and Di Ling, their faces turned ugly. Damn it, there was such a condition. They were not willing to accept it. However, they did not dare to take action. If they dared to go against the Wushuang city people, they would be expelled immediately. So what if they could comprehend it? The divine ability on the heavenly steel was not something that anyone could comprehend. Di Ling sneered. Ghostly also raised a ferocious smile. Xianxia gritted his teeth. What a pity. This was originally a great opportunity to deal with Lin Xian, but who would have thought that it would be instantly neutralized? Quickly go and comprehend it. The surrounding saints all rushed forward and began to choose their own sky steels. Lin Xian and Xianxia also left in the morning. Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Just you wait, in 3 months, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Xianxia gritted his teeth while Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. What were they shouting for? If they had the time, they might as well spend it on comprehending the stone tablets. Right now, he didn't place Xianxia in his eyes at all. It could even be said that he was ignoring the other party. Damn it. I'm so angry. The other party's indifferent expression made Xianxia so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, now was not the time to make a move. He could only grit his teeth and look at the divine ability on the heavenly steel. Lin Xian also glanced at the 12 heavenly steels with a solemn expression. One had to admit that the divine abilities on the 12 heavenly steels were indeed powerful. There were close combat, long-range attacks, swords, fists, and legs. There was a type of each type and there was even an eye technique. However, it wasn't that easy to comprehend because these divine abilities were too simple. There were only a few strokes. One would only know what divine ability it was at first glance, but if one wanted to cultivate it, they wouldn't be able to figure it out. For a moment, everyone's eyes flickered and they began to ponder seriously. Xianxia frowned. Why couldn't she understand it? this wasn't something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. The 12 heavenly steels recorded the top divine abilities. It was too difficult to learn it in 3 months. Lin Xian shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate it. He wanted to understand it more thoroughly. Then, he looked at the 36 earthly steels. These 36 earthly steels also recorded exquisite divine abilities. Looking at the power, it seemed to be weaker than the 12 heavenly steels. However, it was more detailed than the 12 heavenly steels. At least it was enough to make people scratch their heads. Next, Lin Xian looked at the 18 heavenly steels. This time, the divine abilities recorded on them were very detailed. Every step was recorded. Martial artists could follow the instructions and cultivate step by step. The 3 types of stone steels were different. They had different powers and the difficulty of cultivation was also different. The time was also specific. It was only 3 months. Then, in these 3 months, the most important thing wasn't to occupy the divine abilities on the heavenly steels, but to increase one's combat strength as much as possible. In this way, there would be a problem of distribution. It seemed that the second stage wasn't that simple. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He now understood that the second stage wasn't just testing one's talent, it was also testing one's choice. 10,000 people, facing such a scene, had 10,000 choices. How to choose to maximize one's combat strength, there was a lot of knowledge in this. Were there any connections between the 3 types of stone steels? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He found a sword technique and looked at it on the heavenly steels. One of the sword techniques was called Sword of 100 Battles. This was a very mysterious sword technique. It could transform into various demonic beasts and terrifying heavenly anomalies to fight. It was a bit similar to the evolution of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. However, the Great Dragon Sword Soul could transform into anything. As for the Sword of 100 Battles, it could only transform into specific things to fight. Lin Xian took a look and realized that it could transform into 15 different demonic beasts. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Then, he looked for a similar divine ability on the 36 earthly steels. This divine ability was called Psychic Hand. It could instantly set up some formations and then attack with the help of laws. This was a palm technique. The formation on the palm would obtain some characteristics of the demonic beasts. For example, it would be extremely strong or extremely soft. Lin Xian realized that this psychic hand was somewhat similar to the Sword of 100 Battles. Then, he began to look at the 12 heavenly steels. The 12 heavenly steels were very simple. It seemed to contain the simplicity of the Great Tao. It was impossible to understand. However, Lin Xian could still see some things clearly. For example, he saw one of the heavenly steels. There were only 3 Tao patterns carved on it. However, Lin Xian seemed to be able to see that it was a person summoning something from heaven and earth. It seemed to be something like a soul. In this way, Lin Xian felt that it was somewhat similar to the previous 2 divine abilities. It could be said that it was an upgraded version. There was indeed some connection. He narrowed his eyes. In this way, if he wanted to cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steels, he could first cultivate the heavenly steels and the earthly steels. Then, he could cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steels. After thinking about this point, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was ready to take action. He transmitted his voice to Xianxia and told Xianxia about these things. After Xianxia heard, she was also surprised. Was this true? He looked around and found that there was indeed some connection. In that case, let's hurry up and cultivate. The 2 of them walked towards the 108 Xian steels. At this moment, everyone was trying their best to cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steel. Even the earthly steel was rarely visited. As for Lin Xian and Xianxia, they actually squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the Xian steel. This scene shocked countless people. No way, isn't that Lin Wudi and the holy goddess of the spirit clan, Jingqiu? Why did they leave? Don't they want to comprehend the heavenly steel? No idea, could it be that they want to comprehend the earthly steel? The competition there is less. They looked carefully and realized that the 2 had walked past the earthly steel and arrived at the Xian steel. Instantly, these people went crazy. Heavens, they actually chose the Xian steel. How is this possible? The Xian steel looks like the weakest divine ability. These people simply couldn't understand. What is Lin Wuti doing? And some other people sneered when they saw this. Xianxia snorted, idiot kid, he actually chose the trashy Xian steel. He really doesn't know his place. He was too excited. If Lin Xian chose the heavenly steel, then he would be under great pressure, but he chose the Xian steel. This way, he had absolute confidence. 3 months later, he could kill Lin Xian to his heart's content. After Guili saw this, he also sneered. Di Ling was even more disdainful. What Lin Wuti, he doesn't even have the courage to choose the heavenly steel. He probably knows that he doesn't have the talent to comprehend it. What a joke. If he is like this, I can kill him with one hand in the second round. Di Ling was also very ambitious. In his opinion, Lin Xian should know that he couldn't comprehend the heavenly steel, so he chose the easiest Xian steel. Shi Bufan, Shi Sui Tianchen, Wang Xiaofeng and the others were also puzzled. It shouldn't be, Lin Wuti is very strong, they all know. Why did he choose the Xian steel? Could it be that there is another mystery? Wang Xiaofeng said to Shi Sui Tianchen, not knowing what he is doing, not knowing what he found. But I won't leave, my eye of Shi Sui can be used here, I want to comprehend it more efficiently than others. These top experts didn't leave because they had absolute confidence in themselves. With the best things available, why would they settle for the second best? The 4 warriors from Wushuang City who were standing in 4 different directions were surprised when they saw this scene. Could it be that this brat had found out? They were also looking forward to seeing how the peerless genius who had set a new record in the first round would perform in the second round. Lin Xian arrived in front of the 108 Xian tablets. He chose the Sword of 100 Battles because this sword technique and the Great Dragon Sword Spirit's simulation effect were very similar. If he wanted to cultivate, it would definitely be a piece of cake. Qiu'er, these 3 stone steels are all connected to one another. Choose a cultivation technique that you like and cultivate accordingly. The effects should be very good. After saying that, Lin Xian began to cultivate. Xianxia nodded, she also chose a cultivation technique to cultivate. Needless to say, the sword technique that Lin Xian chose was very suitable for him. Soon, he finished cultivating and stood up with a smile on his face. Next, it was time to comprehend the psychic hand. Lin Xian looked at the 36 earthly tablets and started to comprehend. The heavenly tablets were still very lively, but after a few days, some people collapsed. No, I can't comprehend it at all. Yes, it's too difficult. They felt that they couldn't figure out the direction. Some people were going crazy. Some people felt that they had to change their strategy, so they gave up on the heavenly tablets and started to cultivate the 36 earthly tablets. There were also some people who insisted that they would be able to comprehend it after a while. But after a month, most of them were in despair. They now knew that the heavenly tablets weren't easy to comprehend. If they continued to waste time, they probably wouldn't be able to learn a single divine ability. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. They would only be beaten up. Therefore, these people retreated one after another. Some of them chose the 36 earthly monuments and some of them even wanted to start cultivating the 108 Xian monuments like Lin Xian. However, there were a few people in front who didn't move. They were the other 7 of the 8 great prodigies. There were also 5 people who weren't part of the 8 great prodigies. These people were very confident in themselves. They stood in front of the heavenly tablets and continued to comprehend. Although these people's faces were very serious, they didn't look good. It was obvious that they didn't make much progress. But they believed that once they comprehended a move or two, their power would definitely surpass everyone else. Another half a month passed. Lin Xian stood up. He had mastered the psychic hand. Next, he needed to comprehend the heavenly tablets. It was the summoning divine ability that he had seen before. Thinking of this, he walked forward. Lin Xian's arrival shocked everyone. What was going on? Lin Wuti came to the heavenly tablets again. Could it be that he wanted to comprehend the heavenly tablets? God, he didn't want to comprehend it at first. Now that there was only 1.5 months left, could he comprehend it completely? Everyone was shocked. Then, they shook their heads and ignored him. They couldn't understand Lin Xian's actions at all. The only one who understood was probably Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was also comprehending one of the 36 earthly tablets. She would soon master it, probably in another 3 to 5 days. She would also go to the heavenly tablets. Lin Xian came to the heavenly tablet and sat down cross-legged. He started to comprehend it. His arrival surprised the geniuses on the side of the sky steel. Why was this brat here again? Sure, Sui Tianchen and the others were confused. Xianxia snorted. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Do you have time to comprehend it completely? In his opinion, it was a waste of time. Di Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Xian was trying to comprehend the same heavenly tablet as him. Was he looking for death? That's good too. When the time came, he would use the same superpower to torture Lin Xian to death. Time passed slowly. The people in the heavenly tablets tried their best to comprehend as many superpowers as possible. Some of them even started to comprehend the earthly tablet's superpower. However, the people in the heavenly tablets didn't move at all. Because it was already good enough for them to comprehend one heavenly tablet in 3 months. Finally, another 1.5 months passed. 3 months had passed. On this day, a voice was heard. Then, a martial artist from Wushuang City said that the time was up and no one was allowed to comprehend it. As soon as he said that, the heavenly tablets shone brightly and nothing could be seen anymore. Sigh, many people sighed. They hadn't comprehended enough yet. This was a great opportunity for them to learn Wushuang City's superpower. However, they had no choice. The time was up and they couldn't comprehend it anymore. The 8 great skyprides stood up as well. They looked extremely solemn. The 3 months of comprehension was indeed a unique experience for them. They had never comprehended such a magical superpower in such a tense situation. They wondered how powerful it would be in the end. Brat, don't ever meet me, or I will make you wish you were dead. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. This time, he was absolutely confident. He believed that the divine art he unleashed would be able to kill his opponent. Finally, it was time for revenge. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the genius, and his opponent was just a lucky trash. Ghostly looked at Lin Xian and smiled coldly. Di Ling snorted. The first place of this round will definitely be me. You are not my opponent at all. The last time he was surpassed by Di Ling, it was the greatest humiliation of his life. So this time, no matter what, he had to step on Di Ling. The others felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that the 8 geniuses were really confident. He wondered what kind of power the divine ability they comprehended would have. At this time, 4 Wushuang City warriors walked out and said coldly, "All right, the test will begin now. Follow me." They left the area where the stone tablet was and came to another area. This area was very spacious, and it was still within the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The test this time was very simple. You can choose your opponent, and you can only fight one-on-one. Those who succeed will advance to the next round, and those who fail will be eliminated and immediately become an in-name disciple. However, although it was a one-on-one battle, the winner can continue to fight with others. Everyone can fight at least once, and at most 5 times. You should understand, right? Hearing this, many people's faces changed. What? You can fight 5 people in a row? Their expressions were filled with fear. If Di Ling was an expert like him, he would be able to defeat 5 people. That meant that 5 people would be eliminated. Damn it, this way, even half of the people would not be able to stay. Previously, they thought that the elimination rate was only 50%, but now it seemed that it was not so. If an expert was ruthless enough to join forces, most of the people would be eliminated. The originally cruel situation had now become even more cruel. Xianxia, Ghostly, Di Ling, and the others all revealed a sinister smile. It was great to be able to challenge 5 people. Xianxia was the first to jump out, staring at Lin Xian. Kid, come and die. I will ruthlessly step on you under my feet. Lin Xian shook his head. I refuse. Fight with them? What kind of joke was this? He wasn't interested at all. Puff, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Rejected. Damn it, he actually looked down on him. Brat, are you a man or not? Fight me if you have the guts, you're too weak. I'm not interested. Lin Xian still shook his head. F*ck, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Xianxia had completely lost his mind. He was too weak? Not interested, damned brat, what are you pretending for? He was a fourth heavenly layer sage, even though he was suppressing his cultivation state right now, he had comprehended the mystic skills on the heaven steel. He could definitely take down the other party. The surrounding people's mouths twitched. They didn't expect Lin Xian to directly reject them. He really didn't give them any face. Brat, if you don't dare, then quickly kneel down and kowtow to me. With me as your superior, I can consider sparing your life. Xianxia was extremely arrogant. Lin Xian finally sighed. I've rejected you twice, which is equivalent to saving your life twice. I've given you 2 chances. However, you didn't cherish them and even dared to provoke me. Since you want to be eliminated so badly, fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian walked out, and the others retreated. The 4 peerless city martial artists formed a seal with their palms, forming an array in the arena. Then, they stood on one side. There was only one rule, and that was no killing. Alright, it's starting now. Xianxia, you should feel lucky that the rule here is that no killing is allowed. Otherwise, if you fought with me, I'm afraid you would die 10 times in a second, damned brat, don't be so arrogant. Go to hell. Xianxia was really mad. The other party's previous disregard and the current disdain was something he, as a genius, couldn't tolerate. Heaven-piercing finger. He raised his finger and pointed forward. Suddenly, the laws of heaven and earth surged, and thunder roared. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. What kind of mystic skill is this? I know, this is one of the mystic skills on the heaven steel. It's the heaven-piercing finger, many people screamed. They had tried to comprehend the heaven-piercing finger before, but they couldn't comprehend it completely. They didn't expect Xianxia to be so talented to be able to use the heaven-piercing finger. Even the other geniuses of the 8 great geniuses exclaimed in shock. This Xianxia was incredible, if given a chance, he might be able to improve again. Oh, the mystic skill on the heaven steel? However, you haven't mastered it yet. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and a sword made of laws appeared. He held the sword and slashed forward. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword chi filled the air. Everyone felt their bodies tremble. In the next moment, they saw the sword chi transform into a giant ice bear, roaring at the sky. It could freeze everything with a wave of its hand. What kind of sword technique is this? It's too terrifying. Many people were shocked. Some of the top geniuses were also shocked. There was no such technique on the heaven steel. Indeed, they had comprehended the heaven steel, but they didn't see such a sword technique. Suddenly, someone screamed. It's not one of the 12 heaven steels, it's one of the 10 Xian steels. I know, it's called the Sword of 100 Battles. What? The sword technique on the 108 Xian steels, heavens, isn't that the weakest mystic skill? What is this Lin Wudi doing? He wants to use the mystic steel's mystic skill to fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill. Isn't this hitting a stone with an egg? Everyone went crazy. In their knowledge, the heaven steel's mystic skill was the strongest and the Xian steel's mystic skill was the weakest. The only thing that could fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill was another heaven steel's mystic skill. But now, Lin Wudi actually took out a mystic steel's mystic skill to fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill. Guili sneered. So he's an idiot. I wanted to play with him, but now I don't have any interest. Di Ling snorted. Such a person, and I'm treating him as my opponent. What a joke. The first place of the second round will be mine, Xianxia laughed loudly. He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to fight against me with such a mystic steel's mystic skill, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he had to severely injure him. He wanted to torture his opponent until he wished he was dead. The heaven-piercing finger was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could pierce a hole in the sky. It was too easy to kill his opponent. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned. The ice aura on the ice-field giant bear directly sealed the heaven-piercing finger. Not only that, the ice-field giant bear rushed over with its powerful physique and directly slammed into Xianxia's body. Bang, Xianxia was pushed back. With a bang, a huge crack spread. Xianxia was also pushed back. He spat out blood and a thick layer of frost appeared on his body. What? Xianxia was pushed back, and the surrounding people were stunned. How was that possible? The mystic tablet divine ability had fought against the divine tablet divine ability and won. Could it be that Lin Wuti had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical? Damn it, what the hell was Xianxia doing? Guili frowned. Di Ling sneered. Don't worry, that was just the first move. Maybe Xianxia was careless, but if he got serious, that kid would definitely die. Xianxia stopped in his tracks. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his handsome face had turned malevolent. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. Careless, he was indeed careless. He thought that his opponent's divine ability was weak, but he did not expect his opponent to have some tricks up his sleeves. Kid, you're not bad to be able to cultivate the mystic tablet divine ability to such a level, but this is your upper limit. My divine tablet divine ability is not something you can compare to. I'll definitely kill you with my next move. Next move? You still want to kill me? What a joke. I'll defeat you with this move, and you'll be eliminated and become an honorary disciple. Lin Xian's lips curled up in disdain. From the beginning, he had never thought of Xianxia as an opponent. The others felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. That move was enough to defeat Xianxia. Indeed, it was not over yet. The sword of 100 battles could transform into 15 types of beasts, and the move would only be over when the beasts disappeared. Someone who had cultivated the same sword skill quickly explained. When the others heard this, they understood that the ice-field giant bear was still there, which meant that this move was not over yet. Could it be that Lin Wuti wanted to use this move to defeat one of the 8 great prodigies? You still want to defeat me? Dream on. Xianxia was really mad. He waved his finger, and it was like a heavenly sword piercing through the sky. The heaven-breaking finger was once again used, and it was surrounded by terrifying laws and the power of heaven and earth. Shred! 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 Lin Xian waved his sword and roared 3 times. Suddenly, the giant bear in front of him went berserk. His body grew twice as big as a mountain, and the icy aura around him became even more terrifying. With a wave of the bear's paw, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Streaks of spatial energy shot out one after another, filling the air. He roared, his eyes completely red as he attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's heaven-breaking finger directly hit the head of the icefield giant bear, shattering its skull. However, this was not a real demonic beast. Instead, it was formed from a sword chi. Although it had lost its head, it was still capable of attacking. His bare paw ruthlessly slapped Xianxia's body, causing Xianxia to vomit blood. Damn it, block it for me. Xianxia clenched his teeth and roared. However, in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he was unable to use some of his abilities and physique. He could only rely on the heaven-piercing finger to defend himself. However, before he could unleash the 3rd heaven-piercing finger, his body was torn apart. Saintly blood gushed out madly, and he screamed in pain as he flew backwards. Ah, miserable cries rang out, making people's scalps go numb. Everyone was stunned. Silence reigned between heaven and earth. What did they see? Xianxia was defeated. He had really lost, he was defeated by a single sword strike. Lin Wuti was too strong, one sword strike, using the Xian Monument's divine ability to defeat the Tian Monument's divine ability. This was a heaven-defying move. At this moment, the 8 great geniuses all gasped for breath. Those who were comprehending the innate techniques of the heavenly steel all had extremely heavy expressions on their faces. If they encountered this sword, would they be able to withstand it? What was going on with this Lin Wuti? Some of the people who were comprehending the sword of 100 battles were terrified. What was going on? Was the sword art they had comprehended so powerful? One had to know that even a tenth of their strength would be considered formidable. However, why was Lin Wuti able to display such a powerful might? Could it be that this was the difference in talent? Thinking of this, their faces were filled with despair. The 4 warriors from Wushuang City were also surprised. Their eyes shone with a strange light. As expected of Lin Wuti, as expected of the heaven-defying monster who set the record for the first trial, to be able to display the power of the sword of 100 battles to such an extent, he was probably the only one. A person walked out and said in a deep voice. In this battle, Lin Wuti had won and Xianxia had lost. He had been eliminated and was now an unnamed disciple. No. Damn it. I haven't lost, I still have the strength to fight, no. You can't do this to me. Xianxia screamed like a madman. He had been eliminated and was now an unnamed disciple? What a joke, he was one of the 8 great geniuses and he had the confidence to win this round, but now, he had actually lost. If he went out, how could he face the others? He still wanted to struggle, but the people from Wushuang City waved their sleeves and formed an array to teleport Xianxia away. Those who had lost were not qualified to be here. Outside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Xianxia's figure appeared. His broken body had healed in an instant. The suppression of his cultivation base was gone and he had completely recovered his cultivation base of a level 4 sage. With a roar, heaven and earth shook. I can't accept this, he really couldn't accept this, but what could he do? It was not his turn to behave atrociously here. If he did not follow the rules, the people from Wushuang City would kill him instantly. Damn it, that kid will definitely be eliminated. Not only did he offend me, but he also offended Di Ling. With Di Ling's means and thoughts, he would definitely eliminate him. Xianxia calmed down. He wanted to see that kid being eliminated with his own eyes. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, everyone was still in a state of great shock. They did not expect that one of the 8 great geniuses would be eliminated in such a way. Lin Xian kept his sword of laws and relaxed his shoulders. I already said that he was not my opponent and I had already spared him twice. But this kid is courting death, you can't blame me. Everyone's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that you were telling the truth? They all thought that you were just pretending. Who would have thought that you were so powerful? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Shi Bufan, Zi Tiancheng, and the others' mouths twitched. To be honest, they had also planned to challenge Lin Wuti, but now it seemed that they should forget about it. If they did not handle it well, they might be eliminated directly. That would be a huge loss of face. Xianxia was an idiot. He was not strong enough and could not comprehend it, but it did not mean that the divine steel's ability was not powerful. At this moment, Di Ling spoke. He was also comprehending the divine steel's ability, so he naturally had to protect the power of the divine steel. Yes, that's right. Xianxia did not comprehend the essence of the divine steel's ability. A few people agreed. Oh, so you have comprehended the essence of the divine steel's ability? Why don't you fight with me? Let me see how far you have comprehended it. Lin Xian stared at Di Ling. This person had also provoked him time and time again. If there was a chance, he would not mind eliminating him in advance. Thank you for your recommendation, monthly votes, and rewards. 5th update. Please support me. Lin Xian stared at Di Ling, ready to eliminate him. Everyone was excited, they did not expect that Lin Xian would fight with Di Ling first. The two of them would fight, if they fought, then one of them would be eliminated. It was unbelievable, even Wang Xiaofeng and the people of Stillwater Sky City were shocked. To be honest, if there was no special hatred between the 8 geniuses, they would avoid this kind of elimination and try to enter the next round. Then, they would fight for the ranking. But now, Di Ling and Lin Xian were going to fight. I'm not afraid of you, I've been wanting to eliminate you for a long time. Di Ling also stood out, he was very unhappy that Lin Xian got first place in the first round. Now, Lin Xian dared to provoke him, this made him feel that Lin Xian was dead meat. Kid, you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Xianxia? You're too naive. Xianxia, that trash, didn't understand much of the essence. I'll tell you, I'm the most heaven-defying one. The divine steel's divine ability that I comprehended is definitely not something you can imagine. Don't be so full of yourself, otherwise, when you're eliminated, you'll only be slapped in the face. Lin Xian sneered. The others retreated, leaving only the two of them. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were completely excited, they were about to witness a shocking battle. What kind of divine ability did the two of them comprehend? Did Lin Wuti know how to use such a low-level divine ability? No, Lin Wuti, other than the Sword of 100 Battles, he also comprehended the Divine Steel's divine ability, but the time he spent on it was very short, only a month. And the Divine Steel's divine ability that he comprehended was the same as Di Ling's. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. The two of them comprehended the same divine ability. This was too unbelievable, but the time difference between the two of them was twice as long. Lin Xian, was he Di Ling's opponent? Buzz, Di Ling stood there. A terrifying aura of heaven and earth appeared on his body, his eyes were like lightning, the aura of the entire space became condensed. His palms formed a seal, a law flew out from his fingertips, and then he shouted. Boom! Boom! A large crack appeared in the sky, and then an illusory figure walked out of it. It was a headless warrior. He wore tattered armor and held a broken sword in his hand. His aura was unparalleled. Heavens, what is this thing? What kind of divine ability was this? Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect this. This was called the Spirit Summoning Incantation. It could be used to summon powerful heroic spirits from the void of the universe. Di Ling's cold voice was heard. The more profound one's cultivation was, the stronger the summoned spirit would be. Kid, let's see how you're going to compete with me. After he finished speaking, he shouted angrily. Another figure walked out. This was also a heroic spirit. He held a long saber in his hand, and his aura was unparalleled. The two heroic spirits circled around in the sky, carrying mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These two must have been incredible saints when they were alive. Even if he had been dead for so long, his heroic spirit could still be summoned. Brat, let's see how you can be compared to me. Di Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He was very confident in himself. The people from Wushuang City frowned. They had to admit that Di Ling was very powerful. He could summon 2 heroic spirits in 3 months. How was Lin Wuti going to compete with him? Was he going to use the same spirit summoning incantation as Di Ling, or was he going to use the Sword of 100 Battles? Or was he going to use the Psychic Hand? Could he summon 2 heroic spirits? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Looks like you're stronger than that trash, Xianxia. Alright, I'll play with you. As he spoke, Lin Xian's fingers began to form a series of hand seals. In the next moment, his expression became serious. His eyes were like divine swords, looking in all directions. He also knew the spirit summoning incantation. Crack! 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 A large vortex appeared in the sky. Then, an illusory figure appeared. It was a warhorse. Everyone was shocked. The first to walk out of the vortex was a warhorse. It was tall and big, and it was obviously a powerful beast. There was a person sitting on the warhorse. It was a horseman, a headless horseman. He held a long spear in his hand, and his murderous aura was unparalleled. Everyone was shocked to see this. After waiting for a long time, they were surprised to find that there was only a headless horseman riding a warhorse. Other than that, there was no one else. Could it be that Lin Wuti could only summon one of them? If so, how could Lin Wuti be Di Ling's opponent? Ha ha ha, Di Ling laughed arrogantly. You've really disappointed me. I didn't expect you to only summon one. With your strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? I advise you to obediently kneel down, kowtow and admit your mistake. Di Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. 2 against 1, there was no way he would lose. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. You're really arrogant. Do you really think you're going to win? Some things can't be decided by quantity. Is that so? You've only comprehended it for 1.5 months. Can you compare with me who comprehended it for 3 months? I'll let you die today, Di Ling sneered. The 2 heroic spirits he summoned quickly charged over. On the other side, the headless horseman rode a warhorse and charged at the same speed. The long spear in his hand pierced out. The void kept shattering, and the heaven and earth kept rumbling. Everyone retreated. At the same time, they widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any details. Boom boom boom, the 2 heroic spirits charged out forcefully, causing the warhorse to neigh non-stop. However, the headless horseman's figure was very tall and straight. The long spear in his hand was like lightning. With one strike, the heaven and earth shattered. Everyone was stunned. they couldn't believe it. The four warriors from Wushuang City were even more shocked. How was this possible? Their faces were filled with shock. Di Ling was even more shocked. Impossible. He screamed. He found that the two heroic spirits he summoned were pierced through by the opponent's spear and nailed to the void. Boom, the long spear shook and directly tore the two heroic spirits apart. In the end, the two heroic spirits turned into spiritual energy and dissipated in the sky. Are the two heroic spirits very powerful? Do you really think that this matter can be won by quantity? I've said it before. You're no match for me. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi was already so powerful, he only used 1.5 months to comprehend, and the heroic spirits he summoned were stronger than Di Ling in 3 months. It was really too unbelievable. Di Ling's face was filled with madness. His face was distorted. Impossible. I don't believe it. How can your talent be stronger than mine? He had completely collapsed. What the hell was going on? Those were the two hero spirits that he had summoned. They were so powerful, but they were destroyed by the other party in one blow. It was unbelievable. Was the other party really more talented than him? One of his hero spirits could defeat 2 of his hero spirits. I don't believe it. Die. Di Ling formed a seal again, wanting to summon his hero spirits. At the same time, he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the headless horseman brandished his spear and slashed at Di Ling. This attack seemed to be able to split everything apart. Di Ling was shocked and quickly retreated. As soon as he left, a spatial crack appeared where he was standing. It was a shocking sight. One had to admit that the headless horseman was too powerful. In the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, with his cultivation suppressed, the headless horseman could kill anything in his way. Sure enough, after that, the Imperial Mausoleum was hunted down. He didn't have time to form a seal at all because the headless horseman was too fast and too powerful. If he delayed for a moment, his body would probably be pierced through. Damn it, Di Ling roared as he ran. He had never been chased by anyone before. The people around him were all stunned. Heavens, was this still Di Ling? Was this still the high and mighty place of the 8 prodigies? At this moment, Di Ling was in an extremely sorry state. He was like a stray dog that had nowhere to run. Buzz, finally, the headless horseman exploded. The warhorse under his feet roared and turned into a stream of light. The spear in his hand directly enveloped Di Ling. Damn it. Block it for me. Di Ling roared, but the spear still pierced through his body. Drip, drip. Fresh blood flowed down the spear and fell into the void. It was like thunder, making people's hearts beat wildly. Di Ling was injured. He tried so hard to dodge, but he was still injured. It couldn't be helped. The headless horseman was too strong. If they were outside, his cultivation wouldn't be suppressed and he would be able to use his mystique. Di Ling wouldn't be injured. But here, under these rules, Di Ling couldn't resist. He felt his entire body go numb. This spear had made him lose the ability to fight. His eyes were burning as he screamed at the sky. Damn it, Lin Xian walked over and looked down at the other party. What, you're not convinced? We had a fair fight. What are you unhappy about? Indeed, everyone was silent. If Lin Xian had used a saint artifact or some other trump card to win, then they might not have been convinced. But now, this was an absolutely fair environment. If he lost, then he lost. There was no excuse. Go to hell. Di Ling suddenly became furious. He waved his hand and a beam of light flew out. It was a chain of law. However, it was easily dodged by Lin Xian. What? You still want to plot against me? He didn't know the difference between life and death. With a cold snort, the headless horseman's spear trembled and directly shattered Di Ling's body into pieces. Everyone swallowed their saliva. This was already a serious injury, right? Ah. Di Ling screamed. If it weren't for the fact that I can't kill you, you would have died 1,000 times over by now. How dare you sneak attack me? Lin Xian stepped on Di Ling's head. The headless horseman's warhorse stepped on the dismembered body. Di Ling was so angry that he vomited blood. When had he ever been treated like this? this was humiliation. He was unwilling, but he really couldn't resist now. Damn brat. If we fought outside, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Put away your pride. You are more than 1,000 years older than me. Of course, you have the advantage outside. Moreover, you can borrow other powers. For example, the mysterious coffin in your body that doesn't belong to you. These don't represent your own power. Do you understand? Also, do you really think that you can beat me outside? You have a trump card. Do you think I don't? Therefore, don't be arrogant outside. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. As Lin Xian spoke, he stomped down hard on Di Ling's head, causing it to creak. Di Ling was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only vomit blood to express his anger. The people of Wushuang City walked out and said loudly. In this battle, Lin Wudi won. Di Ling lost and was eliminated. He was now a registered disciple. With a wave of his hand, the array teleported Di Ling's body out. Looking at the blood on the ground, everyone felt numb. Di Mausoleum was defeated and eliminated. This was earth-shattering news. Because they never thought that Di Ling would be defeated. One had to know that in countless people's guesses, Di Ling was the favorite to win the championship, but now, this favorite to win the championship was eliminated in the second round. Outside the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Xianxia was alone there, anxiously waiting. He guessed that Di Ling would make a move at this time. Because Di Ling couldn't tolerate such a powerful person. Indeed, he felt the fluctuation of the void. Someone was teleported out. It seemed that someone was eliminated again. It must be that brat, Xianxia revealed a sinister smile. He secretly used his power, preparing to show his strength to his opponent. It would be best if he could injure him. In the next moment, a light flashed. His raised hand froze in midair. The sinister smile on his face also froze. It was Di Ling. How could it be? His heart was about to explode. Damn it, Di Ling came out. Was he eliminated like him? At this moment, Xianxia's mind was blank. In his opinion, Di Ling was the strongest and incomparable. No one could beat him. But now, Di Ling was eliminated by someone else. Who was it? Could it be that brat did it? He couldn't believe it. As soon as Di Ling came out, he roared towards the sky. The late-stage level 4 power in his body instantly exploded. With a boom, Xianxia was directly sent flying and vomited blood. Ah! Damn Lin Wudi! I will tear you into pieces. I will not rest until you die, Di Ling screamed crazily. The 9 heavens were collapsing and the earth was trembling. At this moment, he was really angry. He couldn't wait to kill his way back to the Copper Sparrow Terrace and tear his opponent into pieces. Xianxia stood up from afar, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was full of fear. Lin Wudi, it was really Lin Wudi who did it. Damn it, what trick did this guy use to eliminate Di Ling as well? How did you lose? He leaned forward and asked. Di Ling turned his head, his eyes bursting with cold light, almost sending Xianxia flying again. I did not lose. It was that brat who was despicable. If we stood outside, I could kill him with one hand. Di Ling's murderous aura was too sharp. What bullshit fair battle? His strength was his strength. Where did the suppression of the laws come from? At this moment, he was extremely dissatisfied with Peerless City. In the Copper Sparrow Terrace, everyone was still in a state of great shock and had yet to recover from the shock. Lin Xian took action twice and eliminated 2 of the 8 great prodigies. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. One could imagine what kind of storm it would cause if this news spread out. Di Ling was finally eliminated. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Who would be next? He turned his gaze, and wherever his gaze passed, those people would tremble in fear. Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze paused as he stared at Ghostly. The corners of his mouth curled up again. Ghostly took 2 steps back and laughed dryly. Young Master Lin must be tired after fighting twice. Why don't you take a break and let the others fight? Is that so? I'm not tired. The first time, I killed a piece of trash with 1 move. The second time, I let the spirit kill 0. I haven't even fought yet. Why don't you fight with me again? Ghostly was about to cry when he heard that. The others also gasped. F*CK, he wants to fight again. Does he want to fight all 5 rounds? If that's the case, a few more geniuses would be eliminated. Gueli's expression became extremely ugly. His face was originally extremely pale. At this moment, he was about to cry. He looked like a clown from hell. I don't think I've offended young Master Lin. Ghostly said with difficulty. Lin Xian smiled. You haven't offended me? Who was the one who cooperated with Di Ling and mocked me? Do you think I'm stupid? I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and fight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. F*CK, this guy. Ghostly cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would really fight him. Does he want to offend the 8 geniuses? However, he knew that he didn't threaten him anymore. Those who threatened Lin Xian, such as Di Ling and Xianxia, ended up in a miserable state. If he continued to threaten him, it would be a fight to the death. Hence, he could only admit defeat and stand up. Alright, please enlighten me, young Master Lin. Ghostly stood up. His eyes were shining with a black light, and his body was surrounded by ghost energy. He seemed to have turned into a ghost from hell. Buzz, he appeared in front of Lin Xian in an instant. A black ghost sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed towards Lin Xian's heart. What a fast speed! The surrounding people exclaimed. They didn't expect Ghostly to have such a movement skill when his cultivation was suppressed. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that this Ghostly was really going all out from the start. His figure swayed, turning into a phantom as he dodged quickly. He dodged the sword, but the pitch-black sword was extremely terrifying. Beams of sword light enveloped him. This was the 9 nether sword art, a sword art of the heavenly monument. Someone screamed. It was the divine steel's divine ability again. How was Lin Xian going to block it? Ghostly's speed was extremely fast, and so was the 9 Serenity sword technique. He didn't give Lin Xian any chance at all. The others could also see that if Lin Xian didn't have a chance to summon his heroic spirit, it would be very dangerous. Because it was very difficult for other divine abilities to fight against Ghostly. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was about to be suppressed, Lin Xian let out a long roar. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. His hand split open the sky and collided with the 9 Serenity sword art. What? Was he crazy? Did that kid not want to live anymore? He actually wanted to use his physique to fight against the 9 Serenity sword art? Damn it, did he think that he was outside? If he was outside and his divine ability wasn't suppressed, then it might be possible to fight against the 9 Serenity sword art. But now, all of his divine abilities couldn't be used. Even his cultivation was suppressed to the 1st heaven. Would a 1st heaven sage dare to fight against such a sword art? They definitely wouldn't dare to. But Lin Xian was different. So what if he was suppressed to the 1st heaven? His divine body of the 1st heaven wasn't something that these people could imagine. So with a long roar, he directly faced it head-on. With a boom, his fist and the 9 Serenity sword collided, producing a sonorous sound. The 9 Serenity sword art trembled from the impact, and Lin Xian kept retreating. What a terrifying sword art! He was shocked. However, he smiled. Because his chi and blood were tumbling, but he wasn't injured. What? How was that possible? Everyone who saw this scene went crazy. In their opinion, Lin Xian would definitely be cut in half by the sword. But Lin Xian was actually unharmed. What kind of physique was this? Was this the physique of a 1st heaven sage? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Ghostly's face also became ugly again. Previously, when he saw the other party charging recklessly, he thought that the other party was an idiot. Who would have thought that the other party's physique was far beyond his imagination? So, after this attack, his arm was numb. Now, he hadn't recovered yet. On the other side, Lin Xian used the illusory spirit spell, and the headless warrior was summoned by him again. Ghostly's soul scattered. He didn't dare to fight against this knight, and could only look for an opportunity to attack Lin Xian. After dozens of moves, he was still swept in the back by the headless knight's spear. His whole body was directly blasted out, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. I admit defeat. Ghostly directly admitted defeat because he knew that if they continued fighting, it would be difficult for him to win. Perhaps his outcome would be the same as Di Ling's, beaten to pieces. If not for Di Ling's battle, he might have fought with his life on the line. But when he saw that even Di Ling wasn't the other party's match, he completely gave up. This person was too monstrous. Ghostly admitted defeat, and was directly eliminated, and became an unnamed disciple. The array flickered, and he was also transported out. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Ghostly, an existence second only to Di Ling, was defeated at this moment. This Lin Wuti was really too strong. There was no good ending for going against the other party. Lin Xian attacked 3 times in a row, knocking 3 out of the 8 geniuses out of the way. The other party still had 2 chances. Would the other party still attack? The other few of the 8 great prodigies were also like facing a great enemy. They wanted to go against Lin Xian, but they had no chance of winning at all. However, Lin Xian didn't have the intention to attack again. He attacked 3 times because these 3 people provoked him one after another. Especially Xianxia and Di Ling, they both had killing intent towards him. He naturally wanted to eliminate such people. As for the others, he wasn't interested. In other words, these people were no longer a threat to him. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't attack, those experts, such as Stillwater Sky City Shirbufan and the others, all heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. If the other party attacked, they were afraid that they would be in danger. Next, it was the others' turn. A few of the 8 great prodigies came over and discussed with Xianxia. They wouldn't fight each other, and they would enter the next round together. Xianxia and the others didn't have any enmity, so they naturally agreed. Next, it was the battle between the others. Among them, Xianxia attacked. She faced an expert who was very powerful. He wasn't one of the 8 great prodigies, but he also comprehended the divine steel's divine ability. Xianxia fought with him. Everyone was incomparably shocked when they saw it. Xianxia finally defeated her opponent, which made Stillwater Sky City's Wang Xiaofeng and the others equally shocked. When did Xianxia become so powerful? Her divine steel's divine ability was also so powerful. It should be because of Lin Wuti. Don't forget, Lin Wuti and Xianxia both started from the Xian steel. There must be something mysterious about it. Indeed, they spent 3 months to comprehend the divine steel, but it was not as fast as the other party who spent 1 month. There must be something wrong. But even if there was something mysterious, they couldn't care less. It was too late to think about it now. At this moment, the battles continued. Outside, people were constantly being transported out. Those who came out all failed. Actually, when Ghostly was transported out, Xianxia was shocked again. Di Ling's face was also filled with shock. One of his arch-enemies had also been teleported out. Who was the one who kicked you out? Ghostly snorted. It was that Lin Wuti. What? It was him again. Di Ling's eyelids twitched. Xianxia's face was also pale. But then he revealed a sinister look. 3 of the 8 great prodigies were beaten out. Among them were the first and second Di Ling and Ghostly. That kid was definitely unlucky. With Di Ling and Ghostly's methods and their background, how could they easily let each other go? One must know that Ghostly was from the evil star, and Di Ling was from the spirit sealing star. These 2 worlds were extremely famous and terrifying worlds in the second astral boundary. If the people from these 2 worlds knew that Lin Xian had eliminated Di Ling and Ghostly, what would they do? They would definitely go crazy and assassinate Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Xianxia revealed a sinister look. But soon he frowned. Because he found that Ghostly did not have much killing intent. One must know that when he and Di Ling were transported out, they roared at the sky. Their killing intent shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And when Ghostly came out, other than his face being a little ugly, he did not do anything else. What was going on? Even Di Ling found something wrong. He said, "Are you willing to accept this? So what if you are not willing? Who told me to provoke the other party?" Ghostly sneered. Don't tell me you 2 still want to continue fighting with the other party? Of course. Who does he think he is? How dare he eliminate me? When I come out, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Di Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. After coming out, there was no cultivation suppression. His cultivation was almost 2 heavenly layers higher than the other party. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill the other party? Xianxia also sneered. His cultivation was one level higher than his opponent's, so in the real world, he could also kill his opponent. Looking at their expressions, Ghostly shook his head. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. I won't do anything to him. At least, I won't assassinate him unless there's a special competition. Are you admitting defeat? Ling sneered. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. Xianxia's eyes were also filled with unwillingness. Ghostly said coldly. You can think whatever you want. Both of you are the young masters of your families. I am different. I climbed up bit by bit from the Malevolence planet. On the Fiend planet, there were schemes and assassinations every day. Sometimes, you wouldn't even know how you died. That's why my intuition told me that Lin Wudi was terrifying and that I shouldn't make an enemy out of him. For my future path, I won't make an enemy out of him again. After saying that, Ghostly ignored the two of them and stood there alone with a cold expression. Although he was eliminated the first time, he still had a chance. At most, he could wait for half a year and participate again. At that time, with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to succeed. But this Lin Wudi, he couldn't provoke him in the future. Ling didn't think so. He was different from Ghostly. He had always been a Heaven's Pride. Moreover, he was a Heaven's Pride from the first heavenly realm. That's why anyone who went against him would be trampled under his feet. Xianxia was even more so. He was the young master of the Yu clan. Since he was young, he was the center of everyone's attention. Someone dared to provoke him? He would use everything, even the power of his family, to destroy the other party. Seeing more and more people being eliminated, Xianxia's eyes flickered. He came to the side and said, Brother Ling, don't you think this is too unusual? There were too many Heaven's Prides being eliminated. It was unfair to Wushuang City. Wushuang City would lose a lot of geniuses for nothing. Why don't we work together and talk to the elders of Wushuang City? With our status, we can work together with these geniuses and put pressure on them. Maybe. Before Xianxia could finish his words, Ling's eyes emitted a cold light. He nodded slightly and turned his head. Are you willing to accept this? Those people were naturally unwilling. He said, all right, follow me. We'll go and find the elders of Wushuang City. Ling led the crowd and quickly walked towards the distance. A roar sounded. Ling, bring many Heaven's Prides to seek an audience with the elders. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Soon, 5 pairs of people rushed over. The leading elder came. What's going on? What's going on? This is Wushuang City, you can't be so presumptuous. We don't want to be presumptuous, but some people are too despicable and caused many of the 8 great Heaven's Prides to be eliminated. I think this is also a loss to Wushuang City. The elders who had just arrived were also stunned. Ling, Guili, and Xianxia were indeed 3 of the 8 great Heaven's Prides. How could they be eliminated? There were also some other Heaven's Prides who were very eye-catching in the first round, but they were all eliminated. That was too unbelievable. For a moment, they frowned. To be honest, they did not expect this to happen because in their opinion, Ling was definitely the favorite to win the championship. Even if he could not become the first disciple, he would definitely be in the top 3. Guili was also very powerful. Xianxia was also extraordinary. But now, those people were eliminated. Why don't we discuss it? Someone suggested. However, the elder who participated in the first round shook his head. No, the rules were the rules, and they could not be changed. In an instant, the crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Those people that had been eliminated were also begging for another chance. Just as both sides were about to reach a stalemate, a decree descended from the sky. Seeing that, the elders immediately became respectful. The others did not dare to say anything because the aura from the decree was too terrifying. At first glance, one could tell that it was from an extremely terrifying sage. The elders took it respectfully and took a look. Then, they gasped. All right, stop fooling around. Because of the special situation this time, I'll give you a chance. You originally failed and could only take the test half a year later. But this time, it can be brought forward. 3 days later, you can take the test again. If you fail the test, you will be immediately eliminated and leave Wushuang City. If you don't want to, you can take the test half a year later. You can decide what to do. The elders gave 2 paths, and the others' eyes flickered. Those who felt that they weren't too confident all chose to wait half a year before taking the test according to the usual rules. However, people like Di Ling and Yu Xianxia decided to wait for the test 3 days later. Fail here? Impossible. They didn't believe that they had to pass the test and participate in the 3rd round. Then, they would kill Lin Wudi with their own strength. Ghostly had no choice. He decided to wait for half a year to avoid Lin Xian. At the same time, there were some geniuses who thought they were strong enough to wait for the test 3 days later. These people were brought to an independent palace and began to recover. They waited for the test 3 days later. As for the others, they became unnamed disciples and went to another area. After the geniuses left, the elders frowned. Why did the higher-ups give such an order? They were also greatly surprised. Who knew? Some shook their heads. Maybe it was because too many geniuses were eliminated, or maybe it was because of other reasons. Anyway, no one could guess the higher-ups' intentions. The elders nodded. However, if Di Ling and the others were allowed to enter the 3rd round, the storm would be huge. There were no restrictions in the 3rd round. Maybe that was the higher-ups' intention. Lin Wudi was too dazzling in the first 2 rounds. However, there were specific restrictions in the first 2 rounds. Maybe the higher-ups wanted to refine him. Were they not afraid of going too far? Did he die? Some elders frowned. One had to know that Di Ling, Yu Qianxia, and the others were very strong. If they joined forces in the 3rd round, Lin Wudi might be killed. If he died, then so be it. There were countless geniuses in the world, but how many could walk out in the end? Lin Wudi was like that. Di Ling and Yu Qianxia were the same. An elder's expression was cold. If we show mercy now, they will be killed by stronger geniuses in the future. The ancient starry sky path was a path of no return. One must be prepared to die. This was a path that could only be walked by stepping on the corpses and blood of countless geniuses. Inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, the battle had ended. There were more than 10,000 geniuses left. Only 3,000 remained. The rest were all eliminated. The remaining people were filled with excitement. This was great. They could finally enter the next stage. What's the next round? Someone asked. Shen Jingqiu, Lin Xian, and the rest turned their heads. They were curious about the last round. The last round? It's a real battle. A Wushuang City's martial artist walked out. For the last round, we will send you to the East Spirit World. You will complete your mission. If you return, you will pass the 3rd round, and become a disciple of Wushuang City. However, what I want to tell you is that the East Spirit World is a very special place. Not only will the people from Wushuang City be there for the assessment, the people from the other sacred cities will also be there. Furthermore, there would be some powerful demonic beasts that would appear as well. It could be said that it was a world that specialized in training. It was very dangerous inside. If you're unlucky. There were no restrictions. Although there were no restrictions, their lives were still in danger. This was definitely not good news for them. No one wanted to be killed. Some people hesitated. Some asked, "What's the mission? Is it dangerous?" The mission is for each of you to retrieve 10 East Spirit Stones. East Spirit Stones are unique to the East Spirit World. However, they're not common. You'll need to search carefully. Of course, you can also trade, rob, or assassinate with others. Anyway, it's up to you. As long as you can get 10 East Spirit Stones and return alive, you'll pass. Getting 10 East Spirit Stones by hook or by crook. When they heard this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was so dangerous, even greater than what they had imagined. However, they also knew that this was the only way. After all, they should not cultivate if they were afraid of death. They had been through hundreds of battles and climbed up from countless corpses. Therefore, although they were hesitant, no one backed down. The 3rd round's ranking will be determined according to the time you return. The rankings of the 3 stages added together will be your final ranking. Speaking of this, everyone sighed. The first place of the second round would definitely be Lin Wudi again. Because no one could surpass him. He was the person who eliminated Di Ling and Ghostly. If no one backs out, then rest for a day and adjust your body. I'll send you to the East Spirit World. Everyone nodded and began to rest. Peerless City's martial artists formed seals with their palms. Instantly, everyone was enveloped. In the next moment, those people exclaimed. They felt a huge and powerful life force entering their bodies. Peerless City was helping them recover. Great. They were excited and absorbed with all their might. Under such circumstances, these people recovered in about half a day. For the next half a day, these people closed their eyes and rested. They maintained their peak condition. A day later, these people stood up. Peerless City's martial artists led them out of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. After walking out, an elder came over and said a few words. The Peerless City's martial artists were stunned. What happened? Lin Xian, Xianxia, and the rest were puzzled. A Peerless City's martial artist turned around and said. He had just received news that those who were eliminated previously would have an extra chance. 3 days later, they would participate in the assessment. Those who succeed would also enter the third round and compete with you. You must be mentally prepared. What? There was such a thing. Many people's faces changed. Di Ling, Ghostly, and the rest would be back. Thinking of this, their scalps tingled. Among them, Shi Bufan, Shi Sui, and Tiancheng looked at Lin Xian with a trace of sympathy in their eyes. Shen Jingqiu also frowned. Brother Lin, you must be careful. I'm afraid those guys will take revenge on you. No worries. Lin Xian was not too concerned. Firstly, it seemed that the East Spirit World was a huge world. It would not be easy to meet. Furthermore, the other party would arrive 3 days later. The situation in the Eastern Spirit World was extremely dangerous. Whether these people could survive or not was another matter. Even if he really met them, would he be afraid of them? Things were getting more and more interesting. He hoped to meet them inside. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. At that time, he would let those people know that even if they were outside, he could still trample on them with his true strength. Alright, I'm just informing you about this. You should think about how to get the 10 pieces of East Spirit Stone and come back alive. The Peerless City's martial artists led the 3,000 people on the road again. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions, favorites, and tips, sending 5 chapters, asking for support. Finally, they arrived at a huge square. On the square, there was a flickering array formation. It was extremely ancient and complex. Everyone boarded the array. The warriors of Peerless City activated the array. The array flickered and teleported everyone away. Looking at the departing figures, the eyes of the warriors and elders of Peerless City flickered. One of them sighed, wondering how many of them would be able to return alive. Buzz buzz buzz, when the power of the array disappeared, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, he roared, and the 9-yang divine body shone brightly to defend himself. At the same time, he looked around. Where was Qiao? He realized that Shen Jingqiu was gone. Not only Shen Jingqiu, Shi Bufan, but the people of Stillwater Sky City were all gone. It seemed that this was not only a spatial teleportation array, but also a random teleportation array. It directly teleported them to various places in this world. It seemed that he could only find Qiao while searching for the East Spirit Stone. Thinking of this, his body swayed and he wanted to leave. However, at that moment, he stopped. In fact, his expression became incomparably serious. Buzz buzz buzz, above his head, a strong wind blew, and a dark cloud appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was not a dark cloud, but a pair of wings. It was a demonic beast, and its wings covered the sky. The aura on it was really terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn, this was the East Spirit Realm. Lin Xian's eyes widened. F*CK, this is a powerful demonic beast saint, not only him, but the others also saw it. After being teleported to the East Spirit Realm, they were ready to search for the East Spirit Stone. But as soon as they moved, they saw one terrifying scene after another. For example, a divine ape that could kick 2 mountains away with a little force. A demonic wolf that could make the stars fall from the sky with a roar. There was also a giant python that could swallow half the sky with its mouth open. This scene stunned all of the sages who were taking the test. Damn it, what kind of place had they come to? These people were really terrified. Let's hurry up and find 10 East Spirit Stones and go back. The people scattered around the world began to move. After leaving those powerful demonic beasts, they heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. A cold light burst out from the eyes of one of them. He soared into the sky, wanting to leave this place. But at this time an emerald green poisonous snake suddenly appeared on the tree and coiled around his neck. It bit him. Immediately, his body turned black and he fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. This poison was extremely terrifying. Even if this person was a third heaven saint, he could not withstand it. In the end, he could only escape with his soul, screaming as he fled. This was not the only case. At least 5 or 6 people were attacked in an instant. It couldn't be helped. These people still didn't know enough about this place. It was obvious that they had been careless. Xianxia also frowned. This was truly a terrifying place. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around before quickly leaving. However, at this moment, the ground beneath his feet also cracked open, and a claw swiped towards his leg. He wanted to crush his leg. Lin Xian laughed coldly. He had long since noticed that something was amiss. Seeing his opponent attack, he stamped his foot. Boom, the earth trembled as the claw was shattered into pieces. There was a roar from the ground, and a huge creature rushed out. It was a rat. Of course, it was not an ordinary rat. It was a beast saint. The purple fur all over its body shone brightly. Strands of laws surrounded it, and the shattered claw quickly healed. In its emerald green eyes, there was a terrifying murderous intent. With a roar, it rushed over. Obviously, it wanted to tear the human who injured it to pieces. Scram, Lin Xian roared and kicked out like a coiling dragon. Boom, when they collided, an earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by a scream. Then, the huge purple rat was sent flying. Its bones were shattered, and many cracks appeared on its body. Its eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, what was wrong with this human? Why was his physique so strong? One had to know that it was not an ordinary rat. It was a mutated species of earth demon rat. Its cultivation had reached the 3rd heaven. It was a 3rd heaven beast saint. In its opinion, killing a human of the same level was a piece of cake. But now, it could not do so. The other party's physique was too strong. Run, beast saints were not idiots. They had great wisdom and were not inferior to humans at all. Their physiques were stronger than humans. At this moment, after knowing that it was no match for Lin Xian, it immediately burrowed into the ground, wanting to escape. You want to leave? Can you? Lin Xian sneered. With a stomp of his foot, a huge crack spread forward. The entire ground was trampled into a canyon by him. The earth demon rat underground was also shaken out. It burrowed deeper into the ground desperately. You still don't want to come out? In that case, don't blame me. Lin Xian sneered, took out the Great Destruction Spear, and stabbed it into the ground. The Great Destruction Spear was a sacred artifact. It grew infinitely and pierced through the ground. In the next moment, a miserable cry came from the depths of the ground. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear with force. The ground cracked open, and the Great Destruction Spear was retrieved from the ground. There was a purple phantom on the spear. It was the Earth Demon Rat. At this moment, it was pierced by the Great Destruction Spear, and its face was filled with fear. Don't kill me, I beg you, spare my life. This huge beast spoke in human language, its face filled with fear. To be honest, he was cursing in his heart. Damn it, he had kicked a metal plate. He originally thought that this was a hothead, a new prey. Who knew that the other party was so powerful? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't kill you? Sure, it depends on whether you have value or not. Yes, I do. The Earth Demon Rat hurriedly nodded. Young master, you should be a cultivator who just entered the East Spirit World. I'm quite familiar with the terrain here. I can be your guide. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had just arrived here and was indeed unfamiliar with the place. If there was a demon saint who could lead the way for him, it would be much more convenient. But why should I believe you? If I let you go, what if you run away or counterattack me? Otherwise, I'll plant a restriction in your body. What? Plant a restriction? Wouldn't that be at the mercy of others? The earth demon rat was 100% unwilling. He said, with my little strength, what tricks can I play in front of you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Come on, you demons are born cunning. I'll give you two options now. First, I'll plant a restriction in you and make you listen to me during this period. Second, I'll kill you now and collect your soul. You choose. I choose the first option. The earth demon rat did not want to die and could only helplessly. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, your choice is very correct. I won't control you for too long. I'm only in this East spirit world for a trial. After I'm done with the trial, I'll let you go. Okay, I hope you keep your word. The earth fiend demonic rat had no choice but to accept this condition. Lin Xian planted a restriction in the other party's mind. As long as the other party dared to betray him, he could immediately kill the other party. Then, he put away the spear of great destruction. The other party quickly recovered and said at the same time, what do you want to ask? Ask away. Lin Xian said, do you know the East Spirit Stone? Where can I get it? East Spirit Stone, the earth fiend demonic rat was stunned, and then the corners of its mouth twitched. It seemed that young master, you are the disciple of the holy city's assessment. Oh, do you know? Lin Xian nodded. He knew that many holy cities required the East Spirit Stone for the assessment. However, there weren't many of these things, and they weren't easy to obtain. Cut the crap. Where is it? Tell me, lead the way, and tell me about the situation here. Okay, the earth fiend demonic rat had no choice. Its life was in the other party's hands now, and it couldn't resist. He said, let's talk as we walk. As it spoke, its body began to shrink, and in the end, it was only the size of a fist. It was very cute. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and said, fly east. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he flew at a low altitude. At this time, Little White also flew out. He came to Lin Xian's other shoulder, looked at the earth fiend demonic rat, and said, oh, I've taken in another underling. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed Little White's head. The earth fiend demonic rat was unhappy. Underling? Underling my ass, damn monkey, it roared, and a terrifying demon saint aura surged out. It was a third firmament demon. Could it not scare a little monkey to death? However, Little White only dug its ears. Yah, so noisy. Then, its furry little claws slapped over and slapped the earth fiend demonic rat's head. The earth fiend demonic rat was dizzy and fainted. A few seconds later, it came back to its senses. In the next moment, it looked at Little White with a face full of fear. Damn it, what a strange monkey. At the same time, it was shocked. Wow, even a monkey was so difficult to deal with. This person was too strange, it was better not to provoke them. He chuckled. Brother monkey, I'm your new little brother. What kind of spirit fruit do you want to eat? Tell me and I'll bring you to find it later. Earth fiend demonic rat appeared to be fawning on the surface, but it was extremely depressed in its heart. It was a third firmament demon sage, an overlord of an area. But at this moment, he was reduced to being a lackey. Yeah, I want to eat angel fruit, Kirin fruit. Little White listed out the names of many fruits. The corner of the earth fiend demonic rat's mouth twitched after hearing this, and it almost vomited blood. How was this a spirit fruit? This was simply a miraculous elixir. How could it be here? He could only play dumb and stop responding. Instead, he began to guide Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he quickly flew forward. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the mountains and slapped towards him. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The mountains shattered and the earth cracked. This slap was really terrifying. Lin Xian was directly hit. The earth fiend demonic rat was so scared that it peed its pants. It thought that it was definitely going to die, but it didn't expect Lin Xian to release countless sword qi and block this attack. Although it was sent flying, it didn't suffer too much injury. Buzz, Lin Xian rushed into the sky and came to the void. He looked into the distance and frowned. Damn it, someone was sneaking up on him. No, to be precise, it wasn't a human, but a demonic beast that was sneaking up on him. What was this? Lin Xian asked. The Earth Fiend demonic rat took a look and felt its scalp go numb. It was a lightning beast. Let's take a detour quickly. Why, is it very powerful? Lin Xian asked. Of course, it's very powerful. Moreover, it's not a native demonic beast of the East Spirit World. It's from outside. What did it mean? Lin Xian was even more surprised. The Earth Fiend demonic rat said, "Didn't I say that Sister Dongling is a trial ground? In addition to your sacred city, other sacred cities, as well as major forces and families, will also send disciples and experts here. This lightning beast came in from outside for the trial. They should be from the Demon City." Demon City, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In that case, it should also be a sacred city. The Earth Fiend demonic rat nodded. That's right, it was indeed a sacred city, and it was the sacred city of the demon race. There were no humans inside, only demons and other 10,000 ancient races. They were very powerful and brutal. In the East Spirit World, they even specialized in hunting humans. This lightning beast was not only from the Lightning Clan, but also from the Demon City. So we can't provoke it. Let's take a detour. Someone from the Demon City? Interesting. Lin Xian smiled. What's there to be afraid of? You and Xiaobai watch from the side. I'll go and meet him. Lin Xian was too excited. To be honest, the previous two trials were indeed novel to him, but the battles were not satisfying. Especially in the second round, people like Di Ling, Ghostly, and the others were no longer his opponents. He needed to find a new opponent. He did not expect to meet people from other sacred cities as soon as he entered. How could he not be excited? Only by constantly fighting could he break through his limits again and again. So Lin Xian's target was this lightning beast. The lightning beast also walked out of the mountain range, surrounded by lightning. Especially its eyes, which were even more terrifying and carried a terrifying aura. Wherever its gaze passed, the void was constantly shattered. Human ants, come here and die. His voice was filled with endless majesty. Come here, but you're the one who's going to die. Lin Xian's right hand swept out. It was as if a part of the world was surrounded by the 5 elemental laws. He directly slapped over. Before his palm landed, the mountain range in front of him kept shattering. It could not withstand this force at all. You're courting death. The lightning beast was furious. The other party dared to attack him. He was courting death. He opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. This was the art of lightning. It flickered with an unparalleled light, like a heavenly sword that could destroy everything in the world. In his opinion, an early-stage third heaven sage would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. Boom, the 5 elemental palm collided with the light of thunder. A thunderous sound was heard, and the entire forest area was completely destroyed. Countless demonic beasts fled. They knew that there were 2 behemoths in the middle of a battle. After the first attack, Lin Xian continued to attack. His palms were like the 5 elemental mountains, pressing down on the lightning beast. The lightning beast was completely enraged. Damn it, how could it be? How could the other party's physique be so strong? Roar, he roared. He did not believe it at all and charged over. As a beast, his physique was much stronger than a human. He did not believe that an early-stage third heaven person could compete with him. One had to know that he was at the mid-stage third heaven. He was one small realm higher than the other party. Such a small realm was enough for him to kill the other party easily. The 2 of them engaged in close combat. The Earth Fiend demonic rat saw this scene and felt his scalp go numb. Damn it, come back quickly and attack him from afar. He realized that Lin Xian also wanted to engage in close combat. He was really stupid. Wasn't this hitting a stone with an egg? Little White, who was at the side, waved its furry little paws. Yeah, it's safe. As it spoke, it took out a spiritual fruit and began to eat it. Its big black eyes blinked as it looked ahead, as if it was watching a good show. This monkey was too heartless. Its master was about to die. The earth demon demonic rat's eyes flickered. It was ready to escape. It was no match for this lightning beast, so when the person in front of it died, it immediately fled. Even its two claws had already begun to quietly dig into the ground, however, at this moment. The sound of bones breaking came from the front, as well as an earth-shattering roar. The sky in all directions kept shattering. The earth demon demonic rat raised its head and looked into the distance. Then, its eyes almost fell out. He saw that the lightning beast's enormous body was actually sent flying backwards, smashing countless mountains into pieces. Not only that, blue blood flowed out from the other party's body. It was injured, the lightning beast was actually injured. God, this human youth was too terrifying, wasn't he? It was stunned. At the same time, the lightning beast was also stunned. Its heart was filled with infinite fear and anger. It was actually injured by a human. It was too unbelievable. More importantly, this human's cultivation was lower than his. With a roar, it used its bloodline talent. The speed of the lightning clan was very fast. In an instant, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was behind Lin Xian. It was like teleportation. Go to hell, his two palms turned into two heavenly blades and slashed down mercilessly. This attack should have killed the other party, right? Puff, the void shattered and turned into chaos. However, the lightning beast's heart suddenly stopped. It missed. That's right, it felt that this attack had slashed into the void and did not hit the other party at all. Damn it, where was the other party? It looked in front of it in disbelief. Disappeared, the other party disappeared. The other party's speed was actually so fast? It was even faster than its bloodline talent. This was impossible. She was from the Lightning Clan, a lightning-type demonic saint. In addition to her bloodline talent, who could be faster than her in the same realm? Not to mention a third heaven saint, even a fourth heaven saint might not be as fast as her. Are you looking for me? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. What, had the other party already arrived behind him? When had he arrived? Why didn't he notice it at all? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Had the other party's speed surpassed his? How was this possible? He turned his head and saw a fist coming at him. It was a golden fist that was shining with multicolored light. Not good, he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This punch landed directly on his face, causing his head to explode in an instant. His entire body fell to the ground. Next, he felt more than 1,000,000 attacks. He was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. The ground fiend demonic rat opened its eyes wide. It could not believe that the lightning beast was actually being beaten up by the other party. This was too inconceivable. The lightning beast was so scared that it pissed its pants. This human before it was definitely one of the top geniuses out there. To think that it could not beat him, run quickly. The blood turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? The sword chi of the dragon traversing sword flew out and formed a sword field. It shrouded the area in front of him and completely enveloped the blood of the other party. Next, tens of thousands of sword chi exploded together. The blood kept being obliterated. A miserable and terrified voice sounded. No. You can't do it. I'm from the Demon City. He let out a crazy roar. The exam was useless. No matter what demon city you were from, as long as you dared to make a move, Lin Xian would not let you go. In the end, a soul fled in panic and was shattered into pieces by Lin Xian with the Great Destruction Spear. Nothing was left in front of him. Alright, he could continue on his way. Lin Xian waved his hand and said to the ground fiend demonic rat behind him. Little White flew back, while the ground fiend demonic rat's body stiffened. He was completely stunned at this moment. Previously, he was forced to submit to the other party and was still dissatisfied in his heart. But now, he no longer dared to have any dissatisfaction. The other party's strength had completely stunned it. What kind of human was this? This was simply a god. Next, he continued on his way. 3 days later, Lin Xian obtained the first East Spirit Stone. He got it in a valley. If it wasn't for the ground fiend demonic rat leading the way, he wouldn't have been able to find it. A piece of East Spirit stone was crystal clear and flickering with light. This kind of stone was a very important material for making array formations. Lin Xian carefully put away the East Spirit stone. Then, he narrowed his eyes. Now that he had gotten the East Spirit stone, it wouldn't be too far away. With a sway of his body, he left again. 2 days later, he found a second piece of East Spirit stone. This piece of East Spirit stone was on an ancient tree. He didn't know who put it here. Lin Xian's figure flashed and he stepped on the air. He arrived above the ancient tree and reached out to grab the second piece. However, at this moment, there was a crisis. Suddenly, 2 golden rays of light rushed out from the ancient tree. This sudden change stunned Lin Xian and he subconsciously blocked with his hand. With a bang, he was sent flying. His entire arm was numb. Damn it, what was this thing? Its strength was too strong, one had to know that he had the 9-yang divine body. Especially now, his physique was completely equivalent to a 4th firmament saint. He could even withstand a few attacks from a 5th firmament saint. And once he activated the Qilin tattoo, his physique would be even stronger. Although he hadn't activated the Qilin tattoo, not everyone could hurt him. However, this golden light made his entire body feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying. At the same time, another voice came from beside his ear. Not good, it turned out that the earth fiend demonic rat was hit by another golden light. Its entire body was penetrated and it let out a miserable cry. That golden light turned back and stabbed at the earth fiend demonic rat's head. Save me. The earth fiend demonic rat's face was filled with fear. Although he was also a 3rd firmament demon saint, he didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this golden light. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he was instantly furious. The earth fiend demonic rat was his guide and the most important existence to find the East Tombstone. How could he allow others to attack him? Thinking of this, he roared angrily, clenched his hand into a fist, and directly grabbed at the golden line. He grabbed it with one hand. However, Lin Xian was also sent flying, crashing into countless forests. At this moment, another golden light charged towards Little White. However, Little White's speed was very fast. Its figure flashed and directly disappeared into the void, dodging this attack. Humph, Lin Xian roared angrily. He activated the black Qilin tattoo on his body and his physique became stronger. He waved his fists and sent the 2 golden lights flying. Buzz, he grabbed the earth fiend demonic rat and brought it to his side. How is it? Lin Xian asked. The earth fiend demonic rat's face was filled with fear. It wouldn't die, but it was almost. If you didn't make a move, I would definitely die today. As he healed his wounds, his face was filled with horror. After the 2 golden lights in front of him were sent flying, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they stopped in midair. It was only then that Lin Xian realized that they were actually 2 bugs. 2 of them had wings and were yellow all over. There were black patterns on their bodies, and they looked like bees. How was that possible? Lin Xian was completely stunned. How could 2 bees make them so miserable? They even seemed to be able to easily kill any level 3 sage, even a level 4 sage might not be able to block them. What kind of bee was that? It was too terrifying. After the earth demon demonic rat saw it, its scalp went numb. Damn it, the killer saint bees were meant to kill sages. Lin Xian also gasped when he heard that. Just the name alone was enough to tell that it was a terrifying existence. He asked, are they native to the East Spirit World or the Demon City, or are they raised by a sage? They should be native to the East Spirit World. I've heard of the killer saint bees before, but I didn't expect them to be here. At this point, its voice trembled. Could it be that their hive is on the ancient tree in front of us? If that's the case, we're dead meat. Let's go. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He looked ahead and heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he also muttered in his heart. The 2 killer saint bees were already so powerful. If there was a hive of them, he could only run away. But fortunately, it seemed that this was not their nest. He just didn't know why they were here. Lin Xian looked at the East Spirit Stone again and frowned. Perhaps someone brought the East Spirit Stone here and was killed. This could also explain why the East Spirit Stone was on the tree. Let's go. There are other East Spirit Stones in other places. Don't worry. The East Spirit Stone is right in front of us. How can we give up? Besides, there might be East Spirit Stones in other places, but there might not be killer Saint Bees in other places. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Seeing this scene, the Earth Demon demonic rat was dumbfounded. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to attack killer Saint Bees? No way, don't provoke this thing. If a group of them comes, we'll definitely die. Don't worry, I have a way. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a golden light. He said, Little White, go get the East Spirit Stone and leave these 2 bees to me. Whitey's figure flickered as it flew towards the ancient tree in front. Seeing this, the 2 sacred killing peaks immediately made their moves too. However, Lin Xian made his move. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a beam of sword chi that cut through the void. At the same time, the golden light in his eyes blossomed with unparalleled brilliance. Eye technique, Heavenly Heart. This was a control-type eye technique. It was the upgraded version of Moonlight Shadow. At this moment, the 2 saint-slaying peaks were shaking non-stop. They had received a huge soul attack. With a flap of its wings, 2 streaks of golden light clashed in the air. Wherever it passed, large black cracks appeared in the void. When the Earth Fiend demonic rat saw this scene, it was so frightened that it hurriedly dug out the soil and went underground, trembling. As for Lin Xian, he was constantly using ocular techniques to attack his opponent's soul. After 30 minutes, the 2 saint-slaying peaks finally stopped being so irritable and stopped in mid-air. Come here. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 2 saint-slaying bees flew over and landed on his palm. Lin Xian looked carefully. He had to admit that these 2 saint-slaying bees were very beautiful if he looked carefully. The black spots on their bodies were like Tao patterns, full of mysterious aura. Come out, it's fine now. He stomped the ground with his foot. The Earth Fiend demonic rat came out, its green eyes looking around. Have you killed them? No, they're in my hands. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm. When the Earth Fiend demonic rat saw the 2 saint-slaying peaks in his palm, it was immediately scared out of its wits. It wanted to leave, but it was kicked out by Lin Xian. Now, these are already mine. Yours? What do you mean? The Earth Fiend demonic rat stopped. He waited for a long time and found that these 2 saint-slaying peaks did not attack. This made him heave a sigh of relief. I've already controlled their souls. They're already mine now. These simple words made the Earth Fiend demonic rat's hair stand on end. This was an eye technique. And it was an extremely terrifying eye technique. This young man was too powerful. Fortunately, it had cooperated obediently before. Otherwise, the other party would have directly controlled its soul and turned it into a walking corpse. It would not have any ability to resist. These 2 killing saint peaks might be able to play an unimaginable role. Lin Xian put it away. Then he took the East Spirit Stone from Little White. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, they were on their way again. While Lin Xian was collecting the Spirit Stones, another group of people arrived in the East Spirit World. These people were the second batch of examinees from Wushuang City, which was Di Ling, Xianxia, and the others. They waited for 3 days before taking the test again. After passing the test, they were teleported here. When they first arrived, they were also shocked by the terror of the East Spirit World. However, a few of them sneered. For example, Xianxia's eyes were red. Finally, it was the 3rd stage. Lin Xian, you can't escape. I'll tear you into pieces. On the other side, it was the same for Di Ling Lin Wudi, you dare to eliminate me? I'll make you wish you were dead. His body swayed, and he rushed into the sky, entering the mountain range. In the mountains, a waterfall cascaded down. At the bottom of the waterfall, there was a beautiful figure, like a fairy. She took out an East Spirit Stone from the waterfall, then wiped the water off her face. She looked around. This is the 2nd East Spirit Stone. I wonder how Brother Lin is doing. She was Xianxia. At this moment, she had also obtained the 2nd East Spirit Stone, but she still had not met Lin Xian. With Brother Lin's strength, he should be fine here. But Brother Lin might be worried about me. No, I can't distract Brother Lin. Xianxia thought for a moment, then spat out a purple cloud. Then, she spoke to the cloud. Brother Lin, Qiu'er is safe. You don't have to look for me. Gather the 10 East Spirit Stones, and we'll meet at Dongling Mountain. Dongling Mountain was the final destination. After the people of Wushuang City gathered the 10 East Spirit Stones, they would head to Dongling Mountain. From there, they could return to Wushuang City. After speaking, Xianxia waved her hand, and the purple cloud floated in the sky, carrying her aura. As long as Lin Xian saw it, he would definitely recognize it. Then, Lin Xian would be able to hear what she said. After doing this, Xianxia identified a direction and left. Not long after she left, a figure flew over and blended into the waterfall. Then, with a sigh, the East Spirit Stone was taken away. Then, he looked up at the sky. She hadn't gone too far. This is Xianxia's aura. He had just left. In the pool of water, thousands of water droplets condensed into a handsome man. It was Xianxia. Should he go and kill Xianxia? Xianxia thought about it and gave up. Forget it. My main target is that kid. As long as I get rid of that kid, the Holy Lady of the Spirit Tribe is nothing to be afraid of. Looking at this purple cloud, it should be able to lure that kid over. Alright, I'll wait here. When he comes, I'll show him how powerful I am. There was a waterfall in the mountains. There should be an East Spirit Stone hidden in it. If it hadn't been taken away. The Earth Fiend demonic rat's eyes flashed and it started to point the way again. Lin Xian set off towards the location of the third East Spirit Stone. He flew all the way to the mountains. Before he reached the waterfall, he stopped. In the next moment, he saw a ball of purple aura in the sky. A ball of purple cloud. He was stunned. The Earth Fiend demonic rat was also stunned. What a strange cloud. Who spat it out? Lin Xian was suddenly enlightened. It was Qiu'er. Qiu'er must have left it behind. Buzz, he probed with a large hand and grabbed towards the sky. As he moved, the waterfall on the other side also changed. Countless splashes of water turned into streaks of flowing light and rushed towards him. In an instant, the void in front of him was pierced. Oh no, there's an enemy. The Earth Fiend demonic rat screamed again. Lin Xian shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he uprooted the ground and formed a huge mountain in front of him. At the same time, his figure flashed and he appeared in another space. He grabbed the purple cloud in his hand. Was it a trap? His face was cold. However, at this moment, Xianxingqiu's voice came from the cloud. Brother Lin, I'm fine. You don't have to look for me. We'll meet at Dongling Mountain. It was Qiu'er's voice. There was no doubt about it. Furthermore, Qiu'er didn't seem to be in any danger. Who was the one who attacked? Since it wasn't a trap, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. He saw that in the waterfall, the seawater condensed into a figure. Kid, you're finally here. That figure stood on the water, and the murderous aura he emitted was earth-shattering. A level 4 saint, the Earth Fiend demonic rat was pushed far away again, its face full of fear. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's you, you bastard, you're here too. She didn't expect that the one waiting for her here was actually Xianxia. Was this mist left behind by Xianxia to confuse him? No, that shouldn't be the case. Qiu'er must have left it behind, and Xianxia must have discovered it after she left. In an instant, he understood. A loser like you actually managed to enter. I have to say that you're really lucky. However, you didn't cherish this opportunity and even dared to cause trouble for me. Are you tired of living? Lin Xian sneered. In his opinion, this Xianxia was an idiot. Even now, he still dared to provoke him. Wasn't this courting death? Xianxia snorted coldly. Brat, don't be so arrogant. The reason why you passed the second stage was because of the suppression of your innate techniques and cultivation base. Otherwise, do you think you can defeat me? Today, in this place, without any suppression, I will let you know my strength, I will let you die in despair. At the end of his words, the wind and rain changed. The waterfall behind him spun nonstop, turning into a silver dragon that crawled under Xianxia's feet. Brat, use the 2 bees you just got to kill him. The earth fiend demonic rat quickly said from behind. Kill him? Forget it. It's such a precious thing. Isn't it a waste to kill a trash? What a joke. Killing the bees was Lin Xian's trump card. He would only use it when necessary. He didn't put a mere Xianxia in his eyes. He raised his head and said indifferently, since you want to fight with me, show me your full strength. Attack with your full strength, or you won't have any chance. I should be the one saying that. You better use your full strength, or I can kill you in one move. Xianxia sneered. Is that so? Let me attack first? Sure. Lin Xian nodded. Then do you want to give me 3 moves? So what? Xianxia sneered. He had absolute confidence in this place. He was an entire realm higher than his opponent. Not to mention 3 moves, he could easily kill his opponent with 300 moves. What he wanted to do now was to let his opponent know what despair was. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Lin Xian sneered. What an idiot. He really wanted to know what his opponent's expression would be after the first move. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist and punched out. It was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Xianxia and punched out. Xianxia was instantly torn into pieces. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. The sky was full of saint blood. Xianxia's corpse fell into the waterfall. This scene stunned the earth fiend demonic rats at the back. He came back to his senses. This 4th level guy isn't much. He's such an idiot. How can he stand there and let others hit him? The snow-white little monkey beside him said while eating a spirit fruit. Did water get into his brain? Lin Xian said. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I use too much strength? Ah, damn kid. I'm going to kill you. Xianxia's body, which had been torn to pieces, quickly healed. His handsome face instantly became distorted. Damn it. I was too careless. How can my opponent be so strong? He must have secretly used a saint artifact. Damn it. My opponent is too despicable. I won't let you off. The law on his body spread out. A terrifying aura rushed out. Lin Xian said. Why? You want to fight? Didn't you say you would let me have 3 moves? This is only the first move. There are still 2 more. You won't go back on your words, right? These words were like slaps to the face. Xianxia's face was incomparably ugly. Previously, he was incomparably confident that he would let his opponent have 3 moves. Who would have thought that his opponent's strength was beyond his expectations? His body was shattered in the first move. If he were to hit 2 more times, he would be seriously injured. So he gritted his teeth and said, Despicable kid, you are too shameless. I take back my words. Take back my words? I'm despicable and shameless? I think it's you who is too shameless. Someone like you is also a 4th level saint? You don't even keep your words. What a joke. Humph. Who would know here? Xianxia said shamelessly. Indeed. There are only 2 people here. So what if he's shameless? Oh my, I've never seen someone so shameless. The earth fiend demonic rat at the back could not stand it anymore. This guy is too thick-skinned. Who said no one saw it? Aren't we humans? Bah. We are demons. But what's wrong? Can't demons despise you? A smelly rat dares to clamor in front of me? Xianxia's killing intent was awe-inspiring. The earth fiend demonic rat took 2 steps back. However, when he thought of Lin Xian, he was not afraid. Do you think that you can be shameless just because there is no one here? I'll let you see the outcome of being shameless. Relatives, come out. The earth demon demonic rat roared, and the ground trembled. Countless rats jumped out. These rats might not be as strong as the earth demon demonic rat, but there were too many of them. They were densely packed, and pairs of green eyes were looking around. Oh, it was their ancestor. When they saw the earth demon demonic rat, they kept worshipping it. Indeed, with the earth demon demonic rat's identity as a level 3 demonic rat, he could indeed be their ancestor. The earth demon demonic rat said to countless descendants, "Remember this person. He's despicable and shameless." "What's his name?" "His name is Xianxia," Lin Xian said. "Yes, yes, yes. Remember this Xianxia. Despicable and shameless. Hurry up and spread the word. Let everyone in the East spirit world know that there is such a shameless guy. Courting death." Xianxia was mad. A small demonic beast dared to be arrogant in front of him. He raised his hand and a ray of light flew out. The earth demon demonic rat was shocked. Fortunately, Lin Xian made a move. With a wave of his hand, he directly shattered the ray of light. Lin Xian sneered. "Why? Am I wrong? Aren't you despicable and shameless? Humph. You're sharp-tongued. Now, I'll make you wish you were dead." With that, Xianxia's body swayed, turned into countless water droplets, and rushed forward quickly. What a terrifying movement technique. The earth demon demonic rat was shocked to see it from afar. Indeed, Xianxia's body seemed to have turned into countless water droplets, killing people silently. Each droplet could penetrate through a level 3 demonic rat. It could be said that it was very terrifying. Boom boom boom, Lin Xian was instantly enveloped by these water droplets. Those raindrops fell on his body, making sonorous sounds like thousands of thunder. The space was completely shattered and annihilated. "No way, I was completely hit." The earth demon demonic rat was horrified. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. "Humph, idiot kid, I've said it. You're not mine at all outside." Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened. "How is this possible?" He screamed and retreated. Because he saw that under his attack, Lin Xian walked out. His whole body was covered in golden light. "He's unharmed." "He's unharmed?" It was too unbelievable. The opponent's physique was actually comparable to that of a fourth heaven saint. It was really surprising. Is this what you have to be proud of? Your strength outside isn't that great either. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and unleashed a beam of golden sword qi. In an instant, the sword qi shattered the air and slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's body turned into countless water droplets. After dodging the sword, he sneered. "Useless brat, you can't hurt me at all. I have the body of true water." At this point, he laughed proudly. His physique and bloodline were extraordinary, unfathomably deep. "Can't hurt you? Are you sure?" Lin Xian sneered at the other party. The other party's strength was only so. To be honest, he had no interest in tangling with the other party. Therefore, in the next moment, he directly shot out a dragon-shaped sword qi, which contained the terrifying aura of the great dragon sword soul. Useless brat. Xianxia didn't dodge at all and turned back into raindrops. As long as he was in this state, he could dodge any attack. But this time, he was gravely mistaken. This was the dragon-shaped sword qi, which could destroy everything. As expected, when the sword slashed down, Xianxia instantly screamed. Blood flowed out from the countless raindrops. "Damn it, how is this possible?" Xianxia retreated crazily. A huge crack appeared on his body. It was terrifying, and even his internal organs flowed out. "Damn it, this is impossible." He was completely stunned. His body of true water was broken by the other party. "How is this possible? This is an extremely special physique." Lin Xian sneered. "What body of true water? You can't even withstand a single blow from me. I've said it before, you're not my opponent at all. Whether it's in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion or outside in the real world, you can't even withstand a single blow." "Damn it, this is impossible!" Xianxia screamed. The countless raindrops on his body began to shine. His body of true water could not only withstand countless attacks, but also had a strong recovery effect. After all, water nourished all things. But the strength of the sword qi and the remnant sword intent on it shocked him. His body of true water could not completely heal in a short period of time. Fortunately, the injury had been stopped. But at this moment, Lin Xian's fist came over. It arrived in front of him. With a boom, Xianxia was smashed into pieces. Then, Lin Xian attacked forcefully, turning Xianxia into a bloody mist. His cold eyes surrounded the bloody mist. He said coldly, "Do you still think you can fight against me now?" Xianxia was completely stunned. His heart was trembling violently. What was going on? He screamed, and his body healed again. His face was incomparably pale. Defeated, was he defeated? With just a few simple moves, the other party had beaten him to the point where he could not even fight back. Damn it, it made him feel powerless, just like when he was in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. But that was because his cultivation was suppressed. He could not use his great skills. Now, he could use any divine ability without the suppression of his cultivation base. But he was still not a match for his opponent. Could it be that the gap between them was so big? No, I don't believe it. Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a decree that bloomed with incomparable light. That was the decree of the Rain Clan. Not only that, he also took out an umbrella. That was a saint artifact. The decree danced in front of him, and the umbrella spun above his head. In an instant, Xianxia's whole body was covered in defense. "Kid, I will make you pay the price." As he said that, he formed a seal with his palms. The ancient words on the decree flickered and pushed forward. It was like a seal of heaven and earth that could destroy everything. What a terrifying aura. What kind of rune was that? The earth demon rat retreated again. The aura made his hair stand on end. Even the little white monkey stopped eating the spirit fruit and began to worry. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his hand and also threw out a decree. The two decrees collided in the air and intertwined, forming countless Tao of heaven and earth. "Damn kid, this is my Rain Clan's item." Seeing this decree, Xianxia was instantly angry. It was very obvious that this was the decree of his sister. He snorted. "You are an outsider. You can't display the true power of our decrees." As he said that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the decree bloomed with incomparable light. Only the power of our Rain Clan's bloodline can display the decree to its fullest. As expected, Lin Xian's decree was suppressed, and it began to tremble violently. Seeing this scene, Xianxia laughed loudly. "Did you see that? You are not my opponent at all." "Is that so? You rely too much on decrees. You don't know what is the most important thing in the dark." Lin Xian's voice was cold. The most important thing was not the bloodline, nor the laws, but the ancient words on it. These are the ancient scripture words. "You idiot, you can't even comprehend the most important thing." After saying that, Lin Xian did not pay attention to his opponent anymore. Instead, he stretched out a finger and drew a few arcs in the sky. What he wrote was the ancient scripture words on the laws. If an ordinary person wrote it, it would be useless. However, Lin Xian had comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth and used the laws to write it. That power was truly unparalleled. After writing it, the sound of a sword and a dragon's roar could be heard from the ancient character. With a palm strike, the ancient scripture character was incomparably powerful, and it directly knocked away the other party's decree. It even directly pierced through the other party's decree. How could it be like this? Xianxia vomited blood. His decree was broken. It was defeated by the other party with a single word. Did you see that? That was the true mystery of the decree. As for you, you only relied on the power of your weapon. You didn't study the essence of it at all. Lin Xian's voice sounded as if he was lecturing the other party. After Xianxia heard it, his lungs exploded with anger. Damn it, was the other party lecturing him? What right did he have? He was going crazy with anger. I relied on the power of my old weapon. So what? Although you broke my decree, I have a saint weapon. As he spoke, he activated the heavenly Luo umbrella above his head. This was a true saint weapon that could store everything. As soon as it appeared, the heavenly Luo umbrella kept floating in the air as if it was going to store the entire world. At the same time, Lin Xian also felt a huge power. Kid, be obediently taken in by my heavenly Luo umbrella and turn into a pool of blood. Xianxia laughed sinisterly again. However, Lin Xian shook his head. You're really an idiot. Do you think you're the only one who has a saint weapon? With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out the great destruction spear to contend with it. Instantly, it blocked the heavenly Luo umbrella. The two great sage weapons were intertwined. Meanwhile, Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. He walked forward. Damn it! Xianxia roared crazily. He didn't expect the other party to have a saint weapon. It was really out of his expectations. However, soon, he revealed a sinister expression. After killing you, the saint weapon will be mine. He charged over and used the Rain Clan's great ability. Wind and Rain Sword. A sword of laws appeared in his hand. As he waved it, it brought about a storm of sword shadows. One had to admit that Xianxia was really powerful. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying sword shadow, Lin Xian directly used the spatial ability, Void Escape. In an instant, he completely disappeared and appeared in front of his opponent. Then, he took out another item. It was a bead. The moment the bead appeared, Xianxia instantly felt his body stiffen. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed him. Wind and Rain Sword also instantly. Damn it, what was that? Xianxia, in the next moment, he screamed. Mind fixation bead. You actually. The only thing that could freeze him in place in an instant was that terrifying saint artifact, the mind fixation pearl. Wait, could it be? Suddenly, he had a thought. You are the mysterious killer. He was really shocked. When he was in Ninefold Heaven's projection, a seventh-floor assassin appeared and threatened him with the mind fixation bead. At that time, he was held hostage, his sister was humiliated, and the small saint of his family knelt on the ground and kowtowed. All of this was done by the kid in front of him. His eyes were burning, his head was smoking, and his lungs were about to explode. That's right, it's me. It seems that you're not too stupid. You know, from the beginning to the end, you've never been my opponent. How laughable, you still dare to fight me. I can only say that you're courting death. Damn kid, let me go. Let's fight to the death, fight to the death. Are we not fighting to the death now? Lin Xian directly slapped out. Half of Xianxia's face was shattered. Xianxia was knocked to the ground. He could not move at all. The power of the mind fixation bead was absolutely terrifying. Then, Lin Xian began to attack. First, he broke all the bones in his opponent's body. Then, he used lightning and fire to torture Xianxia. Xianxia screamed crazily. He had never experienced such torture in his life. In the end, he was even hit by the eye technique. Locking spring and autumn. That kind of torture on the soul made him hover between life and death. In the end, madness appeared in Xianxia's eyes. He self-detonated and exploded into a bloody mist. His soul escaped with a small part of the saint's blood. Seeing this scene, the earth demon demonic rat said, "Kid, quickly chase him. Don't let him escape." Lin Xian did not immediately attack. No hurry. He's just a piece of trash. How can he escape from me? Then why didn't you chase him? The earth demon demonic rat was very puzzled. Lin Xian said, "Didn't you ask your relatives to spread the news of this kid's shamelessness throughout the East spirit world? I just want him to know what his reputation is like. I want him to die in pain and humiliation. I want everyone to know the consequences of daring to chase me." Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely terrifying killing intent. Indeed, Xianxia was too despicable. He had tried to kill him more than once. If he was weaker, he would have been killed long ago. This time, he would not be soft-hearted. Lin Xian raised his head and stared at the falling rain umbrella. That umbrella turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Obviously, it was summoned by Xianxia. Let's go and watch a good show. Lin Xian waved his hand. Little White and the earth demon demonic rat came to his side again. They turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. In the vast mountains, a blood light flew past. It was Xianxia. At this moment, his body had recovered, but he was much weaker. This time, he only took 1/3 of his blood with him. Moreover, he had experienced so much torture before. His soul was injured, and his body was seriously injured. The current him could not even use half of his strength. It was already very good to be able to use 1/10 of his strength. Damn it, this is really too damn. Xianxia roared crazily. He really did not expect that he would fall into the hands of the other party. He must take revenge, however, before he left, he had to recover first. He walked into the depths of the forest. He wanted to find a quiet place to recover. At this moment, he heard 2 tree demons talking. Have you heard? A despicable and shameless guy came to our East Spirit world. I know, despicable and shameless. I think his name is Xianxia. Puff, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, did that damn rat really spread the news? He originally thought that the other party was just angry at him. He did not expect that the other party really did it. Go to hell. Xianxia waved his hand. 2 laws flew out and killed the 2 tree demons. At the same time, he walked in with a dark face. However, after a few steps, he heard people whispering again. They were all some small insects and plant beasts. At this moment, they were all talking crazily. Do you know that there is a despicable and shameless Xianxia? Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood. Ah. Go to hell. He attacked and killed all the beasts. At the same time, his whole body trembled. I want to see who dares to speak ill of me. His soul spread out in all directions. The space of millions of miles was completely covered by him. However, in the next moment, he vomited 3 liters of blood and fell to the ground. It turned out that everyone in the East Spirit world was talking about him. Not only the beasts, but even some of the challengers knew about it. For example, the people of Wushuang City knew about it. What? Despicable and shameless Xianxia, was he actually beaten up? This Xianxia wasn't that strong. Yeah, and it was said that he was despicable. Furthermore, those monstrous beasts even said that he was an unpardonably evil person. Despicable and shameless? That was a small matter. He was ugly. He attacked his own sister. He attacked his benefactor. He attacked his own sister. He even attacked his own father. In short, he was as shameless as he could be. Ah, Xianxia's body exploded. In the next moment, he fell to the ground. Dead. At this moment, the severely injured Xianxia was dead. She would be angered to death by him. Seeing this, the Earth Fiend demonic rat's eyes widened. Damn, a level 4 sage was angered to death. This was probably the first time in thousands of years. Lin Xian sneered. He deserved it. If he didn't provoke me, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Ah, Lin Wudi, I'll fight you to the death. Suddenly, a gray shadow rushed out from Xianxia's body. It was a spirit. However, it was different from a normal spirit. It was black and had a strong evil aura. Not good. A vengeful spirit, the Earth Fiend demonic rat screamed. I knew this guy wouldn't die. Lin Xian sneered. A mere vengeful spirit. What can it do to me? Xianxia was indeed dead. He didn't expect himself to be angered to death. He was indignant. Although his spirit was defeated, it wasn't completely destroyed. Therefore, after he died, he became a vengeful spirit. Although he was living in another way between heaven and earth, it was completely different from being truly alive before. After becoming a vengeful spirit, it wouldn't be easy for him to cultivate again. Moreover, his strength was greatly reduced. It wasn't easy for him to be alive. All of this was given to him by Lin Xian. He wouldn't let Lin Xian go. You won't let me off? Lin Xian descended from the sky and looked at the other party. Why won't you let me go? Not good, the other party is coming. Xianxia's vengeful spirit was scared out of his wits. He was no match for the other party and wanted to escape. Lin Xian reached out with his giant hand, which blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Like a cage, he directly grabbed the other party. If you wanted to turn into something else, it might be very troublesome, but you chose to turn into a vengeful spirit. I can only say that you are very stupid. Don't worry, Qi is not your final destination. I want you to die in another 10,000 reincarnations. Lin Xian immediately opened Spring-Autumn Lock. Vengeful spirits were also a type of soul. They were unable to resist I techniques, especially one as powerful as Lin Xian's. In the next moment, Xianxia's vengeful spirit was hit by an I technique and was pulled into an illusory world. Here, he would receive 10,000 cycles of reincarnation. Every time, he would be mercilessly tortured. It was a fate worse than death. A few seconds later, Xianxia's vengeful spirit disappeared. He was killed without a trace. In fact, the real situation was that he had experienced tens of thousands of reincarnations and tens of thousands of years of torture. The earth fiend demonic rat swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he didn't provoke such a killing god. Otherwise, his ending would be very miserable. Xianxia was dead. Next, he had to deal with the other party's storage room. Among them, the saint artifact, Tianluo umbrella, turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. However, it was blocked by Lin Xian. After an earth-shattering battle, Lin Xian directly subdued Tianluo Flash. He threw it into the Great Sage Pagoda and used the starry sky to refine it. At the same time, Lin Xian looked at the black earth again. It was already 90% complete. It wouldn't be long before it completely turned into a saint artifact. This way, he would have more saint artifacts in his hands. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian directly handed the mind-settling pearl to Xiaobai. He said, "Little guy, this is for you in the future." Little White took it over. "What are those big black eyes?" "Wow, that's great. With this thing along with my treasure bowl, I can snatch anything when the time comes." He laughed mischievously. "Let's go, let's continue on our way." Lin Xian and the other two turned into a stream of light and continued on their way. Although Xianxia was dead, the news of him being despicable and shameless continued to spread. In the entire Eastern spirit world, everyone knew about it. The examinees of Wushuang City had heard about it too. When Di Ling heard the news, his face turned gloomy. What was this Xianxia doing? What a piece of trash. I thought that I didn't have to do it myself. Who knew that I would have to do it myself? Well, I'll deal with this Lin Wudi personally. As Lin Xian flew, he began to clean up Xianxia's storage ring. He had to admit that this young master had a lot of things. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. Just the pills for cultivation alone, he found thousands of bottles. He took out hundreds of bottles and swallowed them all. He began to eat them like jelly beans. The ground fiend demonic rat looked on with envy. These were all miraculous elixirs for the cultivation of saints. It was not easy to get one on a normal day. Now that the other party had handed over thousands of them, it was a waste to eat them. His heart was bleeding as he looked at her. However, Lin Xian didn't care. These were obtained by accident. Furthermore, there was no difference between eating it carefully and eating it in large quantities now, and the cultivation effect was no different. As for the remaining pills and cultivation treasures, Lin Xian directly opened them and threw the Sword Realm small world in for the Great Dragon Sword Soul to absorb. The improvement of the Great Dragon Sword Soul was more difficult than the improvement of his cultivation. It required more resources. After a few more days, Lin Xian had already obtained 5 East Spirit Stones. The mission was half completed, which made him more confident. With the ground demon rat, his speed of collecting East Spirit Stones was much faster than others. Now, they were on the way to collect the 6th East Spirit Stone. But half a day later, the ground demon rat said, "Wait. What's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. He didn't know. He felt uneasy. There seemed to be danger approaching. Lin Xian frowned and carefully sensed. There was no danger. The snow-white little monkey next to him was also puzzled. However, the ground demon rat said, "It should be a characteristic of our race. We have a particularly strong sense of hidden danger." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that this should be true. Perhaps there really was some unknown danger. Take a detour. Lin Xian didn't want to be nosy. He prepared to take a detour. However, a few hours later, the ground demon rat said again, "Stop. The danger is still there. There's danger again. What's going on? You didn't sense it wrong, did you?" The ground demon rat's expression was extremely solemn. "Impossible. I swear on my life that there's definitely danger." I didn't sense it wrong. Then things were strange. The danger had always been there, which meant that someone had been following him. Who was it? Lin Xian's face was cold as he looked in all directions. He opened his heavenly secret divine eyes. After opening his body, the strange runes inside pulsated twice. It seemed that there was someone nearby, but he couldn't see through it for a while. Who was it? Sneaky, come out. Lin Xian stood in the void and shouted coldly. There was no one around, but Lin Xian was on guard. His heavenly secret divine eyes and earth fiend demonic rat told him that there was a problem. Then, someone was hiding here. Suddenly, a black spatial crack appeared in the void and spread toward him. This attack was very sudden, and it was right beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian couldn't dodge at all. He could only roar angrily and use his divine body to block. Boom, he collided with the terrifying spatial crack and was sent flying. The spatial crack was also kicked away by him. As expected, someone attacked. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His expression was extremely cold. Who was it? Was it Di Ling? Or was it Ghostly? After Xianxia died, these two people were most likely to attack him. Moreover, these two people were also very strong, far stronger than Xianxia. However, it shouldn't be Di Ling because with Di Ling's arrogant personality, he should directly come out to kill him. Then, was it Ghostly? After all, the other party came from the Fiend planet. He was despicable and sinister, so he definitely wouldn't attack him head-on. Thinking of this, his expression turned cold. Ghostly, I let you go last time, but you still dare to act recklessly. In that case, you can go to hell to see Xianxia. Lin Xian's voice was cold as his gaze swept in all directions. However, no one answered. In the sky, an eye appeared. A black eye was erected in the sky. This sudden appearance made people's hair stand on end. Lin Xian frowned, his eyelids twitching. Earth-fiend demonic rat was swept by that gaze, and its heart turned cold as if its soul had fallen into a bottomless abyss. It was too terrifying. As a third firmament demon sage, the earth-fiend demonic rat was unable to withstand this aura. How strong was this person? Lin Xian's eyelids were also twitching. This black eye gave him a similarly huge threat. Damn it, just who was it? This aura was too terrifying. Was it really Ghostly? Ghostly had such a terrifying aura, that's not right. Could it be that it wasn't Ghostly? Who was that? If you don't want to talk, then I'll destroy your eyes. Lin Xian roared furiously. He waved his hand and a sword beam slashed forward. The black eye in front of him pulsated and shot out a black blade of light. It also slashed over and collided with the sword chi. With a loud clang, the two of them were sent flying. The void was shattered. The aura emitted by the black eye was even more terrifying now. Wang, Lin Xian raised his hand and another 5-elemental mountain flew out. His opponent fired out another black blade of light. This time, the 5-elemental mountain was cleaved in half. Lin Xian's figure flickered and dodged the black blade of light. His face was completely gloomy. What a terrifying attack. One had to know that his 5-elemental laws were very strong. It was not a problem for him to beat a fourth firmament saint like Xianxia. However, his opponent could easily cut through his divine ability. This person was very strong. Had he finally met his match? Lin Xian looked solemn. In front of him, the black eye suddenly pulsated. Black ripples spread out and then swept towards Lin Xian. Not good. The earth-fiend demonic rat went crazy. How could they block such a terrifying eye technique attack? Lin Xian's face also changed. He formed a seal with his palms and green ripples appeared in the golden eye. Blue tide birth, it was also a terrifying eye technique. The green ripples and black ripples collided in the sky and were annihilated silently. This silent collision was even more terrifying than the collapse of heaven and earth. If one was not careful, one's soul would be destroyed. After a long time, the two slowly disappeared in the sky. At this time, a voice sounded. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be able to block my ghost eye. Who exactly are you? Lin Xian shouted coldly. Until now, he had not found any trace of the other party. This was a very bad sign. You dared to kill my fellow disciples. I was originally here to kill you and avenge my junior brother. However, I didn't expect you to have such a strange pair of eyes. Very well. Now I'll give you a chance to die happily. Kneel down, dig out your eyes and offer them to me. I can let you die happily. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Humph, if you want my eyes, let's see if you have the ability. Stupid, you're not my opponent at all. A cold voice sounded, but still no one appeared. There was only a vertical black eye floating there, but now it was even more sinister and terrifying. That ghost eye was pulsating. Suddenly, a few black shadows flew out from it and kept growing. As soon as they appeared, they roared into the sky. They were black creatures that looked like black leopards and black wolves, but they were obviously more terrifying. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards Lin Xian crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his hand and a few sword chi flew out, colliding with the few black beasts. One of them was sent flying, but it did not die immediately. This scene caused Lin Xian to be even more shocked. The ground fiend demonic rat shrieked. This eye technique, could it be that it belonged to someone? 100 Eyes Demon Sage, this was a very powerful beast. Its body was a centipede with hundreds of eyes, and the power of each eye was different. It could use many kinds of eye techniques. It grew up in the East Spirit World but later joined the Thousand Demon City. It was very terrifying, far above the lightning beasts. It might be a 5th level demon sage. Hearing this, Lin Xian was speechless. People from the Thousand Demon City, no wonder. Previously, he killed a lightning beast that was about to reach the Tao. It seemed that the other party's experts were here for revenge. If the Thousand Demon City wants to kill you, you have to kneel down obediently and wait to be killed. You dare to resist and kill my junior brother. Today, you will die without a doubt. The 100 Eyes Demon Sage's voice sounded. Lin Xian sneered. How arrogant, how domineering. But are you sure you can kill me, useless kid? Although you are strong and have an eye technique, you are still no match for me. I only have to use a ghost eye now, and you can't beat me. Enjoy it slowly. These beasts are spirits that I summoned from the ghost world. Let's see how you can stop them. Was it summoned? Lin Xian frowned. The ground demon rat trembled. Damn it, the rumors were true. It was said that the ghost eye was connected to the ghost Tao world. It seemed that it was true. Really? Summoned? Lin Xian snorted. Do you think I don't know? He formed a seal with his palm and used the phantom spirit curse. Buzz, the void shattered, and a warhorse with a headless rider crossed the space. The moment it appeared, it shocked everyone. Kill. Under Lin Xian's control, the headless horseman unleashed a massacre in all directions and engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic beasts from the ghost realm. In the end, the headless horseman pierced through the monsters with his spear. What the hell? You're just SOSO. Lin Xian sneered. The ghost eye on the opposite side twitched. It did not expect Lin Xian to be able to summon, and the power of his summoning was so strong. Buzz. At this moment, the void fluctuated, and a second eye appeared. It was a green eye. As soon as it appeared, it flashed with a demonic light. It shot out a green light toward the headless horseman. The green light instantly enveloped the headless horseman, and the headless horseman and his warhorse melted quickly. In the end, they turned into a pool of green water and fell to the ground. Haha, do you think I only have one eye? I'm the 100-eyed demon saint. I'm afraid you don't know my name. The cold voice sounded again in the sky. The green eye shot out another light wave toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged in an instant. The void where he was standing was shattered and turned into a pool of green water. What a strong poison. Lin Xian could see that the green eye should be a poisonous eye that could melt everything. A ghost eye that could summon monsters, and a poisonous eye that could melt everything. He had to admit that the 100-eyed demon saint was really strong. Lin Xian made a seal with his palms and shouted. A golden flame jumped out of the heavenly fire and floated forward. It was the soul fire of the eye technique. Although he did not know where the headless horseman's real body was, as long as he destroyed the headless horseman's eye, the headless horseman would definitely come out. The golden flame floated toward the green eye. At the same time, the black ghost eye was also attacked. The two eyes burned in the raging fire and kept moving. It also emitted a terrifying black mist to resist the green light. What a terrifying soul fire. Your eyes are mine. In the sky, an illusory figure appeared. The enemy had appeared. Lin Xian raised his head and looked. In the next moment, his brows furrowed tightly. It was a tall man with dark red skin and two antennae on his head. Everything seemed normal, but when he looked further down, it was completely different. There were countless eyes on the other party's body, and every single one of them was different from the rest. Just looking at it would make one's scalp tingle. Was he already the 100-eyed demon saint? It was really too scary. Sure enough, with over 100 eyes, if every single one of them possessed a special kind of eye technique, it would be truly terrifying. Furthermore, the opponent's cultivation had actually reached the early stage of the 5th heavenly layer. This cultivation was even stronger than the earth spirit. Wang, at this moment, the 100-eyed demon sage lifted his palm. A blue eye appeared in the center of his palm. As the blue eyes opened and closed, a few blue light blades shot out, instantly cutting apart the soul fire. The blue light was really too sharp. Then, a few more rays shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian could feel it, and his hair stood on end. He did not dare to take it head-on. His body swayed, and he kept dodging. This is the heavenly peak eye. It can cut through everything in this world. Can you block it, Wang? As he spoke, over 100 rays of blue light flew out. Those were blue light blades, and they were really terrifying. Like a rainbow, they directly broke through the void and surrounded Lin Xian. Kill, Lin Xian roared, and an unparalleled sword intent surged from his body. He pulled out the great destruction spear and swept it in all directions. All the blue light blades were sent flying. In the next moment, his divine body bloomed, and he looked like a god of war. Have a taste of my power. With a roar, the great destruction spear shot out over 10,000 rays of terrifying sword chi. Whoosh, the 100-eyed demon sage laughed, opened his mouth, and stuck out his tongue. On his tongue, there was an eye. Then, the eye shone brightly and turned into a vortex, swallowing all the sword chi. Gulp. The 100-eyed demon sage swallowed his saliva and laughed. Your sword chi tastes good. Is it that strong? Lin Xian frowned. The earth-fiend demonic rat was scared out of its wits. One had to know that Lin Xian had easily killed the lightning demonic beast and Xianxia. But now, all of Lin Xian's attacks were completely ineffective. It was really unbelievable. However, it also knew that this was normal. The white-eyed saint was a 5th heaven saint, and he was very powerful. With so many terrifying eye techniques, no one was his match. Damn it, why is this demon here? The earth-fiend demonic rat was extremely frightened. Kid, what other moves do you have? Show them all. If not, then you can go to hell. The 100-eyed demon sage laughed sinisterly. At the same time, he waved his hand and shot out the heavenly peak eye again. Lin Xian fought back, and his sword chi was powerful. However, the light blades formed by the heavenly peak eye were really terrifying. Some of them still hit him and sent him flying. Lin Xian's chi and blood churned, but it didn't break. Instead, it only left a few faint white marks. He actually blocked it. The white-eyed saint was extremely surprised. It seems that your physique is actually a special physique. That's really surprising. However, this was even more interesting. Hunting geniuses was more interesting. He raised his arm. On his arm, other than the heavenly peak eye in his palm, there were many other eyes. At this moment, a few of them opened. Suddenly, a big purple hand appeared in the eyes and grabbed over. On the other side, the poison eye spewed out a green poisonous mist that could melt everything. At the same time, Ghost Eye summoned countless ghosts and charged towards Xianxia. In an instant, all kinds of mystique attacks covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian grabbed the earth-fiend demonic rat and put it away. Then, he roared and charged over. The 5 elemental laws circled around him. They turned into sword chi for a moment, then into a shield for a moment, and then into various demonic beasts to fight back. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, the 100-eyed demon sage was really too powerful. He actually suppressed Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. The 100,000 sky peak sabers formed a blue sky saber and slashed over. With a clang, it collided with the Great Destruction Spear and sent Lin Xian flying. At the same time, a green light surged out from behind, trying to melt Lin Xian's body. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the void escape and used his spatial mystique to dodge the attack. With a low roar, Whitey suddenly appeared near the white-eyed saint. He used the mind fixation pearl, and the entire void froze. The 100-eyed demon sage also felt his body stiffen. Damn monkey, get out of here. The 100-eyed demon sage opened and closed his eyes as if he could tear everything apart. With a whoosh, Whitey expanded to the limit and dodged quickly. It was useless. More importantly, the mind fixation pearl? You can fix my body, but can you fix my eyes? That was indeed the case. The mind-fixing pearl did not seem to have much effect on someone with such a strong eye technique. Oh, look at me. At this moment, Whitey appeared near the 100-eyed demon saint again and slapped him on the head with its furry paws. Then, the hundreds of eyes lost their luster in an instant. He felt dizzy. Even though the 100-eyed demonic saint was extremely terrifying, he was still dazed by the little monkey's claws. It was a good opportunity. Lin Xian roared and went all out. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi shot out from the Great Destruction Spear. At the same time, Xiaoqian activated his ocular technique, locking spring and autumn. He wanted to kill him with a single strike. Zhang Xian's eye art was the first to arrive. Once again, Zhang Xian's eyes were bewildered. He pulled Zhang Xian into an illusory world. At the same time, the Great Spear of Destruction also arrived, bringing with it an indomitable aura. He wanted to penetrate the other party. His right eye suddenly turned pitch black. Then, a door flew out from his eye. A huge purple ghost-faced door, like a huge mountain, blocked in front of him. Boom, the Great Spear of Destruction clashed with the purple ghost-faced door, producing a deafening sound. The 100-eyed demonic saint was sent flying. Lin Xian attacked again, unleashing hundreds of thousands of terrifying sword chi, all of which exploded in front of him, drowning his opponent. Boom! Boom! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked as if the world was about to be destroyed. However, an angry roar came from the front. Despicable brat, you dare to trick me. Then, a huge door was lifted up and the sword chi was sent flying. Following this, the 100-eyed beast sacred walked out once again. At that moment, his ice-cold face was slightly distorted. His right eye was already closed. In fact, there was even a stream of blood flowing down from the wound. Evidently, the dragon-shaped sword aura from earlier was not completely ineffective. It would appear that it had managed to injure his right eye. You have angered me, thoroughly angered me. I'll torture you to death. The 100-eyed beast saint roared. Lin Xian's face was as cold as ice. Damn it, the other party only had one eye injured. This was too unbelievable. Moreover, how did the other party escape from his spring and autumn lock? Who was it? Get your ass out here. At this moment, the 100-eyed demon saint roared and waved his right hand. The eye of heavenly wind slashed out endless blue blades, shattering the void in the distance. Pooh. A figure flashed. I'm just passing by to watch the battle. I don't have any ill intentions, the figure said coldly. The 100-eyed beast saint snorted coldly and looked into the distance. Was there someone else here? Lin Xian was astonished. In the next moment, his expression turned strange. Imperial Mausoleum. That's right, the one who was chased out was Di Ling. Who would have thought that Di Ling would actually come and watch the battle in the dark? At this moment, Di Ling couldn't conceal the shock in his heart. Previously, he had been searching all the way and finally found traces of Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian was fighting with someone else. Moreover, his opponent was so powerful that it made his hair stand on end. The other party's cultivation was actually higher than his. He was a level 5 sage. Furthermore, the other party's eye technique was too terrifying. Even if he were to face him, he did not have the confidence to win. Of course, how could he leave a battle like this? Therefore, he hid in the void and watched. However, he did not expect to be discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, he could not stay here any longer. He turned around and wanted to leave. The hundred-eyed beast saint said, "Did I say you could leave, Your Excellency? You're being too aggressive." Di Ling turned his head with a cold expression. "So what if I'm being aggressive? I don't take a mere human seriously." The hundred-eyed beast saint sneered. "Damn it." Di Ling's expression turned ugly. Although he was famous in the second astral realm, that was only in the eyes of ordinary families. For these experts of the sacred city, his reputation did not matter at all. Especially when he was facing such a terrifying beast. Therefore, he did not attack. Instead, he suppressed his anger and said, "I think you've misunderstood. I'm not going to attack you. Actually, that brat and I are enemies. I came here to kill him, but since he offended you, I'll kill him. Since he has offended you, then I don't need to do anything. He's dead meat." Di Ling's meaning was very simple. He and the hundred-eyed beast saint had the same enemy, so he thought that the other party would not make things difficult for him. "Di Ling, it seems that you're shameless enough. How can someone like you be number one? How ridiculous. Kid, you're about to die and you still dare to be arrogant?" Di Ling did not hold back either. "Who said that I'm about to die?" Lin Xian sneered. Although the other party was very strong and had a terrifying eye technique, he also had many trump cards. The Great Dragon Sword Soul, the Great Sage Tower, and the Starry Sky Fire had not been used yet. He looked at Di Ling with a cold smile. "You look strong and fierce, but you're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. When you meet someone weaker than you, you're arrogant and act high and mighty. But when you meet someone stronger than you immediately become a coward. You were like this when you faced the peerless city in the heaven-reaching tower, and now you're facing the demon city. What kind of genius are you?" Lin Xian's eyes were full of disdain. A real genius should be strong when facing strong opponents and not facing any difficulties. How can Di Ling be like this? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Reckless. Di Ling naturally knew this, but so what? Staying alive was the most important thing. In his opinion. Lin Xian's character. "You're courting death. Okay. Stop acting in front of me. Neither of you will be able to escape," the hundred-eyed beast saint sneered. "I don't know which saint city you're from, but since you've met me, you'll go to hell obediently." Buzz, he shot out his ghost eye to deal with Di Ling, and then looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold. "Do you really think you can send me to hell?" He roared and fully activated his divine body. Not only that, he also activated the black Qilin tattoo, and then his eyes shone brightly. He charged towards the hundred-eyed beast saint. "You want to fight me in close combat? You won't have a chance." The hundred-eyed beast saint used various eye techniques. The green eyes could melt everything, the purple hands could cover the sky, and the heavenly wind eye could sweep everything. However, when these attacks landed on Lin Xian's body, they caused his divine body to sway uncontrollably. But that was it. Lin Xian's body was extremely strong. He resisted all the attacks and charged towards the hundred-eyed beast saint. He clenched his right fist and punched the sky. The great spear of destruction in his left hand kept dancing. Buzz, the hundred-eyed beast saint kept retreating. He didn't expect the opponent's attacks to be so strong that he could ignore so many of his eye techniques. It was really incredible. In an instant, he flew back. "It seems that you're not as powerful as I thought. Facing my attacks, you still have to dodge, right?" After repelling the opponent, Lin Xian sneered. "Damn it, why is this kid's body so uncanny?" On the other side, the hundred-eyed beast overlord's expression was also extremely cold. To be honest, he did not expect his opponent's body to be so strong. After taking so many of his eye technique attacks, the kid still managed to reach him. "Don't be so cocky. Die." He unleashed another terrifying eye technique. Lin Xian kept shuttling back and forth. At the same time, he drew a circle with his hands and used stellar transposition. This time, he used the mysterious power. Stellar transposition could divert all power. Therefore, the eye technique attacks in front of him were completely messed up. Lin Xian ordered them to kill each other. the eye of the heavenly peak landed on the eye of the poison. The purple phantom eye landed on the eye of the heavenly wind. For a moment, the eye technique attacks in the air kept rioting. Lin Xian even controlled a few light blades to attack the hundred-eyed beast overlord in the opposite direction. The hundred-eyed beast overlord was startled and quickly dodged. What a strange power. This kid is too uncanny. It seemed that he had to use more terrifying trump cards. The 100 eyes on his body flickered with demonic light. It was obvious that he was going to use a great skill. However, at that moment, a loud explosion came from the distance. Then, a silver light flashed far away, revealing an unparalleled vision of heaven and earth. Oh no, that thing! The hundred-eyed beast overlord's expression changed instantly. He roared, "Kid, I'll spare your life for now. I'll kill you myself in the future." Then, his figure flickered and he quickly flew into the distance. Lin Xian harumphed coldly and did not attack again. He also looked into the distance. There was a silver immortal light there. He did not know what had happened, but if it could attract someone like the hundred-eyed beast overlord, it must be something incredible. He finally left. On the other side, Di Ling also let out a sigh of relief. A single ghost eye was enough to make him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Fortunately, his opponent had left. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian with a cold smile on his face. "Now, it's time to settle our grudge. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. First, you avoided Xianxia's pursuit, and now you're escaping from such a terrifying beast. However, you still met me. I will kill you with my own hands. Your luck has come to an end." Di Ling walked over, his body emitting a terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. "Good luck, you idiot. Do you still think I'm lucky? Well, it was time to put an end to it." Golden light shot out from his eyes. Like a divine blade, he charged forward. Damn it. To think that the other party's eye technique would be so powerful. In the next moment, Di Ling let out a roar, and countless runes appeared on his body. A jade pendant floated up and down around his neck, forming a powerful defense. "You think I don't have a weapon, so how can I defend against soul attacks?" he snorted coldly. "Previously, I was afraid of the hundred-eyed demon saint because he was powerful. This does not mean that I am afraid of you." At this point, he roared and formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, with a loud boom, 10,000 streaks of thunder rang out. The entire sky drop was boiling. "Now, go to hell." It was clear that the Imperial Mausoleum had produced an extremely powerful divine ability. Buzz. A green light flew out from his back. It was like thousands of heavenly swords, carrying a mysterious aura. Lin Xian roared angrily and charged forward. His fists opened and closed, sweeping in all directions. The Great Destruction Spear shot out terrifying sword chi one after another. The two fought in the sky. It was an unparalleled battle. Everything around them was torn to pieces. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The light on Lin Xian's body became stronger and stronger. Buzz. He directly activated his divine body and black Qilin tattoo. It was obvious that he did not intend to hold back against Di Ling. Di Ling originally thought that he could finish off his opponent quickly, but he did not expect that after a few moves, his arm would be numb. His entire body trembled. Damn it, the other party was too strong. He would not allow such a person to exist, he roared, and the power in his body kept exploding, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, Di Ling's aura rose infinitely. Buzz buzz buzz, the laws on his body flickered non-stop, forming a large square seal that smashed over fiercely. Wherever the seal passed, black holes would appear in the void. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian used the Great Destruction Spear to fight against it. The two of them fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Buzz, suddenly, the seal trembled violently, and from an inconceivable angle, it flew towards the Imperial Mausoleum. Di Ling was sent flying with a single strike. Half of Di Ling's body was completely shattered. His black hair was flamboyant, and he roared crazily. His eyes flickered with scarlet light. Damn it, he was injured. He was actually injured by his own weapon. What was going on? His eyes emitted a terrifying light, and Lin Xian snorted coldly. Naturally, he used the stellar transposition to attack by surprise. After the successful attack, he charged forward. The 5 elemental laws surrounded his body, forming terrifying 5 elemental mountains that fell from the sky. On the other side, the dragon-shaped sword chi kept roaring. All kinds of terrifying divine powers were crazily blasted forward. Di Ling kept retreating. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a green moon wheel. It flickered above his head and blocked the divine powers. The green moon wheel. It was a sacred artifact. It cast down thousands of rays of light to protect Di Ling. Di Ling's palm also kept opening and closing. Nirvana divine palm. His palm was unparalleled. This palm carried the light of Nirvana. Wherever it passed, it seemed to be able to turn the entire world into death. This strange scene caused all the surrounding demonic beasts to prostrate themselves on the ground. Brat, go to hell. This palm is an extremely terrifying forbidden divine ability. He had learned it from the corpse of an ancient saint. Its power was endless. It carried the aura of death. Lin Xian was surprised, but soon, he sneered. Competing with him in this kind of power? Di Ling was still far from it. One had to know that he had absorbed the power of the death mist, and he cultivated the Tai Chi art. His body swayed, and Lin Xian activated the Tai Chi art. The Tai Chi art in his body rotated, and he immediately slapped out. It was a pitch-black palm, like thick ink, spreading in the sky. It collided with the Nirvana divine palm. You don't know the difference between life and death. You dare to resist me? Go to hell now. Di Ling sneered. Even a 5th heaven saint would have to retreat when facing such a divine ability, let alone his opponent. However, he soon frowned, and even his face became extremely ugly. This was because he realized that his Nirvana divine palm did not hurt his opponent at all. Instead, he felt the terror of death engulfing him. The power of death. How was this possible? Di Ling's face was extremely ugly. How did his opponent have such a power of death? This was too unbelievable. One had to know that he could use the Nirvana divine palm because of the ancient coffin in his body. That was why he could block the terrifying power of Nirvana. But what about his opponent? Could it be that he also had a corpse in his body? Otherwise, how could his opponent withstand the power of death? He was really going crazy. Although it was just a few simple exchanges, he was at a disadvantage. However, he was still at a disadvantage, which was unacceptable to him. Lin Xian sneered. He was going all out now. He used all of his great abilities. How could his opponent withstand it, kill him? On the other side, Di Ling used the Nirvana divine palm a few more times. At the same time, he activated the green moon wheel above his head. It was a sacred artifact. Under Di Ling's activation, it bloomed with an incomparable green light that lit up the sky. With a buzz, it turned into a stream of light that cut through the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The sky was split into 2 halves. Clang, Lin Xuanwu used the Great Destruction Spear. It was like a heavenly hammer as it smashed towards the clear moon treasure wheel. A loud clanging sound could be heard. The 2 sacred artifacts clashed in the air. Buzz, at this moment, Di Ling waved his hand again and a flying sword rushed out. The flying sword was only the size of a palm, but it shone with an incomparable light. The monstrous killing intent was terrifying. The flying sword streaked across the sky, causing the mountains and rivers to change color and the sun and moon to dim. Let's see how you're going to fight this time. Di Ling sneered. 2 great sage artifacts. Lin Xian definitely couldn't block them. Indeed, it was too fast. The flying sword arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant and stabbed toward his heart. Even if this attack couldn't kill him, it could severely injure him. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He roared and the black Qilin tattoo covered his body. At the same time, he waved his fist to block the flying sword. He was courting death. Di Ling sneered when he saw this. In the next moment, there was an earth-shattering collision in front of him. Lin Xian was blasted away and crashed into countless mountains. He fell to the ground. Let's see how you're going to die. Di Ling clasped his hands behind his back and sneered as he walked forward. With a few steps, he arrived high in the sky and looked down. In his imagination, Lin Xian's heart was pierced through by the flying sword and nailed to the ground. He must be seriously injured. But soon, he was able to see through the fog and clearly see the scene below. How could this be? Di Ling screamed and almost fell from the sky. He saw that on the ground below, a figure stood up. The figure's body was still glowing, and the black Qilin tattoo was lifelike. In his left hand, there was a flying sword that looked like a dragon's head. It was biting down hard. He wasn't injured, but he was caught by the other party. Di Ling was going crazy. That was a saint tool. Even he didn't dare to take it head-on, so what did Suke have to contend with it? Would the other party dare to take a saint artifact with his bare hands? What kind of physique was this? Damn it, Di Mausoleum formed a hand seal, wanting to activate the flying sword. The flying sword kept trembling like a fish, trying to break free. The sword light on its body illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It flew out from his fingertips, shining so brightly that one couldn't open their eyes. Lin Xian's arm also began to tremble. However, in the next moment, he threw it forward. At the same time, he used stellar transposition. The flying sword drew an arc in the air and slashed at Di Ling's neck. Di Ling was shocked. He couldn't control himself. A bloody mark appeared on his neck, and more than half of his head was taken away. All the hair on his body stood on end. If he had been a second slower, his head would have been cut off. Damn it, he really deserved to die. He had been completely suppressed after several attacks. He was even no match for his opponent after taking out 2 saint weapons. That was unacceptable to the proud him. I don't believe it. With a roar, a green light appeared in Di Ling's eyes. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power bloomed. It spread out from his body, and he opened his mouth to spit out a green coffin. As soon as the coffin appeared, it became as big as a bronze coffin. It floated in the air, and the aura it emitted was incomparably cold. It was as if a peerless demon king had awakened. Lin Xian's face changed as well. The coffin of the green snake gave him a great sense of threat. Therefore, he didn't allow it to appear. With a roar, the great dragon sword soul in his body exploded. Countless dragon roars and sword chi rushed out, turning into a true dragon that charged forward. They tore apart the sky, wanting to completely destroy Di Ling. Di Ling kept dodging. At the same time, he shouted and slammed his palm on the bronze coffin. Immediately, the cyan coffin began to rumble. The bronze coffin opened, and a corpse stood up from inside. The moment the corpse appeared, the sky and earth began to crumble. Even Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. It was a terrifying corpse. It was definitely a terrifying saint. Not good, I have to attack. He shot out millions of sword chi and slashed forward. Buzz. The ancient corpse waved its hand, and the millions of sword chi were all grasped in its hand. It then formed a light ball. It was too terrifying. This ancient corpse was very dangerous. It should be Di Ling's greatest trump card. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't act rashly. Di Ling looked up and laughed. Ha 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 ha, kid, no matter how strong you are, can you beat my trump card? His face was ferocious. He had to torture Lin Xian to death to vent his anger. Lin Xian said coldly. No matter how strong you are, it's the corpse that's strong, not your strength. What's there to be arrogant about? But this corpse is mine. It listens to my command. Of course, this is part of my strength. Kid, don't be so stubborn. Trump cards are also a kind of strength. I have them and you don't. So, you're dead. Go and kill him. Di Ling said coldly. The corpse's eyes shone with a cold light. It pushed its hand forward, and millions of sword chi formed a light ball and blasted it out. Instantly, it flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. His body swayed, and he instantly dodged. The millions of sword chi exploded together, piercing through half the sky. Lin Xian activated the Qilin Phantom and used the Great Destruction Spear. He killed a bloody path through the millions of sword chi. His face was incomparably cold. Di Ling sneered. Did you see that? You can't block a casual attack. Next, you'll definitely die. The ancient saint corpse attacked again. It waved its withered claws gently, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian waved the great destruction spear and hit the corpse. There was a clanging sound, but it didn't penetrate the corpse at all. The palm paused for a moment, and then it fell mercilessly. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure and kept retreating, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Looking at the other party's appearance, it was a corpse. The Taiji art couldn't take away the other party's life. Eye techniques were useless against a dead person. Moreover, Di Ling was on full defense now. It would be difficult to hurt the other party with eye techniques. Stellar transposition, Lin Xian shouted, and this force was used on the ancient corpse's hand. The ancient corpse's palm deviated from its direction, and with a bang, it fell beside him. The airwave brought about by the impact sent him flying. Lin Xian's qi and blood were boiling, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. So terrifying, just the aftermath of the energy was enough to injure him. If this palm hit him, even with his physique, he would be injured. Haha, kid, now you know how powerful I am. You want to contend against me with the likes of you. Seeing this scene, Di Ling looked up to the sky and laughed, as if victory was in his hands. You won the first place in the first 2 rounds because there was a limit. Otherwise, do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me? I can easily trample you under my feet. Di Ling said again. At the same time, the ancient corpse threw a few more palms, and Lin Xian kept dodging. If he didn't have many divine abilities, it would be difficult for him to resist. In the end, Lin Xian was also angry. Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? You're still far from being able to compete with trump cards. Kid, are you still so stubborn when you're about to die? If you really have a trump card, then show it and let me see. Let me tell you, this corpse's origin is mysterious, and it's not something you can imagine. Even if you take out a sacred weapon, you can't suppress him. Indeed, Di Ling had infinite confidence. When he was in the heaven-reaching tower, he could compete with a minor saint with the ancient corpse. He didn't believe that the other party could compete with such an existence. You'll see. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he formed a seal with his palm. Come out. He mobilized the great dragon sword soul. With a roar, it flew out from his body, turned into a dragon-shaped sword light, and slashed out. This sword strike was earth-shattering, and everything in the world lost its brilliance. What is this? Di Ling was completely frozen in place as if he was struck by lightning. This power was too terrifying, and he couldn't react at all. The ancient corpse also roared anxiously and stood up from the coffin. It wanted to fight back. However, the sword light was too fast, and it slashed on its body. With a bang, it was directly sent flying with the coffin. Ah, the ancient corpse roared towards the sky, its voice incomparably miserable. Not good. Di Ling came back to his senses and looked behind him. In the next moment, his face turned pale and he almost fell to the ground. Injured? How could this be? The ancient saint's corpse was actually injured. A crack had appeared on its body, almost splitting it in half. Di Ling couldn't believe it. He felt as if he was dreaming. He knew very well just how terrifying the corpse of an ancient sage was. Even if it were to fight with a minor god, it wouldn't be a problem at all. What did this mean? This meant that there was a minor saint living in his body. That was why he dared to peek at Hundred Eyes Sage's battle. After all, he had the ancient sage corpse with him, so there was no need for him to fear the other party. But now, his greatest support was actually injured. Moreover, he was injured by a sword shadow. This was truly inconceivable. What kind of sword was that? He stared at the light and realized that it was an ancient green sword. It was like a real dragon had transformed into a sword light. What the hell was that? He was dumbfounded. Just as he was in a daze, the green dragon sword attacked again. Another sword strike directly cut off one of the ancient corpse's arms. The ancient saint's corpse roared towards the sky. Di Ling was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to be careless anymore. Come back. With a wave of his hand, the ancient saint's corpse entered the bronze coffin. With a bang, the coffin closed. Then, he and the bronze coffin merged into one and quickly fled into the distance. Di Ling, the insufferably arrogant Di Ling, had directly fled. Moreover, he had fled in fear. If anyone else saw this scene, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Di Ling was the hope of winning the championship, but he still lost to Lin Xian in a battle without any restrictions. He ran quite fast. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his face gloomy. He withdrew the great dragon sword soul and didn't chase after him. That was because Di Ling's speed was too fast. Even if he chased after him, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. If he chased him for 8 to 10 days, it wouldn't be worth it. It was better to get first place in the third round first. He didn't forget that the reward for first place was a leaf of enlightenment tea. This leaf had an incomparable effect on his comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He needed to recover first. The previous battle had injured him. After all, both the ancient saint's corpse and the white-eyed ancient saint were a great threat to him. As for Di Ling, if he didn't have the ancient saint's corpse, it would be very easy for him to kill him. His body swayed, and he directly went tens of thousands of meters underground. He formed a formation and began to recover. He had a lot of natural resources, thus he was able to recover from his injuries in just half a day. However, he didn't come out, but frowned and started to recall the battle. There was nothing to say about the battle with the ancient saint's corpse. That was the corpse of an ancient saint. Even if it was dead, it was still very powerful. However, the battle with the 100-eyed ancient saint had benefited him greatly. That was because he rarely fought with people with eye techniques. Even if he did, their eye techniques were not as good as his. But today, he had persevered until he obtained a powerful eye technique. The 100-eyed beast saint had too many eyes and his eye technique was unpredictable. Although the power of each eye technique was not as strong as the heavenly secret divine eyes, it was still very strong. Although its individual eye technique wasn't as strong as the heavenly secret divine eye, there were so many of them, and their combined power was even stronger than the heavenly secret divine eye. Especially the eye of the heavenly wind, the blue light blade was too powerful. In addition, the ancient saint's right eye was able to create a giant purple ghost-faced door. Its defense was so strong that it shocked him. His dragon-shaped sword intent was not able to completely break it, but only wounded it. Furthermore, the ancient saint's other eyes had not been used yet. What kind of remarkable ability did they have? I wonder if my heavenly secret god eyes are able to perform such a divine ability? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He also had a strong defense, and he also had a remarkable ability to summon the heroic spirit. In fact, he also had powerful attacks, but they were all scattered. If he could fuse them into his eyes, he would be able to unleash them. It would be even more surprising when he killed the enemy. My heavenly secret divine eyes should be very powerful and have unparalleled potential. Besides, I also have the dragon sword spirit. If I combine them, will I be able to evolve the ancient saint's ability? Lin Xian had an idea. His heavenly secret divine eyes were extremely mysterious, and the dragon sword spirit could evolve anything. He was looking forward to the combination of the two. Following this, he began to try. When the power of the dragon sword spirit merged with his eyes, Lin Xian could feel a mysterious aura intertwining. It was working. He was overjoyed, as he knew that his idea was very likely to be correct. Of course, he did not dare to act rashly. After all, he had never heard of anyone doing this before. Lin Xian was crossing the river by feeling his way. After trying it out, Lin Xian used his heavenly secret godly eyes and the dragon sword spirit to produce some golden light blades. This was an imitation of the eye of the heavenly peak. These light blades were also unparalleled and carried an indomitable aura. Then, he combined it with the spirit summoning curse and used his eye technique to summon some powerful heroic spirits. He even combined the Qilin tattoo, the eye technique, and the dragon sword spirit to form a black Qilin shield. It was indeed effective. Lin Xian tried it a few times and found that the initial effect was very satisfactory. I created this eye technique myself, and it doesn't completely belong to the heavenly secret prodigy. I have to give it a new name. Lin Xian thought for a while and his lips curled into a smile. Evolving all things. I'll call it the eyes of all changes. Great. With the eyes of all changes, Lin Xian would be able to handle the 100-eyed demon sage more easily in the future. In fact, he was eager to fight the 100-eyed demon saint again. He wanted to dig out more eye techniques. With a shift of his figure, he rushed out and looked around. The next moment, he was surprised to see that the silver light was still there. As expected, he saw that although the silver light had dimmed in the distance, it had not completely dissipated. It was the silver light that had lured the hundred-eyed demon sage away. He wondered what it was. He might as well go and take a look. Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew toward the silver light. Above a mountain peak, multicolored light shot out in endless streaks. The great Tao was useless, a few giant creatures occupying this place. One of them was a majestic golden lion with a towering demonic aura. Obviously, it was a powerful beast. On the other side was a giant purple elephant with 3 heads and tusks. It had a pair of ferocious wings. On top of a mountain next to it was another giant creature. It was a giant python. It was so huge that its body covered the mountain. Its giant head was bigger than a valley. Its aura was no weaker than the other 2. The 3 powerful beasts were circling in the silver light. And standing opposite the 3 great demons was a girl, a purple-haired girl. This purple-haired girl was very beautiful. It could even be said that she was extremely beautiful and had an ethereal temperament. Such a beautiful girl was fearless in the face of 3 monstrous demons. She even had a faint smile on her face. She played with her hair with one hand and said indifferently, "Are the 3 of you really going to attack me? You have to think about the consequences. Junior, don't go too far. We've been guarding this silver fir Xian wood for thousands of years. Now that it's matured, do you think you can just pluck it away?" the golden lion said coldly, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. "Leave your things behind and leave quickly. We won't hurt you." On the other side, the 3 giant elephants had the same cold voice. The giant python coiled around the mountain peak let out a ferocious roar. "If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll eat you. If you dared to make a move, you would have done so long ago. Do you still need to threaten me?" The purple-haired girl's lips curled up in disdain. "I'm going to take it. Even if you don't want to, you have to. I advise you to leave obediently. You can even form a good karma. Who knows, you might need my help in the future." As she spoke, she looked around and looked to the side. "You big centipede, hurry up and leave." "What? Do you want to take advantage of me?" "Humph." Not far away, a figure snorted coldly. It was the hundred-eyed demon saint. His true form was indeed a centipede. The hundred-eyed demon saint was usually an arrogant person, but in front of the purple-haired girl, he did not dare to act rashly. "You can take it, but you can't take it completely. Everyone has a share. You have to give me a share." The hundred-eyed demon saint said coldly. "Give you a share? You, stinky centipede, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The purple-haired girl was not afraid of the powerful hundred-eyed demon saint. "In that case, don't blame me for taking action." The 100 eyes on the hundred-eyed demon saint's body emitted a demonic light. It was obvious that he could not take it anymore. "It's not like we haven't fought before. Are you a match for me?" The purple-haired girl shook her head slightly. "It won't do you any good if we continue fighting." As she spoke, she suddenly frowned and revealed a look of surprise. Someone else was coming. Not only her, but the hundred-eyed demon saint also turned his head to look. The 3 demons were also stunned. Was there anyone else who didn't know what was good for them and dared to come? "It's him, that kid." The hundred-eyed demon saint suddenly raised his disdain. What an idiot. Naturally, he saw that the person was Lin Xian through his eye technique. One of the heads of the 3 giant elephants raised its head to the sky and roared. Its trunk made a circle, and the sky and earth began to spin. In the distance, Lin Xian came nearby and felt a few powerful auras. He carefully prepared to hide his body. However, at that moment, he realized that the wind and clouds around him had changed, and the world had turned upside down. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Before he could do anything, he was directly swept over. In the next moment, he arrived nearby and was wrapped in a silver light. As soon as he appeared, his body swayed, but he quickly stabilized himself. Demon saints, and there were 3 of them. What a powerful demon aura. Lin Xian held his breath. Then, he realized that there was a human girl. The hundred-eyed demon saint was also here. "Reckless kid, is this a place where you can come?" The hundred-eyed demon saint had a look of disdain. The giant python in front of him snorted coldly. Since he was an ant, he should die. He realized that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the third firmament. Even the girl in purple frowned slightly. Would someone with such a cultivation dare to come here? The giant python opened its mouth and swept over like a vortex, completely enveloping the world. Lin Xian felt a powerful force trying to drag him into the giant python. He snorted coldly, and his body shone brightly as he threw out a punch. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The force was immediately dispersed by him. I saw the phenomenon of heaven and earth, so I came to take a look. If I'm disturbed, I'll leave. Why do you want to eat me? Lin Xian said coldly. This scene stunned the three demons. The girl in purple also covered her mouth and chuckled. Interesting. You're only at the third firmament, but your strength is so strong. You're very surprising. Lin Xian glanced at her and smiled. The fairy was even more impressive. She was able to fight against 3 greater demons by herself without any fear. And from the looks of it, you must have obtained a treasure. The aura on your body is too strong, kid, you have sharp eyes. Why, do you want to steal my treasure too? The girl in purple suddenly smiled. Her smile made the world lose its color. Even Lin Xian was stunned. What a beautiful girl. Soon, he came back to his senses. Forget it, since the treasure has an owner, why would I interfere? Goodbye. He turned and left. Come and go as you please. Where do you think this is? The golden lion said coldly. The golden light on his body was like the sun, with an unparalleled aura. What do you want then? Lin Xian turned his head and faced the few great demons. He was still fearless. Lin Xian's attitude completely angered the 3 great beasts. The purple-haired girl was not afraid of them because of her extraordinary status. Even they had to be wary of her. But this human boy, what right did he have? How dare a mere third heaven sage be so arrogant in front of him? He was courting death. The 3 great demons were enraged. They wanted to attack, their holy might overflowing into the sky. The 100-eyed beast sage said, "Why do you need to deal with such a piece of trash? I'll do it." He knew the 3 great beasts. After all, he was a native of the East Spirit Realm and went to the 1,000-beast city later. The 3 great beasts nodded. The 100 Eyes demonic saint was their junior. It would be best if the 100 Eyes demonic saint took action. The 3 of them should think about how to deal with the purple-haired girl. Kid, I spared your life last time. How dare you come here again? In that case, go to hell. I told you, your eye is mine. The 100-eyed beast sage walked over and stared at Lin Xian. You spared my life? How dare you say that? You didn't get the upper hand last time. Lin Xian snorted in disdain. The 100-eyed beast sage gritted his teeth at the mention of this. Indeed, he had used several eye techniques but failed to do anything to Lin Xian. Instead, he injured his right eye. If this were to spread, he would be humiliated. Damn kid. Go to hell. The eye of heavenly wind twitched and turned into a blue light. The ghost eye spread and summoned ghosts. The other eye techniques were also used. Divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth enveloped Lin Xian. The 3 great beasts nodded slightly. Not bad. The 100-eyed beast sage has grown to this level. More importantly, he was less than 2,000 years old. He had a bright future. Is this kid okay? The purple-haired girl was confused. Can this human boy block so many eye techniques? Buzz, faced with such a terrifying eye technique attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. On the contrary, his lips curled into a sneer. Forming a series of hand seals, a golden light flickered in his eyes. Divine eyes, myriad transformation eyes. The light continued to revolve as the power of the great dragon sword spirit poured into his eyes. A golden light blade flew out and collided with Tian Fengyan's light blade. The two collided in the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian's left eye spun and opened. A golden vortex appeared, and a horse carrying a headless rider rushed out. This time, the headless eccentric warrior's body shone with golden light, and 2 pairs of wings grew out of its back. It carried the aura of the Tao of Dragons. This was an enhanced version of the headless horseman. Its power was even more terrifying than before. As soon as he appeared, his spear trembled violently, sending the surrounding specters flying. His powerful strength caused everyone's expressions to change. He actually blocked it. That was too inconceivable. The three great demons were astonished. They knew how powerful the 100-eyed demon overlord's eye technique was. But now, this human youth in the third firmament was able to block it. There was a difference of 2 heavens between the two of them. How did he do it? The purple-haired girl's face was also filled with shock. Interesting. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Ha, she shouted and wanted to leave. If you want to leave, stay. The three great demons were furious and frantically tried to stop her. I'm not afraid of you. The purple-haired girl waved her hand and shot out a 7-colored light to resist. The two of them fought fiercely, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. On the other side, Lin Xian blocked the 100-eyed demon overlord's attack. The 100-eyed demon overlord was extremely shocked. How could it be? It had only been a few days since they last met. How could his eye technique have improved to such a level? Furthermore, why did the man's move look so similar to his eye technique? He could use many eye techniques because he had many eyes. His opponent only had one pair of eyes. How could he use so many eye techniques? That was great. It was more powerful than before. Lin Xian was also very satisfied with this. He said, "What else do you have? Show me. If not, I'm going to fight back." Damn kid, don't be so arrogant. The 100-eyed demon overlord was completely enraged. A third firmament ant dared to provoke him. It was intolerable. With a roar, a raging fire appeared in his left eye and floated out. Go to hell. As soon as the fire appeared, the heavens and the earth shook violently. The void in the sky was also ignited. I don't believe that I can't burn you to death. This was not an ordinary fire. It was the three essences true fire, which was extremely powerful. Facing this kind of fire, even a fifth firmament saint would not dare to casually try it, let alone a third firmament saint. Although his opponent's eye technique was strange, his defense was far weaker than his. There was no way he could block the three essences true fire. Fire? Lin Xian laughed. Although he could feel the power of the fire, he was not afraid. Instead, he went up to meet it. His body was bathed in the fire. Come. What the 9-yang divine body needed the most was all kinds of strange flames. These flames could temper his body and make his physique one step closer. Is this kid crazy? The 100-eyed demon overlord thought that his opponent was an idiot who came to die. However, after watching for a while, he realized that his opponent was using his three essences true fire to cultivate. Damn it. What does he think I am? A sparring machine? Burn. The eye technique in his left eye rotated and the three essences true fire increased. It covered the sky and earth, forming a furnace that wanted to refine Lin Xian completely. Lin Xian's divine body glowed as he absorbed and used this power. Is he angry? He could feel his god body shivering. Some parts of his body even had cracks with blood oozing out. However, he did not care. It was good. He could use this opportunity to break through his divine body. Lin Xian's eyes glowed. He formed a seal with his palms and absorbed with all his might. At the same time, various eye techniques appeared in his eyes. He used the myriad transformation eyes to resist the 100-eyed demon overlord. The 100-eyed demon overlord was so angry that he shouted. Damn kid. You've completely angered me. The vertical eye between his eyebrows suddenly trembled. The sound of thunder could be heard. Lin Xian frowned. He did not continue to refine his body. Instead, he retreated from the three essences true fire as if he was facing a great enemy. That eye was so terrifying. Just a twitch of it made his hair stand on end. Kid, you've completely angered me. I'll kill you. The 100-eyed demon overlord's expression was ferocious. Although he still had many eye techniques, he did not plan to use them. He wanted to use the most powerful one to kill his opponent. The eye between his eyebrows was very powerful. Once it appeared, a fifth heaven saint would not be his opponent. It could even threaten a small saint. He did not believe that his opponent could block it this time. No, I can't let him open his eyes. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He flipped his hand and the killer St. Peak appeared in his hand. Go. Lin Xian ordered. The killer St. Peak turned into a streak of golden light and charged forward. Ah! A miserable cry was heard. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Although the 100-eyed demon sage's eye was terrifying, it would take some time for it to open. At this moment, before he could open his eyes, his left eye had been attacked. A streak of golden light pierced his eye. Fortunately, he had closed his eye at the critical moment, but it still pierced his eye a little. He felt a piercing pain. What is that? He kept attacking with the eye of heavenly wind and sent the golden light flying. He saw that it was a bee. Damn it! The 100-eyed demon sage was furious. He had been ambushed. He felt a burning pain in his left eye and could not open it at all. Blood even flowed out. I'm injured. I'm injured again. His right eye had been injured by the sword chi, and now his left eye was injured as well. Both eyes were closed and bleeding. If he did not have hundreds of eyes, he would have been blinded by his opponent. Damn you, kid. Just you wait. I won't let you go. The 100-eyed demon sage roared and charged into the sky. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. The next time we meet, it won't be as simple as an eye injury. He recalled the killer St. Peak. Then, Lin Xian turned and looked into the distance. The battle in the distance was very intense. The three great monsters attacked, trying to stop the woman in purple. The purple-haired woman's strength was surprisingly strong. Even under the joint attack of the three great demons, she was still able to handle them with ease. Although she did not attack aggressively, Lin Xian was greatly surprised by her body technique. What a strange body technique. She managed to dodge so many attacks. Who is this woman? He was really curious. At this moment, the giant python finally could not take it anymore. It roared and bit at the woman in purple as if it could swallow the sky. The golden lion and the three giant elephants made their moves too, unleashing their peerless martial arts. I won't play with you anymore. The woman in purple shouted. A pair of almost transparent wings appeared on her back. With a gentle flap, she tore through the void. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Lin Xian. Go. She grabbed Lin Xian with one hand, and the wings on her back flapped again. Then, she disappeared. When Lin Xian came to his senses, he realized that she was completely out of the mountain range. The surrounding water gurgled, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. The figures of the three great demons had long disappeared. There was only the beautiful woman in purple was the woman. Hey, what are you looking at? Are you stunned? How are you going to repay your savior? The woman in purple smiled. Lin Xian came back to his senses. This woman was too fast. Is that spatial divine space? It didn't seem like it, but its speed wasn't any slower than a spatial god art. How? Lin Xian asked. Brat, are you trying to trick me? My name is Li Hongxiu. Is she from the Li family? Lin Xian was surprised. He had never heard of such a powerful Li family. Moreover, he had a feeling that this woman was not human. However, it was their first time meeting, so it was not appropriate for him to ask too much. Which family are you from? I see that you are quite strong. You dare to fight against the 100-eyed demon overlord at the third heaven. My name is Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi? What a name. Li Hongxiu's eyes widened. You are too arrogant. How dare you call yourself invincible? That's not your real name. Lin Xian smiled. Li Hongxiu, that's not your real name either. You are quite smart. That's right, Li Hongxiu is the name I came up with. Lin Wudi, I came up with it myself. You are getting more and more to my liking. Li Hongxiu smiled. In the following conversation, Lin Xian briefly explained his mission and situation. At the same time, he also found out that Li Hongxiu was not a disciple of the Holy City. She was not here to participate in the trial. She was bored and wanted to have some fun here. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Looking for fun in such a dangerous place? I have to say, she is really bold. You can continue looking for fun. I don't have time to play with you. I have to find the East Spirit Stone. Lin Xian calculated the time. He had to leave quickly. East Spirit Stone? Since I have nothing to do, why don't I accompany you? Then, the two of them went on their way. On the other side, Di Ling's face was extremely gloomy. He had escaped from Lin Xian and arrived at a safe place. First, he healed his injuries. Then, when he spat out the bronze coffin again and saw the ancient corpse inside, his handsome face became extremely distorted. The sword marks on the ancient corpse had not disappeared. Damn it. He could only use all his strength to heal it. He had no choice. This was his biggest reliance. He could not let anything happen to it. Di Ling's physique was very special. From his name it could be seen that it was like a cemetery that could nourish corpses. Therefore, he put the ancient corpse into the bronze coffin again and swallowed the bronze coffin into his stomach. He began to use his body's bloodline to heal the ancient corpse. Finally, he paid a huge price and swallowed countless treasures to heal the ancient corpse. Damn brat, I won't forgive you. Di Ling opened his eyes. There was a look of vengeance in his eyes. He wanted to immediately go back and kill Lin Xian. However, he knew that it was useless. He could not act rashly. Lin Xian had a very strong trump card. He had to think of a way to secretly kill Lin Xian. He was disdainful before, but now he was no match for Lin Xian. Subconsciously, he did not dare to confront Lin Xian directly. This showed that he was completely afraid of Lin Xian. However, the murderous intent in his heart did not weaken at all. Instead, it grew stronger. If I can't kill you directly, then I'll use other methods. I don't believe that you can withstand it. He closed his eyes again and began to prepare to refine something. It was a kind of poison that he had refined from the ancient corpse. It was called ancient corpse poison. This kind of poison was very terrifying. Moreover, the ancient corpse in his hand was obviously very strong. Therefore, the poison in its body was also very strong. Finally, after spending a lot of effort, he was able to refine it. He carefully put it in a black gourd and a cold smile appeared on his face. Brat, let's see how you're going to die. His figure flashed and he disappeared into the void. Di Ling shuttled through the mountain forest. He formed a seal with one hand and began to search for Lin Xian. He did not know where Lin Xian was, but last time he fought with Lin Xian, he left some of the ancient corpse's aura on Lin Xian's body. Although it was very weak, he could find the connection if he used all his strength. Sure enough, not long after, he sneered. He found it. He could not help but speed up. 3 days later, he finally landed on a mountain peak. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Di Ling looked into the distance. Tens of thousands of miles away was Lin Xian. He did not get too close. There was someone else beside him. It was not Xianxia. Di Ling was a little surprised. He noticed that there was a girl beside Lin Xian. She was a purple-haired girl who was extremely beautiful. She was someone he had never seen before. No matter who you are, since you're with that kid, you should go to hell with him. The murderous intent in Di Ling's eyes appeared again. He took out the black gourd and clenched his fist. With a flicker of his body, he executed a secret technique and began to move stealthily. In front of him, under an ancient tree, Lin Xian and Li Hongxiu sat there to rest. They had already obtained the 6th piece and were 3 more pieces away from completing the mission. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Li Hongxiu said, "So you're from Wushuang City?" Wushuang City was not a bad place. The two of them chatted. Suddenly, they frowned at the same time and turned to look into the distance. Someone was there. Li Hongxiu sneered, "Someone dares to follow me." Lin Xian also frowned and a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. Di Ling, that guy still dared to come, he stood up and said, "He's coming for me." Was he exposed? Di Ling frowned. He did not have much hope. He knew that Lin Xian's eye technique was very powerful. Buzz, he stopped and threw out the black gourd. Kid, go to hell. The black gourd streaked across the sky like black lightning and attacked Lin Xian and Li Hongxiu. Lin Xian frowned, what is Di Ling doing? Why is he attacking from so far away? He felt that something was not right. However, before he could say anything, Li Hongxiu snorted and threw out a palm strike. The seven-colored law slashed down like a sharp knife. It hit the black gourd. With a clang, the black gourd was split in half. I thought it was an expression. I didn't expect it to be a broken gourd. Li Hongxiu curled her lips in disdain. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. Lin Xian also frowned. Not good, retreat quickly. The two of them quickly retreated, but it was too late. A green mist appeared from the black gourd and flew towards them. In an instant, it enveloped them. Damn it, this is poison, hurry up and defend yourself. Lin Xian roared. It didn't take long for the poisonous mist to seep into his body, weakening his strength. His internal organs were on the verge of being infected. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. What kind of poison was this? It was too terrifying. His god body couldn't withstand it. He instantly stopped. Then, he quickly circulated the great dragon sword soul to attack his body. They turned into streaks of sword qi to destroy the poisonous gas. On the other side, Li Hongxiu also felt the poisonous gas entering her body. She also came to a halt. Damn it. It was corpse poison, and it was the poison of an ancient sage corpse. How dare you plot against me, she was furious. In the distance, when Di Ling saw this, he raised his head to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, success, from the looks of it, they must have been poisoned. Once they were poisoned, they couldn't resist at all. It wouldn't be long before they turned into a pool of blood. Thinking of this, he proudly strode forward. In a few steps, he arrived nearby. Seeing the two of them struggling in the green poisonous mist with black faces, Di Ling laughed even more happily. Lin Xian said as he used the great dragon sword soul to expel the poison. This person came for me. I didn't expect to implicate you. How are you? Are you okay? I'll help you after I expel the poison. Unexpectedly, Li Hongxiu said, No, I was worried about you. Since you're fine, I don't have to worry about you. Don't worry, I'll help you deal with this person. Li Hongxiu shouted. The five-colored light in her body burst out and directly expelled the poison. Boom, Li Hongxiu exploded. Like a peerless goddess, she slapped her jade-like hand forward. In an instant, it enveloped Di Ling. To be honest, Di Ling didn't expect this woman to be able to fight back. In his opinion, the two of them were definitely going to die, so he didn't think of defending at all. With a boom, he was sent flying. With a miserable cry, he was sent flying while spurting blood. Damn it. Di Ling roared and rushed over. He wanted to attack, but he was slapped to the ground. Li Hongxiu's strength was beyond his imagination. Di Ling staggered and fell to the ground. Half of his body was broken. His face was full of horror. Lin Xian was also stunned. Damn, this girl is so strong. To be honest, he didn't expect this. One had to know that even though he didn't place the Imperial Mausoleum in his eyes, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the Imperial Mausoleum. At least, it was impossible to defeat him in a few moves. However, Li Hongxiu did it easily. This woman was too terrifying. Even Di Ling found her. Damn it. With a roar, he turned around and fled. Anyway, Lin Xian was already poisoned. It was useless for him to stay here. Moreover, the woman in front of him was too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. He even felt that this woman was more terrifying than the 100-eyed demon sage. You take your time to expel the poison. I'll go after him. He dared to trick me. I'll make him pay the price. Li Hongxiu said in a low voice. Her body turned into a stream of seven-colored light and rushed out instantly. Not long after, Ling's scream could be heard from afar. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Di Ling opened his mouth and spat out a coffin. The corpse of the ancient sage rushed out from the coffin. So what if the opponent was strong? Could it be that the opponent was a minor saint? As long as it wasn't a minor saint, he could fight back. Although summoning the corpse of the ancient sage put a lot of pressure on him, he couldn't care less. You still have the corpse of the ancient sage? But do you think you can do anything to me? Li Hongxiu attacked aggressively. The corpse of the ancient sage was forced to retreat. Many handprints appeared on the corpse's powerful body. Ling was going crazy. Who is she? She's too terrifying. The corpse of the ancient sage could fight against a minor saint. Run. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He rode the bronze coffin and quickly fled. Li Hongxiu attacked again. On the other side, although Lin Xian was poisoned, the great dragon sword spirit was very powerful. It quickly eliminated the poison. Then, his body was covered with dragon-shaped sword qi. He walked out of the green poison mist. Damn it. Ling was so insidious. Lin Xian's face turned cold as well. Even a saint of the fifth heaven would die from this poison. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword spirit. But Ling's fate must be very miserable. With Li Hongxiu chasing after him, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. He opened the great sage pagoda and took out the heavenly Luo umbrella. The soul mark on the heavenly Luo umbrella had been removed by the starry flame. He put his own mark on it. Then, he activated the heavenly Luo umbrella and collected all the poison. Although half of it had been consumed, there was still half left. It was enough. It was also a great weapon for Lin Xian. It was a blessing in disguise. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Let's go. He was not worried about Li Hongxiu. That girl was much scarier than him. She would probably be able to deal with a real small saint. Lin Xian went on his way again, looking for the seventh Eastern Spirit Stone. At this moment, in the rain, Xianxia stood there with a solemn expression. Around her, there were many sages. There were demonic beasts, humans, and even killing intent in the void from time to time. It seemed that she was being besieged. Girl, hand over the treasures on you and I can spare your life. You're quite pretty. Accompany me for a year. I happen to be lacking a cauldron. You can follow me. A few sneers were heard. They stared at Xianxia, their eyes burning. Such a peerless beauty was definitely rare. Xianxia snorted coldly. Her exquisite face was covered with ice. She did not say anything, but decisively made her move. A purple cloud appeared on her body, carrying the law. It was very small. At the same time, her jade-like hands formed a seal. On her palm, the purple aura became stronger and stronger, like a purple sun. This was a great ability called the Purple Light Dao Flower. You still want to fight? Take her down and we'll enjoy it together. One of them shouted angrily. Lightning surged on his body to resist the Purple Light Dao Flower. At the same time, there were two demon saints. With their strong physiques, they fought the purple cloud. A sonorous sound rang out, and the battle erupted. Although she was being besieged, Xianxia did not fall into a disadvantage for a while. The surrounding people were shocked. It seemed that she was a genius. So what? One of them sneered. Terrifying flames bloomed on his body. This was a fiery divine bird with a human head. The flames on his body were very terrifying. He slapped out with his claws, carrying monstrous flames that covered a part of the world. Xianxia shouted. She pushed her jade-like hand forward. The law on it was incomparable. She was going to face the opponent's flame head-on. At the same time, she pulled out a sunrise sword with her left hand and slashed in all directions. Boom. Boom, the earth trembled and the void collapsed. Those people were unable to succeed for a while. There were even a few sages who were sent flying. The scene was very shocking, damn it. At this time, a ray of light shone in the sky, piercing towards Xianxia's back. Xianxia felt cold all over. Not good. She quickly dodged, but the dagger still pierced her shoulder. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing her long dress red. There was a killer. Xianxia hurriedly sealed her wound and was extremely vigilant at the same time. She didn't expect that there would be assassins hiding in the void. That's great, this little girl is injured. Let's see how she's going to fight now. These people were sinister as they took action again. These people carried the laws of heaven and earth as they continuously attacked. Even the hidden assassins attacked again. Xianxia shouted and activated her spirit body. Purple light burst out from her eyes, and her body was also covered in a layer of radiance. The energy from all directions quickly surged into her body, and her cultivation continued to soar. In an instant, he had reached the fourth heavenly layer, and it was still increasing. It even showed signs of increasing towards the fifth heaven. Damn it, what's going on? There's something wrong with this woman. Quickly stop her, she's using a secret technique. The surrounding sages went crazy. They had never seen this kind of cultivation increase in their lives. In the sky, 2 rays of sword light slashed onto Xianxia's body, causing Xianxia to retreat. Only then did she stop the increase in her cultivation. Now, she had reached the late stage of the fourth heavenly layer. Just this cultivation alone was the same as dealing. This made the surrounding people's hair stand on end. It's too scary. Fortunately, we have more people and can join forces to take her down. We must find out the secret of this sudden increase in cultivation. These people's eyes were red. If they could master this kind of magical power, who would be their opponent in future battles? Xianxia shouted. After her cultivation increased, her strength increased a lot, so with one palm, she sent the 2 sages flying, and their bodies exploded. For a moment, the surrounding people were terrified. However, Xianxia wasn't too happy, because the 2 assassins hiding in the dark were really too strange. It was impossible for her to guard against them. If it weren't for these 2 assassins, she would have defeated the surrounding people long ago. Another sword came at her from a strange angle, aiming for her neck. Xianxia shouted and slapped out with her palm, dodging quickly at the same time. The sword missed, and her palm also missed. That assassin's movement technique was too strange. However, her cultivation had increased after all. Just her aura alone was enough to send that assassin flying. Blood flowed down from the sky, but Xianxia's situation wasn't optimistic either. The other assassin also attacked suddenly, leaving another wound on her body. Lin Xian had been rushing. The 7th East Spirit Stone should be in front of him. He was a little excited. However, at this moment, his brows suddenly twitched. There were sounds of fighting, and there were quite a few people. He used his magical power and looked forward. In the next moment, he was stunned, and his face completely darkened. With a roar, he turned into a peerless sword light and rushed over. Little girl, you can't hold on any longer, right? Be a good girl and surrender. You can suffer less. Don't struggle. Although you have a secret technique, you're no match for so many of us. Moreover, there are assassins in the dark. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Don't worry, when we catch you later, we won't torture you. We'll take good care of you. These people laughed out loud. However, just as they finished laughing, their heads exploded. Blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding people. Who was it? The surrounding people screamed crazily, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. Xianxia was also stunned. Did someone come to save her? In the next moment, she saw a figure appear in front of her. That person's body was covered in a monstrous golden light, and his eyes were filled with piercing killing intent. He punched out and directly smashed a sage into pieces. The surrounding people's expressions all changed. Who was this person? Wasn't he too strong, Big Brother Lin? Xianxia exhaled and heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, the person who came was indeed Lin Xian. He was here to look for the East Spirit Stone, but he did not expect to encounter Xianxia and be besieged. Therefore, he came over to kill her. It turned out that he was this woman's companion. Kill him. The surrounding people roared crazily and rushed forward. All of you must die. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He attacked wildly, and every attack injured someone. These sages frantically retreated. No, he's too strong. Damn it, who is this kid? Retreat quickly. These people looked terrified. Then, at this moment, a ray of light lit up in the sky and pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Oh no, be careful, Big Brother Lin. There's an assassin. Xianxia screamed. However, it was already too late. The surrounding people sneered. Great, let this kid die. Once he's injured, I'll capture him and chop him into pieces. I'll make him wish he was dead. These people clutched at their wounds, their faces filled with malevolence. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. Are there assassins? No wonder Qiao was injured. These assassins were too strange. Even he hadn't noticed them before. However, it wasn't that easy to kill him. He didn't even turn back. He continued to pursue the saints in front of him. Is this kid an idiot? Hurry up and kill him. The people in front kept retreating. At the same time, they were extremely agitated. They had met an idiot. He didn't even dodge the assassins. Let's see how he's going to die. With a clang, a killing sword slashed onto Lin Xian's body, producing a clanging sound. However, the frightening thing was that the flying sword was sent flying. Countless sparks flew, and the void shattered. Only a white mark was left on Lin Xian's body. It didn't pierce through at all. How is this possible? What kind of physique does this kid have? The surrounding sages were all stunned. The assassin in the void seemed to be stunned as well. He paused for a moment. Lin Xian took advantage of this opportunity. He turned around and kicked. His kick was like a heavenly knife. With a crack, the assassin's body was broken in half. A pitiful groan was heard. Fresh blood spurted. The assassin screamed. However, he was very decisive. He turned into a streak of flowing light and hid in the void again. Everyone was going crazy. This person was really too scary. Such a terrifying assassin couldn't even hurt him. Instead, he was severely injured by his opponent. Suddenly, they had the intention to retreat. At this moment, something strange happened. Another assassin charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia was still agitated. She didn't defend herself. She was stabbed in the back again. She almost fell into a pool of blood. When Lin Xian saw this, he was completely enraged. He stepped in front of Xianxia and hugged Xianxia. He stopped the bleeding. At the same time, his voice was emotionless and cold. His golden eyes looked in all directions. All of you can go to hell. He lifted his hand and unleashed the heavenly Luo umbrella. It bloomed in the air and sealed off the area. At the same time, the corpse poison inside started to flow out. Not good, run quickly. Screams rang out one after another as these people fought back madly. But very soon, screams of agony rang out. Such a terrifying poison was something they could not withstand at all. Even the two assassins were trapped. They frantically tried to break out of the encirclement, using their powerful movement techniques. However, the heavenly Luo umbrella was definitely a saint artifact. It would not be so easy to break out of the encirclement. As long as they breathed in a trace of the poisonous gas, they would undoubtedly die. Sure enough, the two assassins gradually stopped attacking. In front of him, a green poisonous gas lingered in the air, as cries of agony could be heard. However, Lin Xian ignored him completely. He lowered his head to look at Xianxia and asked, "Are your injuries serious?" "Don't worry, it's just some superficial wounds. It won't hurt my foundation." Xianxia shook her head and sat down cross-legged. She swallowed a medicinal pill and began to treat her injuries. Half a day later, she recovered and stood up. She asked, "What happened to those people?" Lin Xian said that they were probably all dead. He waved his hand and put away the heavenly Luo umbrella. The remaining poison was also collected by him into the heavenly Luo umbrella. The scene in front of him appeared. 7 corpses had fallen to the ground, and only bones were left. There were also some weapons and storage rings left behind. The flesh and blood of those people had long been gone, and their souls had been killed by the poison. It was too terrifying. Xianxia was also surprised. Those were all powerful saints, but they couldn't be more dead. What kind of poison was that? Lin Xian took back all the weapons and storage rings of those people. He threw the storage rings to Xianxia. "Take it. These are your compensation. Then I won't stand on ceremony." She took them. As for the weapons, Lin Xian looked at them and found that they were useless, so he casually put them away. "Brother Lin, where are we going next?" Xianxia picked up Little White and asked. On the other side, Lin Xian also summoned the earth demon demonic rat. This guy was very familiar with this place. "Let's go and collect the East Spirit Stones." "How many pieces have you collected?" Lin Xian asked. 5 pieces. I have 7 pieces. We'll finish collecting soon. Next, the two of them went together and began to collect the East Spirit Stones. A month later, the two of them had collected all the East Spirit Stones. That's great. Lin Xian beamed with joy. He also raised a smile. Let's go to Dongling Mountain. We can go back. Do you think we'll be the first to arrive? That's for sure. Dongling Mountain was also very famous in the Eastern Spirit Realm. The two of them flew for 5 days and finally saw the mountains in front of them. The tallest one was Dongling Mountain. I've helped you complete your task. Can you let me go? The Earth Demon Demonic Rat asked carefully. Lin Xian was in a good mood. He said, yes. If there's a chance in the future, I can come here again. He removed the seal on the Earth Demon Demonic Rat and waved goodbye. The Earth Demon Demonic Rat also burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Let's go. Dongling Mountain is right in front of us. We don't need anyone to show us the way. Although it was right in front of them, it was still more than 200,000 miles away. When they were about 10,000 miles away, they were stopped again. There was a group of people in front of them. There were a total of 9 people, and they all had an extremely violent aura. They lined up in a straight line like a heavenly river, blocking the path. Who are you? Why are you blocking the way? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. A couple? The man opposite sneered. Kid, you're going to Dongling Mountain, right? Seems like you're here for the assessment. Hand over the East Spirit Stones obediently and get lost. We can spare your life. Robbery. Lin Xian frowned. Xianxia reminded him softly. Be careful, brother Lin. Their aura is very unusual. Indeed, the aura on these people was very violent. Didn't you hear what I said? A tall man walked out. Kid, I advise you not to make a mistake. Do you know who we are? We're from Thunder God City. Do you think you can survive in the second astral realm after provoking us? Kneel on the ground obediently and hand over the East Spirit Stones. Thunder God City? Lin Xian was stunned. Thunder God City was the same as Wushuang City. It was also a saint city. Lin Xian was no stranger to Thunder God City. When he was in the first astral realm, he had a conflict with Thunder God City. At that time, it was Lei Qianzhong who was killed by him. He didn't expect to meet people from Thunder God City again. Moreover, it was under such circumstances. This Thunder God City is really nothing. They're just doing some sneaky things. You have the nerve to call yourself a disciple of the Saint City. I think you haven't passed the assessment yet. Lin Xian sneered. What do you know, kid? We've passed the assessment long ago. We're here for the trial. The leader of the group stood out and said coldly. Kid, I just wanted you to kneel and hand over the East Spirit Stones. But now I've changed my mind. Not only do you have to hand over the East Spirit Stones, but you also have to leave your woman behind. Moreover, I'll teach you how to break your teeth one by one. Take him down. The moment the young man gave the order, the people beside him walked out. How dare you say that our boss is angry? Now, you're dead meat. The person who walked out was a late-stage third heaven saint. He had a lightning blade on his back, and his powerful aura made people tremble. Buzz, the saint pulled out his lightning blade. With a slash of the blade, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a violent force filled the world. Lin Xian didn't care. He was just a late-stage third heaven saint. He didn't even care about a fourth heaven emperor mausoleum. Not to mention these people. With a cold snort, he attacked. The golden fist and the opponent's lightning blade collided. It was as if there was a huge explosion between heaven and earth. The thunder-type saint's expression changed. He felt as if a mountain had crashed into him. His blade kept trembling. Even his entire arm was trembling violently. Damn it. With a roar, thunder exploded on his body, and the law of thunder surrounded him. His heart was filled with fear. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. How could an early-stage third heaven saint be so strong? He gathered his strength and wanted to explode again. However, the fist opposite him exploded first. Lin Xian's fist was full of power. After the first strike, the subsequent power surged forth and instantly shattered the lightning blade. Not only that, but one of the opponent's arms also exploded. With a blood-curdling scream, the lightning-type saint was sent flying. The people behind were completely stunned. Their powerhouse was defeated. He was defeated by someone whose cultivation was inferior to theirs. With such strength, you want to learn how to fight and rob others? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. Damn it, this kid is too strange. You trash, you can't even take care of an early-stage third heaven saint. The leader's face was incomparably cold. The injured person said, "Boss, you can't blame me. He's really too strong. He's very strong." Very strong? Looks like he's a close combat expert. We don't need to talk about morality. Just attack him. Yes, boss. Two more people walked out. These two people also had terrifying lightning on their bodies. One of them held a thunder hammer while the other held a thunder heaven net. The two of them didn't say anything as they unleashed their full power. Terrifying thunder and lightning interweaved, covering the sky and covering the earth, wanting to completely envelop Lin Xian. In the face of such a terrifying lightning law, the golden light in Lin Xian's eyes exploded. It suddenly transformed into countless black Qilin runes, forming a black Qilin shield in front of him. All of the lightning bolts struck it, creating a deafening sound that sounded like 10,000 claps of thunder. The black Qilin's toughness was much tougher than expected. It blocked all the thunder attacks. Lin Xian attacked again. His golden eyes flickered with radiance, forming a vortex. Then, a headless knight rushed out, sweeping in all directions. The spear directly pierced through the two of them. Like candied haws on a stick, he stared at the void. Holy blood scattered down. The two individuals screamed miserably, their expressions horrified. The people of Thunder God City behind were also completely stunned. Was the other party so strong? Was he really just an early-stage third heavenly layer? Why did he look like a fourth heaven sage? Damn brat, who the hell are you? The young man in the lead gritted his teeth and asked. You bunch of trash don't deserve to know my name. Lin Xian's voice was cold. If you want to live, kneel down, kowtow and admit your mistakes. You're courting death. Don't be too arrogant. Attack together. The young man waved his hand, and the remaining 5 people all rushed over. Each of them was very powerful. Among them, 2 were in the late-stage third heavenly layer, and the remaining 3 were in the middle-stage third heavenly layer. Each of their cultivation was stronger than Lin Xian. At this moment, the 5 of them attacked together. How could they not take down the other party? Seeing this scene, Xianxia wanted to attack, but Lin Xian stopped her. He formed a seal with his palm, and a blue tide appeared. His eye technique attack released a green light wave that swept out. The 5 sages instantly hugged their heads and screamed. Their souls seemed to be about to explode, and they instantly lost their attacking power. Lin Xian sneered and attacked forcefully, chopping off the heads of the 5 people. Then, he turned his head and stared at the person in the lead. The young man in the lead trembled and took 2 steps back. At this moment, his face was pale and he was extremely shocked. The other party instantly killed 5 sages on their side. It was too unbelievable. He said. You're very strong. This time, I admit defeat. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Lin Xian smiled. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the other party, blocking his path. You want to leave just like that? Damn brat, what do you want? The young man's face was gloomy. Lin Xian smiled. You want to kill me, but now that you've failed, you want to escape unscathed? Do you think that's possible? Could it be that you want to attack me? Do you know who I am? I know that you're from Thunder God City. It's not like I haven't killed you before. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. This scene made the other party's eyelids twitch wildly. This brat had killed people from Thunder God City before. Heavens, who is this person? Brat, listen carefully. I'm not from an ordinary holy city. My brother is Lei Chong. He's a top genius of Thunder God City. My brother's strength has reached level 5. It's definitely not something you can imagine. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. The young man's mouth was filled with a cold smile. His identity was indeed not ordinary. After hearing his words, the other party still didn't obediently apologize to him. However, Lin Xian said, "Oh, are you done? If you're done, you can go on your way." A sword light flashed across his hand. "Damn it, you dare." The young man's face changed wildly. How could there be such a person? Was he not afraid of his brother's revenge? He wanted to escape, but how could he be Lin Xian's opponent? He was split into two by the sword. His soul escaped. However, it was quickly locked onto by the heavenly secret god eyes and pulled into the locking spring and autumn. Not only him, the souls of the surrounding people were all pulled into the locking spring and autumn. They experienced 10,000 years of miserable reincarnation. Then, they were completely destroyed. Brother Lin is too powerful. Xianxia cheered. At this moment, on the corpse of the leading young man, a jade pendant floated out. An extremely strong mental wave came from inside. Who is it? How dare you kill my brother? That soul transformed into a human face, but it had just formed. It was shattered by Lin Xian with a slap. A mere level 5. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Next. He burned all of these people's corpses and took away all of their storage rings. Lin Xian and Xianxia once again headed towards Dongling Mountain. Within a cave dwelling within Dongling Mountain, a figure stood up abruptly and roared towards the heavens. Who dares to hurt my brother? I will definitely tear you into pieces. Thunder on this person's body turned into thunder beasts, bobbing up and down above his head. The people in the surrounding cave also came out and asked, "Seeing your brother Lei Chong, what's going on?" These people were all from Thunder God City. They looked at the angry Lei Chong with a face full of shock. This was their sacred city's top genius. Who dared to provoke him? End of chapter 3688. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.